Glen Helen Raceway in San Bernardino, the host of the opening round of the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. Jason Weigandt and David Bailey here. We are ready. This is the class with the depth. We saw a great race in the 450 division. 5 big hitters out there, all battling it out. But we've got probably double that in this class. And how about we throw in a dark horse? The 151 of Justin Barcia, his first ever pro race, starts right now. Here it is, folks. The revs are up, and the gate is down for the first moto of the season in the 250 class. I think that might be Canard working his way. No, that is Metcalf on the 24, but it's Tommy Searle going to take the lead from him. So Tommy Searle, welcome to the USA, and on the inside he's got another one of the Geico Power Sports Honda riders, and that is Canard. So Canard and Metcalf up front as well as Searle. Tommy Searle out of the gates blazing.
You know what I'm surprised? Where's all the pro circuit? Look at that. No pro circuit bikes. Tell Rattray. Mitch is like, hey, come on, man. I stayed up late to make sure these things were fast. That'll change in the future, I have a feeling, but that's rare. Not see a lot of pro circuit. They got 4 guys out there. There's plenty of opportunity, but man, good start for Canard. This is where he struggled last year in this class. He didn't get starts.
Yes.
Couldn't buy a start. This is exactly the kind of start to the season he needed.
Dungey has snuck into the number 3 position. I don't even know how he made those moves. We've got Metcalf in 4th, and there you see one of the Kawasaki riders has made it past Rattray. I think that was Stroop that snuck through. But right now it's Trey Canard out front, Tommy Searle in the number 2 spot, and Dungey in 3rd. Now, a lot of people talking about Canard before this. There's so many riders and so much intrigue with Dungey and the riders coming over from Europe. And I don't think people were thinking about Canard, but he's certainly thinking he can win this thing as he puts some distance on this battle for 2nd. And Dungey, as you predicted, not wasting time going after Searle. Metcalf coming off of injury is right there in 4th. We're going to replay here off the start. Not going as smoothly further out. That is the Stephen Clark, another one of the Englishmen going down, tangling up with the 87 of PJ Larson. Wait a minute. We're hearing a call from the AMA. There is a red flag that might mean a restart here. Stay with us for a second. We are going to restart this race. I don't know if that was the Clark crash or perhaps another incident, but obviously they could not get the track cleared out safely by the end of this first lap. So for the 2nd time, we're going to put the 32nd car up in the 250 class of this Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. Once again, the revs are up, and the gate is down here at Glen Helen.
Gordon got out just a little bit better that time. Looks like Canard again.
I think it might be Canard again, and Metcalf and Searle again. So whatever worked in the first start has worked again. The same 3 riders up front, although this time Dungey a little bit further back. So I guess justice is served. Trey Canard in the lead again. And that is Christophe Pourcel putting one of the Kawasaki's toward the front. Will Hahn up there as well, getting in front of Pourcel in number 4 spot. So it is Canard followed by his teammate Metcalf, Searle, Will Hahn. Oh, that's Justin Barcia. That is not Metcalf. Metcalf's actually dropped back to 6th, and Justin Barcia, the true rookie, is in the number 2 spot. And watch out for this kid.
I suppose he's been to a national, but then again, I wonder if he's even been to one. You know,
just to hang out.
Probably just a couple back east, but he's here now in a big way.
Well, like we said, 2nd fastest in the practice, and look at this, going after his teammate Trey Canard. And this not going to sit well with Canard. He's the one that has a year of experience, and Barcia rides with every inch of the racetrack, every ounce of horsepower his bike has. He just lets it all hang out, and it's going to pay off. He's going to try to get the lead from Canard. Will that inside line hold up? Barcia going to go all the way to the outside to block his teammate. And Justin Barcia is in the lead in his first official lap ever as a pro.
Man, I should go buy a lottery ticket or something, huh? Wasn't I saying?
Yeah, you were saying that, absolutely, because it's so hard to gauge how for real is he. Certainly he has won a lot of races as an amateur. Yes, he's been fast in testing out here at Glen Helen, but it's totally different when you line up on the gate with these riders. Or maybe it isn't, because everything we've heard about Justin Barcia has come true right now. He is in the lead. Now, these two haven't raced each other much. By the time Searle was on the scene in Europe, Pourcel was actually out injured, missed the entire race season last year with an injury. But he's going to make the move on Searle into the number 3 spot. And again, it doesn't look like he's actually riding all that hard, but the lap times tell the story. That was a hard impact, though.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that inside line at the bottom of that hill, it's better.
I think so.
Searle better get that figured out.
Dungey in the number 5 spot trying to get around the 4th place rider, who is Searle. Back end steps out of line. And he's going to attack him again. Nice job by Dungey, just finding some new lines out here. And Searle is getting to learn the pace on the early laps of AMA Pro Motocross. And it's a very tough lesson to learn, because Dungey's gotten by him just about as quickly as Pourcel has. Quite a battle here between these top 4. And I don't know how many laps in a row we can say continues to tighten, but it has tightened once again. Barcia taking a look over to his right side. I'm not sure what he was looking at there, because the man challenging him is on the left. That's Trey Canard. Canard with a handful of throttle. The fastest section of the racetrack. Every lap he is able to get inside of Barcia, yet he is still not able to make the pass. Now he's going to try an outside line.
Wow, that was amazing. Barcia, I thought Canard had him passed. Barcia responded, changed his line a little bit, and just kept the lead. He's showing some stuff right now that's like, hey, I'm not as much of a rookie as you think. Amateur racing is a sprint. It's intense. It's just as intense as this. Yeah, I mean, you guys, the guys I'm racing with don't have posters and factory bikes, but they're gnarly too.
Well, that's one of the things you wonder about with amateurs like Barcia. He just checks out his motos. How used to the pressure is he? Look at this, Pourcel taking advantage. A mistake by Canard. Canard takes a look over, and he realizes Pourcel might have him, but Pourcel slowed up by Barcia. Canard, for the 3rd consecutive lap, is next to his teammate on this downhill, but there is only one good line. And look at Pourcel to the inside. He can get the front. Tackle with the front wheel of Barcia. Dungey gets by Canard. I can't even keep up the action now. Canard to 4th, and Dungey the inside on Pourcel to try to get to 2nd. The loser in that battle is Canard, who goes from 2nd to 4th, and somehow Ryan Dungey goes from 4th to 2nd, and he wants more. He wants to go to the lead. Unbelievable action, Dave.
Yeah, and a lot of maturity and poise by Barcia out front, weathering all these storms. But here comes another storm in the form of number 10, Dungey. A new guy behind him that's going to have different angles to try to attack him with. And we'll see how he can handle that. So far, so good for the rookie. I'm amazed.
I think twice we saw Pourcel's front wheel come in contact with the back wheel of Barcia. Barcia felt that pressure. He's held it off. Now can he deal with the pressure from the 10 of Dungey? And the fans, you can see them going crazy. This is the type of action we expected in this 250 class. It is delivering. And now that outside line has been revitalized as Dungey gives it a shot.
He lost time, though.
It still didn't work.
Yeah, he lost time. He just didn't want to follow Barcia through that inside. He was sort of committed to the outside, and but still hanging up in this little corner right here, Dungey.
Wait a minute, Pourcel to the inside on Dungey. Wow. And Pourcel just made that pass, and I don't know if Dungey saw that coming or not. Here we go back downhill. This is where Pourcel tucked it in on Canard 1 lap ago. To make that inside line work again. So Pourcel gets it back, and I'm not sure what happened to Dungey.
So now a new storm brewing by Barcia. Another guy is going to attack him from another angle.
Here we go. Right-hand corner over a tabletop jump. Headed to what they call the REM Vet Track section of this facility. Pourcel's going to try an outside line on Barcia. Might this work? Might Barcia finally lose the lead? And a beautiful pass by the 377. And finally, someone has gotten around Justin Barcia. It's Christophe Pourcel.
Now Barcia lost a spot, looks like, to Dungey there as well. This is where the rookie start to crumble a little bit, come apart, and just go from 1st to 3rd or 4th immediately. Here comes Canard. Looks like he's got the inside line, so...
Oh, Canard charged on that hill so fast to try to get around Barcia that he almost ran right into, or did run into, almost knocked Dungey down. Oh, and now he goes down, and there's no doubt the bottom has fallen out almost literally for Barcia, and there goes Tommy Searle. Is Barcia just feeling the effects right now of all that pressure?
Well, he had a plan, and it was going good, and it came undone in the tune of 3 guys going by in a matter of a couple corners.
Let's check in with Dungey here and see how much progress he's been able to make with Christophe Pourcel. Not much.
A lot easier said than done. And,
and Dungey makes a mistake, you're right. Searle in 4th. Rattray in 5th, battling, just like they did last year in Europe. And they both said they want to be in the top 5. They're both doing that right now. Pourcel makes a statement. He wins the first moto. Still got a battle on our hands. 3 riders duking it out for that number 4 position. Searle on the KTM and a pair of Kawasaki's. Rattray and Weimer going to take it right down to the wire. Can Searle hold on for a 4th in his first ever moto in Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross? Only 1 jump separates him from the checkered flag. Look at Weimer still digging. Weimer going to go after his teammate Rattray. Not going to be able to make the pass. Searle 4th, Rattray 5th, Weimer 6th. We knew this 250 class was deep. We knew it would offer some great racing, and it delivered. We'll show you the results here from this first moto of the season in the 250 class of Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross. Pourcel, Dungey, and Canard in the top 3. That is 4 different brands in the top 4, with Searle putting his KTM into 4th. Barcia holds on for 9th after leading 20 minutes of his very first moto as a pro. And Brock Tickle on the Division 7 Star Racing Yamaha sneaking into the top 10 late in the race. We are ready for the second moto of the 250 class. A fantastic battle. I know we've said it over and over, but that first moto was amazing. So we're hoping it's just as good here in Moto 2. Ranks are up, and we're going to drop the gate and go racing here in Moto 2 from Glen Helen. Big, long, wide start straight into the Talladega first turn. It's a KTM again on the inside. Tommy Searle again. And he's got one of his teammates, Martin Davalos, with him. So Davalos into the number 1 spot. We didn't see Davalos at all in the first moto. Justin Barcia and Tyler Rattray right there. But right now, they don't sound so fast, but those muscle-built KTMs are definitely fast.
Yeah, they have an awkward sound to them, like they're on the rev limiter, but they're working. And Barcia,
working through those ruts.
He's going on faster than these guys. Get me in the lead now. I know what I did wrong last time. That was a lot of pressure. Give me a break. I'm a rookie. Look at that.
Now that's the Justin Barcia we had heard about. Whenever he needs to go to make a pass, he will do it, and he passes both riders. So Barcia, who led laps in his first Pro Moto just a little earlier today, is back out front again in Moto 2. And where are the riders that were up front at the end of Moto 1? Where's Dungey? Where's Pourcel? Where's Canard? Barcia going to try to take advantage of this with Searle second. Davalos, Rattray coming through next.
Yeah, unless Rattray or Searle, I think those guys have a little bit more than Davalos, but I don't know if they've got enough for that kid out front. I mean, Barcia's just amazing. You wind him up and he goes as fast as he can until something happens. And right now he's going, okay, I got the experience now of what it's like to be out front. I'm used to that. Give me another shot out and I'll show you what happens this time.
Look at Canard and Metcalf wheel to wheel on those Geico Power Sports Hondas.
Well, Rattray's familiar territory as far as looking up ahead. There's Searle.
That pass, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yep, nice move. Doubling down the hill.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do that and still make this corner down at the bottom. When you're on it takes a lot of nerve to go for that at this point because the braking bumps are like jumps now, and it's really hard to get into that corner. So yeah, you can double into the corner, but if you blow the turn, you might as well roll the double. So the guys that are going for that are really confident and in a big hurry.
Canard is in a hurry. He actually just went around Rattray also, so that's 2 passes in a short amount of time. And again, we mentioned the sprint style of the young American riders. It was Rattray trying to fight back, but at the moment, Canard is the one on the move. Let's see if Rattray can pay him back at the top of this hill. He'll be on the inside. He's a big, strong guy. If Canard comes together with him, I would put my money on Rattray, but Canard was able to edge in front of him. And here comes Rattray going to challenge him again. There are multiple lines in this corner, but everyone chooses that inside berm.
Drag race up the hill.
Race. Yeah, exactly. Rattray again, David. Go to the inside. He wants that spot back.
Yeah, he fought for it. It's so difficult when you pass somebody and think, okay, well, that's that. Okay, next. And the guy gets you back like Rattray just did. Now Canard's like, shoot, I'm probably not going to be able to get him in the same spot again. He's not going to let that happen. So now I got to make something else. It throws you off.
The battle continues here at Glen Helen Raceway in San Bernardino. Jason Weigandt and David Bailey giving me the call. Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship, the 250 class. Look at this action. Ryan Dungey has made moves. He is now up to the number 4 spot. Then you've got Canard and Metcalf. And dropping back a little bit is Pourcel in the 377. Don't go back too far. You got your teammate, Austin Struck, on his rear wheel. So while all this goes on, You've got Tommy Searle all alone in second and Justin Barcia out front. So we're going to stay with this battle. This is unbelievable right now. Pourcel needs to make moves. He won the first moto. He wants to win the overall. Battling with Metcalf, the Australian who was going to challenge Pourcel for a Supercross championship, but he broke his collarbone, didn't have the opportunity. And now Strupp going after Pourcel. Strupp, the teammate of Pourcel, he also got the short end of the stick against Pourcel in their battle for a Supercross title. He's got revenge on the mind. Strupp downhill on the outside. Can he make it work around the 377? It's a long way around for Strupp, and it didn't work. Here we go. Ryan Dungey has caught Tommy Searle. This is a battle for the number 3 spot. And Rattray, is that Rattray now in front of Searle? So Searle starting to lose some momentum. Rattray's gotten around him, and here comes Dungey trying to take over third.
A little bit better effort from Searle though this moto than the first moto. He got dropped pretty early. This time he's staying in contact, and Rattray beat him in the World Championship, so it's looking kind of like how it turned out over there in Europe.
Awesome racing out here in Southern California. Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. Tommy Searle on the inside, Ryan Dungey on the outside. Dungey, that was a surprising pass. He just worked his way around Searle, so that will put Dungey up into third.
All this going on behind Barcia, he don't care. He's just going, this is so fun. I love Nationals.
He probably looks exactly the same under the helmet right now as he does in that photo. He's smiling, got the long hair that barely be held behind the goggles when he's down in the starting line. This kid is having a great time, and he's completely clean. Wouldn't even realize that he's been out here on one of the roughest motocross racetracks in all of the world. However, the lead that was very big early isn't quite as big now as we reach the 20-minute mark again in the second moto. Remember, that's the part in the first moto where the riders finally broke through and got them, but the lead is substantially bigger now for Barcia than it was before. Here is South African Rattray in second. Now Dungey beginning to get a hook into Rattray, and that might also work in the favor of Barcia. If these two get to battling, well, you got to assume that'll only slow them up. So we'll see who catches who first. Will Rattray go after Barcia? Will Dungey go after Rattray? We do know this, only 20 minutes into a 30-minute plus 2-lap moto. Something is going to happen before this is over. They're not going to cruise to the finish.
That was a nice shot, too, to see exactly the gap as they went through the mechanics area, back around into the sand section. And, you know, Rattray's, he can smell a win. He's going, okay, this kid kind of messed up the first moto. I ought to be able to get him by the end and win a moto. And 5-1 wouldn't be too bad. Dungey's going, if I can get by Rattray, that might be the one extra guy I need to get between myself and Pourcel to win the overall.
Look at this exchange here as Metcalf pulls up alongside Tommy Searle. It's wheel to wheel on the fastest part of this racetrack.
Searle just gave him a look. He's not going to let you brown the outside. Yeah, you might get me, but you're not going to get me here. He didn't have to make that dirty either. He just went where he should have gone to hold on to his position.
Looks like Strupp has gotten around Pourcel. Meanwhile, Dungey going to work his way to get by Rattray for second. So Dungey hooked up and flying now late in this moto, 22 minutes in, and he's going after Rattray. It's amazing what Ryan Dungey has been able to do here. Dispose of Tyler Rattray for second, and now go after Justin Barcia for the lead. Now past the 25-minute mark. Barcia made it 5 minutes further than he did leading moto number 1. How much longer can he hang on? Dungey has been the man on the move in the second half of this race.
If he gets a chance to shove a wheel in there, he's going to do it. This may be the spot.
Leaping downhill is Dungey to the inside. And that's what he needed, a clean pass, because he had the overall in his hands. He didn't want to get into one of those battles with Barcia, and he's not going to. So unless Barcia can somehow rally back here, Ryan Dungey has played this thing perfectly late in the moto. He has moved from just inside the top 5 to the number 1 position. And with that, he will be the overall winner on the day if he can hang on to this. 4-1-1 of Rattray. Closing in further on Barcia. He was battling with Trey Canard through that line a little earlier in the race. Could not make it work on Barcia either. to the steep downhills, and Barcia goes all the way wide. I don't think that's going to work.
Well, he knew that he didn't cook the corner at the top enough, didn't gas it down the hill enough. And I just was saying that the only way Rattray was going to make the move is he's going to have to really apply the pressure. Barcia felt it and just got out of the way.
We are now on the final lap here at Glen Helen. Dungey going to win the first round of this series. Already has delivered a Supercross championship for them in the lights division this year. So whatever DeCoster and Carmichael saw in this guy a few years ago, well, everyone sees it now. Ryan Dungey has, at least for one weekend, held off all the competition from across the pond. But Glen Helen, it's history. Checkered flag is out. Ryan Dungey has done it. He wins the moto. He wins the overall. He's headed to the podium. Geico.com unofficial top 10 results. Dungey, Rattray, and Barcia on the podium in his second Pro Moto ever. Searle, a very consistent, solid day. Christophe Pourcel goes 1-7 on the day. Good, but I'm sure he wanted to follow that first moto win up with another in Moto 2. I don't know how nervous these guys must be, David. You've been in this situation, you've been in the starting line. I know no matter what level you race at, this is the time to get nervous, but it's the first round of the year, and I'm sure it goes to another level.
You know, I saw a shot a little earlier of Villopoto, and it just looked like agony, you know. And I can tell you, honest, I have been on the starting line going, I hate racing. I hate this. If I could just somehow remove this part and just get to the part where the gate drops. Because it's amazing. You can go from just feeling like sick to your stomach and just like, I'm going to quit. And as soon as the gate drops and you go 4 feet, you know, just get over the gate, you completely forget about it and you're in your element and it's fun.
This is the first moto of the season, folks. The card is sideways, and the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship is underway.
Reed was late. Here comes Alessi.
Alessi right through the center. Whatever gate pick he had is going to work. Mike Brown on the outside. Mike Brown on the MDKK Jet's going to battle Alessi for it. Brown an off-roader now, but a former 125 class national champ. Alessi gets to the stripe first, and here comes Short to the inside on Brown, and Short takes over the number 2 spot.
Good start for Villopoto. He's up in the contention. Reed kind of stuck back in the pack. Looked like Grant there taking over second. He went off the track as they came down the hill. Nice move. He and a couple guys. That's sketchy business out there off the track where it's dusty.
Grant fears no one. Make no mistake of that. He goes around Short. I think Short's ready to challenge him, though. I think he kind of caught him by surprise with that strange line that he ran. So it is Grant second, Short third. Mike Brown, for the moment, the veteran out of Tennessee, is in the number 4 spot. And then Villopoto, I believe, filling in behind him. And yes, it is Villopoto, the 2 going after the 3. And Villopoto with a handful of throttle goes right past Mike Brown.
Nice. Brown's probably just going, hey, you know, you go ahead. I'll follow you. You're faster than me. That's probably how it's going to shake down anyway. Instead of getting all nervous trying to hold him off, maybe try to learn a little something and take advantage of a great start. I mean, he's lost some positions right away.
Just looking a guest ride for Brown. He's an off-road guy now.
Yeah,
so he's going to treat to a good show.
It's still a good start for him.
Yeah.
Good for Short to have a look at the leaders early. And now he's got Villopoto on his back. If he can't establish a pace and run with these guys for the next 20 minutes or so, then he's going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Alessi and Grant are getting away a little bit, and Alessi is actually pulling away from Grant, which surprised me a little bit. I get the idea, I think we both did, that from some interviews that Grant's going, I ain't worried about Alessi. He'll be fast for a little bit, but I got him covered. And right now, it looks like he is being as fast as Grant expected in the beginning, and it's going to take a lot to reel him in because he's in shape.
Villopoto doing everything in his power over the back of that Kawasaki. Can he outbrake Short to the inside? He makes the pass. And that was just pure aggression. Villopoto ate roost for about a lap and a half, and he was done with that. Now the question is, does Short have the speed on reserve to try to hitch a ride with Villopoto? Is Villopoto already taking a look over his left shoulder? He wants to know where the leaders are, and he's already opening up a gap here on Short.
I think Villopoto, and the difference between he and Short is Villopoto can get a little squirrelier and it doesn't bother him as much. You know, I had a tough time like that. I can relate to Short. Look at that line, just carving. Yeah, Alessi's got a problem.
And is stuck. So Grant will inherit the lead, and there goes Villopoto to second. And Monday, wheels have come off the machine for Alessi. His strategy, no doubt, is to pull a big lead early, and it has come unraveled. Can Short get around him on the outside?
That was a nice recovery and a good line down the hill to not lose another spot to Short. Because Short was looking at that inside, and Alessi, he didn't really do a dirty cutoff move. It was just a sharp line right there, and he didn't lose much time. Good recovery. He's still right there with Villopoto, but Grant.
So
man,
Grant.
nice cushion.
And the 33, Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota Yamaha rider, taking advantage of the opportunity. And we've talked about it before. You hear the Southern California fans are pumped. He's a local boy out of Riverside, who now makes his racing home in North Carolina. But Alessi's strategy is always to get out front. Can Alessi now rebound to that number 3 spot and stick with Villopoto and try to run Grant down?
Chad Reed,
just
look
inside
at
the
him.
top 10, man.
He's got a lot of work to do. He's going to have to be so much faster than those guys to make up that gap. You know, already a moto in the books, and he's realizing just how valuable that start is. He's not happy with where he is. He is charging as hard as he can.
And a little mistake there, but that's what happens when you let it hang out. And that's not Reed's specialty. He is a tactician out there. He will time his way through sections, and other riders would bulldog their way through. But right now, he is a bulldog for sure. He is just letting that Suzuki bounce wherever he wants. Not bad for a guy that hasn't raced much motocross over the last few years. He looks awfully comfortable pushing the envelope right now. Looks like Villopoto is closing the gap back in on Grant. So it's a yo-yo battle right now. It goes up and it goes down. Now maybe Villopoto's feeling it, but on this racetrack, it's going to breed a lot of mistakes. And maybe it was just Grant making an error where we were checking in on Reed that allowed Villopoto to close the gap. But either way, remember when Grant won the opener in Supercross, that was because Stewart and Reed came together and knocked each other down. Grant is taking control of this one by his own merit, and he is not yielding at all to the pressure of Villopoto, the man who has never lost an AMA Pro Racing Outdoor Motocross Championship. He is undefeated. He's raced 3 seasons. He's won 3 titles in the 250 class, but it's a whole other ball of wax here on a 450. As Reed marches his way toward the front of the pack, let's see how long Millsaps can hang on.
Chad is all over.
Yeah, it is like we said, man, this is a caged animal back here, using lines that no one else is willing to use. Just wherever you go, I'm going to go somewhere else. And that's what Reed's using to put pressure on Millsaps. And if Millsaps makes a mistake, Reed will go right by him. Reed over jumping that tabletop and going all the way to the outside. And he's going to make it work. Wheel to wheel with Millsaps, and Chad Reed takes the number 5 spot. Millsaps made that a little easy on him. He did not try to challenge him on the inside of that next right-hand corner. This is the race for the first moto victory, and now it's a battle of heart, will, guts, fitness. Who can dig the deepest? This racetrack is so rough. Every time it looks like Villopoto's made a mistake and Grant gets away, Villopoto finds another line and closes the gap, and here he goes. And Grant made a big mistake, and Villopoto takes the lead.
Wow, and just to pour salt in that, just triples right in front of him.
And he was not tripling, was not using that line for the majority of the moto, but he pulls that trick out of his sleeve. And this is going to be awfully tough for Grant now. You've had the lead for the majority of the race, riding pressure-free. We've got another battle on our hands as Chad Reed closes in on Andrew Short. And let's see who pays off. It's going to be a drag race uphill. Who gets the drive? And that outside line worked for Short for the moment. But here comes Reed again. Did not want the outside line. Will shade to the inside. Use the same line Short used. Short gets sideways. Reed going to try to outbrake him. Reed's got the line and he's got the spot.
That was a good move, and it was clean. You know, he could have not committed quite as much at the top, and it would have been a slam at the bottom. He really committed to that, and that's what enabled him to make that pass and not get Andrew mad at him for the rest of the series.
I think Short's pretty angry, though. He wants to get him back. Here he comes to the inside. Short with a handful, and he takes over the number 4 spot.
Nice.
And that's the kind of fight that everyone wanted to see from Andrew Short this year. Yes, he's smooth, he's solid, he's consistent, but can he fight? And he certainly did. Do you think Reed was expecting that sort of retaliation?
He'd be messed up, so he kind of had a feeling that would happen if Andrew was still close enough, and he was. So Andrew, you know, I started talking about how Reed would be able to make a move on Andrew, and that is, he's got a few places in mind where, you know, passes are a good percentage, but you got to be close when you get to those spots. I mean, I've had that happen where you're close, and then you get to the part where you think you're going to make the pass, and you mess up right before that. You're not close enough to take advantage. And Reed was close enough to take advantage, and Short did it right back.
Time has expired in the moto, so that means the next time the riders come around, the 2-lap board will come out. So Reed is looking at 2.5 laps to make the move on Short. That's exactly where they were 1 lap ago, although Short went outside even earlier, put a little extra insurance to make sure Reed could not make the pass there. No one has passed to the outside of this corner. Reed's going to give it a shot, and he makes it work. Wow, I did not think that was going to pay off. And I don't think Short expected it either. It's Villopoto, Grant, Alessi, 1, 2, 3, Reed, and Short with Millsap 6th. Villopoto turned a 1:53.5. That was his best lap time and the best lap time of anyone. In fact, no one else in the 1:53 mark at all. So Villopoto definitely had the speed when he needed it. Didn't use it the entire race. Waited for an opportunity to get around Grant, and he took advantage of that.
Early in the race, Alessi threw down a little bit faster, 53 flat. But, you know, what matters is, you know, a friend of mine I used to race with says, not the guy that's the fastest, it's the guy that slows down the least. That was this guy right here. Nice job.
Ryan Villopoto has done it. A lot of hype about this kid moving up to the big class, and he has lived up to the billing. Villopoto wins his very first moto in the 450 class of Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross. Josh Grant second, Mike Alessi third, Reed up to fourth. Josh Hill going to round out your top 10, and 2 off-road racers, Dietrich and Brown, inside the top 10. So well done to those guys. Not bad for a couple of moonlighters. Here it is, folks. The card is sideways. The revs are up. And for the second time today, the game is down. This will settle the overall win today at Glen Helen. And there is Alessi already putting the Rockstar Makita Suzuki out front. He closes off Andrew Short and Josh Grant. And for the second time today, Mike Alessi has grabbed the whole shot at Glen Helen. This time the question is, can he hold it?
Villopoto was a lot further back in the pack this time, but Josh Grant, who looked fantastic the first moto, looked like he was going to get away. And Short are right there where they want to be.
And another bad start for Chad Reed, although not quite as bad this time. You see him bumping elbows in about 5th place. But this is Alessi's domain out front. Kid came into this race having finished 2nd in a moto at Glen Helen 6 straight times. Got 3rd in the first moto today. Wants to win this one badly. There's Josh Grant 2nd, Andrew Short 3rd. We'll put the radar out and try to find our first moto winner, Ryan Villopoto, and he's, I believe, just at the tail end of the top 10. That's going to be tough on RV to come all the way through.
Yeah, he's going to take on a lot of roost. And like he said in his at the top of the show, he goes, I got to get good starts, stay out of trouble. The way you stay out of trouble is get out here like Mike. You don't even get dirty. You don't even need your tear-offs. Andrew, 5th the first moto. More of the same. You know, it wasn't a disaster by any means, but he really wants to get up in there and stay with the leaders. They got away from him in the first moto. He's got another opportunity to stay with them this time.
Millsaps, the teammate, is in 4th, and then 5th is Reed. Here it is. These guys battled pretty hard in moto number 1. They're good friends. They actually ride together a lot down in Florida. But Reed knows with a little bit better start this time than when he had in moto 1, he has an opportunity to win this race. So here he goes to the inside on Millsaps. Will that line hold up all the way back up the hill? Millsaps will have the inside when they get back to the top. This is what's great about motocross. You've got to pick lines that last all the way around the corner, and Reed's line did pay off.
Millsaps really opened the door for him down there.
Oh, nice move by Villopoto. Scrubbed over the top of that jump, stayed to the inside. This is what they call a saddleback section for the old school California motocross fans. Who's got the guts downhill? It's Villopoto. So he gets around Millsaps, and we might see the Chad Reed versus Ryan Villopoto battle in AMA Pro Motocross that we've been anticipating.
Yeah, well, that's going on. Although they're closing on Short a little bit, he's still hanging on. I mean, he really let those guys get away the first moto. Took Chad a little while to get around him. And Andrew fired right back, but once he got around him again, he got away, and Andrew's made that adjustment, it looks like. He's running the pace.
This is the test that people were wondering if Andrew Short could pass. When they put the pressure on him, could he go to another level? He's going to have to right now because he's got 2 of the fastest in the business breathing down his neck. Battle on our hands here at Glen Helen. Ryan Villopoto all over Chad Reed. They both jump together. Now a rough downhill. Who's got the guts to hang on the inside? Villopoto's going to try to put Reed up against the wall. And Ryan Villopoto takes the spot from Chad Reed. With Andrew Short right in front of him, this is the battle we anticipated for the last week. All the conjecture who is faster, Villopoto or Reed. Big statement from Villopoto, and now he goes right after Short, David Bailey.
And Short might not realize that just changed behind him. That battle got hotter. Here comes Villopoto, 75 miles an hour.
That's the fastest section of the track, but no one has been able to make this inside work. Ryan Villopoto just did. He passes 2 riders, 2 of the fastest in the course of about 3 quarters. Mike Alessi, meanwhile, out front. He has no idea that's going on behind him, and he said his challenge this year is to ignore everyone else. Ride your own race, put in your own laps, and that's exactly what the man from Victorville, California has done.
I just think Villopoto, for what we saw of him, that little flurry to get by both Short and Chad, and that's the kind of speed that Mike knows he might not be able to match.
Wow, and so far Grant not able to match the speed of Alessi right now. Grant, remember, put pressure on Alessi. When Alessi made a mistake, he got around in 101. This time, only a few laps in, he's nearly 8 seconds back. If he doesn't pick up the pace before long, you've got the Villopoto and Reed Express back there in 3rd and 4th, and they're pulling each other along. And the crowd begins to come to life again here in San Bernardino, California. Josh Grant about to feel the heat from Ryan Villopoto and Chad Reed. The 2 and the 22 are on the move, while Mike Alessi on the 800 out front tries to get away. The battle continues to rage here in California. Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. Battle for second you're watching here. Josh Grant on the blue bike, Ryan Villopoto on the green, and Chad Reed on the yellow. It looks like Villopoto has gotten around Grant, so it's now Alessi, Villopoto, Grant, Reed, and Millsaps has gotten around Short. He's into the number 5 spot, so Short not only did not hitch a ride with these guys, he's got a little bit further back. Trying to catch up, David, but he goes to the inside and makes the move on Grant for 3rd. So Grant dealt with that pressure for a long, long time. Reed finally makes it happen. The question is how much damage was done with Reed losing touch with Villopoto. So you can expect in this last 10 minutes plus 2 laps of this race, something's going to change. Will it be Reed going back after Villopoto? Will it be Villopoto going back after Alessi? Or maybe Grant going back after Reed? Grant on that inside line wants to try to stay close. We are ready for a battle here at Glen Helen. The final few laps, Mike Alessi leading the way on the Rockstar Makita Suzuki. But the Monster Energy Kawasaki rider Ryan Villopoto closing a few mistakes from Alessi while out front.
Gets a little bit cross-rutted here. There's solid ruts in that face of that jump. He gets cross-rutted in those as well, lost some time. He dropped 4 seconds to Villopoto.
At one point, it was 16 seconds, the gap between Alessi and the 2nd place rider. At that moment was Josh Grant. Villopoto has got it down to 6.7. So he has taken more than half of the distance out. And if Villopoto can see Alessi in front of him at some point, you know he's already getting the signal from his mechanic, but if he can see it, look out. Getting late in this one, Mike Alessi has led every lap of this race, but Ryan Villopoto discarded Chad Reed, discarded Josh Grant, got past those guys, put his head down, and is now going after his rival Alessi for the win. Side by side, this is the fastest section of all. Villopoto can use an outside line, had tried an inside earlier. Oh, they got side by side for the first time. What does Alessi have up his sleeve to try to hold Villopoto off? They're putting Jake Marsack a lap down, and they're both able to negotiate that. Alessi will have 2 laps to try to hold Villopoto off. Side by side, Villopoto jumps and takes the lead.
Mike changed his lineup a little bit and got in some ruts right there and wasn't able to do that double in the middle. And now the pressure's off of him a little bit right now. And now he's just going, okay, well, it was coming. There was no 2 ways about that. Nothing he could do. Now he can try to apply the pressure on the Villopoto. Maybe it was a mistake, but I don't know. Villopoto is just he's on form today. And when he's riding his best, like he did a couple years ago on the 250 and the Motocross of Nations, just the fastest in the world on whatever bike. He's back to that kind of confidence, and I don't know who can run with him other than maybe James Stewart.
Villopoto now trying to put the finishing touches. Oh, wait a minute. That is Andrew Short a lap down. Remember, Short was in 4th, then 5th, and then we've lost him off the radar altogether. And that is not typical of Andrew Short, who is known as perhaps the most consistent rider in this pack. And that is a huge pile of points for one of our serious championship contenders. But Andrew Short just gave up. Pono, everything going his direction now. Now he knows that Short's even further back than he expected. 3 straight championships, undefeated for titles in the 250 class, and then he goes 1-1 in his debut in the big class. Ricky Carmichael has been able to match that.
And it's just going to boost his confidence so much more.
Here it is, folks. History in the making. 3 straight titles in the 250 class, and he goes 1-1, sweeping both motos.
That first turn's a lot sharper than it's ever been. I mean, it used to be kind of a big sweeper where if you got a good jump, you could almost just hold it on and go come from the outside or the inside. It's not a sharp 180, but it's a big 180.
Yeah, we noticed on the inside, it's almost a complete turn all the way around. So on the inside, it's going to be tough. Let's go racing. Yep. In the first turn we go, and it's one of the Pro Circuit boys out front. I think that's Pourcel on 377, but he got elbowed out of the way by guess who? Justin Barcia in the lead again.
And Grant and I are just
Dungey almost went, I think.
That was a rider down. We'll pick up who that is in a minute. Could that have been Dungey?
I think it was Dungey. I saw Suzuki get clipped off that single.
We'll go back and check that out. But out front, I mean, Grant and I are just kind of chuckling because it's just so much fun to watch a kid this young and this fearless just introduce himself to the pro ranks like this. This is the 3rd moto, the 3rd time he's led. Amazing.
Well, even just look at the gap he's already pulled in about 4 corners.
Yes.
I mean, he's got a second or 2 on these guys, and I mean, he just comes out like he's just been shot out of a cannon. And what I like too, like you said, David, he's introduced himself, and he's not intimidated you know, by any means. I mean, there's no nerves. He said he was excited. He exceeded expectations. I'm claiming a little bit of bluff. He knew he was fast. He went in going, I'm going to show the world what I can do.
You know, he seemed actually, you know, bordering on cocky as an amateur. But I've seen the complete opposite here at the pro ranks. I mean, he's calling me sir and really polite and kind of shy, actually. He's been the opposite. I think now that he's in with these guys, he's very respectful and just going, man, I'm just happy to be here. But we'll see what happens to his attitude after this, because it's got to make his confidence soar.
Like Grant said, he has already pulled out a big distance. Now as we're completing lap 1 over Pourcel, Trey Canard has wrestled 3rd place away from his Honda teammate. I believe that's the Australian Brett Metcalf, who is 4th. And then we see the 1, 2, 3 of the young English rider, Tommy Searle, the KTM should be coming through next. So let's see where the battles. That is
yellow flag.
Yellow flag out. But we don't see any trouble. No, Barcia's actually pulled so far ahead, he's just out of our screen already. It is still Barcia leading Pourcel, and then the pair of Honda riders battling in front of the KTM. Now here's a rider as to going is Dungey, who did go down early. We're actually going to keep the camera here until we finally find the number 10 go by. He is, remember, the points here just went around the outside. That is way back. Let me see where he is in the list. 24th at the end of lap 1. Look at the traffic Dungey has to deal with right now. Another rider down. Can't exactly get the number on that rider. Dungey, by the way, is just battling to try to get inside the top 20. He was 24th, as we mentioned, at the end of lap number 1. Well, what is impressive to me is this 151. He has a 6.3 second lead over Christophe Pourcel, a Supercross champ, a motocross world champ, and he has opened up 6.3 seconds on him in just 2 laps. Here's Dungey, who's working his way through traffic. We're going to find him on the radar screen here and see where Dungey is. Remember, this is valuable championship points. Even if he's at the back of the top 10, that's a strong ride, but at the same time, he's not going to hold on to the points lead. Pourcel remains in the number 2 spot. So you can see he's desperate trying to make moves right now. Let's go back to our leader, Justin Barcia, and the gap is 5.5 seconds. So it is pretty much stabilized now, lap after lap. He, the leader, and the 2nd place rider, Pourcel, are running nearly identical lap times. So here we are, nearly the halfway point in this motor. 13 minutes down, 17 minutes to go before they bring the 2-lap board out. And so far, Barcia riding hard, and Pourcel not able to mount a serious challenge to him yet.
Yeah, you got Tommy Searle. I was watching him a little bit, and I just don't think that KTM looks comfortable out there. I mean, it looked, when I was watching him and Weimer battling earlier, you know, the KTM just seemed a little bit twitchy. You know, I don't know if maybe, I'm sure he's feeling it. I'm sure he's going to be, you know, telling his guys between the well, he's a lot more uncomfortable now. Warden near the inside.
and
caught
takes
him
the
by
position.
complete surprise, Jason. Sorry, but there goes Dungey. That'll make his job a little bit easier. Searle just had no idea. He wouldn't. There's no way he would have gone wide like that. And because he did that, you know, I don't think Wharton really meant to go in there and knock him down. He was just kind of committed. And probably just as surprised that Searle was out there kind of waiting a little too long in those rice holes. He kind of got stuck in that berm. We'll take another look at it. Searle's coming up the hill. At the bottom of the hill, he shook his hand a little bit, leading me to believe he may be riding with his arms a little tight, but he just paused a little too long, and Wharton was just already there.
Could Justin Barcia end up with a moto win in just his 3rd ever pro race? It sure looks good at the moment, but we should have 4 or 5 laps left in this race, so Pourcel still has time. But Barcia sure looks solid right now. That's Dungey making moves on Wharton right now. So Wharton in the number 8 spot, Dungey in 9th. Dungey has probably expelled the most energy. Probably feels like he's ridden even faster than Barcia right now, although, as they say, it's not going to show up in the box scores. Look at how hard he is pushing and taking whatever line he possibly can find to try to get around Wharton, and that's only for 8th place.
Now, that whole thing was ugly, but he pulled it off. He's like, I don't care what it looks like. I'm in a hurry, man. I got to pass more people. I'm in 9th.
That was straight out of the Ricky Carmichael School of Motocross textbook right there. As long as your throttle hand is still on the bike, you can hold it open and keep going.
He's just letting it all hang out.
Absolutely. I've been sort of impressed the way he sort of sliced through this field. I mean, you know, I can't remember the last time I've seen Dungey really have to charge from the back of the pack. You know, I guess maybe I never really paid attention to seasons before, but I mean, even with the lappers, I mean, he's not even waiting for the turn or, you know, the straightaway or somewhere to compete. I mean, he's just on the gas.
Can we start rolling out the crafty Frenchman term again? Because look who's there in 2nd place, waited nearly the entire race, and he's right where he needs to be.
I'm excited, fan.
Are they excited, or are they telling the lap riders to move? We're going to show you some of Justin Barcia's style. Watch this over this jump here.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what you do in a photo
cool.
shoot.
That's for the that's like for the catalog of their.
Now we see Pourcel pushing the envelope a little bit more than he was earlier in the moto, hanging off the back fender of that Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki. Here he comes to the inside. He's going to show him a wheel here, not going to be able to make the pass. And a nice line by Barcia because he was able to jump through that section where Pourcel had to bounce across the top because he lost the momentum using that inside line. So 2 laps to go. Pourcel to the inside again. Is he going to show him a wheel or is he going to make the pass? Here we go. Side by side of the exit. And whoa, he's looking over, trying to take the lines away. And I don't think Pourcel wants any part of that. He's going to go wide and avoid the contact. Pourcel takes the lead.
You know what set that up, really? I mean, Pourcel was committed to that, but Barcia was looking around and cruised into that corner trying to cover a move. And that's when they talk about ride your own race. He was a little bit more worried about what was going on behind him that time, and that gave Pourcel that little bit extra bike length and a half or so he needed to make that pass stick.
We got a battle for 4th here. Barcia was not letting go of the leader for itself. Now Rattray has caught up to Metcalf. It has taken Rattray the entire moto, 30 minutes, and now we're a lap and a half for the finish, and he's trying to make a move on Metcalf. This will be for 4th. There he goes to the inside.
That was
nice
pretty.
Line.
Yeah, that was
feet on the peg.
nice.
I mean, that was.
You know what you talked about early, Grant, was how the guys, I mean, you know them, and the speed, they take off a little slower and they come on stronger in the end. And we're seeing that now from both Rattray and Pourcel. They're in that sweet spot of the moto where they've checked everything out. They feel good. They're good and warm. They know the lines, and time to go.
Once again, Pourcel going to try to win the first moto of the day. Barcia's still trying with everything he has back there, though, in 2nd. In fact, he was 0.2 of a second quicker than Pourcel the last time around. Pourcel made the pass. Maybe Pourcel thought he had him. Barcia put in one heck of a charge, but we're coming down to the final few corners.
Last week he went from 1st to 9th. I mean, what a difference.
He's still charging down to the last corner. Here it is. Checkered flag is out. Christophe Pourcel wins, and Justin Barcia less than a second behind at the finish. Meanwhile, we'll go back to Dungey, who is still trying to work his way through the traffic. He is 8th, but Weimer is 7th right in front of him. Dungey's put in one heck of a hard moto here, and he might be able to get Weimer before it's over.
Then that last right-hander before the whoops, he might be able to stick a nose in there.
You don't want to leave the door open because a lot of the guys are coming in wide, kind of breaking square off.
Nice
just
move.
got him.
That was a brilliant move by Dungey. Started to interrupt you, Brent. Before they even got there, he made it.
Well, can Weimer do it back to him as we were talking about?
That's what I'm thinking. Weimer knows he knows he's there. Too late. Dungey is going to steal that 7th place position. Justin Barcia, well, that's a career best. He got a 3rd last week, a 2nd now. Trey Canard, solid ride, 3rd. Rattray and Metcalf in the top 5. Brock Tickle, best moto of the year for him, 6th. And Dungey all the way from last to 7th.
Let's check out Barcia, see if he can do it again.
Here we go. And a terrible start for Barcia, a great one for Dungey. So Barcia, along with Austin Stroop on the 981, they tangle, and they're way back in the pack. Meanwhile, it's Dungey and Blake Wharton on the 61 up front. So the first bad start of the season for Barcia. Pourcel is there in 3rd, and Pourcel almost tangled with Wharton. That allows Metcalf on the 24 to take over 3rd. Dungey almost throws it away in the lead.
That's how fast you have to go to win this class now. You have to be on the edge like that. And when it's watered a little bit in the early laps, keep that dust down. I mean, it's a little sketchy in the first couple laps, but much better for the entire moto. Dungey he got sideways twice there, and the first time he did it, he almost took out the couple guys behind him.
You can see there is standing water all over this track. That's just to keep the dust down later on, like you said, Dave, but that makes for very slippery going in the early laps. But Dungey doesn't have time to worry about that. Dead last off the start in Moto 1. Here in Moto 2, the exact opposite. He's out front. He wants to pull away.
This looks like a sprint. It looks like he's going for a 1-lap qualifying deal for $1 million. He's giving it all he's got, and he's got this young kid, Wharton. He just joined the pro ranks like Barcia, trying to fit his helmet over all that hair he's become famous for.
Yeah.
But he's very casual out there on the racetrack. Tyler Wharton and Christophe Pourcel running 2nd and 3rd right now. Both have a very casual body language compared to Dungey out front. He's just very animated and charging, starting to pull a little gap already.
Well, those Honda riders have been up front with every start this year, and it's not just Wharton. Trey Canard, who is 3rd in Moto 1, is in 4th. Here comes Wharton, here comes Pourcel, here comes Canard. You got to remember the overall, too. Both motos count together. They will add up the points from both. Ryan Dungey leading the 2nd moto of the 250 class, and it is close. Dungey put in a sprint early, but Blake Wharton on that number 61, the red Honda back there, going to try to keep him in sight. But here is Barcia, the man on the move. He has made a lot of passes in just over 10 minutes.
I mean, he's starting to get into some riders that are fast and proven. This time he decides, okay, well, he's on the outside line, I'll take the inside line.
Oh, no, Tickle looks over and says, that's not going to work. So Barcia says, well, I'll just try this. Tickle tries to get him back. Nice job by Tickle to anticipate. So they went back and forth a couple of times.
Now, he's under Tickle's skin now, though. He's let him know. Barcia doesn't hesitate. He's a lot like Stewart in that regard, where he just goes for it. Even if it's a line where I might lose some time, he's making a lot of noise back there, and Brock's probably like, where is he? What line should I take? Because he's going to run a wheel in anywhere he can. He doesn't wait around for a good spot.
He's under his skin like a Tickle. There's Tickle in 6th. He's actually been able to hold Barcia at bay. Barcia, I don't think, is the most patient rider. Whoa! Now that's how you hurt yourself right there. Did he miss the run or did he hit a slick spot?
There's not much of a line right there. It looked like there was a berm, but there wasn't one. And you could see Larson get hung up just behind these guys, got sideways. Here we go.
Yeah, Barcia able to take advantage of that. He goes to the inside in a big sweeper. Tickle has proven to be very stubborn. He's going to try to use an inside line for the right-hander. There's only one line at the top of that hill. Barcia has it, and that means he has the number 6 spot. Go back up front and get in touch with our leaders. We're watching the 2nd moto of the 250 class. Jason Weigandt and David Bailey breaking it down and trying to break down our leader, Ryan Dungey. Right now is Christophe Pourcel. He has climbed to the number 2 spot, and David, he is closing the gap.
On the last lap, he took over 2nd, and then he seems to have decided, I'm not going to follow anymore. I need to get up there. Wharton had a couple little mistakes and a couple of laps where he just lost the pace a bit. Pourcel took advantage of it, and in the process turned a faster lap than Dungey by almost a full 2nd. And Dungey knows all about that. These guys, they don't just need to see the signal board from their mechanic once a lap. There's plenty of spots where right there, coming out of the corner, he can glance over and see Pourcel coming in. He knows this could be shaping up. So if he doesn't lay down a couple of solid laps right here and try to put Pourcel away, it's going to be a battle.
Don't count out the 3rd place rider, Trey Canard. He works as hard as anyone. He was 3rd in the first moto, was able to shadow Pourcel for a couple of laps, and he's about as close to Pourcel as Pourcel is to the leader, Dungey. So don't count out Trey Canard. The kid's in great shape, and he does not give up. We get a little bit further back. We got a bunch of Kawasaki riders. We got Rattray, Larson, Weimer, and Austin Stroop. 4 Kawasaki's, 3 Pro Circuit machines, and 1 Motorsport machine. And look at Larson trying to put it back on Rattray while Weimer tries to get around Larson, going from the outside to the inside. Nice move by Weimer.
That's a lot of green. And, you know, I'm noticing a trend with Rattray. He seems to take off and go pretty quick and just keep getting quicker. He's done that this moto as well, and he's starting to move up. And, but it's still a little bit of a disappointment. I mean, last week he went 5-2, this week 4, and looks like it's going to be tough for him to just stay in the top 10 with all this pressure. There's Barcia.
Still dealing with Brock Tickle.
Yeah, he probably thinks, I made that pass, man, leave me alone. But Tickle's going, no,
Hey.
I think I've been on the circuit for a little while. You're brand new. I belong ahead of you. And Barcia's, he just doesn't care who he's battling with. You know, he's real polite with his helmet off, walking around the pits, but on the racetrack,
wow,
he is aggressive. He doesn't care.
Oh, look at these lines by Tickle. Is doing everything he can to get by. And taste your own medicine. We talked about how aggressive Barcia was with passes. Well, Tickle was a whole lot more aggressive than we see. Barcia and Tickle looking over his shoulder.
He better.
Waiting for the payback.
Yeah, Barcia could get close. He now has permission to move Tickle out of the way. He's like, everybody saw that, right? Okay, so if I want to pass him aggressive, I don't want to hear about it.
Oh, that's Austin
Stroop.
Yeah, you're right, David. Austin Stroop, who was right there in that Kawasaki freight train trying to fight his way into the top 10. Now he's just trying to fight to get up. I hope Stroop's okay. So Stroop is down on the 981, and you see some of the dirt diggers there that put this race on. Barcia is down the right side of your screen. Barcia and Stroop, not sure if they came together or if that was 2 separate incidents. So now Barcia dealing with some adversity as well as Stroop, and Barcia's bike is all twisted up, David.
That's right, but after the finish line jump and approaching the mechanics area, you see all along to the left right there. And there's mechanics probably yelling at him, lean the bike to try. He probably wants to run over there and start it for him.
Yeah,
how frustrating.
The 4-strokes, the visor is broken off of the helmet of Stroop. It looks like his pants may have ripped there, so that was a hard crash. What you're mentioning as far as these 4-strokes, when they lay on their side, they'll get flooded with fuel, and then they lean the bikes over sometimes. That actually clears them out.
See, the front lever is bent down right there, so he took a pretty good tumble, and all that work to get up into 6th, 5th, whatever he was doing, battling right there with Brock Tickle, and then down the tubes, no points. What a bummer.
Suzuki has not won here in a long time, but Dungey's been a bit of a streak breaker. Kawasaki had won a bunch in a row. Last time out at Glen Helen, he broke that streak, and Kawasaki and KTM had won the last 8 Hangtown Classics in this class. So Dungey just broke that streak as well. So it has been a long time since a rider on a yellow machine has won here at Hangtown. Porcel going to try to hold on and win this overall. Remember, that's what counts. 2 different motos. Dungey's going to win the moto at 7-1. Ironically enough, that's going to be almost exactly what Purcell had in a 1-7 at our previous race at Glen Helen. So as far as the series points go, these guys are going to be almost even up after the first 2 rounds. These two have proven themselves as champions in other series. So here's what happens. If you look at the points right now, Porcel only down by 11. Both of these guys have proven they can go the distance in a long series like this. So 11 points, that's not really a giant gap at all. Either one of these guys, you expect to be there all season long.
And, you know, they just find each other quite a bit.
Yeah.
Dungey taking one last look back as he approaches the finish, going, where is that guy? That crafty Frenchman, is he sneaking up on me? Because you do want to take it a little easy on the last lap, but Purcell's close, so he can't do it. Look at Purcell. He gained a lot just to make sure, put the pressure on Dungey, make him nervous. Maybe he goes into this corner in the front end washes, or he misses his line or stalls it.
So Dungey looks like he's going to win the moto. He does. Ryan Dungey takes the second moto at Hangtown, but Christophe Porcel is your overall winner. He wins Moto 1, second in Moto 2. Porcel takes the victory at Hangtown. Expect those two to battle week in and week out. Well done to Ryan Dungey, who wins Moto 2 here at Hangtown, but both motos count. He's going to end up off of the overall winner's circle, but as we show you, Moto 2, he proved he's strong. He comes out on top of that, but Christophe Porcel is actually going to be your overall winner. Tommy Searle and Tyler Rattray outside of the top 5. They were 8th and 9th. Trey Kennard solid on the day, a pair of thirds. And bad news for Justin Barcia and Austin Stroop, who crashed out. This Suzuki boys, Reed and Alessi, first and second fastest in practice. So they had the two best gate picks because they had the fastest laps. Grant was third fastest in practice. Lawrence fourth. Villopoto fifth. Like we said, Villopoto has a bit of a knee injury. Even he is not sure what the status of that is, but fifth fastest in practice to me would indicate that maybe he's feeling it just a little bit. We'll find out, though, if adrenaline can maybe take over and help him out, because the 30-second card is up, and we're about to go racing in the first moto of the 450 class.
See Millsaps in the blue helmet there. He was twitching around. He always moves more than anybody else I've ever seen at the gate.
Here we go. Let's go racing in Hangtown.
Nguyen got a pretty good jump on the inside. Yep, Alessi got that arc.
Brilliant. Use that outside gate, got the arc. I believe that's Cody Cooper on the 21 behind him on the Joe Gibbs Racing Yamaha, and Tedesco on the Honda in third. But Alessi within another hole shot, and Alessi meant business from the very first lap of practice today, and he means business at the start of this race. And I believe that's Michael Byrne in the number 5 spot now on the Suzuki. One of the KTMs working his way around the outside. That's a privateer rider.
That's Norcal, Jeff Northrup, I think, the local boy.
Rider.
Yeah, local boy. The crowd are going to love this.
Absolutely. So Jeff Northrup out of Northern California has already climbed up to third, and he's now challenging the number 9 of Tedesco. Tedesco had a rough one. Oh, Alessi is down. Ivan Tedesco, and he's going to get passed by Northrup. I believe Northrup taking the lead, and Alessi's plan is already foiled.
That was an awesome recovery, though, to get up in that blind spot.
Here we go.
Grant. Wow, that is Grant and Way getting hung up. That's the 901 getting, and we can't tell who's down there. We'll try to pick up the number in a moment. That is one of the Troy Lee Designs Honda riders. I believe that is the 42 of Jake Moss. And Lawrence way back, and Villopoto way back.
Must have been another pilot.
I can't tell what's going on.
Was in about 5th.
Well, with Alessi's mistake in that blind spot, have his bike get run over by Tedesco, had nowhere to go. That's my first thing. Did it mess the bike up in any way? He ran over the middle of it, so I'm thinking it's okay, but as soon as he got up, kept it running, those guys went down at the top of the hill, and he picked up 3 more spots. So it's as though Mike just got a pretty good start at this point right here.
And how about Tedesco, who crashed and hit his head in the first lap, or the first moto at Glen Helen, didn't race Moto 2, is now leading here at Hangtown. We're going to go back and try to show you what happened to Mike Alessi again, David.
Well, there's a deep rut right there, and as his back end hit the edge of it, it swapped from left to right.
Yep, and you could hear the panic rev even when the camera wasn't on him. I thought, who was that?
Yeah, Mike's just going, I was going to be gone. And a lot like what happened in the first moto last week, where he thought he should have been taken off. He got stuck in that rut at the bottom of the hill. So another little hiccup in Moto 1. And we'll see if Mike, Jason, we've talked about it. Mike needs to not just prove he can get hole shots and run away for a while. He's got to prove that he can overcome little things like this to actually become a little bit more of a concern for his challenger.
Bad luck for Jason Lawrence. He is in the mechanics area,
Brakes,
and they're pumping that rear brake pedal. Yes, I think you're right, Grant. So with all the changes, we have Tedesco, Northrup, Cooper, Brayton, and Short in 5th. Who knows who's going to win this moto? We saw Reed with a bad start. Lawrence is back on the track, but Reed with a bad start, Villopoto with a bad start, Lawrence in the pits, Villopoto with an injury. It's really going to be hard to predict how this moto is going to turn out. All the favorites have had trouble. As we see Alessi, and this is what we needed to see from Alessi. He is aggressive. He has made the move. So Alessi up to 3rd, and this is what we were talking about. He does a great job. Wait, we're going to go back down to the pits with Aaron with a report on Jason Lawrence. Aaron.
Well, guys, another tough break for the number 338 of Jason Lawrence. He's already headed his way back to the pits. It probably happened during that second turn, but when he pulled into the pits for the first time, his team manager told me that he's broke his back brake. Whether he got tangled up with another rider, we're undetermined yet. Tough break for Jason Lawrence so far this season.
All right, Aaron, that's a great report. You can see he was down there and Villopoto with him. Villopoto right now in 30th place. Okay. It's bad all around for Villopoto now. He happens to go down early in a moto where he's also riding with an injury. So Mike Alessi, despite the fall in lap 1, he is the benefactor of all this. He's in 3rd, and who knows, he could be the points leader by the time this moto is over. And Alessi looking to get around the New Zealander, Cody Cooper. Cooper in the number 2 spot. Alessi letting it hang out, goes to the inside. Cooper has the line covered. Now Alessi to the outside. This is the type of fight to make passes that people have been wondering if Mike Alessi had in him. It sure looks good right now as he goes around the outside of Cooper. Cooper's a tough kid.
He was so fast there this morning. He went around that corner a couple of times. I was standing right next to his dad up in the announcing tower, and we both looked at each other like, Wow, that was fast, and that's the corner where he made the move. What it does, enables you to go into the corner faster. There's not as many braking bumps. You get a nice arcing berm all the way around the outside and it puts you on the inside into the next corner. He was working on that earlier, and it paid off just now.
Let's go down to Aaron with an update on Chad Reed.
Well, guys, I just asked Mike Gosler, that's Chad Reed's mechanic, what exactly happened right off the start. I noticed that he was almost dead last when he went around the first corner. He said he's not too sure, but he believes that there is a good possibility that he may have hit neutral right out of the start gate.
And through all of this, Ivan Tedesco maintains a lead of 5.9 seconds over Mike Alessi, and I wasn't even sure if Tedesco would be cleared to race. The track medics told him to sit out the second moto at Glen Helen after he hit his head in moto number 1, but he said, I'm good, I'm ready to go, but I don't know if he thought he'd be good enough to be pulling away like this early in this moto. We're just at the halfway point. Tedesco, it's been a long time since he's won a moto here outdoors. He's never won one in the big class here in a 450, so this would be a major shot in the arm for him. Reed has gotten around Millsaps, the factory Honda rider who we hear is struggling with an ankle injury. Now he's caught up to Nick Wey, who is 11th. So just beginning to edge up toward the top 10 is Reed. It has been a tough moto for him. Look at him work the outside line there, Grant, on Nick Wey.
Well, I mean, basically, like we said, you just cannot follow anyone. See, stay low of the jump, get the power to the ground, got him. That's really all you have to do. I mean, if you follow these guys and wait for a mistake, you're going to lose way too much ground. You got to just go wherever they're not going. See, that line's opening up there. That was a good line because he's getting around those acceleration bumps on the inside and carrying the momentum up the hill and staying out that deep rut.
This is like an entirely different series when we look at the riders that are up front of this moto. Dan Reardon to the top 5 and 5th. Matt Gerke, who is 6th. Justin Brake in 7th. Josh Grant has had a tough run. He's back into 8th. Josh Hill and Jeff Northrup round out the top 10, and then Reed is behind Northrup. And Ivan Tedesco, who we did not see even once at Glen Helen, is leading this thing. So a completely new cast of characters out front. The only rider who is up front at Glen Helen, who's running up front in this first moto. Oh, Tedesco goes down. Alessi inherits the lead.
Alessi's like, hey, now we're
I know
even.
that's like, yeah.
I'm back where I belong, dang it. Short. Getting some pressure now from Reardon, who was riding the 250 in Supercross. And I had the opportunity to go out and watch him ride a little bit, help him a couple days, and he told me he's going to ride the 450. And the size of his body and knowing the success he had on that 450 down in Australia seemed like a good move, and right now it's showing.
We're watching Villopoto, who has now climbed inside of the top 20. He is 17th, so that would be 4 points scored for Villopoto, but Alessi out front would score 25, so suddenly Alessi would have a huge points lead at the end of this moto. But remember, it's only Moto 3 out of a series that has 24, so there would be plenty of opportunity for Villopoto to make that ground back up, but what a tough day for Villopoto so far. Short making a move here. He gets around Cody Cooper, so once Dan Reardon caught Andrew Short, that lit the fire in the factory Honda rider. He has now shook Reardon and caught Cooper and now passed Cooper, so Short up to 3rd. The 2-lap card is now out, so this is the Andrew Short we expected to see. Here is Matt Gerke in 5th, and then we'll wait for Reed, who has passed Reardon for 6th. So an impressive run for Reed. It took a long time to get going, like we said. Had a horrible start, was dead last out of the gate. But he'll have a shot at 5th. And the one rider we haven't seen in a while is Mike Alessi, who made the move on Ivan Tedesco, and Ivan Tedesco fell. And Alessi is looking at his first moto win of the season. If he can hold on here for one more lap. Can Reed get Gerke? That would be 1 championship point. And if you think 1 point doesn't matter, well, just think of how things change for Brian Villopoto, our points leader coming in. Every point counts in this series. Mike Alessi wins moto number 1 at Hangtown. It wasn't easy, but he gets his first moto win of the season. Let's look at the results from moto number 1 of the 450 class. Mike Alessi wins it, Ivan Tedesco 2nd, and Andrew Short finishes 3rd. Well done for those riders. Chad Reed from way back in the pack takes 6th. A tough run for Josh Grant, just inside the top 10 with a 9th, and Josh Hill right behind him in 10th. Here we go, folks. Moto 2. Here's the action. 40 riders full blast into Hangtown's first turn. Josh Grant on the inside of the 33 takes the start. Alessi off the racetrack. Tedesco is up there. Alessi 3rd, Short, and Reed finally has a good jump for the first time this year, and more riders down in turn 2.
Man, Tedesco tried to do something to Alessi in turn 2, and Alessi just railed around him. Just threading the needle right at the edge of the racetrack through the first and the second corner, trying to do something to Josh Grant's teammate out front. That's Cody Cooper right there. Joe Gibbs Racing having a problem, but Grant has been fast. He has hole-shotted this race and led it in each of the first motos that he's been here as a professional. Here he goes again in Moto 2 when it counts more.
Well, Grant has gone on record of saying he has no fear of Alessi. He says Alessi will go fast early. I'll really be late. Big mistake by Alessi.
Off the track again, this time actually off it, but Chad Reed is up there where he needs to be. Watching mistakes from his teammate going, okay, well, if he keeps doing that, I'm going to get him quick and go to work on the other guys.
And you got Andrew Short there in the 29, the Honda right behind Reed. So everyone in the hunt early. The players are up front. Tedesco, who is second in Moto number 1, is second here early in Moto 2. Then Alessi, Reed, Short. It's a Donnybrook looking Short to the inside on Reed. And he makes the pass.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Reed needs to establish himself a little quicker. I mean, Mike gave him some open doors, and he was unable to ride through it. And now Short's going to get in there and kind of mix it up a little bit. Short, a third place in that first moto. Not bad. And he looked fast. You know, the leaders didn't get away from him as much as they have in years past. Short's been consistent, maybe not fast enough. Here he's starting to show some speed.
Well, yeah, not bad has been the book on Andrew Short. Not bad, but he wants to be straight up great. Here's an opportunity here after that third in Moto 1. Trying to run with Alessi, to run with Tedesco, his teammates, and the fleeing Josh Grant. This racetrack is all sorts of chewed up, and it's going to change a lot as this race goes on.
Nice rebound by Honda. Tedesco scoring no points last week. A little problem for Short down the stretch of Moto 2. Wasn't able to get any points. There they are.
Makes a few mistakes, and that allows Alessi to pull up right alongside him. It's your battle for second. Grant already out of the picture. He is sprinting early. How about this battle for second, though? Tedesco not making it easy on Alessi this time.
That's great to see Tedesco finally up there fighting like he did a few years ago on that pro circuit team. He was so strong, won a championship indoors and out. No stranger to being in the points chase and running at the front, but it's been a tough go for him. He's had some injuries and confidence problems, then riding tight. But today, he got that out of the system in Moto 1, leading all those laps. He gave it up to Mike right here for the win, but kind of feels like, all right, I'm up front again. It's a do-over. I'm not as nervous this time. So he's showing right now. He's running a much faster pace than he's been in the past year. And Josh is trying to run away from Mike, but not enough of a gap. Mike's got him in his sights.
Well, that's, I believe, Davey Millsaps, who is down. He had an ankle injury coming into this race. This battle here between Chad Reed and Andrew Short exceeding our expectations. Look at Reed putting the pressure on, David.
And he had a tear off from trying to clear his vision, stuck on his hand, had to be messing up his concentration, still makes the move around the outside.
Mike Alessi out front, closing the gap on Josh Grant. Where Grant expected to be the rider closing on Alessi as the race is concluded. Alessi has actually turned it around, and he's putting some pressure on as Reed is putting pressure on Tedesco now for third. Reed is starting to feel it now. So let's see which battle materializes first. Can Reed get Tedesco? Can Alessi get Grant? Or will these two guys catch the two guys out front? It's exciting here at Hangtown.
Under 10 seconds is reachable with, you know, basically just inside 19 minutes to go, plus 2 laps at the expiration of this time. When that expires, then they'll get a 2-lap board and then a white flag. Oh, man. Nice save.
Josh Grant leads the way here at Hangtown. Took advantage of a good start. Oh! Well, he's less than thrilled with that. He goes feet off the pegs, but still manages to hold Alessi off, and now Alessi feet off the pegs. Unbelievable action. Alessi's going to maintain the inside. What an exchange. Alessi has a lead for how long? Here comes Grant right back at it. And Grant able to chop down to the inside. Alessi even further to the inside. Both of those guys, I can't believe that Grant stayed on the motorcycle, then I can't believe Alessi did, and they're still going at it. Wheel to wheel.
Alessi right here, he's got that inside, he's going to control it. See, they took his time.
Yeah, but Grant comes right back. That's the bar to bar. They were talking. Now Grant slows down. That's the cat and mouse we're talking about, David.
Yeah, it looked like Mike could have just kept it wide open and gone all the way around the outside, but he knows what's up. This is the cat and mouse thing I was talking about.
And this could allow the other guys to catch up. And Grant's going to try to take Alessi all the way to the outside. What did we say earlier? Josh Grant fears no one. He'll bang bars if he has to. They almost did about 4 times through that exchange. And Alessi, remember, has the overall even if he finishes second, so he's got to be careful. Don't play around with Grant too much. If you get knocked down, that could change everything.
They got to be about out of breath right now.
Yeah.
Josh looked like a Hollywood stuntman. Watch, he goes into the corner, he lays it over. Loses his foot, And I can't believe he didn't high side, and he was in the way of Mike, so Mike couldn't do anything. He dives to the inside, he almost crashes.
So Alessi is trying to reestablish himself in second, and look at that. Chad Reed has definitely closed the gap because Grant was going so slow trying to block Alessi from getting by.
Hearing all that crowd noise was music to Chad's ears because he knows something's going on up front. He knows those kids. They're young. They each want to win, and chances are they're messing each other up just a little bit. And see, he's already closed the gap some.
And now, as we near the 20-minute mark of this race, this is where Chad has been fast. So not only is he closing the gap because the riders in front of him are slowing each other down, but Chad, I believe, is speeding up as well. Welcome back to the action here at Hangtown. Josh Grant has a big lead. Why? Well, this is going to be interesting. We'll show you the replay in just a moment, but there's a section of the racetrack where a rider was down. Take us through it, Dave.
Yeah, you see these flagmen on each side. You see the one on the right has a red cross through it. That means use your head and not jump a double. So rider was down. You see Josh doubling down that. Mike puts on the brakes and rolls down it just to be on the safe side. It's not a blind section, but yeah, I suppose AMA Pro Racing could rule that however they like and penalize Josh in some way. I don't want to get him in trouble because I think he felt he wasn't doing anybody any harm, and sometimes you're committed already. You know, Mike had a little bit more time to slow down, and he's not in as big of a hurry as Josh either. So, you know, in Josh's favor, I'd say it's possible with the glare coming up that hill around the corner, which we've seen him ducking for that he just saw those flags too late.
With major respect being shown from the huge crowd here at Hangtown, have put on an amazing show on the last lap. Grant versus Alessi versus Reed for the moto victory. It doesn't get much better than this.
And Reed by no means is, you know, the old guy or anything, but these are a couple of kids ahead of him that were just amateurs a few years ago. You know, I mean, it seems like it hasn't been that much time since I was out at Amateur Nationals with my son watching these guys battle on smaller bikes, and here they are leading the biggest race there is. This is the championship. It's international. You got Chad from Australia. There's a little mistake. Coy Gibbs watching on going, come on, man. 45 minutes or seconds or maybe a minute more. It's all we need out of you. Hang on.
It'll be the first ever moto victory for this team, which is in their second year of motocross racing. We already know, of course, the success they've had in NASCAR. Joe Gibbs also won a couple of Super Bowl championships. Can they deliver here in the biggest race in the sport of motocross? We're going to find out. Good line by Grant on the inside to protect with Alessi.
If I was Grant right now, I'd be nervous because there's plenty of places where Mike could shove a wheel in and create a pass, make something happen down the stretch. If Josh has got to do everything just right. If he doesn't, he's going to lose.
Listen to the fans. That's the only thing the riders have on their side. That'll give them a little inspiration. That's the corner where Grant came off the motorcycle earlier, had one hand on the bar, wide open on the throttle, and was able to hold the lead. He makes it through there clean this time. Time is running out for Alessi to make this happen. Remember, Alessi will win the overall for the day because he won the first moto, but these three are going to battle it out for the championship all summer long, and there's a lot of pride at stake, if not points.
Yeah, I thought it would be Villopoto in there, but man, in his absence, there's plenty of talent still. This is it. Mike's only got another one or two opportunities. When they drop down this hill, he can duck it to the inside, maybe.
Oh, he overjumped.
Josh is protecting that inside. Look at that.
Great line by Grant. Here we go, the final corner. Alessi pulls up alongside. He's going to try an outside line. Josh Grant wins the moto. Alessi wins the overall. And a great run by Chad Reed to finish third. He's out of tear-offs. He's wiping the goggles down. And look at that. Great camaraderie between the teams. Alessi with one moto win and 1 second place finish. That's 47 points. He's your winner today. Ivan Tedesco, second overall. He was on the podium last year here at Hangtown. Works the magic again. And Grant holds on for third in front of Reed. Carter sideways. Gate's going to drop on Moto 1 here in the 250 class.
Barsha was late on that one.
Wheeling into the first turn, it looks like Kennard to me out front. and he's gotten good starts nearly every moto this year. He has the whole shot, and more Geico Power Sports Hondas there. His teammate Metcalf for the number 2 spot, and a couple riders down on the outside of turn 1. You got Metcalf second, and here come the Kawasaki boys. Porcel and Weimer third and fourth, and more Geico Hondas around the outside. I don't know what they've got in those bikes, but they've got all 4 riders in the top 10. Again, look at Tommy Searle sneaking his way to the inside, cutting off both Weimer and Barcia.
You know, I talked about Barcia getting cut off right off the bat. He did. He had to just ride to the first corner behind everyone, but because he was on the inside, he came out looking good. He was up to 6th, and maybe look at the top 5 right here already.
We're waiting on the leaders to come through, but it's going to be one heck of a pack. It is deep here in this 250 class. It is his teammate Metcalf, followed by Porcel. Searle working over Searle on the inside. Barcia, they're side by side. They scrub it together. Here we go on the outside. And Porcel, sorry, no, Searle just said, "You're not passing me." Sorry,
yeah.
kid.
Yeah, because if he doesn't ride slightly on the verge of cutting him off, and you know, not dirty, but whatever, and then Barcia right back at you.
Woo! Yeah, he'll play that game for sure. Look at Weimer on the outside, looking to take advantage, and he's going to try to pass Searle. He's going to lead to the inside line for Weimer. This is that same section where we saw guys making. Oh, and Barcia's down. Is that Barcia? Yes, it is.
Yeah, he's been pushing really hard. He almost crashed like this in a fast left after the first couple of jumps. And
wow. Well, now you see the downside of pushing like Barcia does. Crashed out of the last moto we had at Hangtown in Northern California, and now he's going to find himself back in last here in Moto 1 in Texas. How about Searle battling with Metcalf for the number 3 spot behind Porcel and Kennard? Searle said yesterday, "I did not move to the United States to get 10th, which is where he was battling in most of the motos at Hangtown. You could see the aggression early, the way he battled Barcia. Now he's going after Metcalf. He wants to be up and up. Oh, and that is Kennard was our leader, and he has gone down. Oh, tough break for Kennard. Looked like he was all fired up in this thing.
That clutch lever's still down too far. He's going to need to bang on that a few more times, lose some more time. And it, you know, what happened to Alessi last week where he fell in the first lap, you know, while leading, that's one thing. When you've got this deep into the race and then you fall and that many guys go by, it really messes it up. You know, Alessi was able to fight back and still get into the lead. He had a little bit of fortune, good fortune with the top guys out of the race and getting bad starts also. But here for Kennard, I don't think he's going to be able to get back where he was.
He should be, I think it's 11th place right now with the rookie Darren Durham on the Star Racing machine in front of him. Okay, first time of the day, crafty Frenchman out front. Didn't have to try to pass Kennard. Kennard gave it to him. And we've talked quite a bit about the heat and would that have an effect on the riders coming from Europe. When you're riding like this, I don't think anything's going to have an effect on you.
That guy's just good.
Yeah.
All right, he's just good. He rides a motorcycle right. He's just, he's smooth. He puts the back end where he wants it. He puts the front end where he wants it. He catches everything the way he wants it. He gets on the gas the right way. He doesn't get on it in too big of a hurry and waste power and spin and dig a hole in the sand. Hear that? Just, bruh. Barely any throttle. He just does things right, very intelligent, on and off the motorcycle, and really fun to watch, man.
Dungey's eating some roost here in these sandy sections, and then the hard pack sections have been watered, so he's getting covered right now by the 19 of Weimer. Here's Rattray.
Yeah, Kennard back up into 8th.
At this point, Rattray probably agree with me at this point. I expected to see maybe a moto win, a little bit more out of Rattray. Remember, he is the champ of the MX2 class in Europe last year. Thought he's building a lot of momentum by taking time off at Supercross, but so far I don't think 7th place. Just like Searle, he didn't come here to get 7th.
Weimer finally got around, Dungey rather, finally got around Weimer, but look how long it took and how hard he had to fight for that.
Yeah, we're 10 minutes into the moto, 19 minutes and 30 seconds before the 2-lap board comes out, and now Dungey gets to attack. Searle, manualed his way over that little step over to get that bike back down on the ground and beat Searle to the apex of the corner. And now Dungey's into the number 3 spot. And Searle tried to take him wide a few times. We've seen Searle do earlier in the moto, but Dungey wasn't having any of that. So he is now into the number 3 spot, but major damage is done. They are about 12 seconds behind the leader. Porcel, take us through it, Dave.
Yeah, well, first he scrubs that jump a little nicer, and then Searle's moving over on him, so he checks up a little bit, jumps back to the inside. You know, Searle's thinking, Oh, everything's good. I'll pull a tear off, and oh wait, didn't cover that one.
So Dungey up into third. He's already caught Metcalf on the 24. Dungey working over Metcalf for the number 2 spot, while Pourcel tries to get away in the number 1 position.
And here comes Dungey's spot where he's been making his moves. He'll scrub this jump a little bit more and place himself to the inside. Already got it done.
Man, that is nice. Yeah, didn't have to put as much body English into it over that last jump that he did to get around Searle. He had Metcalf covered. He's left a great battle behind. Metcalf, Searle, Weimer, and Wharton. Those are the 4 riders we're watching right now, duking it out. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. And the next rider in the group should be Rattray, and then Kennard, who's climbed back up to 8th. PJ Larson and Darren Durham round out the to top 10 positions. There's Searle. He's been alone for a lot of this race. Had a brief battle with Dungey. He's not quite been able to close in on Metcalf, but he's about to have a battle on his hands here, because here comes Weimer on the inside. Oh, too far to the inside.
Just was laid into that a little too much and without enough power.
Here's our leader, Pourcel. I haven't seen much of Pourcel in this moto, but he looks exactly like he did at the beginning, completely clean.
It's almost boring because everything's just so perfect. And you'll notice a difference. I mean, anybody that happens to catch a national live, when he goes by, you hear his bike sounds like it's a gear taller a lot of times, especially in the sand section today. Just a little bit of evidence why he's got such a good lead.
The 123 of Searle now battling and getting around Metcalf. So Searle's back up into 3rd. Metcalf hung out to dry there on the outside by another rider, but a great move by Metcalf. I don't know how he made that outside to inside work, but he did. Back into 3rd goes Metcalf. To the inside in the same corner, we saw some passes on a 450. Searle gives it everything he has on the outside to stay with him, but Metcalf able to make the pass sting. What is the strategy for these guys? I mean, is it possible to run full out for 30 and 2 on a rough track on a hot day like this, or are there going to be lulls at some point for everybody?
You know, I think if you ask Ricky Carmichael that question, he'd say, oh, yeah, of course.
Wharton, by the way, has gotten around Searle here. I don't want to say that Trey Kennard's gotten it all. I made a mistake. I thought he had fallen far behind Rattray. He'd actually passed Rattray and Searle, and is now going after his teammate Wharton. How about Kennard coming from a fall and outside of the top 10? He has got a shot at 4th, and not too far up the track his teammate Metcalf. Suddenly, Kennard could have a shot at the overall if he can replicate what he did at the beginning of Moto 1 and Moto 2, which is get the whole shot and try to pull away. If he wins that moto and gets 3rd here, he could win this thing overall. First things first, got to go after your teammate Wharton for 4th. He's got it. Oh, nice by Wharton to get him back.
That's a good line by Wharton, but you do leave the door open at the entrance to all that. So Kennard's like, cool, got it.
Wharton goes down.
I thought that was Kennard for a second. Man, I was going, not again.
Kennard has climbed up to 4th. That is phenomenal. And he's got an outside shot at 3rd. And that 3rd is big, because then he'd have a chance at the overall, because everybody knows that Dungey and Pourcel can battle with each other. So it's not a lock that Pourcel's going to go out and get 2nd or 1st in Moto 2. If Kennard gets to 3rd, something happens, he could just win this thing, the whole darn shooting match. So he's going for it right now, trying to get his teammate Metcalf. Here's our GP rematch. And like the results ended up last year, they are in this moto. Rattray has caught Searle and put Searle 1 more position back. So Rattray is up to 5th. Searle is into 6th. Here is your leader, Pourcel. It has been that way since Trey Kennard fell early in the race. Dungey is in the number 2 spot. Then it's Metcalf, Kennard, and Rattray in the top 5. I want to give a shout out. We got a rider down. That's Barsha again. Barsha had climbed to 15th, but he is down, and I believe he's going to be out of the points. So now Barsha has a couple of great results in the books, but he has back-to-back out of the points finishes as well. So it's kind of come back down to earth a little bit for the kid, but meanwhile, the exact opposite for Christophe Pourcel, who is just cruising. Even got the long hair hanging out the back of the helmet, although despite all the similarities, he is very strict. He does not like being compared to Jean-Michel Bale. He doesn't like to say that. He just says, I'm my own guy.
Yeah, I get it. And, you know, it's good for him. I mean, he's the first Christophe Pourcel, and he's impressive, man. The Moto 1 in the books, big lead over Dungey. And he didn't have to push that hard at the end. So energy-wise, he should be pretty much fresh for the second moto.
Different story. Dungey takes 2nd. And a lot of energy expended by Trey Kennard, who also doesn't have goggles. What an effort by Trey Kennard from out of the top 10 to 3rd. And he pumps the fist because basically he put in as much of an effort as it would take to win. All right, so there it is. Kennard does beat Metcalf. Rattray 5th. That's good. Searle 6th. Wharton, Durham, Tickle, and Lemoyne.
On the inside, you see Dungey and then Rattray. And then Larson, you see the 39 of Kennard. His teammate Barsha starting in about the same spot. See if they can do that again. Those Honda Geico bikes have been unbelievable off the start.
Here we go, folks. Revs are up. The gate's going to drop. It's like Dungey got in front of Pourcel, but it's the KTM of Max Anstie that beat everyone in the first turn, and then it's Kennard getting around Anstie in turn 1. So Kennard, right where he was in Moto 1, is up front early in Moto 2. And you got the 41 of Matt Lemoyne, one of the other Texans right there. So the hometown fans have got something to cheer for. The kid from Oklahoma is in the lead. The kid from Texas is in second. Another kid from Texas, Wharton, is in third. And there's the 377. Pourcel is way back.
Yeah, he and Dungey, the inside didn't work as good for him. It was just a log jam in there. They got shuffled back pretty far, so it's take 2 for Kennard out front. He's got a teammate back there behind him. Sometimes that helps you relax just a little bit more. I don't see any real heavy contenders that are faster than Kennard back there to bother him just yet.
Yeah, I was going to say the 119, the orange bike, that's Anstie. He is a rookie out of England, just turned pro. It's the best start we've seen him get. Dungey's not too far back, though. He's already trying to make moves on the number 43 of Brock Tickle. Dungey with the yellow bike with the red plate. Going to try to work his way around Tickle on the outside. Here's your leader, Kennard, putting a little distance between himself and Matt Lemoyne. All right, so it's Wharton in third. Dungey up to 4th. Made a couple passes early. Didn't get the starts he wanted today, but we count 2 motos. A second in Moto 1 for Dungey. If he wins Moto 2, a 2-1, you can't beat that. And he'll still be the overall winner. But he's got some work to do. Trey Kennard trying to pull away out front. And you got Lemoyne, Wharton, and here's Dungey. And
here comes an inside move.
He's going to try to make that work. It's a long sweeper, so it's hard to tell at the beginning if your line's going to work it at the end. But Dungey just said, I don't care. I'm going to get both of you. Unbelievable. And that was rough. Dungey just held the pin.
That first lap, he went wide like Kennard, and it's just dropped there. You can't hook up and really get aggressive on it without running some risks of losing the back end or just drifting out off the racetrack. And plus, it's a longer distance.
Lemoyne's got to be thinking, what the heck happened, man? I was in second. I didn't even realize Dungey was there. Dungey goes from 4th to 2nd. And it's close behind Lemoyne, who's behind Wharton. Everybody, we're talking Anstie, Searle, Tickle, Kyle Cunningham, who's another Texan in 8th, Metcalf and Rattray. That brings you to the back of the top 10, and all these guys are in a pack, and that has been the theme of the series in this 250 class. Look at Searle. These are 2 English riders on KTM. Searle making the move around Anstie. And then behind Anstie, you have Tickle and then Metcalf. It's unbelievably deep in this 250 class, and here's the trouble. With all this talent, it's very difficult for Christophe Pourcel to move toward the front of the pack. Pourcel is in 12th right now. It is Pourcel's first year racing in the United States, but he came over from France with a great reputation for managing championships. And he knows, he looks at these riders in front of him and says, as he makes the move on Cunningham, Pourcel, he's aware of the big picture. If he slowly works his way through these guys and gets 3rd by the end of the day, he might not win the race overall, but he won't lose that many points either. And he's fully aware as he puts Rattray and Cunningham behind him. Now he tries to move forward and go after Anstie. Remember, Trey Kennard leading this thing. Kennard finished 3rd in Moto 1. Dungey finished 2nd in Moto 1. So basically, whoever finishes in front of each other in Moto 2 is going to win the overall. So everything is on the line here.
They're coming to that spot.
They reversed it.
Dungey goes wide.
Dungey goes wide. Kennard tries to cover the inside. Whose line's going to work? Kennard makes sure to put the bike in front of Dungey.
That was, it was a gamble. It's interesting from Dungey to go, you know what, I'm just going to go wide this time and see what happens there. And, partly it was Kennard aimed at a little bit different spot, and so, Dungey had to make a decision. And it seemed like it was going to be the right one, but Kennard had the inside. You just don't let people pass you on the outside if you can help it.
Oh, that's what we're talking about with Kennard. He will fight you for it, and if that leads to mistakes, hey, at least you're fighting for it. We saw in Vegas at the final Supercross of the year, the Dave Coombs East-West Shootout. Everyone was talking about Dungey and Pourcel. Kennard was leading those guys until about 3 laps to go, had some trouble with lap traffic, and they snuck around him, but Kennard's fighting. Look at the head shake into that corner. Here's Dungey on the inside. Kennard just pins it around the outside and holds Dungey off.
Left the door open there a little bit, but he had a good line. So,
oh, this time the inside might pay off. Here's J.C. Waterhouse, Canard's team manager. He sees Dungey get the lead. Here comes Canard right back. He's going to fight, and he's on the inside. How hard can they charge into this corner? I don't even think they touched the brakes. And Canard on the inside is going to get it back, and that's what I'm talking about. He came in that corner way too hot and still found a way to stick it. And Dungey gets him back. I don't know where he found that line. Unbelievable racing.
Well, Canard was still kind of proud of the move he just made, and he kind of lollygagged that corner just a little bit to get set in the rut, and Dungey went, what rut? I don't care. I'm just going to gas it. He realized he had room out there to the outside, and the further out there he drifted, the more it was just going to be on the inside of the next corner. So what a neat sequence from these guys. They're pushing so hard.
Here is Christophe Pourcel up in the top 5 looking for 4th. That's Searle. And Pourcel already was known as an intelligent rider when he won the 2006 World Championship in Europe. He gets a face full of sand from Searle. But in 2007, when he was defending that championship, had a horrific injury, broke his pelvis. And he said ever since he's come back from that, he's actually had to get even smoother and even smarter. He now knows a little bit more, the dangers of racing, I guess, are in the back of his mind. So he already was a smart guy. He's even smarter now as he tries to work Searle over. And there's his mechanic, Kyle Bentley, saying he's 15 down on the leader. I don't know if he's worried about that. He's got to get around the 4th place guy first, and that's Tommy Searle.
Yeah, watch this outside line by Pourcel. He's going to try to do what Dungey did. He kind of messed it up a little bit, or he might have had a shot at that.
Still might be able to close it down here on the outside. That hasn't worked all day. And you see him wisely get in the brakes. He does not want to come in contact with these guys. So he'll let Searle have that spot for the moment.
That little hiccup he had through that outside line, that would have been enough without that little hiccup. There's that double I was talking about. It's not a double, but he gets over it better than everyone else. That time he went wide and had another couple bike lanes run at it, and was able to make that pass. Beautiful move.
Pourcel on the move up to 4th. Can he catch Wharton in 3rd? Here is Searle and Rattray. How is it that these guys keep seeming to find each other on the racetrack? They were the ones that battled last year in Europe. Searle had a rough go of it at Hangtown. He finished 4th in both motos at Glen Helen for 4th overall. That was strong in the opener, but had a 30th and a 9th at our last race. And he said, I didn't come all the way to the United States to get in the top 10. I want to be on the podium. I want to win races. Right now he's in 5th. He's battling with Rattray, his old rival from Europe. And Brett Metcalf, I don't care who it is. I'm going to battle with somebody. That guy's been battling people all year, and there he is trying to keep pace with Rattray. Ryan Dungey, last lap now. It looks like he's shaking Canard by just a bit. It's just within 6 seconds. Big mistake by Dungey in the last lap. Canard could still get him. And Canard kept the heat on the whole time. That kid never gave up. I can't believe how rough this track is. Even at the speed he's going right now, it looks tough.
Yeah, when he starts slowing down, he hits stuff different, and sometimes it looks worse, actually. You know, watching the greatest, Ricky Carmichael, when he got a lead and had about 4 or 5 laps to go, he'd start looking at fans, taking different lines, and kind of having fun with lapped riders, and he'd actually be going about the same speed because he'd just stumble into stuff, you know, on such a roll. And it's not always the case, but Dungey feeling good today. The 2-1 for the overall. Pick up, I think, about 4 more points on Pourcel if Pourcel stays where he is. So. And in places on this track, it's similar dirt to Millville, which we'll see later on.
Well, there's no doubt then that he feels comfortable. Ryan Dungey pounds his chest, points to the sky. He has won here in Texas. Canard 2nd, Blake Wharton, a quiet but solid ride for 3rd. Christophe Pourcel, who won our first race today, ends up in 4th. That's valuable championship points. Ryan Dungey with a 2 and a 1. That's enough to take the win. Pourcel and Canard on the podium again. Same 3 riders that were on the podium in our previous race. Blake Wharton and his teammate Brett Metcalf in the top 5. Rattray 7th. Hello everyone and welcome to the 2009 Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. And we are ready to drop the gate on the very first 450 moto of the day. It's an exciting time with this championship up for grabs and a great racetrack and great weather too.
It's getting good. It's hot out there. It's going to be a challenge physically for these guys. You got Jason Lawrence back in there. Let's see if he can do something this week. He's fast enough to do it, but man, just a bucket of problems so far.
Yes, 4 races, 4 motos we've run this year, and 1 lap basically completed by Lawrence so far. Revs are up and the gate is down from Freestone.
That was Lawrence that launched at the gate, had to put on the brakes and just got smoked on the drive. Short.
Yeah. Hey, old habits die hard there for Lawrence on trying to jump the gate. Short out front in front of Alessi, and one of the Joe Gibbs Racing Yamaha riders in there in third. We'll find out if that is Grant or if that is Cooper. It's Cooper. And look at Ivan Tedesco. Where did he come from, David?
He came from the confidence he got from last week.
Battling with Alessi.
But,
so,
you know, sorry, Jason, but even though there's plenty of an attack on Alessi, even without the whole shot, he still finds himself in the lead already. This kid's just got a magnet for the lead of the race.
Yeah, you just expect to be there. Look at Short coming back and his teammate Tedesco. They had to muscle the bikes to get over that double jump. So the Honda boys scrapped for that second and third spot. Mike Alessi in his customary spot out front. Didn't get the whole shot, but he's pulling away from the Honda guys right now. And how about, is that Reed coming through the number 4 spot? So Reed is starting to get better, at least, at his starts.
Nice, too. And as soon as he came into view right there, just an awesome scrub, foot off the peg to make room so he wouldn't get ripped off. Staying in contact with these guys so far.
Short was off the racetrack onto the dry. Look how wet it is in the main line. That's what happens at the very opening lap of racing today. We'll run our women's championship after this. So this is the first time really ever that the big class has been the first class to go.
Well, you know what I'm really liking from Andrew right here is that both the Honda riders really are both being aggressive, but Andrew is, and he's wearing himself out right now, getting creative, trying to make lines, getting muddy, eating up all that roost, trying everything to get around Tedesco. And what that means to me is he's going, Alessi's getting away. I'm not going to let that happen today. I need to pass Ivan right now, even if I got to get over my head a little bit to do it.
Unbelievable the lead that Alessi has pulled, and to give you an idea, these Honda guys are no slouch because Reed is back there in fourth and he's not really challenging them. So it's just a testament to how fast Alessi is going. Section of sand whoops. Short going to try to jump to the inside. For the moment, his teammate Tedesco still able to hold him off. It's like a Honda commercial right now with these guys side by side, and Short finally takes over the number 2 spot. Here comes Tedesco again.
Yeah, good job from Ivan and to pick up where he left off last week. Now he's going to get more pressure. All that pressure he just got from Andrew, it's starting all over again with Chad now, as Andrew's already opened up about 5-10 bike lengths.
And you see the gap that Alessi has pulled already. This is unbelievable because these guys are really pushing in second, third, and fourth. And to me, I could see that both Short and Tedesco said, okay, this is the race. We know Villopoto's out. Short says that this is where his season is going to start. He knows that Hangtown and Glen Helen are not 2 of his favorite tracks. Tedesco comes in with confidence. They both were aggressive off the start, and despite that, Alessi has left these guys in the dust, or I guess I should say mud at this point. The track's still pretty heavily watered. Look at the lead Alessi has. And he's leading it right now. We're going to watch Alessi. We'll give you an idea of the gap as they work through those sand whoops and over the finish line jump. And you can barely see those Honda guys back there right now. The gap is 8.6 seconds. So even though we've got 21 minutes left in this moto, that's going to be a lot to overcome. And Short certainly realizes that right now. He can't see Alessi even on the longest straightaways on this track. Okay, so here's Short. We'll give you an update on him. It looks like he's broken away a bit from the battle with his teammate, Tedesco. And you see Tedesco's red fender back there. He is third. And once again, Chad Reed not able to get going. He's been stuck behind Tedesco like this for a couple of laps, David.
Well, you know what I was thinking at first was, well, you know, Chad could be like, the track's kind of smooth for this first moto, and everyone's going about the same speed. But like you said, Alessi didn't get the whole shot. He was right there and made the pass and pulled away. So he's proving right now to everyone and to his teammate that you can make up time on this track right now. You just got to pin it.
Tedesco's got a loose boot buckle there on the right side. We'll check in on Reed here. He's trying to put the pressure on him. And Reed goes down, loses the front end. Did he lose the front end or did he step over that rut?
That was a little bit of a focus thing, and then just not having the front wheel in exactly the right spot, because that berm was like, it was only packed at the very bottom. At the top, it was loose, and his front wheel just pushed through that stuff and went right over the berm. Now his teammate Burns like, dang, he crashed, and he's still ahead of me. I got to get a better start.
Guy in the move here is Josh Grant. Remember, he got around his teammate Cody Cooper, who is now being chased by Reed. Grant, meanwhile, has moved all the way up to Tedesco. This is the battle for third.
Grant, Tedesco, and Short, man, they're all really close to each other, so it's still a good race. I think, you know, finishing up your thought on Grant, yeah, he thinks he should be ahead of Tedesco. He's probably like, I'll get him eventually.
And he might have him right now. He's trying to the inside. Tedesco will fight you, though, no doubt about it. Wide open around the outside. The Honda rider holds him off. Grant's going to try an inside line. You see how these ruts are, though. They don't all last all the way around. That one did.
Well, now he's got the inside,
Yeah.
the same place Reardon made
Exactly.
his move. So you got to plan that a couple corners back in order to make it work, and you have to be close enough. Sometimes you have a move you want to make, and there's only one spot because the guy in front of you is just nailing the lines, and you're not close enough when you get to that section. So I was wondering if Grant got stuck behind Tedesco very long, he could have ended up in the same position Reed was in. He just couldn't seem to make it happen and then fell.
Here's Cooper now battling with Reed. Remember, Reed was in front of Cooper. Reed lost the front end and crashed. Now he's kind of rebounded, gotten his pace back. He's going to go to the inside on Cooper here. Cooper, we've seen this inside. Yeah, Cooper did not cover that inside. He knew Reed was
he was
there.
like, if I go in there, he's going to run over my foot. So
Yes.
I'll go this line.
That has become the preferred spot to make passes. We saw Reardon pass Byrne there. We saw Grant get around Tedesco there. And now Reed passing Cooper, although Reed had a little bit easier time of it. This is a heated battle for sure between the 29 and the 33. And look at Grant. He is all over Short now and just looking for some running room to try to make a move.
See that pressure he's applying? I mean, he just finds a good spot and goes, here's a place where I can dive in and make Andrew hear me back here.
Well, here's the problem for all of these guys. We know who's going to get first in this thing. 2.5 minutes to go. Mike Alessi's lead is 12.3 seconds. And even more bad news for the guys. Alessi has won so many darn races throughout his career. As an amateur, won thousands and thousands of races. He's such a good racer. You so rarely see Mike make dumb mistakes. When he has big leads, he doesn't throw it away. He's so comfortable having this kind of a gap. You can't count on him giving it to you. You've got to go get it. And what can I say? The Honda boys were in front of him on the first lap. He took it away from them, and they were not able to maintain Mike Alessi's pace.
The last time through there, Alessi decided to roll that jump a little bit.
Woo!
That's
Well,
how difficult it is.
Yeah, and Alessi made that look easy.
Yeah, there's ruts going up the face of that, and that mistake by Andrew just allowed Josh to close a little bit. It's not enough time, but
I was going to say, he used his legs through there to hold himself up when he got sideways. If Grant had been a little closer, he finally got the break he was looking for, but he's too far back to take advantage of that.
he's going to throw down a fast last lap right here and force Andrew to earn the second place. He's not far enough back. So Andrew, he'll get a little cross-rutted right there, going up the face, and he lands, and it's just beach sand. This stuff is, these guys make it look a lot easier than it is. You know, I've seen some of the back markers in practice today, the guys that didn't make the show riding through there, and man, it's night and day. It's very difficult to do, and you know those guys are probably ride a local race and just wax everyone. You come out here against all these guys and you realize just how good they are.
Here's Grant. See, he's matching the lap times of Alessi now, but Alessi's out there giving thumbs up to the lap riders. Alessi's lead is 16.2 over Short and 18.9 over Grant, although Grant's a little bit closer to Short now after the mistake. Here it is, checkered flag for Alessi. He got sideways like Short did, leading to the finish. No problem. Mike Alessi, we're going to call the Rabbit. Maybe I want to call him the boss. He is trying to take charge of this series. Here's your top 10 from Moto 1. Weston Pike, remember him? Inside the top 10 overall at Glen Helen. The rookie is back here in Texas with a 9th. Dietrich, an awesome ride for 7th, and Cody Cooper, his best result of the year so far. Sorry, no, he had a 4th last week, 6th in this moto. Our starting lineups at the top. The revs are up. Let's go racing here in Texas, moto number 2. And it's the 800, of course, headed into the first turn first. A bunch of riders piled up. Tedesco, who was up there in Moto 1, was stuck in that pile. There you see the number 9 just getting going. So tough break for the Honda man. How about the 42 of Jake Moss and another Australian, Dan Reardon, in 3rd. So Australians 2 and 3 trailing Alessi. And then you got Andrew Short coming through next. And another Troy Lee Designs Honda rider. That's Blows back there in 63. And look at Short trying to make moves.
Yeah, Reardon just forced his way into 2nd place right there. That was a good move. A lot of traffic right now. Just up, Chad's kind of buried in the pack. Tedesco's way back. I mean, Andrew's got an opportunity here to try to sneak an overall win in front of his hometown crowd, but he's got to get around Reardon and Moss in this first lap. If he can't put these guys away quickly, just the way that Alessi has been doing, or probably would, then it's just going to make his job even harder. Alessi will have a lead, and I don't know if he can eat into that.
It's amazing what Mike Alessi is able to do, not just getting the starts, but how fast he can go early in the races. And they're all still using that extreme inside left-hand line into that left-hand corner. There's Alessi getting away from Dan Reardon, who's in the number 2 position. This is the best start we've seen Reardon get in the 450 class. And Reardon doing his best to try to keep Alessi in sight, as well as Jake Moss in third. And then you see Short trying to fight his way into that number 4 spot. We've got a replay here. This is what it's like off the start if you don't get the good start like Mike Alessi. Look at that. That's Tyler Bowers on the 911 down. It's crazy back there if you're not up front. What's amazing is the rider in 5th in front of Reed. That's Ricky Dietrich. He's an off-road racer, Endurocross champ, former Works champ. He is basically riding Tim Ferry's bike today. He's a guest rider with the factory Kawasaki effort. And what a performance as a guest in the top 10 in Moto number 1 and in the top 5 in Moto 2. And there's Tim Ferry watching the rider on his bike. And Mike Alessi just absolutely dominating out here in Texas. He won Moto 1. In the exact same fashion, he is leading Moto number 2. Big, big gap early on, David Bailey.
Yeah, it's similar to Ricky in terms of the domination and you know, in the early part of the race for sure. I mean, he's had been caught down the stretch, but man, just looking how straight he keeps the bike through that sand section. I mean, if you watch a straight on shot of most riders coming through there, bike's moving around left to right quite a bit. It's just the way the sand is. And that's one of the squirrelier runs Mike had through there, actually. He's kind of in this cruise mode right now where he's going fast, and I'm not saying he's not trying, it's just that it's coming real easy to him. A 15-second lead right now, so he's just picking away 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than everyone else. Reardon still doing a nice job of hanging on that second place. Got a little bit of a gap over his Honda teammate, not an actual teammate, but over Andrew Short. I mean, the gap's actually got a little bit wider now than it was. So it's looking like he's going to get second.
Short is going to have to deal with pressure from Reed. So Reed has gotten around a few of those Honda riders in front of him. He's gotten around Dietrich. He's pushed back to the number 6 spot. So now Reed ready to go after Short, but this is for 3rd place. And Chad Reed, I don't think he likes racing for 3rd. Reed is attacking Short right now, but Short doing a good job taking up the good race lines. Reed's going to have to experiment a bit. Here he goes. He drifts from the outside, which leads to the inside. Is it going to work? Side by side with Short now. Scrubs it a bit over that single to get back on the ground, and it pays off. Chad Reed into the number 3 position. And how many times now have we seen, oh, bad line by Short.
I think Mike's pulling probably a second a lap, Jason, just in the sand. But, you know, as fast as he is there, it hasn't been that great for him in other spots on the racetrack, and we'll take another look at that.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Good stuff.
Hit the banner earlier. Let's check this out.
Watch his right throttle front brake side hits that banner, so they're like, okay, well, we'll move that.
Get that out of there.
Here comes Mike the next lap. Comes out wide, no banner. Whoa, where's the racetrack? He knows the edges of the racetrack is good or better than anyone. I've watched him since the amateur days run the very edges of the track, and, you know, in some cases, bordering on it. Was that cheating? You know, he was the first guy to find things like that, and so, you know, you start flirting with the edge, and they take away something that you were citing as, you know, to line things up, and then it's easy to jump off the track like that. Chad almost, well, about the same spot as Mike, but that's a better line and an entrance into that left right there. So it's worth it to them to cut it that close.
So here's Reardon, who's caught up to, who's in 2nd, and Reed has caught up to Reardon, is what I meant to say. Reardon put himself on the map a couple of years ago. Reed went over and raced a motocross race in his native Australia. Hadn't been there in a while, and we were kind of expected it to be the Chad Reed show. But Reardon, who was the points leader in the Australian motocross series at the time, battled Reed hard, and that eventually resulted in a lot of attention on Reardon and a ride here in the U.S. The results haven't been there, but now that he switched to the 450, they certainly are. Here he is running in 2nd, but here comes his countryman around the outside. Amazing run by Reed.
That was nice. And it's the same kind, it's not the same sweep, I would think, but a similar one to where he fell in the first moto, lost the front end, and he went in even more aggressive that time. That's actually where he fell. And up into 2nd, I don't think there's any way he's going to catch Alessi unless he gives it to him somehow with a mistake. But
here is Tommy Hahn working on the part-time Kawasaki rider and making the move on him. Ricky Dietrich. Dietrich, a great run. He was in 5th, but he just yielded to Hahn. So Hahn is into the top 5 of the number 48. So Alessi's got everything going his way. Not only is he in the lead, but he sees that Josh Grant, one of the guys who'll be battling for this championship, is now a lap down. So Mike's feeling good. And we talked to Mike quite a bit before the series began, and everyone kind of figured he would be one of the riders battling for this championship. I don't know if people expected him to be dominating quite like this.
I mean, look at Tedesco. Speaking of starts, he got the worst one he could get, and he's working hard.
Yeah, he's up into the top 10 right now, Tedesco. This is Josh Grant we're watching. You would think he's in a battle here with Reardon for 4th, but that's not the case. He crashed. He's a lap down from these riders, outside of the top 20, and only the 20 out of the top 40 positions get points. So if you're not in that top 20, you're going to score a 0, essentially. That's the problem for Grant. He was second in points coming into this race, and he's going to lose a bunch of them to Alessi today. You got Tommy Hahn 5th and Ricky Dietrich in 6th. He's looking at 7th in the first moto and 6th in Moto 2. He said he'd like to race next weekend at High Point on Saturday and catch the red eye and race an off-road race on Sunday. With results like this, it's going to be a lot harder for Kawasaki to say no.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that there's a chance that at Mount Morris next weekend we could see some rain.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's done it before, you know, and if it doesn't rain during the race, it could rain right before it or between motos. I've seen it rain all different times during the day and make that a muddy race. I think Dietrich is pretty good in the mud.
He's an off-road guy. He'd almost have to be.
I think he's really good in the mud, and I haven't seen. I'd just be inclined to think that because of the skills that are required and the kind of racing that he does. So, you know, Kawasaki should figure out a way to get him to both events. I mean, look what he's doing.
Mike Alessi now putting the finishing touches on a 1-1 moto sweep. We mentioned earlier on the show, this is what was expected out of this kid when he dominated through the amateur ranks. He's won some races. He's always seems to be in the thick of it for the championship, but he's never quite established that dominance that he had when he was an amateur. He might have taken a big step toward doing it today. He's going to go 1-1 and win by a big margin again. Mike Alessi sweeps it here in Texas, and his teammate Chad Reed is going to say in the results, second. That's not bad. Mike Alessi taking the victory. Perfect score, 50 points for Mike today. Short and Reed are going to round out the podium position. So Short, his best run of the year as he expected. And how about Tedesco from a first turn crash, holds on for 4th. And Ricky Dietrich 5th overall. Well done. Also Mike Byrne in the top 10. It's time to move on to our 250 moto number 1. Trey Canard there you see lined up much further toward the inside. Same thing with Justin Barcia. Like you said, David, normally the guys try to go to the inside. So beyond Porcel, what do you think of these riders?
I don't know. You look at those factory Hondas and Pro Circuit bikes a little to the right of these guys. Durham and the guys down to the inside. They got the edge with power.
The Geico boys have been up front at every start this year. Here we go, Moto 1 from High Point.
Dungey got out of there well.
He did. It looks like he controls it. Weimer to the inside of Dungey in turn 1. Here's that long, sweeping, downhill left-hander we were talking about. Opportunity to make up ground, and look who's there, the crafty Frenchman. Bumping wheels with his teammate, but it paid off. It is now Weimer right in front of Porcel, so the bad gate pick didn't hurt him at all.
And how's Pro Circuit looking right now? I've been waiting for this,
yes.
You know. I mean, seems like every year it's a lot of green up front.
Right.
And Geico Honda guys and Dungey were starting to take over their crown of getting all those guys up front on the starts, and they've got to figure it out now.
Wow, Porcel figures it out, goes right around his teammate Weimer, made a couple mistakes, and Dungey goes into the back of Weimer. Weimer made a few errors up front, and that one collected Dungey, so our series points leader is going all the way to the back of the field, and the rider who's behind him in the series is all the way at the front, and it's already working out in the favor of the 377, and now it's Pro Circuit 1, 2, 3 with Rattray in the number 3 spot, and I believe that's Blake Wharton in 4th. It's like a Kawasaki commercial right now.
Yeah, these guys are, man, with Purcell up front, teammates behind them, and Dungey having his problems. This really is going to shake the points up. Let's look at the pass again. Purcell just dive into the inside, and Dungey, he overjumped that a little bit, landed, and I can't tell if from that angle if he caught Weimer or not. Yep.
Yeah.
Weimer felt that, and he's probably like, good, I don't deal with him anymore.
Interesting to see what Rattray can do right now with a good start. He has been struggling, like you said, to learn the tracks. A lot of people theorize the riders coming over from Europe like he did have to learn the intensity early on, and indeed, it's Blake Wharton, the rookie, who's putting it to Rattray.
That'll wake you right up. When you got some kid that...
Oh! Well, he did. So Wharton loses the front end. He hits some of that loose stuff there on the inside, elected not to go to the berm. And just like Dungey's in the back. Yep.
Barsha snuck by up the inside, another rider down. That is a tricky corner because you get in there and it's off camber, and then by the time you finish the corner in this section here, it's banked. And it's really difficult to figure out.
So Pourcel's won every first moto this year. We're going to hang back here and search for the 10 of Dungey, who actually, when Blake Wharton got up, he and Dungey were right next to each other. And you see, well, you got to be impressed with that. Dungey, after that crash on lap 1, is really not that far back. He's credited with 13th place right now, with Wharton right behind him. And you see how he's got to hang it out and make moves early when the pack is in a bunch.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the crash that pushed his sleeve up or what, but it looks like maybe his arm's bleeding a little bit. Wow. There's that inside line over the double. He had it dialed. It was just that Weimer was coming from a different angle, and he was in the air the whole way going, oh, this is going to be bad. But didn't he come from, like, last year?
Hangtown. And here also, yeah, that's right.
So he's done it before here, and see if he can do it again. I think he can. He's fast enough.
Meanwhile, Pourcel taking advantage of this. He has a 1.2-second lead over his teammate, Weimer. Searle working on Rattray. This is a rematch, and you see how the two different lines in this corner work. These two battled all year long in Europe for the MX2 World Championship. Rattray got the better of him there. Searle gets the better of him here, and Rattray still struggling early in these motos. Now the good news for Dungey, our series points leader, this pack is so close. Anstie, Lemoyne, Durham, Barsha, Canard. You can see all those riders not too far in front of him. So Dungey, like Trey Canard did last week, might be able to get himself in the top 3, maybe even to a second, and then he would still be in contention for the overall win. Oh, and Lemoyne goes down. I cannot believe Dungey was able to avoid him. That was tough, too, because Dungey really didn't have a rut to get into once Lemoyne fell out of the main one, so they're making it a little bit easier on him right now.
Yeah.
First look today at Trey Canard, who started about 9th, and he has caught up to Tommy Searle for 3rd. Canard has been one tough customer the last couple of weeks. And for the moment, Searle's just riding the good lines, and Canard's doing everything, but he can't make it work.
You know, Searle is, he was really on fire there for a second, and he's made some mistakes.
Oh, Durham goes down right behind Rattray. That's unfortunate, putting in the best ride of his young pro career.
That's a bummer.
Oh,
man, you see how tricky it is.
Yes.
You think, oh, there's a spot. Oops, nope, maybe not.
Searle made a mistake as well.
Searle is, I was starting to say, he looked good, and then he's kind of had some hiccups here.
Oh, Weimer goes down. This track is seriously tricky. We've seen several small crashes, so now it's battle for 2nd between Searle and Canard, and you saw Rattray and Dungey not too far back, so indeed Dungey does have a shot at putting himself in an overall victory position. Here are the riders going for 2nd right now. We haven't seen Pourcel in a while. He has a 10-second lead. There goes Canard into the lead. Canard is able to secure that spot. We're experiencing a few technical difficulties here, so if you lose your picture for a moment, just bear with us. Dungey continues to make moves. David Bailey, now he's got Rattray.
And look at that. Oh. Man, that takes a lot out of you, but he's going, I don't have time to land nice. I got to get to the front.
Working on the 3rd place rider, Searle, with Canard into 2nd, and Pourcel 17 seconds in the lead. So as these guys continue to battle, Pourcel continues to pull away. Oh, Dungey tried one of those inside lines. This time it didn't work. Presence of mind to keep his hand on the throttle and keep the bike running. But he hands over a spot to Rattray.
It's a tough season for Rattray right now. He had so much hype coming in, being a world champion.
Uh-oh.
Good save. But there goes Dungey.
So he gives the position back that Dungey gave to him, and that allows Searle to get away. And like we said, how much of a fighter Searle is. Each time one of these riders has gotten to him, wow, that was
cool body English.
Yeah, was that on purpose?
Yeah.
Oh, now Weimer is down with the 571 of Phillips, who is still has Wire caught in the back wheel. Now I'm not sure what the heck happened to Weimer, who was up front early, fell, and the TV cameras, we always say, are deceptive how steep these hills are. Jake Weimer will demonstrate how steep these hills are. He can barely get up.
That's 2 weeks in a row where he's had a crash.
So Pourcel with a lead of 13.7 now over Canard. Canard is rallying. Dungey has gotten Searle. Dungey's up to the number 3 spot. And I think Canard knows exactly how this game is played. It's all about the overall, and these 3 Pourcel, Canard, and Dungey are trying to establish themselves as the main 3 players in this game. So each one of them knows you've got to put in a strong first moto, then follow it with a good second moto.
It seemed like what was going on behind him was everyone was just trying maybe a little bit too hard and messing up. So now that they've gotten that out of their system, I don't think you'll see those same mistakes from those guys in Moto 2. And regardless of what happened at the start, they're going to attack this guy. He's not going to have another one of these in the second round. If he does, I need to go find him and shake his hand.
Yeah, because these kids in this class are hungry, and if you can manage to hold them back there. But you know what? I've got to think that not only is he crafty and cagey because it helps him win, but I think you take a little bit of pleasure in that, knowing how hard these other guys try, and it doesn't matter that I win the races anyway.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a smile into there.
I bet. Okay, checkered flag is out, and Christophe Pourcel walks away with moto number 1. Now, Trey Canard, you see, was right back there in third. He charged all the way down to the end. Not third, sorry, 3 seconds behind is what I meant to say. And that's big for Canard because what he did was hold Ryan Dungey at bay, and that'll tighten the points up even further. We mentioned the 6-point lead Aaron talked about at the top of the show. Well, that's a 5-point gap between Dungey, who just finished third, and Pourcel, who just finished first. So we're almost back to even up in the point standings. With all the contenders in this 250 class and all the riders we saw battling, it's the same 3. A little bit different order this time. Pourcel, Canard holds off Dungey, with Dungey with 2 crashes taking third. Searle and Rattray 4th and 5th. Wart, Lemoyne, Barcia, Tickle, and Cunningham inside the top 10. Good run by the Star Racing boys. There have been problems physically for Pourcel in the second motos this year with his stomach. He went back to his native France this week, got some new medicine. He hopes it helps. He's won every first moto this year. He's yet to triumph in Moto 2. Here we go, on speed.
Is it gonna be?
Oh, they're elbowing it. It's Justin Barcia on the inside with his teammate, I believe that's Wharton, gonna rail around him. So the Geico Hondas, no, that's Canard. Canard in the lead, and Pourcel in third. So Trey Canard where it needs to be, 30 minutes plus 2 laps. And this is one of the traditional obstacles here, jumping downhill, and Canard looks pretty strong so far, Ricky.
Yeah, here we go. He's got a good start, got a good chance to get the overall today. Look at Pourcel trying to make an early move here, but you got to be really careful because the track is so watered. You can see there, Ryan Dungey just going by in the screen. I think we're shaping up for a good battle here.
You got Canard leading Pourcel, then it is Barcia and Searle on the 123, and then another one of the pro circuit boys coming through next. Oh, Pourcel's going to try to get by him. Going to try to get by him. Canard's going to make it tough. He does not want to give this up.
Absolutely, you know, and I just got a good, you know, Canard is going to be there at the end of the race. There's no doubt about it.
And how about the 151 in third? Remember that kid from the beginning of the season? Justin Barcia was so spectacular in the first 3 motos of the year. Had a tough time finishing the next 3 motos. Was solid in Moto 1 with a 6th. And he's there in third, and he's got plenty of speed. And he's going after Pourcel right now for second, David. This is good for Barcia.
It's awesome for him to bring, you know, I talked about it at round 1 and 2, I think, when he was having those good motos. Coming from the amateur ranks, everything's a sprint, and they water the tracks a lot and change it throughout the day. And so he's used to these conditions, and pretty much every time I see him, whether it's the first lap of practice, the last lap, or in the race, he's going as fast as he can go. He doesn't hold anything back, and putting pressure on Pourcel. I mean, man, talk about a difference in experience here. You got a world champion and a kid that's only been to a few nationals.
Yeah. Like his 4th race ever as a professional. He's doing really, really good. So we'll see how long he can hang in there.
And mention the difference in the riding styles too, David. They're about as polar opposites as you could get between Barcia and Pourcel.
Yeah, Barcia's got a little bit more Ricky in him. He goes for it.
Yeah.
Gets a little squirrely here and there. He's stylish, blows your mind. Makes you look at the guy next to you going, did you just see that? And Pourcel is, you know, yawning comes to mind when you watch him ride, and I'm not putting him down. It's just amazing how difficult this is and how easy he makes it look.
Dungey needs to capitalize, get by these guys as quick as he can. Tommy Searle there, I believe. And yes, it is.
Yep.
Going to go by him on the outside here.
Searle's a fighter, though. Look at him take every inch of the racetrack to try to stop Dungey.
But that was good by Dungey. He held it in there because he knew he had the advantage on the next left-handed turn.
Here he is challenging Barcia right now for third. So that means that Barcia's got to concentrate on the man behind him, Dungey, instead of the man in front of him, Pourcel. And look at Trey Canard. Kennard trying to roll away.
Uh-oh.
We're just getting started in this moto, though. Kennard, remember, led early in Texas, and eventually Dungey was able to reel him in. We'll see how this moto breaks down. Dungey walks around Barcia in the worst way for third. We're going to stay with this. Look at this on the inside.
Gets him at, look at there, pushing him to the outside.
Now,
I know a couple times during the week, Barcia hasn't been cutting him any slack,
No.
so I knew that was aggression right there.
Jason Weigandt here, joined by Ricky Carmichael and David Bailey. It looks good for Kennard right now, leading here in the second moto. But David, we saw it last week in Texas. He led for a while there, too. He fought, he tried, he dug deep. But Ryan Dungey got him. Can he hold on this time? What do you think?
I think he has, it's a little different in the head this week, and that may be the difference, because last week he knew that, and of all the guys on the podium, he was pretty unhappy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's nice to be up here, but actually it's not. I needed to win that. Talked to his brother, and I just get the sense that whatever it takes today is what he's going to do.
He looks really comfortable on his bike, too,
Yeah.
today. And he definitely, you know, I mean, he got a second the first moto, and here he is for the second moto. He's in good position. I think it's, like you said, Dave, I think the tide has changed for this weekend.
Now he's got Pourcel right behind him in second. Pourcel won the first moto, so if they go 2-1 and 1-2, that would give the overall win to Kennard. So Pourcel has to track him down and pass him to win this overall. And they've got Ryan Dungey back there in third, Barcia fourth, Searle fifth. Say one thing, is anything you want about Searle, he will fight, and he does.
Nice
Gets
pass.
that number 4 spot. He is in a battle in just about every lap of every moto he is in, and he temporarily at least has won this one with Barcia. And I think Barcia didn't finish 3 straight motos, crashed out of 3 straight motos. To me, it looks, a little mistake there from Searle. I think Barcia's just trying to get to the finish line this weekend.
You know, Purcell's in a good position right now. He's watching the leaders' lines, and you know, he's kind of he's got a carrot out there. So he's in a good, like I said, he's in a good spot. If the shoe was on the other foot, you know, I think it'd be good for Kennard. So we'll see what happens.
With the first moto win by Pourcel and the third for Dungey, it's actually a 1-point lead for Dungey. And if they stayed like this to the end of the moto, Pourcel would take the point lead by 1 point. He'd gain 2 more here. So he's thinking of the big picture for sure. He not only wants to win the races and beat Kennard, he wants to beat Dungey to get that points lead back. But don't count Kennard out of the championship. He is only about 15 points back as well. Dungey's got to dig deep here, and we're just past the halfway mark. Can he do it?
Getting into some lap traffic.
Pourcel almost lost it.
Purcell getting a little buck wild out there.
Dungey got fortunate there, the way he caught those 2-lap riders to be able to just sneak around the inside, not get hung up.
Whoa, let's check out
man.
Pourcel almost throwing it away. Ricky, tell us what you see here, this guy.
He comes here, leans it over. Wow, just lands with the gas on and slides out. And watch Dungey here capitalizes on that
1 minute 58 to go. I think it's safe to say it should be a 3-lap race. Time will probably expire. The next time they get around, 3 laps for Pourcel to try to pull the trigger, 3 laps for Kennard to dig deep and try to win his first ever AMA Pro Motocross Championship event. And Pourcel is closer than he has been at any point in this race. Here he comes.
You can sense something's gonna, the fans are just standing like,
Yeah.
hey, something's gonna happen. I don't know.
deal.
That worked out good, actually.
did.
It keeps working out for
He
the guy.
makes a mistake and it didn't lose any time.
Well, I know another guy like that.
Oh, okay.
Hey, whatever works for you.
That's right.
But yeah, it's time. You can see he's starting to get aggressive. He's going to try to make the pass here pretty quick. But he probably don't want to pass.
Oh, Kennard's going to ride it wide to hold him off, and he does.
Kennard ain't going to give it to him.
No. And that worked because Pourcel inadvertently was not able to jump that double. I don't think Kennard cut him off on the double. He was just trying to prevent the pass before that. And look, somehow Pourcel is still right there. How is he able to do this?
I don't know. This is crazy. I like Purcell's line. He's starting to take different lines, you know, not taking the roughed out lines and taking a lot smoother lines. So that's helping him out a lot.
Pourcel is pretty much every pass we've ever seen him make is without contact, but do you think now he might have to shed that reputation?
Yeah, I mean, it's time. You know, you got to do it, and no more being nice.
Oh, Kennard just threw it away, and Pourcel is going to roll by, and Kennard hit that kicker on the triple.
Oh,
no, and Kennard might be hurt. He's off the side of the
he's
track.
not hurt.
Disaster for Trey Kennard, who was within a lap and a half of trying to take his first ever win. Oh no, and it's his right arm, his wrist. And this is going to be a Geico Top 10 nominee replay. This is a heartbreaker. Take us through it, David.
No, there's a little kicker on the top of that jump, but boom, he hits that, and you know, the way he landed on his hands, I mean, you don't notice it right away, but he's noticing it now.
Yeah, he's hurt. I mean, that kid is tough.
Lucky that Purcell wasn't so close to Kennard in the air that he was committed and ran over him or the bike.
Oh, what a race. And by the way, the heartbreak here for Trey Kennard, that is, a mistake by Dungey.
Going for it.
Yeah.
Man, he needs to close it up a little bit if he wants to make this happen. Otherwise, it's going to run out of time, man.
Oh, that line there didn't come together.
I think that's going to do it right there.
Well, Christophe Pourcel, we knew how determined Kennard was. We know how fit Ryan Dungey is. But the bottom line is, in one of the toughest motos we've seen this year, Christophe Pourcel looks like he's going to come out on top, go 1-1 on the day, and take over the series points lead. And that's what his mechanic Kyle says. Winner and points lead, Christophe Pourcel takes High Point. That's a statement victory right there.
Absolutely.
Go a little further back. These guys are way back. We lost them with that battle up front. Tommy Searle looking for third. And guess who he's got to deal with? Of course, Tyler Rattray. He's been battling with almost every moto this year. Searle's tough. He's a fighter. And he's going to earn this third place the hard way. He just never gave up. And by the way, he's 31 seconds back of the leaders. He had no one to pull him along. He just went for it. And that's a solid ride for Searle.
Absolutely.
It's a good ride for both Rattray and Searle to close out the moto and finish well. I mean,
there he is.
How are you going to beat Dungey and Purcell? Those guys were unbelievable. And these guys weren't, you know, they were a little ways back, but they beat everybody else, and they're figuring it out as the series goes.
Pourcel finally closes the deal and wins a Moto 2 to go along with his first Moto wins this year. Dungey dug deep, he tried hard, couldn't catch him. Pourcel takes the points lead back from Dungey with a 1-1 performance. Trey Kennard with a bad day today. It looks like it could be a two-man race for this title, David.
Well, that's going to move Rattray and Searle up into his spot, and but they still got a little bit of work to do to catch up on the speed of Dungey and Purcell. There's time.
We're here at High Point. It's round 4 of the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Tour, and a big shakeup in this series already. The winner of our last round of the tour, Mike Alessi, is out, possibly for the season, certainly at least for a couple of weeks. So the championship is wide open yet again. The red plate is not with us again.
His brother Jeff is on the line. He was 7th quick in practice this morning. He's just to the inside of Chad. So see if his brother can pull off a Mike start.
Let's go racing here at High Point. Classic uphill first turn, and Chad Reed is going to grab his first hole shot of the season. And he's got a couple of Hondas right behind him. So Reed, who also struggled with starts in Supercross, has finally got one. And he's got Ivan Tedesco and Andrew Short right behind him. These are 3 of the riders expected to go after race wins and a championship this season, and they're all up front.
Absolutely. You know, I think Chad right now, it's his time to shine. I think he's won a racer. Oh, look at that. Hits a kicker. This track extremely rough. But I think he's going to want to try to check out here and get a good lead. Look at there, over jumps.
That's Short getting around Tedesco. They've been battling.
Absolutely, and when we all went and looked at the track in practice, it's really ruddy in between those ravines right there, so you see a lot of guys struggling there.
Short on the move. He gets around Tedesco. Those two battled just like this in the first moto in Texas, and now here comes Short challenging Reed. A few big mistakes from Reed?
Not really.
No?
I think that Andrew's just riding good, you know, but the thing is, it's such a long moto. You know, this is lap number 1. We'll see what happens. Pretty neat to, it will be interesting to see what happens. Look at, they've watered the track a little bit. Reed might be riding a little cautious. Look at there, yep.
Oh, he had a bunch of braking bumps. Ended up outside, and Short takes over the number 1 spot, and Reed tries to climb the grass on the inside to get him back. Short is looking aggressive.
He is. He's trying to make a move early here, kind of set the tempo, but, you know, Reed's won a lot of races, Supercross for that matter also, so a lot of things are going to happen. Here we go. Look at Reed taking that inside line there, really nice. Cruising around there.
He tripled into that section, but didn't really seem to gain all that much. I thought he would pick up more than he did. Dropping into that canyon right there, adjusting his clutch, going, okay, now I'm good.
Yep.
Now I can make the move I need to.
And they've got Tedesco still in the number 3 spot, and Michael Byrne, the teammate and countrymate of Chad Reed, is in 4th, but short. Everyone was wondering what the motivation of these guys would be now that Alessi and Villopoto are out. No doubt Short's going for it, but a big mistake there.
Chad's
Almost
got
through,
an awesome line.
It's your line there, Ricky.
Look
over this
at that,
finish line.
yeah.
Chad gonna try to work him inside, going uphill. Not going to work. Now this is where Chad rode up on the grass.
Oh, look at
in
this.
the first lap.
Inside.
He's gonna make it work, and he
See
takes
ya.
the spot.
I think Chad might have just been taking it cautious maybe that first lap. I mean, he looks like he's got his number at least that lap.
You know, it looked like to me, almost every line he was in wasn't really working out. Like maybe he didn't do his homework on that sight lap and it just didn't come to him, but it is now. He's got it dialed. These guys are feeding off each other. I mean, you're still learning. And sometimes, even though you're trying to do what you're trying to do, you glance and see. He's going to see what Chad does. Chad's going to pre-jump the top so fast, he'll jump all the way out into the straightaway. Look at that. All the way.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That was so cool. And it's so funny you're talking about that. In practice, somebody should launch that over. I was like, that'd be pretty cool.
Now here's Josh Grant, who was lightning fast in practice.
Look at Grant right there working that outside. Championship contender. Look at that double.
Jumping downhill.
So cool. You guys see he landed sitting down with the leg out. That's pretty neat, pretty stylish.
That's hard to do right there because it's kind of a G out when you land.
Yeah, it
You really
is.
got to keep your leg up.
You've got the 26 of Byrne in the number 4 spot. The yellow bike, the Suzuki, actually separated his shoulder badly at the Daytona Supercross back in March. He said he separated it out the back. That normally doesn't happen, so it's been hard for him to regain his form. It's the best moto he's put in thus far this year. He is in 4th. Chad Reed, meanwhile, his teammate, trying to carry the flag for Suzuki.
That's
He's
awesome.
on there.
That's bad.
That's on him.
That is so cool, man. Look at he's starting to gain a little bit from pull away a little bit from Short. You know, it's getting into the end of the moto. And
Yeah, here's Short in 2nd. The gap is now 4.3. It was about a 1.5 seconds for a while. Then Tedesco should be in 3rd. And remember, he lost a lot of ground. So before, with only 3 seconds between 1st and 3rd, now there's about 4 seconds between each of the 3 riders. Reed in the lead, Short 2nd, and here's Tedesco on the number 9 in 3rd. And then we'll look for that battle. Byrne, who we thought would be under heat from Grant. He still is, but Grant has not been able to execute that pass. And we've still got a battle here for this number 4 spot. Grant's got to get frustrated now.
surprised Grant hasn't made the pass
Yeah,
as
yeah.
fast as he was in practice. I'm surprised he hasn't. You know, I'm really surprised.
Oh!
Man.
He almost bought the farm there.
See, the thing is, they're coming out of that turn, and they're coming out of that turn in 2nd, I believe, and that jump has a little kicker on it, and they're not getting shifted into 3rd enough, so the suspension and engine is bound up, and they're running out of horsepower.
You could see Reed when he did that in the opening lap. He was going for 3rd in the air like 2 or 3 times. Like, I don't need to land in this gear. It's bad enough. There
Yeah.
goes Josh.
Got the pass done. I don't know if Grant has enough to get to Ivan before the finish, but just got to keep on going, man. Every point counts.
And a shout out to the man at 11th, Gavin Grayson. Remember that guy from a few years ago was a privateer from this neck of the woods, and he's a full privateer again. And here he is on the number 73, Kawasaki in 11th, trying to go after the factory Yamaha rider Hill in 10th. Hill picked up the RC Hard Charger Award last weekend, came from 39th to 13th or something like that. Wait a minute! And I think Grayson's bike has just called it quits. And Grayson was looking at a nice, solid point score here in 11th place. Looks like Josh Grant has now caught Ivan Tedesco. And who knows, with the way this championship is, every point might count. Tedesco is going to have to fight for this one.
He's closer this time for that over jump and the finish jump again. If Tedesco doesn't close that off.
Here we go. Oh, a soft rut there, slowed Grant up a little bit. Tedesco's going to try to get to the left and close him. And he does. Tedesco, that was tough. Tedesco had to work his way all the way to the left side to close the door.
You know what there he goes, sets him up, goes on the inside. You know what I'm surprised at this year is how many people aren't doing the triple up there. Look at this, sets him up.
Tedesco's going to try to get him back.
Oh,
Not quite.
He
If he'd have
tried.
been had his head leaned in,
of course.
He's still getting in on him there.
So Grant now up into the number 3 spot, but look at Tedesco try to fight back. There's so many lines in this racetrack. Grant gets sideways again. Tedesco taking advantage. Here we go downhill.
Oh!
You think Grant wants to cover that line or
Makes a
what?
stick, yeah.
What saved Grant there was the edge of the track is basically a berm. So he just, as soon as he went over the berm that he meant to be, and he went, well, you know what? I'm just going to, instead of trying to fix all this, just drift wide and use that.
and he managed to get to the other side of the track to shut Tedesco down as well. But despite all of that battling, they're not too far behind Short. Who'd have thought Grant could come from outside the top 10?
Grant might have a choice at Short.
Man!
I think the next lap, the two lap board should come out.
Yes, exactly. So you're looking at 2.5 laps for Grant to get Short. I'm impressed with the amount of mistakes that Grant has had, that he's been able to maintain this pace. Grant, does he have room on the inside? Short's able to double and hold him off. Grant's still going to go for it.
Did you see how Short doubled and Grant didn't, and he didn't even gain any? I was looking at it.
Oh, wow.
Short was nice. Grant better thank him for that, because normally Shorty isn't that nice. Should be happy.
Yeah, and you get punted off the track on that off-camber, you're going for a long ride. Josh Grant was not even on the radar early in this moto. He was way back, couldn't even see these guys. And he has bulldogged his way all the way up to second. Josh Grant just threw it away. Dang. Unbelievable. Cased the front wheel on that triple, and that bike has got to be mangled, and it's in the fence. So now, will he even be able to get back in the race? And he's got to hope that he doesn't have some more wire and fencing caught up on that bike, and suddenly he might be out of the top 20 and not be able to score points in this moto. That was vicious.
Man, he clipped that third one.
Wow.
His bike cased the third one in all those ruts, and it is like glue when you case it.
I'm impressed the bike was able to go running with, went upside down a couple of times. You can see the entire back section of the bike is just collapsed and destroyed. We're going to give you a replay in a moment here. Ricky, go ahead and take us through this.
Here's what happens. He's got second secure. You see him riding the outside. Now see that third jump he's going to land on? Watch, it just sticks. Boom. See you.
He is so lucky. When the bike hit the last jump, it bucked him away from it.
Yeah.
You know, like you sometimes see a bull rider and they can't get loose. Watch him get bucked off the bike right there. It just throws him away from it, so he didn't get tangled in that. And
look at his bike. His bike was ready to go for some more. It's like,
it hit that fans
are like, let me try this thing out for a second.
Here, look at this.
Here he comes toward the finish line. Will he jump it again?
No. That's why not.
He got hung up in that middle bump on the way up.
Checkered flag, and Chad Reed wins Moto 1 at High Point. Chad Reed has won the Moto. Two Hondas up there on the podium, just like they were in Texas. Byrne and Cooper ran out the top 5. So the Joe Gibbs Racing team, even though Grant threw it away, they still had a solid performance, 5th and 6th.
Well, I noticed, Ricky and I were noticing that Chad has moved about 4 or 5 gates out to his right. It shows a bit of confidence. We'll see if it pans out for him.
He got the start in Moto 1. Here we go with Moto 2, folks. For the first time ever, live motocross on Network TV. Ivan Tedesco on number 9 has got the start. He gets across the stripe first. So IT makes it happen. Here's the first of those off-camber corners. The track leans away from the riders, but it's Tedesco who's got it. Looks like Short's up front as well, and Reed coming through at about 5th. But right now it's Tedesco and Jeff Alessi, the younger brother of the man who still technically leads the series points, Mike Alessi. Mike is out with injury. Jeff is in second in front of Short. Here comes Reed. They're going to try to triple downhill. That's a tough section.
Gonna have to be very careful these first couple laps as the riders commented. The track is overwatered, very, very hard. You want to go so fast, but you can't. You got to be mistake-free, man, and not crash and lose a lot of positions.
Well, this time, again, we've got Tedesco and Short, Reed up there in decent position. They all got to look at each other up front. Byrne is up there again in yellow bike behind his teammate Chad Reed, number 26. Chad's 22. And still no Josh Grant, so he's got his work cut out for him again. He did it in Moto 1, and I don't see any reason why he can't do it again. This track has got lines to pass everywhere.
Short on the 29, able to get around the 801 of Jeff Alessi. So that's put Short into second. It's Honda's 1, 2, 3. The red bikes are up front, but here come the yellow machines, the Suzuki's. Chad Reed working the inside. He won the first moto. You like that line, Ricky?
Yeah, it is. Looking inside. Is it going to work out for him? Sure does.
All right, so Reed is up to 3rd. Jeff Alessi 4th. And then Reed's teammate, fellow Australian, Michael Byrne, is in 5th. Byrne is putting Alessi under the attack. Alessi's going to have the inside in this next left-hand corner. So Byrne will just go around the outside, gets a good running start. Here's a section of rollers and a big jump. Here it comes. Can Byrne out-jump Alessi? Yes, he does.
He's got a little bit more horsepower. Jeff is riding what we call a privateer bike, which is the second tier of the factory support. All the guys ahead of him now are on this full on. I mean, this is Jimmy Johnson, the best equipment you can get. Jeff's lacking a little bit in that area, and it showed up that hill.
There's Josh Grant coming off that crash.
Yeah, this is a championship fight. We'll race 12 rounds throughout the summer in this Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship, and Grant is right in the thick of that championship run, so he needs to move up, score as many points as possible, even if he can't win the race today. The fact that he overcame that huge crash against 6th in our first race and is going to try to repeat that here in the second race, well, that's a lot of points for him, and he gets around Jimmy Albertson, a kid out of Missouri. Grant puts his head down because he just got roosted. Here is your leader, Ivan Tedesco. They call him Hot Sauce, originally out of New Mexico. Spent some time training and riding in Texas. Now he's out in California, also hangs out with you, Ricky Carmichael, in Florida. And all that training and all that different soil and all those different weather conditions is paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I know he was wondering if he'd overtrain in the offseason, but I'm telling you right now, all that overtraining you think you do, this is why you do it right here, because it pays off in the long run. And he's working good. He's got a couple great mentors behind him. Obviously, he's been working with Johnny O'Mara, helps him out a lot. He helped me out a lot during my career. Just has a lot of wisdom, and Doc G helps him out, really good for him mentally, and really good to see. He needs this kind of confidence to get him going. And you know, I'm happy for him, but I expect this from him. So, like, you know, I see it, I'm not like, wow, man, he did such a great job. This is where he needs to be.
That's Gracek on the green bike as he challenges Jeff Alessi on the red. And there's that monster drop-off we talked about, and it is a monster, David.
It's, you know, it's not so much that it's steep coming down. It's the whole time you're coming down, you're looking at this corner that it's like, how am I supposed to make this?
Right.
You know, and then you right back up and into the section that Jamie pointed out where you're just going blind into a corner, and there's 3 or 4 lines there. And these guys got to hit them all right, because the number 21 back there, Cody Cooper, that's Joe Gibbs. That's the good equipment. He was 5th in the first moto, and he has the speed to get around these guys.
Oh, and Gracek's got the speed to get around Alessi, and Cooper's going to try to take advantage as well. Another off-camber left-hand turn. The ground leans to the right. Gracek makes the move on Alessi. Here comes Cody Cooper. Cooper out of New Zealand. He's picked up the ride that Gracek had last year, and he's making that bike work for him. Can he squeeze Alessi off? Alessi's going to fight him. Alessi comes back. He says, I'm the privateer. I got to earn this spot. I'm not going to let you back by. Nice job by Cooper, though, to fight back. Here we go toward the finish line.
Oh!
Ooh, they got close.
Heck yeah.
Oh, this is the type of battling motocross is known for. They will make contact if they have to. Who's got the guts? Into this left-hand turn, it's Cooper.
Makes it stick. Look at Reedy. Watch this.
Oh, this is where he launches it, folks.
Here we go, David.
Here it is. He's side by side with Short. Will he go for it? No, he doesn't jump it. But he still makes the pass anyway. Short's going to try to beat him to the inside. Now, they over-jumped that. They landed about 10 feet further over the landing. It's a hard landing, but Reed knew he didn't need to pull that move that time.
Didn't need to. And Chad Reed that time had a 2:21.
Oh.
That's almost 2.5 seconds, or a second and a half faster than anybody on the track.
Yeah, Tedesco is the next man in Chad Reed's sights. He is trying to build toward his first overall victory of the year and the first victory ever for him in this premier 450cc class. Josh Grant still working his way through traffic. The guy started well outside the top 20. He's put nearly 10 riders behind him. He's in 13th. I think it's safe to say now, as we're past the halfway mark, Grant's not going to be able to win the race today. However, he's still in the hunt for a championship. Tedesco continues to maintain the lead. Let's see how close Reed is. And don't think Tedesco is going to be a pushover out there. He hasn't won a moto ever in this Premier 450 division, and he can see it. But Reed can see an inside line. Here he goes. Tedesco on the outside. A little bit bigger racetrack, a little bit faster racetrack. Able to hold him off. Here comes Reed again. You see the fans there waving the towels as Reed goes by. Oh, Tedesco stalls on the inside.
That was a beautiful move by Reed to go around the outside and try to get in. And it just messed up Tedesco right there because it pinched him and he had less room and stalled it as a result.
We'll take a look at it. Ricky, take us through Tedesco on the inside.
Reed's on the outside and just basically just strong arm and leans into him. And I don't know if Ivan tried to get into the turn too hot, but didn't have the clutch in enough and stalled.
He was thinking a lot about Chad, not about his own deal. That's for sure.
All right, so Chad Reed now in control. Can he? Oh, an Australian. I was going to say that's Chad Reed out front, but he fell down. Oh. And more riders piling up behind him. And I believe believe that was that Tedesco who was challenging
falls
it.
behind him.
Oh, that was the break Tedesco needed. Where Jason Weigandt calling with Ricky Carmichael and David Bailey. That was the break Tedesco needed.
It was, and I don't. What just happened right now?
Reed fell, and Tedesco came in there, hit his bike, and fell. So we're back where we were.
Unbelievable. And we do have a replay here of what happened to Reed, our leader. Go ahead and take us through it, David.
Well, Reed's going to try to duck it into this deep rut right here.
Oh, there's a
Front wheel
rock.
pops out.
There's a rock in the rut. Boom.
And Tedesco is the same. Unbelievable. They both hit the same rock. They did not touch each other. And then the reset, it's actually Short, who did not fall hitting that rock, who is in second place. And he's only 3 seconds behind Reed, and in the overall, it's Short, where to pass Reed, he would win the race for the day. So Reed, who we know is struggling a bit physically, can he hang on? And also, when you crash like that, it's very hard to get your rhythm back. So Reed's got a lot working against him right now, and Short's just one of those factors. Until that checkered flag is out in motocross, it's not over. How about Tommy Hahn, who has climbed all the way up to 4th for the young kid out of Texas, and this would be a career best for him. And Ricky, you know this kid pretty well. He works hard.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Tommy really is doing good. He's showed me a lot, actually, this outdoor season. He's got great style. The kid can ride. He's got a couple good rides. I know he rode for Factory Honda last year or the year before or something like that. But it's neat to see him, you know, doing good. Taking basically a step back from off a factory team to a privateer team, a decent privateer team. So I think they got good stuff. It's nice to see him doing good.
It has been a tough run for Reed. Had not raced motocross in a couple of years, but his expectations were still high, David. I think he expected to win right off the bat. It took 4 races to get this, but he's peaking at the right time because he'll be the points leader when this is over thanks to the injury to his teammate Mike Alessi. 1 corner to go for Chad Reed. He's got to negotiate an uphill with a bunch of jumps, but that's easy for this guy considering what he's been through. Bust this out. Let's see if Chad does it.
No,
he's got to take it easy. Folks, he's going to go 1-1. He wins both motos. A dominant performance, and Chad Reed is back on top in AMA Pro Motocross. He wins High Point. Short and Tedesco, just like they were in Moto 1, they battled in Moto 2. They end up 2nd and 3rd. Tommy Hahn, the privateer out of Texas, in 4th. Michael Byrne, the Australian, holds off the New Zealander Cody Cooper, 5th and 6th. Chad Reed, meanwhile, scored the most. He wins both races. Just about ready to go racing. There's Jake Weimer on the extreme inside. What do you think about the gate choices here, Jeff?
Well, that's way down over here on this our left, but I think right in the middle to the inside is definitely the best place. And let's see if Weimer will come right.
And now you know why they call it Thunder Valley as they thunder into turn 1. And Christophe Pourcel, your series points leader.
Down.
He's got the whole shot. You're right, a bunch of riders down in turn 1. And then inside gate pick work for Weimer. He is in 2nd of the 43 of Brock Tickle in the number 3 spot. But the red place of the points leader are flying high right now. Pourcel with the whole shot.
Pourcel, he has been the man in the first motos. He comes out extremely fired up and mentally ready. Oh, he's off the track.
Challenge now from Weimer. Good job by Pourcel to put him back on the track. Rare mistake. You don't see the Frenchman off the racetrack or really sideways very often.
Well, that's a very deceiving section as you go up along the high side of the track there and you're making those left-hand jumps, and he really came off that last drop-off. It's like a downhill double with a lot of speed and just faded to the right.
All right, we're going to take another look at this. Take us through it, Fro.
Yeah, watch this. He comes off the top way on the outside to begin with. He was outside of that yellow track marker before he even took off. Now, he tried to ride the wall around the top. He's real fortunate, though. This track is very forgiving in those areas, and they actually changed the track some from last year. But
that's incredible. Dungey about mid-pack right now.
Well, and I think if you went back through the lap chart here, it would also show that Dungey has not put in very good starts at the beginning of the motos, in the first moto.
Yeah.
But it's that training, that fitness that carries him through to the. Oh, look at them! Barsha just battling here.
Barsha's trying to get Dungey back as they try to get around the rider in front of them. Barsha's not afraid to make aggressive passes, and Dungey's going to learn that firsthand. Look at Barsha on the outside, and Barsha's going to get the boat. Spectacular line and move by Justin Barsha, and Dungey's not happy. He wants to come back on it. How about Tickle? He wants that number 2 position. He is about as close to Weimer as Weimer is to the leader. Porcel Tickle has really settled in here on lap 3. We've got the 10 of Dungey still chasing the 151 of Barcia. We mentioned at the top of the show how aggressive and fast we expected Barcia to be today, and here he is, leading Dungey through traffic. And Dungey, remember, has won 2 races overall this year, so that's not too shabby, holding the number 10 back. And they're coming up on Ben Evans and a variety of riders, although they were coming up on Ben Evans. And now that's Vince Friese on the 715, who the 151 of Barcia's trying to get around Barcia off the track like Porcel was. And Dungey's got Barcia.
That's that same move there where Barcia was on the outside. Let's see if he picks off Friese. Right around the outside. Can he get one more?
Nice move. So Dungey temporarily had the pass made. He got held up by Friese. Look at Barcia over the back of the bike. He's challenging the 85 of Sean Borkenhagen now. And Dungey's got to try to get around Friese. Is there enough room on the left side of the racetrack to make that pass? Dungey, handful of throttle out of that corner, completes the pass on Friese and is still in the wake of Barcia.
And did you see Dungey, when he finally made that pass on Friese, he came out of the turn and kind of shook his head like, man, I finally got past this group, because he really was held up behind.
Oh! Barcia gets pushed to the outside by Borkenhagen. That'll allow Dungey to close back in. Oh, that was
crazy.
And Borkenhagen says, what are you doing, man? Almost came together.
And how about the attitude of Barcia, the rookie there, throws his hands up and looks back, but never lets off the throttle, picks off another rider.
And he's going to make the pass, and there's Dungey following suit. Dungey goes around the 85 of Borkenhagen, and now working on the 152 of Scott Champion. This is unbelievable.
Don't you just love the young guys and their attitude? He's just going for it, throwing caution to the wind, having the time of his life out there.
The mechanics and the team managers, that's not the type of thing they encourage you to do, to take hands off the bars while you're trying to make passes. But he didn't care. He's 17 years old and he wants to get to the front.
These guys are flying right now.
And it looks like Dungey now is back on the attack. And
you see Dungey really has his composure coming down that hill. You notice how his shoulders and everything.
Mistake by
there
Barcia.
it is.
And Dungey's going to control it to the inside, but I don't think Barcia's done. Here he comes back to the inside. For the moment, at least, Dungey has made the pass stick. Back up front with the 377 of Porcel, and it sure doesn't look like he's going as fast as those guys. Believe it or not, he's going faster.
Out for a Saturday evening drive. He's, you know, you don't notice any sense of urgency, just ultimate confidence out there, fluid, not worried about Weimer behind him. You got Tickle, Wharton right there. Doesn't seem to be concerned. He knows, and we've seen it this year, halfway through this moto, that's when Porcel really seems to drop the hammer.
And there's Darren Durham with major pressure being applied by the 10 of Dungey. Here comes Dungey. He wants around Durham, the rookie out of Pennsylvania.
Well, you can see both riders kind of working the inside-outside, trying to find something. No opening for Dungey, though. Here he sweeps way wide, see if he can carry some momentum off this step down, but there it is.
Nice.
He's got the inside.
I'm impressed. I didn't think there was room there. He just scrubbed over that finish line, jumped so hard. He was able to keep that speed, keep that momentum, and move past Durham without any contact. But it looks like Metcalf is about to enter another battle with the 123 of Tommy Searle. Searle will fight you for it. And that fight paid off for the podium in our last race in Pennsylvania. Not going to get in the podium in this moto, but every position counts when you consider both motos.
Oh, that's Searle to the inside.
And now Metcalf's going to come back. We told you both these guys have been in battles most of the year. A little bit more speed on the outside. Searle is able to make the pass stick. Tyler Rattray, who is at a very quiet ride. Haven't seen him much, but we're going to see him now because Dungey has closed the gap.
He's got incredible technique and incredible fitness at this point, because he has put in a lot of work here in the first 25 minutes.
And that's exactly the technique you're talking about, Jeff. There was no rut on the inside of that corner coming downhill, and he just made the bike stick on the inside and went by Rattray without any contact. Here's Barcia still battling with Darren Durham. These guys mix it up a few times as amateurs back in the day, and they've been mixing it up for a long time in this moto. Remember, at one point, Barcia was there with Dungey passing him and getting passed back. But Dungey continued to move forward. Whoa, look at that move by Barcia.
That was, I'm not sure that he had to go wide there. He had a nice inside line, but it was effective because it put Durham a few lengths back, and it definitely made sure that if Durham hooked up in the middle and could go back around as they dropped off there, made it stick. Little attitude, you got to expect it from these young guys. I love it.
Dungey might even be able to get 2 more riders before it's over, but it's going to be tough.
When in doubt, gas it, and that is what Dungey's doing now. He's just hammering it, and look at this. Now he's found some lines.
I didn't see anyone use that line in the entire moto, and Dungey has found another one. Metcalf able to hold him off. Here goes Dungey back to the inside, and Metcalf doing everything he can to keep the number 10 behind him, but to no avail. That was impressive. Look at Metcalf fighting back. There's one line in this corner. Who's going to get there? Side by side coming out, but Dungey had the good line. That was incredible. You know, it's a good thing this guy wins, because if he didn't, people would say he needs to try harder. It doesn't look like he's riding hard at all.
I love it though. This means that your technique, you know, everything that you work on, the little things, that if you do it efficiently, that's something in my career that I always wanted to be, was efficient, because I didn't want to train any harder than what I have to.
Yeah.
Right? If I can be more efficient on the bike, then I don't have to work as hard. But either way, Pourcel has been the man here in Moto 1.
Absolutely. 1 corner to go, and Christophe Pourcel has won every first moto this year, and the streak continues. He has done it again in the high altitude of Colorado, and they're going to usher him over to the podium. And in the end, it was a pretty big gap between himself and his teammate, Jake Weimer. Here is the battle. Only a few corners left for Dungey to try to make a move, but he's going to try. Here he is on Searle. They both use the same line on the outside. Checkered flag is out. Tommy Searle holds off Ryan Dungey. 5th place for Searle, 6th for Dungey. That is about as hard-earned a 6th place finish as you're ever going to see. Christophe Pourcel and Jake Weimer make it a Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki 1-2 sweep. Brock Tickle on the podium in the Star Racing Yamaha. Blake Wharton 4th. Tommy Searle digging deep in the final lap to hold off a charging Ryan Dungey. Metcalf, Rattray, Barcia, and Durham in the top 10. "30-second card goes sideways. That means it's time to focus on the gate and go racing here in Colorado. They're bumping and banging bars again, but it's Tommy Searle. Gonna grab the whole shot. No, my mistake. It's the 577 of Martin Davalos. Just back after a broken leg, who is in the lead. And major battling behind. Weimer's going to take the number 2 spot from Searle. So 2K10 to the Kawasaki up front. Davalos didn't finish moto number 1. He looks strong here in moto 2. And it's Barcia right behind them in 4th.
How about that? Look at that. Jake Weimer, 2nd, the first moto. This is the type of start he needs to really jumpstart his season. Hold on to this thing for the win. Just some incredible efforts here. Now Barcia moving up past Tommy Searle.
Barcia in the number 3 spot.
Wharton in the 5th position, and look at everybody stack up at that tight S-turn. Durham's in there. I think that was Rattray.
And the obvious question, where is Pourcel? Where is Dungey? Could Weimer take advantage of this and get his first career win? He finished 2nd in Moto 1. If he wins Moto 2, it's all his. All right, Pro Circuit Kawasaki has won every single race out here. Weimer would love to continue that streak. Meanwhile, for Pourcel, not so good. We can show you what happened to him. He got a terrible start here, and we're going to show that in just a moment. Look at the 151 of Barcia going after the 577 of Davalos. Davalos coming back from injury. You wouldn't know it. He's trying to go for the lead.
Watch the start here. Pourcel, the gate bounces, and he gets hung up.
Oh, I cannot believe he stayed on the bike.
That is incredible. That deserves another look here once some of this, or if this race here ever settles down so we can take a little breath. I'm telling you, this class is just, these riders are going for a look, swapping inside, outside. Barcia off the side of the track.
Finally makes the pass on Davalos. I was going to say the man from France, I don't know if he's ever watched a rodeo, but man, he would phenomenal job staying on that bucking Bronco, just keeping on 2 wheels, but still, horrible start for him. Could this be Weimer's day to win the overall? How about Barcia? He was 9th in Moto 1 after that bad start. He's really out of the picture for the overall. The 577 of Davalos didn't finish that moto. Whoa! He's out of the picture, but Weimer almost threw it away.
Woo, that was close. He was scrubbing that finish line jump, and the rear wheel was really far out. Kept it underneath him. That'll jack up the heart rate a little bit.
That's what we love about this 250 class. Look at how many guys can run the pace. You've got Weimer, you've got Barcia, Davalos, Searle, Blake Wharton, and oh, Ryder down. That's Wharton. Just we mentioned he tangled with the 123 of Searle, so Wharton is down.
Wharton 4th in the first moto. This is going to destroy his chances for that podium overall. Unless he can get the bike started and really put on a magical ride here. He has lost a lot of positions. Look, he's right at the tail end of the pack.
Wow. Meanwhile, Barcia trying to go to the lead. Barcia's gotten around Davalos, got around Searle early in this one, and now is going for the #1 spot.
Oh, Weimer goes down!
Oh, he cross-rutted, and Barcia takes the lead. Weimer's able to keep the bike running and hold on to 3rd.
Watch the front wheel here for Weimer. He gets it just on top here. He wasn't in the rut. He gets it just outside of the rut, and he still tried to turn that Kawasaki in. Did get the front wheel dug in and laid it over. So let's see if Weimer can rebound.
We'll see. Weimer right now has gotten back around Davalos, so Weimer's back to 2nd. So for the overall, he still looks good. Look at Searle trying to set up Davalos, and you can see it's not nearly as bright as it was earlier in the first moto. Looks like Searle's looking for a hole to get into the #2 spot around his teammate Davalos, and he makes it happen. Weimer in control of the overall right now. 1 Moto 1. He is 2nd in Moto 2. Justin Barcia trying to check out. He's about 4.5 seconds in front of Weimer. We watch the 10 of Dungey, who has caught Brock Tickle, who is 3rd in Moto 1. Dungey is in the #9 spot. Tickle in 8th, and look who's right behind Dungey. The crafty Frenchman has caught his championship rival as they fight their way through the pack. Dungey's got to try to find a new line to get around Davalos. He almost got hung up out there, and he knows, he has to know by now, that it's Pourcel behind him. And look, Dungey hanging it out, airing it out downhill. Can he get to the inside and make the move on Davalos? Has to go to that bump, he makes it happen. Battle is on here. Jake Weimer doing everything he can to get the lead from Justin Barcia. He doesn't need to win this moto to win the overall. He doesn't care. Here he goes.
Weimer to the inside. He's got the line on Barcia. Woo!
Great move. And what resolve by Weimer, who had the lead, crashed. We thought he'd settle in for 2nd and accept the overall. No way. He was going for it. They've both gotten by the 41 of Matt Lemoyne. We're talking about Dungey on the 10 and Pourcel on 377. So that's moving him closer and closer to the top 5. Our series points leaders, both with bad starts in Moto 2 here in Colorado. It's a race within a race with those two. Meanwhile, out front, Jake Weimer leading Justin Barcia. Weimer could win the overall if he can hold on. 2 more laps for Pourcel and Dungey to try to make moves. And when you move into the top 5, which is where they are now, there's a bigger gap in points for each position. It's 2 points between each position where they are now.
So, and of course, once you go from 2nd to 1st, it's a 3-point gap.
Dungey's still working on Metcalf. Man, he almost hit Metcalf's rear tire. That would be disaster if he went down now because that pack is so close behind him.
Pourcel to the inside.
The crafty
Here he goes.
Oh, almost made the pass. Now Dungey's going to have to deal with Pourcel instead of working on Metcalf. That could let Metcalf go back after Searle. This is unbelievable racing here at round 5 of the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship.
And I tell you, there's so many lines to use on this track. Inside, outside, work the low line, the high line, a lower lip over here versus this. I mean, these riders are going everywhere, but yet these 4 have been able to protect their position while see how Searle rides so wide here?
Oh, it might not work. Metcalf to the inside. It's a drag race uphill. And Metcalf makes the pass.
Wow. Tommy Searle just left the door wide open there, like I was saying, but now he's going right back after it. Can Searle get to the inside? He squares him up. Not going to get to drive.
And can Dungey take advantage of those two going back and forth? For the moment, he can't. Now, over this big table, Dungey's been using an inside line. Here he goes. Can he make it work to get around Searle? Wheel to wheel.
He's got the drive. He's got the position. Dungey, one more spot. No, Searle holds on.
Well, Dungey got held up by Metcalf, but Dungey still keeps the throttle wide open. Can he get Searle? Searle tries to get Metcalf back. Woo!
Oh, they're touched.
Contact. Searle gets Metcalf back. Dungey going to try to follow suit. There's not enough room for all of them in this corner.
Dungey takes it. No, he gets bumped.
He takes it from Metcalf. Metcalf cross-running. Now Pourcel's going to try to get Metcalf. So a hard-earned pass. Amazingly, Dungey didn't pass Searle, he passed Metcalf. And Dungey's got an opportunity to get Searle, and here he goes on the outside.
Call the medics. We need some oxygen here in the broadcasting booth. This is incredible. Now Pourcel gets Metcalf also. He gets the position. Can he hold on to it?
Nice move by Pourcel. Even with this intense battle, he still makes the passes look easy. So
look at this corner right here. Look at this, Jason. Look at it. Those lines are zigzagging everywhere. Metcalf trying to get it back from Pourcel. Can he hold it wide on the outside?
Oh, Metcalf hits some breaking bumps hard, but he holds on to Kawasaki and manages to stay in front.
So close. I mean, they are literally racing within inches of each other.
We'll keep our eyes on this battle, which involves our championship leaders and really just involves great racing.
Okay,
as Dungey goes after Searle.
Let's watch this inside. Dungey tries to hold an even tighter line. Searle had a fantastic line there, but this is where Dungey has been really strong. Watch how tight he cuts here. Searle to the outside. Can he hold on?
Dungey, that's the pass he wanted 1 lap ago. Get held up by Metcalf. Metcalf's not there.
Searle's not letting off. Wow, that was close. Dungey jumped right under Searle's front wheel.
Now this is big. Pourcel needs to get Searle as well to prevent Dungey from making up. This would be 4 points if Dungey finished with Searle between he and Pourcel. So Pourcel has to get desperate, and the 24 Metcalf isn't too far back either.
Wow, what an incredible effort from all 4 of these riders, and not far behind still is Lemoyne Tickle Rattray. They're still hanging in there.
Oh, Pourcel tries to get Searle. He put the front wheel right by the rear wheel. Searle wants to get back around Dungey too. Downhill we go, fastest part of the racetrack.
Searle blocks the inside here, like a nice, smooth, short line there. Blocks that inside now. Let's see what happens here. Searle with the inside again. Can he zigzag through here? Very nice line for Searle. He takes it back.
Wow, I didn't expect Searle to get Dungey back. Dungey's going to have to get desperate. Only a few corners left in this moto.
Wow, what an incredible effort from the Englishman Tommy Searle. His first series in the U.S. Can he hold off Dungey?
Nice job. Dungey's going to go around the outside in these rollers. Let's see if Dungey can get a drive. Dungey gets sideways. Pourcel's going to go to the inside. Metcalf working up Pourcel. These 4 riders, one mistake could make all the difference.
Look at this. He scrubs it to the inside. Metcalf back on Pourcel.
Wow. The Australian taking it away. Metcalf just did not give up.
Dude, he's got it back to the inside.
Metcalf still holds him off. He doesn't care. Pourcel's the points leader. He wants positions. And meanwhile, Jake Weimer looking for his first ever overall win in AMA Pro Motocross, and he gets it. Justin Barcia second. Jake Weimer wins.
Searle, Dungey,
Metcalf, and Pourcel. There was fire out there on that racetrack. It was incredible. Weimer takes the win. Pourcel and Searle round out the podium. Pourcel adds a few more points to his lead. Tedesco won his first ever AMA Pro National right here in Colorado back in 2005 in the 250 class. And he's from New Mexico. He said he rode here a lot when he was coming up through the ranks, so he's definitely comfortable. Let's go racing in the 450 class. And rocking in turn 1, and it is indeed Tedesco with that start. And Mike Alessi, not too bad, in the number 2 spot. That is incredible. Look at the 63 and Chris Blows making his way past Alessi. Now Alessi dealing with his teammate Chad Reed. He looks over his shoulder, and Alessi is able to hold Reed off. I cannot believe it. I'm watching right now. This is amazing that Michael Alessi is doing this. Michael Byrne right there, too.
That's the Suzuki boys are on it here with their starts. All 3 teammates rocking. Michael Byrne actually has gotten past fellow Australian Chad Reed. Now he's trying to swoop Alessi on the outside.
Woo! And Byrne makes it happen, so Byrne up into the number 3 spot. Alessi back there in 4th, and here comes Short trying to rub the wheels inside on Reed.
Wow, and you see as Alessi made a little mistake there, he just could not hold his bike in line. Remember, it's the left leg, the left kneecap that we're talking about. He's already lost another 2 positions to Short. Tommy Hahn's right behind Jake Moss.
Yeah, Jake Moss. I was going to say the Lucas Oil Troy Lee Honda boys are up there. You've got Blows in the number 2 spot, and Moss right there battling with Short. And now we see, where did he come from? The 33 of Josh Grant. quickly materializes. So Alessi losing some ground early, understandably. And here comes Grant right by him.
Oh, he takes it down!
That is the worst case scenario for Mike. Can he even get up? Can he even stand on that bad leg? Oh, this is terrible for Alessi. And
another rider down.
A huge pileup in that same corner.
Nick Way's in there.
I think that's Justin Sipes on the orange bike, the KTM, and Alessi's on the side of the track in major pain.
Look at Mike Alessi. See, he's grasping his left leg. He hit the ground extremely hard. You can just tell by the body language that there's a lot of pain coming out of that. He's shaking his head. He got the start that he needed, but his hands trembling.
That was the absolute worst case scenario. Have another bike hit you, and then his knee kind of buckled when it hit the ground. Remember, folks, he has 2 screws and some wire holding that kneecap together. This is horrible. Meanwhile, Ivan Tedesco leading lap 1. Chris Blows keeping the pressure on the number 2 spot. Burns, Short, and Reed inside the top 5. So Short has gone around Reed into 4th, and Short has not been able to pull off a win in Colorado yet. He's come close time and time again. He's on the move. Are you kidding me? Mike Alessi is going to try to get back on the motorcycle. I have never seen an effort quite like this.
He can't stand on that leg to even get on the bike.
He probably can move better on the motorcycle than he can on his own 2 feet. And the medic crew is right there. He's shifting it by his hand. I don't know if he's getting back in the race or riding it back to the pits. He's not going to score points in this moto. We've already completed a couple of laps, and the fans cheering Mike Alessi, and just a complete hero effort here.
Yeah, I think what he's doing, he's riding that bike back to the pits here. Oh no, he's trying to straighten the front wheel. He's going to get back on here now. Like you said, Jason, he's already close to 2 laps down. The chance of getting into 20th or higher to even gain a point is out of question, but showing some incredible heart. You know, just not sure it makes a lot of sense at this point. And watch how this line here comes. These lines come together right here. This one came this way, right? And Josh Grant just came in there. He's known as being an aggressive rider, and hey, you're out there, do the best you can. You know, it's certainly is unfortunate, but there is a risk involved, and he's very fortunate there that Cooper and some of these other guys didn't get into him because that left leg was so exposed.
Meanwhile, Mike just keeps on riding.
And keep in mind, this is gonna be for no points this moto.
Yeah, he has pulled off the track. So Mike has given up in this moto, but giving up normally is a negative thing. Honestly, it's the smart thing to do in this situation. How about Jake Moss?
He's put in some great rides, and you can see his riding technique. He rides pretty loose, pretty aggressive. Sometimes looks a little bit sketchy, but also that's what allows him to have that great speed.
It looks like Reed's going to put a challenge on number 26 now.
Well, there's no doubt that these 2 riders share a special bond. They were competitors back in Australia. Reed went to Europe. Here's Reed to the inside.
And Burn with a handful of throttle around the outside, holds him off. Obviously identical equipment here with the 2 factory Suzuki guns. They're going uphill. This is the start straight. Reed's line will put him on the inside in this corner if he can beat Burn to it, and he does. Burn goes back to the inside. Reed emerges with the number 4 position. Here's Andrew Short in the number 2 spot. Short could be the next rider to challenge Reed in the series standings, and he's certainly beating him in this moto. Short with 137 points and Reed with 161. We go back to our leader, Ivan Tedesco. This is maybe his last chance to prove that he's still got something to offer for these factory teams, and he is definitely proving himself right now. He is gone, folks. 12.5 seconds over his teammate Short in second. And Reed's training's paying off. It goes to the inside on Moss. Moss, he's going to fight him for it, and he's temporarily held the multi-time Supercross champ at bay. Nice job by Moss.
He pulls it off. What a move.
Yeah, he took about 3/4 back to the inside, but he made it work. Reed's going to have to remount an attack. A mistake by Moss. Here goes Reed. Reed's in a bad spot, though. Not bad enough. Had enough speed to pull that pass off before they got to the corner. Short in the number 2 spot. There he is. And Reed, after he went 1-1 at High Point, a lot of people thought that Reed was about to start taking control and dominating this series, but he has not had anything for the Honda guys in this moto. He started actually pretty close to them, and they sprinted in those early laps, and that's the gap they have right now. It's still there. And we'll check in on the 4th place rider, Jake Moss. looking at one of the best rides we've ever seen him put in here in the U.S. in 4th, and Josh Grant in 5th. Grant has a little bit of time left to maybe go after Jake Moss for the number 4 spot, but it's been the problem for Josh Grant. Fast in practice, no doubt about it. One lap, best thing you've got. Josh Grant can run with anyone, but in the motos, he's not able to make that materialize all the time. There have been some races this year where he has been lightning fast, but in this one, he's right behind Reed early, and Reed was able to get away from him.
Honda guys have to be extremely happy. This is a great result for both of their riders here.
Absolutely, a 1-2 performance if they can hold on with Reed back there in 3rd, Moss still 4th, Josh Grant 5th. Then it's Byrne, Hahn, Blows, Summers, and Jimmy Albertson holding off Dietrich for that number 10 position. Ivan Tedesco won his first national here in Colorado and immediately followed that up and won his second just a few weeks later on Washougal. We went back-to-back races. That's the old adage in racing. Once you win the first one, the next ones come a lot easier. And if you're Tedesco winning this first moto, you sure hope that that plays out again and you can just follow it up in Moto 2.
This is what happened in Ivan's Lights 250F career. He was a contender, top 10 rider, got on that Pro Circuit Kawasaki team. He won a race and never looked back. A couple of Supercross championships, Motocross championship along the way. Since then, he hasn't had that form. Just lately, he's started to find that once again. And I hope for Ivan that he can build on this confidence and you know, really do something with this championship, because it's been a crazy series so far. Okay, we're early. You know, it can happen. 50 points. There's people have came back from further back.
Yeah, if Tedesco were winning this championship, it would not even be the strangest thing that has happened all year. It's already been crazier than we could possibly top. For Tedesco, it shows how many pieces of the puzzle it takes to succeed in this sport. He lives and rides and trains at Ricky Carmichael's camp. He works with Johnny O'Mara, one of the all-time greats of this series. So he's surrounded himself with great people. Certainly the history of Team Honda in this sport is well known.
Nice.
And even with all that, it has taken this long for Tedesco to really find his stride. It's been a couple of off seasons for him. I mean off seasons where we're not racing. I mean seasons where he didn't get the results he expected. But maybe now, in Colorado, this could be the beginning of Ivan Tedesco's return to the front. He certainly is
looking at the fans. Everyone's cheering him on. This is a big win for Ivan Tedesco and Team Honda.
All right. Tedesco's one of the cool guys out here. He's one of the nice guys. It's good to see them finish first. Ivan Tedesco takes Moto 1 in Colorado. And could this be the start of a 2005-like championship run by Ivan Tedesco? This is where he did it a couple of years ago. And Andrew Short, not too shabby, the number 2 spot. Chad Reed finishes 3rd. Awesome ride by Moss, holding off Grant. Jimmy Albertson and Kyle Summers, the teammates there, finishing 9th and 10th.
And you can see the starting grid across the top there. That's actually from qualifying. So Josh Grant lines up first. He was the fastest qualifier. Can he do it again?
He was 5th in Moto 1. He wants to rebound in Moto 2. Here we go. And it's the Hondas again. Tedesco and Short are going to share it. And Tedesco has got his second whole shot of the day. Chad Reed in 3rd.
Michael Byrne actually on the Rockstar Makita Suzuki in 3rd.
I think
just
Reed got shoved around,
Just a really intense track here at Lakewood. As you can see, the sun has set. There's shadows, the holes and the bumps, the ruts gets so incredibly difficult to maneuver. This is going to be one of the most challenging nights of racing in all of AMA motocross.
That's right. The only time this year we race under the lights, of course we do it in Supercross, but that's a stadium. The lighting obviously a lot different than in an over 1 mile long outdoor track. And look at Short going after his teammate Tedesco here on lap 1.
Well, this is for the overall. Local boy Andrew Short would like to make this his win, his first win this season here. Kind of the hometown crowd thing going on. But Ivan Tedesco was unstoppable the first moto. There was this similar situation off the start. Tedesco wheelied away.
But not this time. Here comes Short to the inside, challenging his teammate. How rough will they get with each other? They ride into the same tent. So far, Tedesco able to hold on to the deep ruts, which are so hard to see in the darkness here in Colorado. And a mistake by Short. Tedesco extends it by just a few bike lengths. Oh, Jeff Alessi is off the racetrack. That's Mike's younger brother, and he looks a little beat up as well. So definitely a tough day for the Alessi family.
Yeah, he's on that Moto Concepts Honda that's had some pretty good finishes to see. Eric Sorby there. Yeah, he's holding his shoulder collarbone area. That definitely not good. When you can't hold it up like that, that means there's some serious damage going on.
And Chad Reed, our series points leader, who struggled, finished third in Moto 1, ninth at the end of lap 1 of Moto 2. So Reed going to give up a lot of points today unless he can wick it up. There's Dietrich, the converted off-road rider. He is the champion of the Enduro Cross Series. That's an indoor off-road series. They ride over telephone poles, through man-made water holes. But he's obviously pretty fast here outdoor on a motocross track. Now, he inherited that bike from Ryan Villopoto, who a lot of people thought was the odds-on favorite for this championship. Then Villopoto hurt his knee, and that's Dietrich bike right now. Okay, there is Short in the number 2 spot. The gap is 5.5 seconds. On the opening few laps, Short was able to challenge his teammate Tedesco. We thought he might make a pass, but Tedesco has definitely found his groove now and is extending it. Tedesco has not won on this tour since Washougal a few weeks after racing in Colorado way back 2005. That's a long gap. Can Tedesco get the victory? How about Tommy Hahn? Can he get through that wall of Honda riders?
Well, Tommy Hahn eventually worked his way past Michael Byrne there, and just, I'm telling you, I can't say enough good things about Tommy here. He's joined by his brother Will, who rides for that KTM team in the 250 class, so kind of the family affair here, but just showing so much heart, showing that he's got the dedication and the work ethic, because right now he is just a couple spots from the pinnacle of the sport of motocross right here, and he's reeling in the local boy, Andrew Short. He's closing up. He's only about 3 seconds, about 2.5 behind Andrew Short, and he's closing up every lap.
Here's Michael Byrne in 4th, veteran out of Australia. Byrne, the bad shoulder at the beginning of the year, had some rough motos early, but he has gotten stronger and stronger, and this is another solid one. He is in 4th. He's the teammate and the country mate of Chad Reed, and we'll see if we can find Reed, who's working his way through traffic.
It's interesting because Reed, to me, he had all of the momentum coming into this event.
Absolutely.
Okay, grabs a points lead. Alessi's out. Reed goes and wins High Point. It's like, okay, everything's great. And he's even stated here today that he just hasn't been on it. And this is a track that in my opinion, I thought Chad Reed would really like, that he'd be on it. But there's something going on with him, just, mentally, that he's just not, focused as he, as he can be. He certainly is not riding with the intensity as what we've seen him before. This is a great ride for Ivan. It's been a phenomenal night.
Years ago, when Ivan was in the 250 class, there were not many people predicting he would win the championship. He stayed consistent and in the hunt. And then midway through, when we came to Colorado, he busted out his first ever victory and then followed that up by winning the next round. So he would love to build that type of a streak. And guess what? After winning those 2 races, he went on to win that 250 championship in 2005. Battle brewing here, 6,100 feet of elevation. It affects the bikes, it affects the riders, but it's worked out quite well for the 48 of Tommy Hahn. Jason Weigandt and Jeff Emmett giving you the call, and Hahn is closing the gap.
He definitely is. He's applying the pressure, and Short's doing a great job of holding him off right here. It's a little sideways there. Oh, that's going to allow Hahn to get the inside. Can he hold it?
A mistake by Hahn, but he's still going to be able to pull off the pass on Short.
How did he stand? He almost got dragged off the bike. The front wheel skipped out a couple times. The right foot, he put it down, almost pulled him off the back, and he makes the pass finally after he's been shadowing Short here for a few laps. Just makes a great move. Now he's up into 2nd place. For Chad Reed here, closing up on Summers. On any other day, you would think that Reed would blow past Summers. I mean, Reed really has been on the gas, but here tonight, the mojo's not working for the number 22.
I really wonder if Reed even knows who national number 81 is, but he knows now because he's been staring at the back of that jersey for several laps. Now Reed makes the pass. That puts Reed into the number 7 position. Look at Summers trying to go back at Chad Reed. Something is just not clicking with Reed. He was 11th fastest in qualifying today. Struggled in Moto 1, got 3rd, said he was not happy with that at all, and it's a little bit worse here in Moto 2. How about the off-road guy, Ricky Dietrich? Another phenomenal run for him, the replacement rider for Ryan Villopoto. He's 5th, but he has some company. Josh Grant is in 6th. Welcome back, Jason Weigandt and Jeff Emmett giving you the call here from Thunder Valley Raceway, Lakewood, Colorado. And Colorado native Andrew Short has gotten back into the number 2 position. Tommy Hahn, who had passed him, went off the track. Hahn's now back to 3rd. Obviously, conditioning paying off for Andrew Short. Here's Chad Reed. He has worked his way now up into 7th. He's gotten around Cody Cooper. So a little bit better for our series points leader, but not enough. Short actually will take over 2nd in the points after this, with Alessi scoring no points today. And tough for Tedesco in the points. He scored 0 points at our opener in Glen Helen. So consistency is still paying off for Reed.
For number 29 and 48, this is a whole new race, because once again, just as Short thinks that, okay, maybe I got 2nd wrapped up. Here comes Tommy Hahn once again back to battle here with just under 2 laps to go.
Man, I wonder what the heart rate of Tommy Hahn has been in this photo. He's got to be redline. The kid just keeps on digging from Kansas. Heck, if anyone should struggle in elevation, it should be people from Kansas, but it's working for him right now.
Yeah, we're at about 2 feet.
2 feet elevation. But Short, who his trainer Jeff Spencer said, because he grew up here, kind of has muscle memory. His body's able to adjust to that altitude maybe a little bit more quickly than some of the other riders. We'll see, because he's going to deal with some pressure from the man from the flatlands of Kansas, but we're running out of time for Hahn to make that move because the white flag is out.
Ivan Tedesco's, he's backed up the pace a little bit. He's only 5 seconds ahead right now. He was upwards of 7 or 8, and you just can't say enough about this ride other than that he has totally dominated.
Yeah,
I mean, total domination, whole shot both motos, check out. That's the way to do it.
He's obviously comfortable on this track. This is where he won his first ever race in the 250 class. That's the support class to this 450 division. A couple of years ago, that's where Tedesco took his first career win, right here at this racetrack.
He's a half a lap away from totally putting it together. How happy the wife, his new son, Hunter, is going to be. And he watches the video some years from now about Daddy winning the big race at Thunder Valley. This is going to be awesome.
The kid works so hard. Hunter maybe too, but I mean his dad, Tedesco, stays at Ricky Carmichael's house, trains with Johnny O'Mara, one of the all-time greats of this sport. He's a multi-time champ himself, Johnny O. But even with all that hard work, it was a tough Supercross season for Tedesco. Even hard work alone isn't enough in this sport. You've got to put all the pieces of the puzzle together, and that's exactly what Tedesco has done. Here it is, folks. It's been a long time coming, but Ivan Tedesco is going to win both motos and the overall here at the night race in Colorado. And look at Short and Hahn as Tedesco was enjoying that victory lap. Those two nearly caught him. What a race.
What a ride for Ivan Tedesco.
Absolutely. Short, another solid, consistent ride, 2nd, and Tommy Hahn on the podium. Well done.
And look at this here, Tedesco, 50 points. That's a nice way to make up for starting the series with 0 points.
Exactly. There's quite a bit of mystery of the strategy with the 377. Every week we hear, we hear he doesn't train or ride or practice at all. There are some that believe that he's actually just kind of putting that out there to cite the competition out. No one really knows the story, and that includes his own team. Most of the riders on the Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki team ride and test together. But Porcel does things on his own. Here we go, Moto 1 of the 250s.
Great jump for Dungey, but still not good enough.
Oh, and a big pile up there on the outside. And that's the 41. Matt Lemoyne is the first rider I see down.
Porcel, I think.
Oh, that is Porcel with the red plates. Tangled with Max Anstey. So Porcel way back. And the 43 of Brock Tickle, who is 4th fastest in practice. He has all sorts of shaken up, as are several others down there. And it's Jake Weimer, who won the last race of the Tour in Colorado, out front again. And there's Dungey in the number 3 spot, battling with Searle, who was the fastest rider in qualifying. And also got the 24, Brett Metcalf, in the number 2 spot.
Well, it picks up where it left off for Weimer out front. He's got to feel like, okay, I've won, so now I got to start. No reason for him to be that nervous like he would have been without that win. So you ought to be able to ride comfortably and stay up there. Dungey not going with the red, white, and blue deal, going with yellow. Might have a little something to do with Tour de France.
Yeah, I think so. He's got the Live Strong butt patch in the back of his pants, and here he is working over Metcalf for the number 2 spot. It's an off-camber. Is there any room? No. Dungey can't make the pass, or can he? I'm surprised he was able to maintain that kind of momentum. Still not able to get around Metcalf, but he's just not giving up.
Wow, I think you can move that tree over there before you can move Metcalf. It might be easier, but look at that. Dungey going, I'll figure out another way then.
And finally, it pays off. And as those two battle, look at Searle, the Englishman, around the outside. Metcalf going to try to remount an attack on the number 10 of Dungey. Dungey's just able to get to the inside of that left-hander and hold the Australian back to the number 3 spot. So it's now Weimer, Dungey, Metcalf, Searle dancing all over the place on the top of those sand whoops. And another Kawasaki rider back there. That's one of the Motorsport Kawasaki riders. We'll give you the number in just a moment. Meanwhile, the rider who has won every first moto this year, Pourcel, is down at turn 1. So that streak might go up in smoke. And I believe the 5th place rider is Kyle Cunningham on the 36th. Best start of the year for Cunningham, a young kid out of Texas.
Big opportunity for Dungey right here in the points. And, you know, I was thinking after the Mount Morris round, 4 rounds in, that it seemed like he'd had a lot of problems and fallen in the first corner and some crashes and stuff, put himself in bad positions, and still got himself back into the points chase and was matching Pourcel, who had things going well. Now that Pourcel is starting to have some trouble, he's really going to have to prove that he can come through all that stuff and get back up there where he belongs points-wise to stay in the title, or Dungey's going to put this thing away.
We're going to give you an idea of what happened at the start. It wasn't just Pourcel, it was a bunch of riders down. David, take us through it.
Well, what happens is if you're in the middle and you don't get the start, you're just a sandwich when you go into the corner. Pourcel was just too far back, so whatever happened in front of him, he was going to get involved in. You can see him trying to go to the inside. He was more worried about what was coming up behind him, like when you rear-end somebody on the freeway, you're worried about who's going to rear-end me now. So he's lucky that he got out of that situation. I remember some years ago, James Stewart in the 125 fell in the first corner, came all the way back up to 2nd. I don't know if Pourcel can do that, but he doesn't look injured from the crash, so he certainly has an opportunity to prove it. They might lose the lead here.
There goes Dungey the inside. Weimer missed, I think, the line he wanted. Kind of bounced out of that rut. Now he comes back on Dungey. No room there. So Dungey takes the lead due to a slight mistake by Weimer. But I know what you're going for there, David. All of a sudden he gets a win under his belt and some momentum, and next thing you know,
everything
the
clicks.
starts are there. Yeah.
Yep. For Dungey, I'm not surprised. And, you know, I think Weimer was a little bit surprised last week going, shoot, I was just trying for a top 3 or a 5, and I won. How'd that happen? And so now he gets an opportunity to see how that is when you get good starts and you're out front. It's so much easier.
Cunningham going back after Searle. And all these riders up front, Metcalf, Searle, Dungey, Weimer, they've all been up front in pretty much every race all year long. But for Cunningham, this is a bit of a new experience. We'll see how long he can run this pace and stay with these guys. We've basically got 2 3-rider battles. Dungey, Weimer, Metcalf out front, then Searle, Cunningham, and Barcia, the next 3. They're on the same piece of real estate here at Redbud. Meanwhile, Pourcel creeping up further and further toward the top 10. He's up to 13th. That is phenomenal. Look at the countdown clock at the top of the screen. We are not even halfway through this moto, and he has chewed through nearly 3/4 of the field, and I don't think he's done yet. I think he's going. He just passed Scott, the best name in the sport, champion for the number 12 position. Whoa, a little mistake there from Dungey over that rise. You've also got Metcalf back there in 3rd. He's not too far back. Wait a minute. Pourcel has trouble, and I believe that's his helmet visor that he's trying to knock back up. Perhaps it was down, clouding his vision. Was that a crash?
I think he must have fallen, yeah.
Wow, and we got to look at what happened to Pourcel
That's
here.
going around the first corner. This is going into the second corner of the race. Right before the mechanics area. Oh, he hits a brake and bump. So he just went, that's what they call a face plant.
Yes, and if you have to ask why, you'll never know. So Pourcel now has his visor loose, and that'll be a bit of a distraction. Look at Barcia here on the 151. The way this kid came out of the blocks at our opener at Glen Helen in California on Memorial Day weekend, leading both motos and nearly winning the second one. I think by now, round 6, a lot of people expected to see this kid at least win a moto. He's come close a few times, had a 2nd place last time out in Colorado, but for the most part, woo, and he's jumping
nice.
The Lucas Oil Leap on a 250. We saw a few riders attempt that in practice and actually blew out some wheels coming up short. Like we said, there's no rest for that kid. No one is as aggressive as that kid. Sometimes it'll actually bite him, but so far so good here at Redbud.
That was amazing. Look at this. Wow. And I'm surprised. He tapped the brake and really dropped the front end, but it was a perfect landing on the downside and just closed up all that time on Searle. Searle knows it too. He can hear that. He knew he had a gap a minute ago, and so that means he's got pressure the next lap to make sure that he goes through that corner fast enough. If Barcia jumps it again, he doesn't get past.
Barcia might have a shot at making the pass. He might not even wait till then. There he is to the inside.
Wow.
They collide. and a vicious rip of the tear off. That was an adamant pass. I want to make sure you know that I'm back there, I'm next to you, and I've gotten by you.
That looked like James Stewart right there.
Yes.
The whole thing, the whole
Yes.
sequence, the line, the aggression, the tear off, the scrub. And now Cyril's going to get to see what it looks like to jump Lucas Lee. See if he does it again. He got hung up right there. If he goes for it anyway, that's a big risk.
Might. You know who this kid is? And he adjusts his helmet in midair over the biggest jump on the tour, and a jump that I remind you that no one else in the class is doing, and he just calmly reaches up and grabs his helmet. So Barcia now into the number 4 spot. Cyril pushed back to 5th, and Cyril's old rival from Europe, Tyler Rattray, is in the number 6 position. Pourcel has climbed all the way up to 8th, but unfortunately the 7 riders in front of him are going very fast, and you can see the visor is now gone from Pourcel's helmet. There you see his progression each lap. Obviously, it's easier to catch riders early in the race when they're close together. 1 lap to go. Dungey leading Weimer. Weimer's done a good job of keeping Dungey within sight. He's headed toward the Lucas Leap. Dungey jumped that in practice, and he's going to jump it right now the last lap.
Nice.
Take that, Justin Barcia. I'll pull a one-hander over that thing. And now that's some confidence right there. Had no need to jump it, didn't have to, just did it because it was fun. He was the only rider in this division last year who was jumping that jump consistently, and he said they actually timed it, and it was not any faster at all to jump that thing, but he said it was cool. So
Yeah,
that's why he
it's
did it.
way more cool. It's not that much, but you can see from Barcia gaining on Metcalf, it is a little bit.
Checkered flag coming out. Ryan Dungey's back in victory lane. He takes Moto 1 here at Redbud. Solid performance by Jake Weimer. The young man out of Idaho takes 2nd. And let's see that battle for 3rd. Barcia made it happen. He gets around his teammate Metcalf. Justin Barcia takes 3rd. And he's got a shot to win this overall depending on how it shakes out in Moto 2 as well. And a long, long day at the office for Christophe Pourcel. It's going to feel like he did a 1 hour plus 2 lap moto with all he's been through. He is in 8th. No one in front of him, no one behind him. So it's going to be an 8th place finish for our series points leader. You finish 8th, you gain 13 points. You finish 1st, you get 25. So just like that, Dungey will chop 12 points off of the gap that Pourcel had on him. So they'll be almost even up. And you look at the results, that's the difference. Barcia 3rd, Metcalf 4th, Cyril 5th. Another decent but not outstanding ride for Tyler Rattray, who finishes 6th. And Matt Lemoyne finishes 10th. And if I recall, Lemoyne was actually one of the riders down in the first turn. Yes, he was. 26th at the end of lap 1, 10th at the end. Very impressive. Can the number 377 on the Kawasaki bounce back? It's time to go racing in the 250 class from Redbud. Gate drop through into the first turn. Dungey's got himself another good start, and Pourcel is right there as well. But Dungey on the yellow machine going to squeeze everyone off. No, it's the 577 of Martin Davalos in the KTM, taking the early lead. Davalos leading Dungey, and we have not seen Dungey and Pourcel with good starts together in a long time. And they're right there right now, and so is Max Anstey, another KTM rider. He passes Pourcel for 3rd.
Inside right here for Dungey. If he can, Davalos got into that corner and got out of there well.
That's the Englishman. Stephen Clark can't get the bike started, so everyone's gone, and he's stuck at the starting line. How about Davalos, young kid out of Ecuador, leading Dungey. Then you got Anstey and Pourcel. Max Anstey on fire, going to the inside on Dungey. He already passed the series points leader. Now he wants to get the other rider up front of the championship, Anstey. But why do we call Pourcel the crafty Frenchman? He just walks right back past Anstey to take over 3rd.
That inside line paid off, and I thought that was going to work for Dungey in that right-hander back there, but Davalos is fired up in this first lap. He doesn't want to let go of the lead just yet. A lot of times these guys get a start, and they're just going, I want to lead a lap. And then once you do that, he might lose.
Dungey! Way over the bars. A huge crash. And that's the break Pourcel needed. So now Dungey, I cannot believe the bike stayed running after flipping upside down.
Great recovery, man.
Talk about what happened there, David. That was head shake, I think they called coming into that corner.
He was going through that long rut there, Jason, and the front wheel got up over it. And once it did, and it twisted him all up. And I'm wondering if his bike is straight. Man, that thing tumbled pretty bad. Watch, the front wheel's going to drift out over.
Wow.
That must have felt pretty weird.
Yeah, he did
He's
a complete
probably like
somersault.
going, which way am I pointed? Watch the front wheel. It's going to drift over. He catches the next one. He's probably thinking, I got to save. And he was trying to miss Davalos right there. Got on the brakes hard. I bet you if Davalos hadn't have been there, it's not his fault.
Right.
But if he hadn't have been there, Dungey might have ridden that out.
Is Dungey's bike and Dungey's
Nice.
body in good shape. Nice pass, Darren Durham. And what? Durham, who is on the 159, battling with the 61 of Blake Horton, the 55 of Ryan Clark.
Oh.
And there's a rider down. That's one of the Pro Circuit riders trying to figure out which
Maybe
one that. I think
Rattray?
that might be Rattray, who was in third. Dungey looking over at the green flag. Look at Durham trying to get Dungey back, and that is Rattray, who is out. And he was in third at the end of lap 1. He is actually the defending world champion of this class where they race in Europe on 250s. They call it MX2. Rattray's had a so-so season so far. Martin Davalos taking advantage of the fall of Dungey. He's got a nice lead over Porcel right now.
Wow, he just railed
Yeah.
that. That was a nice move.
You're looking at Ryan Dungey, kid out of Minnesota. Took the points lead after winning Moto 1 today. In Moto 2, a spectacular wreck for the man in the number 10. He's trying to work his way back from that. He's in 7th, but David, the riders in front of him, he can see them, and they are in a pack. He's got an opportunity to make up a lot of positions if he can keep charging forward. Battle is on here in the 250 class of Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross. Christophe Porcel on the outside. That'll lead to the inside. The man in the green bike. Can he get the line on Davalos? He does.
That's
Porcel
what I
takes
was,
the lead.
yeah, talking about that before the break. I think Porcel expects to win. Davalos may not. That was the difference. I think he didn't even look over right there. He could feel it. Problem for Durham.
That's Darren Durham. Remember, he was trying to tail Ryan Dungey. Durham was in 8th. More bad luck for the rookie, so he's out of the top 10 now. Searle has already gotten around his teammate Davalos, and he has proven in his first year here in the United States, he will fight. He rides with everything he has, and he would love to beat Porcel and get this moto win. And in addition, he would have an outside opportunity at winning the overall, because Dungey, who won Moto 1, is still pretty far back. Dungey is in 9th. So it could be Searle's day to win because Porcel was 8th in the first moto. So everything could be falling the way. Oh, falling.
Man.
Falling away.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe we put the hex on the kid because suddenly maybe he's done the math and realized I can win this thing. I just got to hold on, and sometimes that's the worst thing that can happen. Let's try to reset the field here in this race. Porcel leading Searle and Davalos. Then you've got Metcalf. There's Metcalf for the 24 red bike. Then the 19 of Weimer is in 5th. Davalos, Metcalf, and Weimer are going to battle. Looks like Metcalf just helped himself out as he goes around the 577 of Davalos. Metcalf now up to 3rd.
So that's twice that Davalos has allowed somebody to get by him on the inside right there. The mechanics going, come on, you had it. Don't let these guys by, but perhaps. It's a guess. From watching this here, I mean, it's easy to see things from here compared to what it feels like on the racetrack. Davalos may have got himself kind of worked up, a little nervous, maybe a little tight. Now here comes all this pressure, and that makes it even worse.
Metcalf would now have a 3rd and a 4th. That's 7 positions basically in the 2 motos. We don't calculate it that way, we actually use race points. But he would basically have 7 positions. Weimer with a 2 and a 5, he would have 7. But Weimer with this pass right here on Davalos. Weimer moves to 4th.
See, Davalos isn't fighting. He's looking behind him a lot.
So there is Metcalf in 3rd. Metcalf's a fighter, though. He's been in a lot of battles this year. He's not going to make it easy on Weimer.
You know, I was wondering how Barsha and he were going to race that last lap, and you're a little bit nicer to your teammate, and I don't think he'll be quite as nice to Weimer. He's going to ride this track and take whatever line he has to take to keep Weimer back there.
And now we've got a full-scale battle for the number 3 position with Searle in 2nd and Christophe Porcel leading the way. Christophe Porcel, who is headed to his second moto victory.
Just goes to show motocross, you know, you got the first moto or the first half, the second moto, and this second half did what he needed to do. And you know you need to get a good start, but getting one's another thing. And he positioned himself differently, came out on the inside, and again, the crafty Frenchman and making the adjustments between motos and coming out with the second moto win. So this is going to mean that he's gotten a moto win at every single round.
That's right. And it's interesting how quickly momentum changes in this game. After the first moto, we're talking to you, and Ricky Carmichael stopped by. We were kind of bench racing with him, and we said this could be the swing and momentum that Dungey needs to finally get in a roll and put these guys away. Who would have thought that Porcel was going to come out on the second moto, as they say, smelling like a rose. He's going to win this race. He won't win the overall for the day, but I'm sure for him he'll feel just about as good because points are what counts, and he didn't lose a single one of them.
Man, what a difference in the way he's riding in this moto. Just having fun out there, probably wishing, you know, it'd be cool if there's a couple more laps, rain or no rain. The track's rough. It's how I like it.
So here's Porcel. 1 corner to go. He is going to win moto number 2 and salvage the points lead here at Redbud. He obviously had a couple of tear-offs left in those Scott goggles, just pulling them. Nice ride by Tommy Searle. As always, digging deep, gave it everything he had. He finishes second. Metcalf will be third. And how about this? 4th place. That wins the overall. Well done, Jake Weimer. 2 in a row for the kid out of Idaho. Porcel maintained his points lead today by finishing second, scoring 38 points, matching Ryan Dungey. Look at that, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all with the same amount of points in the overall. That's impressive. Let me show you the points. It's exactly the way it was when we came into this race. Searle now up to 3rd in the points, and Weimer climbs from 10th to 7th by virtue of winning 2 straight. So interesting the way it turns out in this 250 class. You've got spoilers trying to get in between the Dungey and Porcel Express to the championship. All right, here it is, folks. Gate's going to drop for the first moto of the day here at Redbud. It's the 450 class.
Looks like Reed.
Yeah, Reed with a good start, and he's got the Honda of Andrew Short right behind him. Reed has struggled with starts all year long. He did get a hole shot at High Point. He's got one here. Here's Short. Oh, Justin Brayton was 3rd, and he got sideways.
And you can already see just how the engines, these 450s are incredible power, how the engines are really laboring through those sections. Now here where the track is a little bit more, you know, worked in, they're really going to fly, but on those deep spots, even these bikes are laboring to get through it.
Short working over Reed right now. Remember, Short was able to get the better of Reed at both motos 1 week ago in Colorado. 2 weeks before that, our previous round at High Point, Reed got the better of Short, so a bit of a rubber match here between the two. Reed with a good start, Short trying to put pressure on. I believe it was Ricky Dietrich back there, the number 3 spot in the Monster Kawasaki, but for the moment, these two are a little bit of a private duel, David. Here they come.
You know, obviously I wasn't at Denver last week, but just from some pictures and reading things and catching up on it.
Short's made the pass.
Nice.
Short has made the pass on Reed. Reed's going to try to hang high on that off camber, but Short taking off right now on lap 1. Sorry about that, David. Go ahead.
He looks warmed up and ready to go, and it sometimes takes Reed a little while to get things figured out. A face full right there, but you know, I don't know that he really was flowing on that track last week, but here at Redbud, I'll bet you Reed's a lot more comfortable, and although he's getting attacked by Andrew right here, still, I bet it's a lot more fun for Chad. Expect more out of him today.
Well, he definitely had an off weekend last week in Colorado. Chad did. Seemed like everything was just kind of happening really fast for him. I spoke to him some after the race. Andrew Short also, even though he was inside the top 3, he was on the podium. You know, I thought that it was a fairly conservative ride, where that was a night that I expected him to really excel, being at that home track and home race and take advantage of that. And his teammate, Ivan Tedesco, just really put it to him. And I think that after the first moto, he seemed a little bit shocked. So is this going to be the rebound for Andrew Short to say, hey, look, you know, I very well could have won last week.
I think both these guys are going to rebound today, Jeff. They have to.
Wow, look at the gap.
Yeah, they have pulled, and it is still Dietrich at 3rd, Tedesco. Last week's winner 4th, then it's Byrne and the 48 of Tommy Hunt. So these are all the big players really in this 450 class. Oh, Grant, nice move. He's on the outside now on an off camber. I don't know if that's going to work. Hans trying to work Tedesco. Grant did make it work the long way around, but it paid off.
Momentum.
Yeah, what a move. But David, you know how it is, though, when you're in the zone and you see those guys ahead, you know, if you're the man, you go, okay, I can catch those guys. If you're kind of on that cusp like Ivan Tedesco, who just had that first win, he had a great ride where, you know, his confidence could be there, but he's not convinced yet that he could actually catch these guys. So we'll see how this plays out if this is another one of those building races.
Amazing from Josh Grant right now. He's like, okay, I didn't get the start I wanted, so I'm just going to pass everybody and get up there where I want to be. He's got some good lines. He's got a lot of momentum in places, and those guys aren't far enough in front of him. He's the one in the zone you're talking about right now. He's comfortable here. I think, whoa! Back on the 250 class, Josh was always comfortable on this track, had some good performances here, and if you go to a track the first time and you do well, it just always seems to be good when you go back there, and that seems to be the case for Josh.
Looks like Tedesco is trying to regroup and go back after Grant on the inside. They're headed to the Lucas Oil Leap. Oh, and Grant throws it sideways to try to hold Tedesco off, and he's able to break late. Oh!
That was impressive.
Yeah.
I thought his front wheel went over it.
Yeah,
Good
he just
save.
breaks so late coming into that corner. Look, he's right there with Dietrich now for third.
Getting in there a little hot. Grant was. He kind of stood it up in that one to keep Ivan from going, and then that next turn there, he got in there a little bit hot too and stood it up, but
Working for him.
flies around the outside.
Yeah, he's not following. Wherever he's at on the racetrack, he's trying to do something different, and it's working so far. And these guys that he just all passed, they got to take note of that. Oh,
There's Josh Hill, who has major back injuries, and coming into this race, did he take a hit there on the helmet, it looks like? And we've got a clip of it
through
to
the
take
whoop section. Oh, you know, as a rider, he got a little lucky there, actually. That's not as bad of a digger as it looked like from his helmet, Jeff.
And we're only 10 minutes into a 30-minute plus 2-lap moto. Here
Goes
comes Hahn again.
on the outside. Let's see if he can. Look how deep it is on the inside,
Yeah.
and Hahn's got a nice smooth line. If he can get it turned around.
He did. Good call there, Jeff, on the outside. And we got Jamie down there by the Lucas Leap. Jamie.
You get this jump wrong, and as Ricky Carmichael found out earlier, you got to get that wheel rebuilt pretty quick because this is a ruthless jump if you get it wrong.
Oh, Jamie Lawrence did just come up short there. I think he got just far enough over it to not bust one of those wheels, but that happened to Ryan Dungey in practice as well today. You don't clear that thing, and you can do some damage to the bike. And Lawrence just did.
He did.
Uh-oh,
He's
something
looking at
happened.
his front wheel, and I think he hears something or sense. Watch how hard he lands, just right here to the left of your screen behind Dietrich. Crosses it up a little bit, kind of scrubbed it.
Yeah,
Wasn't the best place to do that.
Here's Cody Cooper making the move on Dietrich for 6. Cooper takes a look over his shoulder and just barely measures enough room.
That's called making it stick.
There was no way return.
Yeah, he almost made Dietrich stick. Dietrich blew the berm a little bit, and that's what enabled him, Cooper, to get by.
It's like Short actually pulling back away from Reed a little bit, so Reed put in that charge 2 or 3 laps, got to the rear fender of the Honda rider, and now has lost a little bit of distance, and we're running low on time. Probably 5, maybe 6 laps left in this moto with 22 minutes into a 30-minute plus 2-lap race. And we'll also keep tabs on the 3rd place rider, who's Josh Grant on the 33, and see if he can maybe close it on Reed if Reed begins to falter late in this race. Now we transition back to the 3rd place rider, Josh Grant, who has many people saying he's the fastest rider in this field. He's been fastest in qualifying several times this year, including today. Didn't have a good start in this moto, but is putting in the fastest lap times of anyone on the track at the moment. He's the only rider in this moto to have turned a 2-minute 25-second lap. And that's what Grant is trying to do right now, trying to keep the hammer down and go after these two. Look at Reed bearing back down on Short, and we're looking at, my guess, 4 laps to go in this moto. Short getting sideways again. Another big mistake. Here goes Reed to the inside, and Reed takes advantage and grabs the lead from Short. Short made too many mistakes on that lap. Reed basically had no choice. He had to go to the front. Short kept giving him the opportunity, and let's see if the 29 can come back.
You know, the first mistake he made back there, he tried to jump over the big braking bumps. It was a gamble because he was going for it. And when you mess up because you're going for it, I don't see that as too big of a problem unless you crash.
A little bit of a change here. Cody Cooper up to 4th, and we're going to put tabs now on Tedesco, who was in the number 4 position. So Tedesco's so strong in Colorado, thought would want to come out here and follow it up with another victory, but instead he's actually going backwards late. There you see Tedesco in 5th on the red bike, losing more ground to Cooper. Look at this. Looks like Grant has caught Andrew Short, and we might have a battle for 2nd instead of a battle for the lead. This is that chicane section after the start, and they're going to head to that ski jump. There's Short on the 29, the red bike, and here comes Josh Grant, who would not give up.
If he just took Andrew Short out of this right now, we'd be thinking that Josh had a chance to catch Chad.
Right.
With 2 laps to go. So it's not just Andrew that's under fire here. The win is up for grabs.
Well, there's no doubt about it there. And now Short has had, Grant really had to get on the binders hard. You can tell just how much harder he is charging. He is really aggressive. Now watch him scrub this here. This is such a cool jump.
Nice. Gets to the inside of the next corner. Can he use it to make the pass? And Short did not
You
cover
know
the
what?
line.
Because he didn't put up a fight there. He knew Josh was to the inside, but then he had the inside in the next corner, and he didn't really do it.
Time's running out, 1 lap to go.
I'm trying to think of where he has on this racetrack to make a pass if he can get close enough. It's going to have to be one of those get close to him and just chop him off at a corner, a big gnarly block pass. That's all he's got left.
And Tommy Hahn, watch this. That's that Sam Whoop section. He was there inside the top 10, and that was a tough crash. Snapped the visor off his helmet, David.
Looks like Hahn took a bit of a harder fall than what Josh did, but now with just a few turns to go, this one's going to be close.
Man, Grant is definitely hauling. Enters that corner on the outside. There's the Lucas Oil lead. He gets a good look at Reed.
He's got one more chance.
Oh, he missed the berm.
I was going to say, going down into this corner on the inside, he might be able to chop him off, but
He's close. He's
It's on
getting
the
some
outside.
momentum here on the outside.
And then cuts across the rut. There's just not enough room if you're on the outside to cut back to the inside. We've only got 2 corners to go. What a race here at Redbud. The final corner. Grant's going to air it out. Cuts to the inside on Reed. Reed wins the moto. Grant, an incredible charge for second. And I am literally off my rocker here. And what happened to Andrew Short down the stretch, I would have never imagined that this race was going to come down to the 33 and the 22. Reed tops Grant by 0.3 of a second. Short third, Tedesco fourth. He's able to rebound there, and Dietrich in the top 5. Again, an amazing ride for him. And the hometown boy Nick Way out of Michigan finishes in the top 10. Now, for you folks new to motocross, that's Moto 1. We'll combine that score with the score in Moto 2 to determine an overall winner for the day. Here we go, live on NBC.
Who's it gonna be? Looks like a Suzuki.
Into the first turn. Oh, and a big pileup. That's the danger out here at Redbud. 2 riders down and quickly back up on their machines. Meanwhile, it's the Honda of Tedesco leading his teammate Short, and Short runs into the back of Tedesco. Reed is in third, Michael Byrne fourth. Tedesco, last week's winner from Colorado, out front here in Michigan.
Tedesco wanting a little redemption on Redbud from that first moto, guaranteed. We're going to see what happens here. And you know Reed wants to get in front of Andrew Short as quick as he can. Man, look how rough it is getting into those turns there.
All right, another bad start for Grant, who is second in Moto 1. We'll see if he can work his way through. You've got the leader, Tedesco on the red bike. Reed has moved into second in front of Short on the 29, who's in third. Then the other yellow bike, that's the 26 of Michael Byrne. Look at Short coming back after Reed, just like Moto 1. Short's going to go to the inside. Side by side, Reed fights back. Now I got a sweeping left-hand turn. Who's line? Who's got the right angle into this next corner? And I think Reed's got it, David. Short's not giving up.
Oh, same place he got past the first moto.
Right.
He's got to be careful for Andrew Short. I think he knows that. Andrew ain't scared to throw it in there, you know, but you know, Chad's probably thinking, well, if he ran out of steam the first moto, I'll just wait and let us do his thing here. But can't give him too much leeway. And look who's poking in there.
That's the 33 on the blue bike of Josh Grant. A much better start this time. Really not a better start. He just passed a bunch of guys here on lap 1 to get to fourth. So the big hitters are all up front, David. We are in store for a great race.
this will be good. And Josh makes his move on Chad Reed. He didn't waste any time. Chad left the door open there, but Josh really just slingshotted that inside. He was confident after the first race. He said, I got their number. Well, now he gets to prove it.
Absolutely. He caught them. He knows he's got the speed. And another thing, too, they want to get by Chad Reed so fast, too. And when I was racing him as well, you can't let him get out front. You can't let a good guy get out like front because they get comfortable. Then when they get comfortable, they just keep clicking in them good laps, and the rest is history.
Tedesco could help Andrew Short get this overall win. It's early in the race to be counting chickens, but you know, Andrew needs a little bit of help getting third in the first heat.
Absolutely. But they are all so close in points. I don't think that Ivan wants to help Andrew. I think he wants to help himself for this title, man.
That's true. Here we are, folks. 1 lap in the books. We're going to run 30 minutes and 2 laps. There's Andrew Short in second on the red bike. Josh Grant third on the blue machine. And they're already putting some distance between themselves and Reed. And Reed has struggled time and time again this season early in the races. It seems like he's able to bring the field back to him in the latter laps. AMA Pro Motocross here on NBC, an incredible battle. You're watching the race for second. Josh Grant on the blue bike going after the 29 of Andrew Short, and he gets to the inside. That's where he made a pass on him in the first moto, and Grant makes it happen.
Here we go. He might get back on the inside, try to ride a wide back, and
quite.
he doesn't. He doesn't. Josh Grant gets in that cushion right there, full traction. Reed's still in there, dude. This is not over. He could be waiting.
He's a cagey one. He has won more races and championships at this level than the riders that he's battling with, Short, Grant, and Tedesco. And that basically means is you can expect Reed to play the strategy game down the stretch. And they're racing for the money here at Redbud Motocross style. Josh Grant on the blue bike seizing the lead for the man on the red bike, Ivan Tedesco, and Tedesco trying to get him back. Do you like what you see here, Ricky? What a battle!
Oh, man, I got nervous there. I didn't know what was going to happen. Ivan needs to get going, man. Don't let him get away, or at least latch onto him and follow his lines and be there at the end to capitalize on a mistake or something. He just let the bike float through there, let his suspension work properly, and boom, had the inside. The rest is history.
Here's your battle. Josh Grant has pulled away quite a bit now from Tedesco, and Reed has gotten around Short. So Reed is up to third and going after Tedesco for the number 2 spot. But here's the problem for Reed. Even if he gets past Tedesco for second, he will tie Josh Grant on the day for points, and the tiebreaker goes to the better finish in Moto 2. So if Reed wants to win this race overall, he'll have to pass Tedesco and then catch and pass Grant. The way Grant's riding, that's not going to be easy, but it's motocross, and this track is filled with pitfalls. You never know, and that's what Reed says. You got to be in it to win it.
It's going to be tough at this point for Reed to really catch up to Grant. Grant is riding that good, you know, and I don't say it's going to be actually cake to get by Tedesco. He's riding good. It took him a while to get by Short, so we'll see what happens. But anything like that could happen as we talk about
that
it.
Was he did a good job to dodge that, get his foot out of the way. That could have messed him up for the. He got it stuck on the brake pedal. The brake disc is on the right side, so he dodged a bullet there by not getting that plastic hung up in there and lose the brake altogether. There's 6 minutes to go. There's time for him if he really lights it up and rides perfect and puts on a surge to catch the leader, but it's not looking good right now.
Ooh, look at Tedesco just barely clips that hay bale there, and then Reed takes care of it.
Nice move by Byrne to get around Ricky Dietrich, who is an off-road rider, and Kawasaki gave him an opportunity, missing Ryan Villapoto, who won the first round, and said, here, give this thing a try. And in his first attempt, he finished 5th overall and was apologizing because he wasn't really comfortable on that track. He said, I'll do better from now on.
He has been solid. That's Dietrich on the green bike. Just got passed by Byrne, the veteran out of Australia. So that will move Byrne up to the number 6 spot. How many laps has Reed been back here trying to get around Tedesco?
If there's anybody that's got a helmet full of roots, it's got to be Chad Reed, eating Andrews all day. I guarantee you he's giving it everything he's got. You know he wants to get by these guys, but that's all he has to offer, unfortunately, and hopefully he'll get it turned around here before the halfway mark comes out to the season and do battle at the end of the series.
It says a lot for the guys in front of him, too, the way Josh took off and pulled a lead, and the way that Tedesco's been able to hang on. I mean, earlier in the year, Tedesco was battling way behind all this stuff. But he's been injury-free for a long time. He's starting to get his confidence back, and a win, hanging on to second here over the points leader, Chad Reed. Things are looking up for Ivan. He didn't get any points at the first round, and he's kind of bummed out, but he's picked it up and he's starting to close in. He'll pick up 2 more points in the championship if he can hold off Chad Reed in this race.
It's the last lap. Reed is going to have to pull a miracle here. He's got to find a trick to get around Tedesco. He's been stuck back here for several laps. Tedesco's one of the hardest guys to pass. He's a fighter for sure, but look at this. Reed is going to try to mount one more rally. This is just sheer heart and determination by the 22. Can he get around Tedesco with a half a lap to go?
Man, he's trying his heart out. But I know who one guy out front is really happy right now.
That's Josh Grant.
Absolutely.
He's got this thing tucked away, so we're going to stay with this battle for second. Not much time left. Where does Reed have a line? He's making lines that didn't even exist before to try to find an opening.
Chad Reed is really going to have to try to make something happen here. The rest of the part of the track is very, very one line. There's really only one good line. You can see he lost a little bit of time there. I think he's going to go all out, see what happens.
Maybe after the Lucas leap, if he's close enough, he may be able to dive down to the inside for a block pass in that last right-hander. That's what I would be thinking if I were him right now.
Absolutely.
Get close.
He's mounting up right here.
All right,
good
folks.
call, David.
Last lap. Can Reed get aggressive? Well, we know he can. Will he? Here's the Lucas Oil leap. biggest jump in all American motocross.
I don't know what Ivan's looking at. He needs to be focused on what's in front of him because there's a guy right behind him that wants his position.
This is
Only
where
got
I was
3 corners
thinking right
left,
here.
Gator.
Oh, look at that. You're right, David.
He leaped downhill.
Oh, dude.
He grabs a handful of throttle. Here comes Reed, challenging Tedesco. Just 2 corners left in this race. The battle for second. Josh Grant's going to win. Oh, Tedesco feels the footsteps.
Here?
Grant wins
Big
it.
question mark.
And they're coming to the finish side by side.
Oh, man.
And it's Tedesco. Tedesco will take second, side by side with Reed over the finish line. Overall, Grant with a 2 and a 1. That's the most points. He beats Reed. Tedesco on the podium, a good follow-up for his win. Dietrich, the part-time off-road racer, 6th. Not bad for him. And Nick Wey, Michigan's own, inside the top 10. All right, 30-second card is up. That means we're about to go racing. This 250 class, the last couple of motos in this division have been phenomenal. So we think we're in for another good one. Remember, Jake Weimer, who we haven't even really mentioned much so far today, has won the last 2 races in a row. Strong performance with a 2-1 score at Colorado, then 4-2 to win at Redbud. That shows you how deep this field is, a 4-2 getting the job done for a victory.
Top 3 qualifiers all together. The only thing separating them is that doghouse.
Here we go. Gate's going to drop. Looks like Dungey is going to make the hometown fans happy. He gets to the first turn first. And he's got Tommy Searle and I believe Barcia right with him. A couple of riders down. Blake Wharton, one of your teammates there, is down, not even into the first turn. In fact, behind the starting gate. I don't even understand how that happened. And here's your pileup in turn number 1.
Well, Blake can pick up a few guys if he gets going.
Yeah, just by getting the first turn. So here we go. You've got Dungey in the lead. Dungey's had some trouble in the first motos this year, keeping it on 2 wheels. Barcia in the number 2 spot. There is Searle getting bumped by Metcalf. So 2 of the top 3 positions are Geico Power Sports Honda machines. Let's see what Barcia can do with Dungey in the number 1 spot.
You know, Trey, as you pointed out, he's such a competitor, Barcia. It seems like even if he was a little ways down in the standings from practice, following Dungey around, is he the kind of guy who can just step up and run that pace?
For sure. If he sees something right in front of him, if he has that bait, he'll do whatever he can, whether it's jumping off the track, he'll do it. You know, he wants to win, and I think that's that's an awesome character to have.
Here's the crafty one. Oh, Porcel runs in to Metcalf.
That's about the most aggression I've seen from that guy.
I don't think I've ever seen him make contact.
That was a sweet
rider.
transition he made into that inside line at the bottom to make that pass, and then I think at the hill he just was pretty much just trying to hold his position, and it's unfortunate for Metcalf.
Well, we keep overlooking how fast Porcel is and how determined he is. He knows Dungey's in the lead. He's got to move up. Go ahead, David.
He got right into that berm, just turned on a dime, left a nickel, and then gave an elbow to Metcalf, who couldn't do the double, but didn't lose a position.
And Porcel managed to hit him, look over, and clear the uphill double all in one move. And here he is now closing in on Barcia. No doubt Porcel knows Dungey's the man. He's battling for this championship, and he already probably has figured out that Dungey's the man in the lead. The only thing we really haven't seen much of this year, somehow, is Porcel and Dungey battling it out together. It seems like they exchange bad motos. Could this be the one where they finally hook up? I'm sure Barcia would like to stay in between them. Searle has had podiums the last couple of races, waiting for that breakthrough and maybe get a victory.
And here comes Tickle.
Tickle putting pressure on Alex Martin here for the number 6 spot.
Yeah, Alex Martin and Tickle and Searle getting after it. So.
Yeah, I think Tickle's got his bike setup working nicely. He gets around Martin, and he wants around Searle. Remember, Searle on the podium the last couple of races. Tickle doesn't care about that. He wants to be on the podium today. Searle looks over and says, 43. Okay, there's another guy I got to battle this year.
He knows he's there, that's for sure. And let's see if he doesn't use that outside line this time. He's got to be a little bit more protective. Tickle looks like he can go wherever he wants to go and not lose much time, but he's a little ways down the leaders, but he's got an opportunity to pick up a couple more points here.
Here is Porcel, who is up to the number 2 spot. We see on our screen he's gotten around Barcia. We'll try to keep tabs out and see what happened to Barcia. As we see a rider down off of the side of the racetrack. That's Kress on the 504. There is Barcia, and now he's got pressure from Metcalf, 3rd to 4th. So Barcia must have made an error, because here comes Medi.
Mehdi's been really good here in the past. He's got podiums here the last 2 years, so you know, I'm thinking this is going to be a good track for him. But you know, Barcia making a little mistake, losing some time, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we hear Barcia fell right before the finish line. That's how come Porcel was able to get around him, and Metcalf was able to catch him. So here you go, Metcalf specializing in this racetrack, like I said, podiums here the last 2 years. That's when he was on the green team, now making the red bike look good, and one of those two appears to be going to the podium at the moment. Just the question is, which one is it going to be? Wow, Metcalf threw it even further sideways than Barcia. That's not something you often say. Here's Searle, who has been passed by Tickle. So Searle's back to 6th, and that's the red machine of Alex Martin, not too far back there. Martin literally lives about 50 feet away from this sand section right now. And, you know, sometimes you got to figure there's pressure on a guy when it's a hometown race and a one-shot deal on a factory team. Apparently, that's not hurting him. He's holding off Weimer, the winner of our last 2 races. Martin looks like he belongs up there. Here's Weimer. This is how closely stacked this class is. The guy wins the last 2 races. He's riding hard. He's in 8th right now. That's how close everyone is on speed in this class. So we've got about 4 riders behind Barcia. If he doesn't step on and stay with his teammate, he might go back out of the top 5. That's what makes this class fun to watch. Through the sand whoops we go. Meanwhile, an update, Dungey has a lead of 6.5 seconds over Porcel. That's why I haven't seen that much, because so far, Dungey, he's not even weathering the storm. There isn't a storm. He's out there by himself. Porcel's not been able to put too much pressure on, but despite all we've seen so far, we're not even halfway through this thing. And the fans are pumped because their hometown boy's in the lead.
That was sweet.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
That shows why he's pulling away. He's got a little crafty Frenchman of his own there.
Crafty Minnesota rider.
That's a good transition into that rut, too. A lot of guys come into that kind of abrupt, and then they hit it, and they're off balance. He's making a nice sweep into it. Round the outside there, missing that chop on the power. He steers with the power really well, I've noticed.
And,
again, right there,
yeah.
see?
Metcalf now all alone in 3rd. So Barcia, that little tip over, took a little wind out of his sails. He was in the number 2 spot, now back to 4th. And like we said, there's a pack behind him. So there is Weimer, who's up to 7th. And don't you know, Weimer, the Idaho kid, is putting the pressure on the Englishman, Searle, and he has taken over the number 6 position. Searle, just not quite where he was the last couple of weeks. And you can see how different, I don't know, is at the tracks. Is some days guys not feeling it, because he almost won the overall last time out of red, but this isn't a bad ride.
Yeah, it's hard to say that, you know, that he hasn't had time and these guys have on the tracks, you know.
Yep.
But, you know, because he's done fairly well at all the tracks that all these other guys have had time on, and he hasn't. But I think Millville's a little different, you know. It's really weird. You have these really weird off-cameras like what you just saw. The dirt's different everywhere. You have these whoops. It's a little bit different to get used to, and I think that might have a little role.
He's struggling. You can see it. He's kind of like,
Look at Martin going for it. I cut you up there, David, because he scrubs it at the top. The kid's fired up, and he passes Tommy Searle, Alex Martin into 7th. He is obviously more comfortable on this track, I would assume.
You got to know that Alex is just smiling from ear to ear right now.
Man, what were you saying there? You can tell you think Searle struggled a little bit there,
yeah,
David?
he's looking around.
So Searle going to lose some points here as he's back to the number 9 spot with Cunningham in 8th. Porcel, he's 2nd. He is the points leader. He'll give up 3 to Dungey, though, and I believe the lead is 9, so that'll bump it down to 6. But the way we've seen both these guys have some adversity this year, it might be more about avoiding the huge mistake than it is to avoid giving up a few points here and there. Barcia's back. He's trying every line through those whoops to get back around Metcalf. I don't know where Barcia found this. I thought the battle was over, but here he comes. 151 on the outside, 24 on the inside, and this is a rematch of where they were about 15 minutes ago, and they touch in midair. Unbelievable.
Did that just happen?
You could not have planned a better photo shoot than that. And Barcia made the pass. Did he just pump his fist too?
I think he did. That's what I'm talking about with Justin Barcia. He wants to win, and when he wins, he wants to let you know that he won.
I think they touched rear wheels in midair, and then Barcia took him wide. We're going to find out here. We'll watch the replay. And here we go.
They both whip at the same.
Wow!
I hope someone got a picture
Barcia
of
was
that.
about a foot or 2 feet ahead. Otherwise, that could have been really bad.
Yeah, that's high speed.
Dungey putting the finishing touches on a dominant performance. The lead is 30 seconds over Porcel. The way he just did that one-hander, that pretty much sums it up. Calm, cool, collected.
He's fist pumping a lot bigger than inside. You know, he's stoked right now. You just got to be.
His lines that he's using right now look like they would work for the second motor. He's starting to duck inside of a lot of things and crisscross stuff. He's definitely ridden a really smart race with his effort plus his line choices.
Here we go, folks. Checkered flag. Ryan Dungey wins it for the home state fans. There's your top 10 from Moto 1. Tickle. We thought he'd be solid. He was. He was in the top 5. Weimer was 6th. Alex Martin 8th. Making that Trey Canard bike look good inside the top 10. Rough ride for Searle in 9th. Matt Lemoyne holds on, stay inside the top 10. So that's 2 Star Racing Yamahas in the top 10 in that one. Let's go racing at Millville. And it's 2 Geico Power Sports Hondas. Metcalf and Barcia along with Dungey through the first couple turns, and now it's actually the other Geico Power Sports machine, Blake Wharton, making moves. He's right there with Dungey as well. 61 versus 10 in a battle for second. Dungey settles that. He takes the number 2 spot, throws a tear off. He wants to go after the leader, Barcia, and look out for the man in the green and red machine. That is Porcel. Great start so far. This is the setup we wanted, David.
Yeah, everybody that's going to battle for this overall is right in contention. If Barcia gets a do-over, he was up there in the first moto, tipped over. A little upset with that, and you saw him between motos. How did he look?
He looked pretty confident, you know. He was, like I've said about Justin, he wants to win probably more than anyone out there. And he wasn't too happy with his finish, and I think that he's looking at this as a little revenge and a second chance at getting that overall.
All right, so that's Barcia in the lead. You've got Dungey in second. Porcel, who just shoved Blake Wharton out of the way in the middle of those whoops, has taken over third. There's your championship contenders, one on the yellow bike, one on the green. And Porcel closing in, going to the outside now on Dungey on lap 1. Completely different racetrack than they saw in the first moto, David, the way the dirt is shaped up here.
Berms are moving around. They've cut a couple of grooves into the track. New inside line right there that Dungey and Porcel both picked up on. They had a lap to take a look at this before the start, so you know they haven't seen it at speed, but they have seen it. So these guys adapt really fast.
There's Blake Wharton, struggled in Moto 1, but he's up there this time in Moto 2. Trey, that's your teammate.
Yeah, he had a few electrical issues, but I think they got it figured out, and he's trying to run it up front right now.
Had a few bad runs this year, but most of the time Wharton is kind of a silent assassin, as we say up there. He's been up front in the top 5, been knocking on the door for podiums in a bunch of races this year. This could be his opportunity, and look at him hanging right now with the championship points leader, Christophe Porcel on 377. Porcel's 3rd, Wharton on 61 is 4th. And here's your leader, Justin Barcia, and of course he throws that bike sideways. That is the trademark Justin Barcia style. 1 lap in the books, and he's got the lead. This kid is fun to watch. Here is Porcel, so smooth through that section, and you guys both are nodding and smiling as he goes through there, David.
He's unbelievable. He just kind of picks what he's going to do, and it just happens, you know. He's so methodical, and he just knows what he's doing at all times, and to watch him ride is really awesome because it's smooth and kind of flawless.
Wharton struggled a bit lately, had a couple of tough breaks. Had a podium in a moto at Denver, and then in Moto 2 crashed early, and that race his chance to win the overall. So he's back right now. You've got Will Hahn right now on the number 50, the KTM, and Brock Tickle. This has been Brock Tickle's weekend to shine. Great ride in Moto 1. He's around there. You've also got the 159 of Darren Durham, his rookie teammate. There's Durham, and then he's followed by Tickle. So the Star Racing Yamaha boys trying to gang up right now on Will Hahn. This is a great battle for 5th, 6th, 7th.
But Wharton going down.
Yeah, Wharton goes down, loses the front fender, so that's more of that bad luck of strange times for Wharton.
Well, you look at his helmet and his chest protector and stuff, it doesn't look like he took too bad of a dive. Like
Dungey still leaning all over Barcia, but Barcia will not cave in. He's holding up under the pressure. And don't forget the 3rd place rider, Porcel, back there. This is the exact situation that Porcel usually excels in. He'll let these guys tire each other out, take lines away from each other, slow each other down, and then he will pounce as we head to the sand loops again. And this is what we're talking about, blowing past our camper guys who are going over 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, taking it back to what you said about both of them being teenagers. there's a lot of maturing that kind of takes place from 16 to 19. And just in that first year as being a pro, I've learned a lot, you know, from the time that I stepped into this till now. It's been such a huge learning curve for me that I look back at when I was 16 and go, wow, I knew nothing. So, you know, there's a lot of experience that comes into play right now.
Dungey's trying to use that experience. Go ahead, David.
He just matured a little bit, coming around that right-hand sweeper.
Here we go. Dungey, oh, nice line. I didn't think Dungey had it, but he just held his ground. Barcia went a little wide. Ryan Dungey takes the lead here at Millville, and the fans come to life. I think Barcia wants to get him back.
Barcia's going to fight. You know, that's what Justin Barcia's all about, is fighting and winning.
The place where they got so close the past couple laps, big right sweeper before they headed up the hill, Barcia decided, well, he keeps getting me on the inside up into the corner, so he just swept all the way around to try to avoid it, but too much pressure from Dungey down the hill. Barcia tried, but there's no way he was going to make that corner.
That's a Geico top 10 nominee replay. Definite highlight there. In the very next corner, Barcia went right back at him. But now Barcia's got trouble. Pourcel just saw Dungey go to the lead. He knows he's got to let it all hang out. He's got to try to get around Barcia and stick with Dungey, who Pourcel is battling for in this championship battle. And here goes Pourcel to work on the 151, and I love it. The complete contrast in styles. The radical kid out front and the ultra-precise, ultra-smooth Frenchman, and he goes right by. Here comes Barcia right back.
I was just about to say, if he wants any shot at this race, he needs to get around Justin right now, and he does. You know, they don't call him the crafty Frenchman for anything.
Metcalf, who had a bit of trouble early in the moto, had a great start, lost a couple spots, I think was as far back as 7th, but here he is, up into the number 4 position. So Metcalf's been riding very well for the last couple of rounds, including a podium finish overall at our last race at Redbud. And in 5th is Darren Durham, the rookie, putting in one of the best rides of his young pro career with that number 5 position. There's Pourcel trying to keep the heat on. 6 minutes, 17 seconds to go. We call him the crafty Frenchman. Does he have any tricks left up his sleeve? We'll see.
That something doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what the deal is there. He's looking over his shoulder. I think he's lost a little bit of ground here in his pursuit of Dungey. The fans here certainly like that. Barcia 3rd, Metcalf 4th, Darren Durham putting in a great ride. He is 5th, and we're just trying to study Pourcel and see what has happened here. I think he's lost some ground to Dungey. See, Dungey still working his way through the whoops. And we have an idea now of what happened to Christophe Pourcel when he was chasing him.
This is the corner right before the Holy Schmidt jump. Coming down the hill is a bunch of breaking bumps. A lot of guys went down there in practice because it was slippery. So I think he was going fast. The last time he came through there on our cameras, he was booking, and I think it just got away from him.
Yeah, him and Dungey had a great pace going. They were pushing each other, and I don't know that Dungey was going to let it happen, but Pourcel was going after him. You know, he was wanting it to get done, but you know, luckily he got up in 2nd, and you know, maybe he'll hold off Barcia, who knows, but you know, it'll be critical for him to hold off Barcia, because that's a good amount of points that he'll lose.
Yeah, it's 2 more points he would lose if Barcia were able to get around Pourcel. Here's Dungey working his way through lap traffic. Got to be a sigh of relief for Dungey. It looked like it was going to be a torrid fight all the way down to the checkered flag, and we thought Pourcel was putting pressure on Dungey. Maybe Dungey might make the mistake, but instead it was Pourcel who made the error, and that's made life a lot easier on Dungey down the stretch. Dungey won't be able to take the points lead back with this, but it'll be almost tied by the time this is over. It'll be, I believe, a 3-point gap if Pourcel holds on and finishes 2nd. So, hey, whoa! Running into lap traffic. They're literally running into Willie Browning there. Wow.
That was just wires crossed. Browning had no idea that Dungey was coming up the hill that fast. And Dungey looking at the bike. Did I wreck anything here? Is the shift lever still there? Something like that could change the whole thing, and that's why in the first moto when I was talking about on our internet coverage, Pourcel, you know, you got to push. You know, this moto he's probably feeling like, well, I'll hold Barcia off, but I'm not going to catch Dungey, and then something like that could mess him up. You got to be close enough to take advantage of it.
That's right. Here we go. The Division 7 Star Racing Yamaha boys are about to duke it out. The 159 of Durham, who's in 5th, and 6th place is a teammate Brock Tickle. And we'll see who gets the best of this one. It's going to be a perfect 10 for number 10, Ryan Dungey, looking to go 1-1 on the day. Has actually not won an overall in a while. Won it in Texas. Had to battle past the guy named Trey Kennard to get that win. And then Dungey's actually been shut out of victory lane overall since then. So for a guy that I think was the odds-on favorite to win this championship, that's proof again how deep this competition is. One little mistake, even from a rider of Dungey's caliber, has knocked him out of victory lane, but he's finally back.
No better way to get it than at home, too.
Here it is, folks. Ryan Dungey wins it for the home state fans at Millville. That good start by Dungey resulted in a moto win. Barcia held on for third. That's a solid, consistent ride for the kid in third place overall. Metcalf and Tickle round out the top 5. Bit of an off day for Tommy Searle. Metcalf was solid. Look at that. 3 points between Porcel and Dungey past the halfway mark. That's unbelievable. Grant had the #1 gate pick today, and Reed had the #2 gate pick based on their times in qualifying. So they've both chosen to go to the middle, and we'll see how it turns out. Grant, of course, won the previous round of the series at Redbud, but we've seen momentum is awfully fleeting this season. Here we go in Moto 1. And the Suzukis seem to have that drag race dialed in. It's both Reed and Michael Byrne up front early. Tedesco is there with him, and a couple other riders down in the first turn, but Chad Reed's got the whole shot. And look at Josh Grant. I don't even know where he came from, but he's up in the #3 spot now. A little mistake as he battles with Tedesco.
Tedesco was a little bit off in practice. He was further down the list than you would expect him to be with as well as he's been riding. Chad was coming over that section into the whoops. He was going wide in practice, but when you get the start like that and everyone's bunched up behind you, you don't want to leave the door open there.
Oh, Tedesco's trying to not leave the door open to Grant, who almost forced his way through. This is the most infamous section, maybe in this whole tour, the sand whoops. And look who's there, the 18 of Millsaps. Welcome back, Davey Millsaps. Right there battling with Grant and Tedesco for second.
They just need to have whoop sections like that all over the place. A little mess up right there by Josh Grant allows Millsaps in there close. Not enough to get the inside up into this corner, but Millsap's so good in whoops. So to get a decent start like he did and then have whoops down and back, that helped him really put the pressure on.
Now it's steep downhill. Look at Grant trying to use an inside line to get Tedesco, and he might get Reed as well. Now all the way to the top of this facility. Tedesco came up short on that double, and that allows Grant to make a clean pass. And the 33, that has always been his trademark. He's not intimidated by anyone. He doesn't care about Chad Reed's credentials. He wants to go after the 22 and take the lead. What a battle we've got shaping up here.
Wow, some pretty interesting lines from Josh. That's what he did at the last round in Michigan. He was running some big outside lines, keeping his momentum up. And usually when you go all the way around the outside of one corner, you're on the inside into the next. So if he gets a good enough drive, he can put a block pass on Chad.
Just like Millsaps trying to do with Tedesco. Tedesco on the 9, Millsaps 18. Wheel to wheel out of this corner. And Tedesco takes a look over his shoulder. This is a lot different Davey Millsaps than we saw at round 1 at Glen Helen. He was back 4th or 5th and pretty much stuck back there, but today he's aggressive, fighting for a podium.
Josh been throwing it sideways off jumps today. Look at that.
What a move! Josh Grant started cutting off. I couldn't contain myself there. Just scrubs it over the finish line to the inside. Don't think Reed's out of it yet. This is going to be a phenomenal race for the first place position, just like it is right now for 3rd. Michael Byrne in the hunt too.
Watch Millsaps through here. Straight legs, on his toes. Making up a little time, but Tedesco had a nice run through there that time. So Millsaps got another chance here on the way back, and that's where he gets his momentum. Beautiful.
Wow, and you call it, David, that drive. He just blows past Tedesco, and that's all rider there. Obviously, they're on identical bikes. Look at Tedesco on the outside, comes back. Oh, and they come together. Unbelievable that they're teammates right now. Obviously, superb the way this track is coming together. There's 2 different lines all the way around. It's like a Honda poster right there as they both throw it sideways together at the top of the facility, and Millsaps takes 3rd.
Wow. Welcome back, Davey.
Yeah.
Looking good. You know, all the Honda guys were way off the pace. We still don't see Andrew Shore yet. Way off the pace in practice from where I feel like they should be.
Right.
So even though they're battling with each other and banging elbows a little bit, I'm sure Kehoe and Stanton are happy to see these guys riding hard.
Byrne is beginning stronger and stronger as the series goes on. Started the year off with a terrible shoulder injury, and now he's been a pretty solid top 5 threat. Look at him go after Tedesco right now on the 26.
Seems like even when Byrne has a break, he always comes back pretty quick.
Right.
You know, he might not come back to the front, but he comes back to where he was. You know, each time I've seen him sit out for a little while, I'm always impressed with where he comes back to right away. That's not easy to do.
Oh, and he just lost the front end. We both saw that one coming. Here's Grant blowing up some berms out here. but still not able to distance himself from Reed. It's just over a second between them. There you see the yellow bike popping back into the screen. So I don't know whose strategy is playing off right now. Is Reed content back there at second, or does Reed feel, or Grant, sorry, does he feel like he has him covered? I guess we'll find out. We're halfway through this moto. Well, how about this guy, the factory hunter? Tommy Hahn is now up to 5th. He's gotten past Andrew Short and is now challenging Tedesco for 4th. This guy has been a thorn in the side of some of these factory boys all year. Now he's on a support team. He does get good stuff from Pro Circuit and some parts from Kawasaki. He's not a full privateer, but Tommy Hahn on the 48 is not a full factory rider, but he sure is riding like it. Byrne definitely feels good. He's trying that same inside line that Grant had used on Reed. Turns it into an outside line. Whoa! Makes the pass. Bike steps sideways. He calmly puts it back in line. Michael Byrne up to the number 6 position. And the way Byrne's been coming on strong lately, we can throw his hat in the ring as a potential first-time winner this year as well. He says he's really looking forward to Unadilla. That's his favorite track on this tour. Byrne is definitely the man of the move. He's got to be wondering, if not for that little washout earlier, could he be battling with Millsaps for a podium in this moto? He's caught Tedesco, closed the gap quite a bit from where they were 1 lap ago. For now, he's got a battle with Tedesco for the number 5 spot. Here he goes on the inside of the corner that he fell on the outside earlier.
Yeah, I think at this point, Ivan's probably not even really so much fighting for position as he is just trying to get comfortable on the racetrack, salvage this moto, and try to figure out how he's going to get the bike set up for the next one. He is not comfortable.
Wow, and shaking his head.
Yeah. That's the mechanics area right there.
Oh, okay.
He's just going, man, it ain't happening. So
nope.
You can put whatever you want on the board. It doesn't matter. It's not working out.
Burns made the pass, so that'll put Byrne into the number 5 spot. Tedesco back in 6th. And who's going to move into 1st? It's Reed going to get that spot. He's going for it now, David, on the inside. Grant's going to ride the wide bike. But for how long can he hang on? Here's Reed around the outside again. Woo! Grant will be aggressive. We've seen it before. Remember Hangtown, the battle he had with Alessi. He's as hard to pass as anyone. Here's Reed again.
He was the fastest down that hill of anybody in practice. He was flying down that hill. I thought he had a shot at it right there. He realized, nah, that's not the right spot. He's confident right now and thinks he can pick his place.
He might be able to pressure the 33 into a mistake and get around him that way. So here we go. Reed's right there.
When you're in a battle like this is where you really surprise yourself and ride at potential.
We're maybe just a few feet away from a white flag and then a last lap flurry. Here we go. Will Reed let it all hang out?
I think he will.
Yep.
But Josh is doing it too. You know, sometimes as a leader, I mean, I used to do it and I still do it when I compete in races. If you feel a guy catching you, you go, okay, well, he's catching me anyway, so what if he catches me a little more? And as he's doing that, gets close, kind of regroup and get ready to really launch a flurry of speed. Right about the time the guy behind you thinks he's going to get you, you pull away again, and it changes the mindset of the rider that was trying to catch you, thinking, I got him, and then all of a sudden you show them some speed they didn't expect.
Well, as we see Grant holding Reed off here in the last lap, you say change the mindset during the race. What about after the race? What about for the next moto? I mean, now Grant knows Reed brought everything he had. Grant was able to hold him at bay. What does that mean to Josh Grant?
Well, you know, if you go back a couple weeks to Josh's last win, he's like, I got those guys' number.
Right.
He's got it again today.
Yeah. And by the way, a shout out, Byrne has moved past Hahn. Michael Byrne up to the number 3 spot despite crashing earlier in the moto. So the Australian Suzuki tandem is running 2 and 3, but they'd love to be in front of this guy, but running out of time to get it done. Grant bouncing down that hill. That was wild. So there's 33, Grant, and Reed's no longer in the picture. I think Reed might have said, oh, I'll just have to come out and try to get it done in moto number 2. Remember, if Reed wins that, he'll win the overall anyway. Josh Grant, aggressive early, put his laps together midway through, and then when Reed mounted a charge with 4 laps to go, Grant was able to weather that storm, and now he's a few corners away from taking his 2nd straight moto victory, and he would like to turn that into his 2nd straight overall victory. Remember, Reed won the first moto at Redbud, Grant was 2nd. Grant came back to win Moto 2 there, and it looks like he's going to win Moto 1 here at Millville. Josh Grant. Momentum, you bet he's got it. And the first moto win. Josh Grant has got the victory. Chad Reed second, and Michael Byrne picking himself off the floor, literally. You see the results? Good job by Hill to work his way up in the top 10. And Matt Gerke, who always goes well on this track. Why did I not pick him for my fantasy team? He's in 9th. So well done by Matt, who was outside the top 20 early in this moto. We're ready to go racing. There's your Suzuki starting grid at the top of the screen. Grant, fastest in practice, wins moto number 1. But Reed was right on him that entire race. What do you think's going to happen here in Moto 2, David? Is it a 2-horse show, or can someone else get in there?
Well, it looks to me like Chad's fast, but Grant's just a little bit faster. So if Chad puts in another moto like that, he's going to force Grant to ride on that edge like he did the first moto. Better start.
Looks like Tedesco's got it this time. Reed is right behind him. And a nice clean first turn. Everyone's up on 2 wheels. Tedesco in the lead. That's the 114 of Justin Brayton there. Oh, we got a bunch of riders down, and one of them is Josh Grant. The 33 is down in a pile. Oh, no, that's a disaster. They got through the first turn, and then after that, rider's down. And a bunch of Yamaha people trying to help Grant bump start that bike. Disaster for Grant. The bike is still not running. Meanwhile, Reed and the rest of the championship contenders are getting away.
I think this is what Reed is counting on. Ride as best you can, and if Josh can be, there he goes for the lead already. So
pretty good. He's riding best he can. It's right there with Tedesco right now, David. Yeah, he's on the attack.
And he's just thinking, if Josh can beat me by riding as fast as he rode in the first moto, well, then I'll let him have it. I got a good points lead, but I think he was counting on Josh not being able to get a couple motos put together. Of course, Chad's so consistent, Supercross, indoors or out.
So Chad Reed has a chance to grab this overall win by the throat because Tedesco was 5th in Moto 1. This track is wide open fast on lap 1 of Moto 2, David.
A little bit of preparation to it, as you can see all the fresh dozer tracks. These guys got a lap to look at it. So you can see all those ruts up there. There's sections they have left alone, but they've smoothed it out quite a bit, and it is a really fast pace right now. I'm sure Tedesco is liking that because there was bumps in awkward places, and he just never got comfortable, but he looks pretty good here.
Yeah, he was struggling big time in Moto 1. In fact, when he got past, he was shaking his head over a couple of the jumps. Obviously, they've made changes to that factory Honda, and it's paying off as he holds Reed at bay. Reed, though, always seems to struggle on the first couple of laps of these motos. So this is Tedesco's chance to shine. How about Justin Brayton? Best start of the year for him. Same for Jimmy Albertson on the 47, who's in the number 4 spot. So the 114 and the 47 scrap it out for 3rd and 4th. And in 5th is Davey Millsaps. We didn't have him in our highlight reel, but he was in 3rd for the majority of Moto 1. Millsaps back from a neck injury. Looked to have a podium finish a couple of hours ago here, and then his bike quit. So he's got some unfinished business out here at the number 5 spot on the red machine. I'll tell you, he's not happy, though, the 47 of Albertson, who just went down at the end of the sand loops and knocked his front fender off. So Albertson, who was in 4th, is now about 15th or so. He's got Jeff Alessi and Tyler Bowers, Moto Concepts Honda riders, battling with him right now.
You know, the problem he had, looked like his hand came off the handlebar. I caught just a glimpse of it as he went by our camera. Couldn't get back a hold of it in time, and at least he's okay. That was a nasty crash.
Yeah, now outside the top 10. So let's see if Albertson can move up. Let's take a look at what happened to Albertson.
Watch his left hand. I think he hits one of these bumps right in here, and I think his hand comes off the bar.
There you go, his right hand.
Yeah.
And he tries to grab back on underhanded to try to save that.
Millsap was checking that out, going, I think I'll go to the inside, stay out of all that.
And this guy, Ivan Tedesco, is it the same Ivan Tedesco we saw in Moto 1? He's riding phenomenally here in Moto 2 with Reed right behind him.
Look at Reed's run through that whoop section, though. Staying nice and flat, always been strong through the whoops. Not enough to make a pass or even really apply that much pressure on Ivan, though. So, yeah, he came out different guy this moto. Probably made some changes to the bike, feels better, and they changed the track as well. So he's even more comfortable.
Now, Josh Grant is 36. They did get the bike running, but he's basically the last placed circulating rider out on this racetrack, 36. For Grant, the challenge will be just to get to the top 20 to try to score any points at all, while Reed and Tedesco duke it out for the moto win. Here goes Reed to the inside, downhill.
Wow, nice.
Tedesco's not going to make it easy. Holds it wide open to the outside. Tedesco holds Reed off. Oh, and Tedesco makes a mistake. And Reed says, thank you very much.
Nice move by Chad. A good gamble right there. I mean, he flew around that inside. He got on the power the instant he hit the berm. And it still wasn't enough for the pass, but decided, you know what? Can't get him through this left-hander up here anyway, so why not just go wide, create something, and if he messes up. But what he did was force Ivan to go through that corner at the top just as fast as he did at the bottom, and he couldn't.
And we'll take a replay of our hole shot, a progressive hole shot replay. Tedesco battling with Reed for the start, David.
Yeah, Reed looked like he had another great start. Didn't even get as much as sideways at all, but Tedesco had a little bit better line. You see Josh in the yellow right there in the center. He must have got caught up with somebody, hit a back tire. I've done that. I've hit a back tire of somebody almost high-sided right in the pack, and you get sandwiched right there, and there was nowhere for him to go, or any of those other guys either.
We got a great battle on our hands on Speed's coverage of the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship from Minnesota. On the outside, the 29 of Andrew Short takes the position away from the 114 of Justin Brayton. That moves Short up into the number 4 spot. Brayton on that KTM trying to hang tough inside the top 5, but it's going to be tough because you got Michael Byrne, the next one in line, in 6th. Look at Brayton try to come back.
I think Short's got plans. The next couple of guys ahead of him are teammates.
This is a gritty ride by Josh Grant. Try to put 2 motos together and at least score some points here.
I don't see any reason why he couldn't get up inside the top 10 and position himself to use that first moto win, that extra 3 points. 25 for win and 22 for second. That'll help him in the overall, so he didn't just ride his heart out. Beautiful move right there. Ride his heart out and end up with like a 6th or 7th overall. That'd be a fun one.
That was Gavin Grace, a Kawasaki Privateer, who Grant just got by with a nifty little move. So that will move Grant up into the 17th place position. And in front of him, the struggling factory Yamaha rider of Josh Hill. Hill said he's got bulging discs, slip discs, herniated discs, pretty much every back problem you can have, he has. He's actually down at James Stewart's house doing some riding lately to try to get his mojo back. But it has just been a tough summer for Hill, and it's about to get tougher because here goes Josh Grant blowing past both Hill and our cameraman. They've got that thing pinned, and they still can't keep up with Josh Grant, who's riding through whoops. Michael Byrne working his way through traffic, going after the 114 of Justin Brayton. Brayton desperately trying to hold him off. Outside line for Byrne. Nice job so far for Brayton to cover the line. He's doing everything he can to keep that bike wide. Here's Byrne again, David.
That's a faster momentum on the outside, and you can see the difference. Beautiful line. Byrne's looking good, and when he went around the top of the hill there, this is the same exact line that Chad Reed's taken, so you kind of get the feeling they've discussed where to go out there.
And look at Matt Gerke, the other Suzuki rider. He follows Byrne through and moves past Brayton as well. Gerke crashed in the first turn of Moto 1, came all the way back from dead last to 9th, and here he is right now in the number 7 position behind Byrne, who's in 6th on the gas. Okay, here's Chad Reed out front. It sure looks like he's going to hold on and win this thing. That will be his 2nd win of the year. Tedesco's 2nd, Millsap's 3rd. The big mover is Michael Byrne, who's gotten around Andrew Short to take over the number 4 position. So that should put Byrne on the podium for the day with 3-4 scores. But no one is challenging Chad Reed because the man who beat him in Moto 1, Josh Grant, fell here in Moto 2. Grant has picked himself all the way back up for 11th. But that is of no concern for Reed. He just wants to win this thing, and then he'll count some points later on. As definitely not putting in the performances he wanted this year. Yes, he is the series points leader. Yes, this will be his 2nd win on the year, but he's been struggling with some health issues, and I think he wants to come out and dominate. The fact that he wins this moto by a long margin and takes the win, I think he's going to smile in victory lane for the first time in a while. So checkered flag coming out. Chad Reed wins here at Millville. And that was a dominant performance in Moto 2, like we said. No challenge from Josh Grant. Chad probably doesn't even know where Grant was. Look at that. Tedesco and Byrne tie. Tie goes to the better 2nd moto finish. So Tedesco's 2nd, Byrne is 3rd. That's the 1st overall podium this year for Byrne. Grant, tough luck, finishes 4th. Let's go racing here. Moto 1 from Washougal.
Dungey moving over.
Oh, Dungey tries to knife to the inside. He's got one of the Geico Honda riders around him on the outside. It's Blake Wharton. A couple riders down there in turn 1.
Purcell way back.
Okay. Now, what did I say before we went in the air? About 20 minutes ago, I said the 61 is due for a good race. He's been riding phenomenally all year. He's just had bad luck and bad breaks the last couple of rounds. This is his opportunity to shine. He's got Jake Weimer, the number 19, in second, and Weimer going around Ryan Dungey. That'll push Dungey back to the number 3 spot. But let's see what Wharton can do on this heavily revamped Washougal racetrack.
And that first couple of corners up the hill through that choppy section as they drop down, just the intensity is so impressive. You see how hard these guys push it.
Too much intensity there for Weimer. And that's the type of things that bit Weimer earlier in the season, as Barcia, of course, runs right over him. Barcia does not know how to turn the throttle off. So Weimer, we saw this happen many times earlier in the year. Good starts, right in the hunt, one little crash at the wrong time, and now he is in absolute dead last.
Yeah, well, that's good for Purcell. One less guy to pass. It's usually hard to get around a teammate as well, but Barcia, recognizing that was a slick spot, he found some traction.
yeah, the tires hooked up on someone else's tires. Here's Wharton out front, young kid of Texas. He's actually a rookie. A lot of people forget that because his teammate Barcia is even more of a rookie because Wharton raced Supercross this year. Barcia did not, but this is really his first full season as a pro, and it's a pretty solid ride for him right now, leading Dungey, who won the last race on the tour. One of the most notorious sections out here in Millville, the Whoops leading to the finish, and they are jumping their way through the Whoops this year. One lap in the books, Wharton in the lead. We thought this was going to be a 3-rider battle with Weimer up there, but we'll take you through what happened to him, David.
Well, Dungey applied the pressure, forced him wide. He's going, well, I'll just rail this like the old Emig and Bradshaw. But the front wheel went over the nice little lip of that berm. It got out to where it started to flatten off again, lost the front wheel, and Barcia's going, hey, I got to get through here. And he didn't mean to run over his bike, but he had nowhere to go. Borkenhagen going down and taking some guys with him.
Wow, riders still going off of the racetrack. Look at this pinball effect here. Guys getting knocked every which way.
Well, you see the flagger, he's doing his thing, but as you come into that corner, all that's blind, and you're trying to get a run at the whoops, so I can understand why that would take place.
Wharton is definitely no longer pulling away. He's going to have to deal with pressure from the 10.
Wharton's going to have to mess up somewhere, and eventually this pressure is going to get to him like it did for his teammate Barcia in other races where he led so long.
Now, Barcia, we actually caught a couple of laps ago, went down himself. Here goes Dungey the inside again. Now they're side by side, but Dungey is left on the outside of the next jump. They scrub together, and Wharton still has the right line. Here comes Dungey, going to try again. Going to be the outside, but the big sweeping corner, so Wharton's going to be on the inside for the next turn again. Can Dungey hold it on all the way around to get to the inside, leading the horsepower hill? And finally, Ryan Dungey takes the lead.
Forced his way in. It wasn't a mistake by Blake. It was just Dungey lifting that intensity. I just could see it. Now he needs to get rid of that tear off.
And there's Wharton to try to pay him back on the inside. Could not find the room. Got tear off dangling there, and then a little mistake by Wharton in those rollers, and Dungey able to inch away. This is Wharton's shot. He's got to try to stay with him, and then he makes a mistake on the entry to that tight corner at the bottom of the hill. And just as quickly as Dungey makes the pass, he's also pulled away. Wharton loses too much of a drive. We're only halfway through this race. Kyle Cunningham might be able to catch him. And there's a lot of people happy about this because the sponsor of his team, Motorsport.com, they're actually the title sponsor of this event. That company is based not too far from here in Oregon, so they got the brass out here, and they're pumped at the performance of their rider, young Texan Cunningham in third, and a pretty big gap back to Darren Durham, who has now climbed up to the number 4 spot. Darren Durham, rookie, Horizon Award winner last year, up to 4th. And finally, we have found, remember this guy? The red plate, Christophe Pourcel, dealing with Vince Friese right now to get into the top 10. Friese 10th, Pourcel 11th. Pourcel probably frustrated that Friese cut him off in that corner. Friese will race you hard, there's no doubt about it. In Supercross, he earned a bit of a reputation for riding a wide bike. And Pourcel, who probably learned that then, is remembering it now.
He won't have a problem with a guy like that. He's a chess player. He'll figure out a way to make that guy's bike narrower. I mean, you know, you talk about the dirt here is different and all that. And look at the results right now. I mean, Cunningham, Durham, Cyril Hansen.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, the wide bike. And that's what you're talking about. He made that wide bike narrow.
Then Tickle, Evans, Friese. I mean, when you look at the standings as they stand at the moment, it's jumbled up. It's not the names we're used to seeing up front, and that has a lot to do with this kind of racetrack.
Look at this battle for 5th right now. You've got Durham in 4th, 5th is Searle, and right behind them in 6th is Metcalf. Look at Searle trying to make the move, and he wants the number 4 position from Durham. Here they go uphill. Nice job by Searle to stand up, try some different lines. It's the corner where we saw Dungey and Wharton battling it out. And
a lot of
Durham
lines
momentarily,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, if you fly that whole top, you can run wide and keep your momentum up.
Whoa!
Good
Big
save.
mistake. Wow, I thought Searle was going down or off the racetrack. As Searle regroups, he actually loses a spot to Metcalf, so that'll move Metcalf up to 5th. Max Anstey in 7th. Here's your battle. Metcalf is now going to pick up where Searle left off, and that's trying to get around Durham for 4th. There's Metcalf on the inside. Can he get Durham? I don't think so. Durham's not going to make it that simple. And we're going back downhill. Really only one line in this corner. Metcalf tried to make a new line there. That didn't work. But he's just doing everything he can to get around him. Metcalf, we're waiting for that first victory. Nice job by Metcalf to scrub it at the top. Can he work it on the inside of the chicane? He does. Metcalf is one of those guys that lives it, eats it, sleeps it, breathes it. I mean, everything this guy does, everything he eats, everything he does is to try to get faster. Has yet to win, though, as a professional in the U.S. And that's kind of the block that a lot of these guys have. You hear over and over, if you win one, the rest come easy. Just like Jake Weimer won one and then immediately won the next weekend. That's what Metcalf hopes to have happen. Meanwhile, his teammate Justin Barcia in the very same turn?
Yeah, that's just a replay of Weimer. Oh, wait. Nope.
No, yeah, right. Well, remember, Barcia ran Weimer's bike over when Weimer fell, and then I guess that's karma coming around. Later on, Barcia makes the same exact mistake. Oh, and another one. That's really karma coming around for Barcia.
Well, he had nowhere to go and had to run over Weimer's bike, and it's just weird that it happened in the same spot, but that's what happens. You push a little too hard and front wheel got up over that lip, no more traction.
And we forgot all about this guy. Your leader, Ryan Dungey, had that great battle with Blake Wharton. Once he got around him, he started to pull away, and now Dungey is looking at taking the red plate back. So Cunningham looking for second in the moto.
This is going to be a good battle.
Here we go. Cunningham on the inside of the line. Metcalf used to make some passes. Cunningham takes the number 2 spot away from Wharton. Now Wharton hugging the inside, which would be the outside of the chicane. Got to be careful. That's where Barcia and Weimer went down. He was careful enough to not crash, but he does give up the number 2 spot to Kyle Cunningham, who is on a rail right now.
Still really not making progress.
This is one of the worst finishes of the year for him back at 9th. Now he's had 9th places before, but that's been due to crash and things like that. Today had a bad start, but was not able to knife his way through traffic like we've seen him able to do at some of the other rounds. Whoa, well, we hear now we got trouble for Ryan Dungey, and we've got a clip of this. Let's go through it. He goes down, but he keeps the bike running. All right, so Dungey looks like he'll still be able to hold on. He does lose a little bit of time, but they had really built it up. It's 5 seconds between Cunningham and Dungey even after the crash. Cunningham's just going to keep that thing pinned all the way to the end, but it's down to the last lap. And he's just not quite close enough. You can see Dungey off in the distance. We could see it on the widescreen here, but I don't know if Cunningham could. Wharton 3rd, Metcalf 4th, Durham 5th. But this will be the question for Dungey. Had this golden opportunity at Redbud, crashed on lap 1 in Moto 2, was only able to score a 9th place finish. Yes, he wins the Moto here. Yes, he's going to take the points lead back, but can he leave with the points lead at the end of the day? Will he go 1-1 like he did at Millville? Or will he have problems in the second Moto like we've seen in a couple other events? Only Dungey can make that decision as he wins Moto number 1 here at Washougal, and Kyle Cunningham digging down deep right to the end makes it interesting. 2nd place and only 3.5 seconds behind. There's Blake Wharton in 3rd. And here's the bad news for Pourcel. He gets Anstey. He's up to 8th now. But the red plate on the 377, how long will it last? Can he bounce back in Moto 2 to get that points lead back? Or is it just going to be one of those days for Christophe Pourcel? Remember, though, in this 250 class, like I'd always in motocross, we run 2 motos, but the 2-moto format really mixes things up. These kids are a little inconsistent sometimes in this division, so just because they finish like this in Moto 1 doesn't mean they'll do it in Moto 2. Christophe Pourcel on the gate. Moto number 2 here at Washougal. His championship points leader struggled big time. 8th place finish in Moto number 1.
If Pourcel doesn't get a good 10, 15 feet out over the gate, he's going to be sandwiched in that first corner. That's what happened to him in the first moto. He was way back in the pack.
Here we go, folks. Moto number 2 from Washougal.
There it is.
Man, he nails it, Pourcel. Can he get through that second turn this time? Seen a lot of pileups here. Not this time. It looks like it's Vince Friese. Privateer is going to grab the whole shot. Bunch of riders down in a pile. Dungey gets through. Porcel gets through. Friese holding on, but for how long? Porcel around the outside grabs the lead. Wharton right there. Remember Wharton on the podium in Moto 1. He wants to run for the overall. Puts the 61 Honda into the number 2 position. But Porcel doing what he has to do here early in Moto number 1. Porcel leading Wharton, Friese, got Weimer in the hunt, Dungey as well. I think I saw Metcalf there. You don't often see Porcel letting it all hang out, but he knows what he needs to do here today, and he's already putting distance between himself and Wharton.
Weimer gets through that S-turn this time, so he gets a shot at it. Prove how fast he is. A great start for Wharton, another great opportunity. Dungey's in contact with these guys. Got a little work to do, but so impressed. Everything Porcel has done so far, except go just a touch wide in the first corner, has been a thing of beauty. Good lines, good momentum, in the right gear, looking calm and cool.
Meanwhile, Dungey in a hurry. He's got to get around Metcalf because he knows Porcel is getting away, and he's going to try an outside line. It didn't work for him when he tried it in Moto 1. Doesn't work here. Look at Metcalf going after Friese now. Trying to put a buffer between himself and Dungey. And you got Wharton. There's Weimer. There's the battling Hondas of Friese and Metcalf. There's Barcia coming through around the outside of the 151.
Watching that section in practice, I thought it was going to be a little bit one line, and you can see it is not. They have done a good job changing the layout of this track, trying to create 2 lines everywhere, and it's worked so far. You can get around. Dungey had a tough time getting around Wharton in the first moto, but that's because Wharton was riding well.
This guy's putting the hurt on them right now. Christophe Porcel struggled big time in our first race today where he finished 8th. He must have been mad in between motos because he is taking it out of the competition right now, leading by a big margin. And folks, we're just getting started here. We run 30 minutes and 2 laps. Look at the countdown clock at the top of your screen. We're only 8 minutes into this race, and he's already pulled about a 4-second gap over Blake Morton. We got some bad news down on the track, Aaron. What's happening there?
Well, guys, I've got Kyle Cunningham. He's very disappointed just coming off the track. A good day gone bad. Take us through exactly what happened.
Yeah, I jumped down off a double behind Durham, and somebody decided to get a bright idea to move over on me and clean me out, so that's how it goes.
Oh, man. Now, that's the downside. We saw how aggressive Kyle Cunningham rides, and sometimes it works at Washougal, and sometimes it doesn't. Now, Wharton on the 61 was 3rd in Moto 1. Here he is, 2nd in Moto 2. He would have a chance to win the overall because Cunningham, who beat him in Moto 1, is out, and Dungey, who won Moto 1, is a couple positions further back. In fact, we've got Dungey in 6th right now, and you won't believe this, Dungey has actually gone backwards. He's been passed by the number 123 of Tommy Searle, who's now 5th, so Dungey not able to replicate his success he had in Moto 1 here in Moto 2. Meanwhile, let's focus on this battle.
Any mistake and try to decide which line I'm going to go for, just like here, and you hesitate at all, Weimer's there. He's going to make the pass.
Weimer's going for it. We're in the trees, in the forest. They're about to emerge. You see the fans now headed toward the finish line area. There goes Weimer to the inside, and he makes the pass. Series of whoops, and it's the finish line jump right here. So Weimer rips a tear off clear vision. He is up to the number 2 spot. That bumps Wharton back to 3rd. Wharton's got to try to come back. He needs every point he can to win this overall today, and just as quickly as Wharton gets past, he's back, and he's going back after Weimer. A little mistake there, though. And that's how quickly things can change in this game. You want a definition of that? Look at Ryan Dungey. Found out he went off the track earlier. That's why he's lost some positions. Now he's trying to make them back, going after the 24, Brett Metcalf. I haven't seen anyone use the left side of the track coming in this corner. Now Dungey switches to the right. He's desperate to make moves right now. On the outside. Again, that's not a line there. He's just going anywhere he can where the Honda rider in front of him isn't to try to find an opening. And you see some of those lines didn't pay off. Metcalf actually opened it up a bit. Dungey has to regroup and go back after it.
Well, I wouldn't call it panic from Dungey, but there's definitely some urgency to pick up positions and try to preserve this overall win.
Oh, it's heating up here at Washougal. Ryan Dungey going after Brett Metcalf. He's got to make this pass. He's got to get points. Metcalf, though, he has been in a battle of every inch of every lap this year. He is not easy to pass, and they come together. Dungey goes down. Oh, Dungey goes down. Metcalf protecting his line. Was Dungey getting impatient? He tried to pass around the outside.
Now, Dungey had the right idea, but Metcalf was just doing his line. He's just drifting out there, didn't realize he was going to clip Dungey like that. Dungey just, right as that's happening, and he realizes the bike's running, he's going to get going. at this point, he's realizing I didn't need to push it that hard. I put myself in a position where there was nothing I could do.
Yeah, there was no
nothing
room.
against what Metcalf did. He was taking the right line. There's a Geico Honda guy going, hey, we're clean. We didn't do anything wrong there.
No foul, no foul. Dungey already getting back around the 119. Young English rider Max Anstey, but that is only 6th place. So temporarily at least, Wharton's back in position to win the overall. Dungey's got to get it back on the gas. Great action here between two rookies.
Jeez.
And that's the classic Barcia style. Whips it over the jump and then, for good measure, takes the line away from Anstey. Barcia. This kid is fun to watch, whether he's battling for the lead or right now battling for the number 7 position. But Ryan Dungey's not enjoying his time right now. He needs to make a pass on Tommy Searle to get back in position to win the overall. So here's the battle, the 123 of Searle versus the 10 of Dungey. Dungey's already passed Searle once, and he crashed. He has to come back, and just like that, he finds a line downhill, jumps all the way to the bottom. That was beautiful. Christophe Pourcel, 8th in Moto 1, winning here in Moto 2. I said earlier in the show the guy's consistent. Folks are probably saying 8-1, that's not consistent. But a lot of riders in this class, when they're not comfortable, they ride over their head. Instead of getting 8th, they get nothing.
You know, if there's some way to like come up with some kind of graphic on how many holes and bumps riders hit per lap, I'm pretty sure Pourcel hits the fewest.
All right, there's Weimer in the number 2 spot. That's a great ride for him. Again, Weimer fell on lap 1 of the first moto. If not for that, he might be the overall winner today. I know I said that earlier, but we just want to illustrate consistency is the name of the game in this sport. That's why they run 2 motos. You've got to be able to duplicate your success. This kid's done it. 3rd in Moto 1, 3rd here in Moto 2. Blake Wharton, who earlier in the day we were saying this kid's due. He's been riding well all year. He's just had some of that bad luck. For example, the thing that happened to Weimer, falling at the wrong time early in the moto. That has been the undoing of Wharton for the last couple of rounds. He's kept it on 2 wheels today. This is a good, solid, consistent run. Metcalf battling Dungey. Dungey's got to dig down deep, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, Metcalf putting on a final surge right here, and Dungey maybe not entirely sure what he wants to do with the overall already in hand. You know?
Oh, man. Well, we talked about the fitness. It is really hot out here. Well over 90 degrees today.
Yeah.
The second moto of the day. This track is rough.
That's another thing. I mean, to recover from a crash and to come from behind kind of twice in this moto, I mean, Dungey's got to be feeling it right here in the final lap.
All right. Might be over as far as Dungey picking up more championship points. If my math is right, he would still win the overall. Here comes Christophe Pourcel, 8th in Moto 1. He's looking for a win in Moto 2, and he does it. Determination. Christophe Pourcel wins the 2nd moto here at Washougal. And it didn't look good about an hour ago, but he bounces back. Here's Dungey, still digging, still fighting, still going after Metcalf. 2 corners to go. Can Dungey find an opening? We've seen riders in the past make passes in this final whoop section. It's a series of jumps. They're not skimming over the top today, they're jumping through. Look at Metcalf, a BMX rider, forces the bike down to the ground, puts the horsepower down. Metcalf holds off Dungey with a Moto 1 win. Dungey just edges Blake Wharton to take the overall victory. That's 2 overall wins in a row for Ryan. Wharton and Pourcel on the podium. Watch out for the 463 of Clement Dessau. And parade lap is complete. Riders are locked and loaded in the gate. Mechanics are about to back away, and we're going to be racing. Chad Reed going to go for 2 in a row. Gate's going to drop here in Moto 1 of the 450s.
Wow.
Reed got a good start, but it's one of the Lucas Oil Troy Lee riders elbowing everyone around. That's Jake Moss in the 42. Reed gets back around him, and a huge pile up here. Davey Millsaps and Tedesco are in that. Michael Byrne didn't go down, but he got stopped. And one of the other Troy Lee Lucas Oil riders, that is the 63, who is down in that pile as well. That's Chris Blows. So Reed working on his starts the last couple of weeks. They've been good. He's out front. Matt Gerke in the number 2 spot. And there's Tommy Hahn now up to 3rd.
Yeah, Hahn has been really doing well. Starting to build that confidence up there all the time. And Gerke was fast in practice. There was a section where they were doubling down into the trees, and Gerke was joining, I think, Josh Grant and Chad Reed. They were the only ones jumping it. They've since changed it because they thought it was a little dangerous, but Gerke aggressive today so far.
All right, we'll see what Gerke and Hahn can do with the good starts as they follow our series points leader, Chad Reed. You got Moss there in 4th. That team only is riding about half the races this year, so that's why you're seeing Moss up front. For example, in Colorado, and that team didn't race when we were at Michigan and Minnesota, but they will race all the rounds next season. They determined if they want good riders, you got to race all the races.
That's the section right there. They were hopping off that inside and doubling down to the inside right there, and it was just a little too sketchy for these guys every lap. I don't think Chad was digging it. He's like, I can do it, but don't force us to do that all day, please. And they made the modifications.
Tommy Hahn is going for it, trying to get around Gerke, riding that 450 like it was a 250, throwing it around, goes to the inside, can't make the pass on Gerke. We're just past the finish line, 1 lap of the books. And you know who's in 4th, by the way, folks? That's DeSalle, the young Belgian rider, is up to 4th, making the pass on the 42 of Moss.
So he's for real in the race as well. Hahn was just going, get me past Gerke now, get out of the way. He was riding aggressive, maybe even taking a chance here and there, just to have a chance to look at Chad Reed and go, okay, what's the lead look like? How fast is the guy winning the race? Now he gets to see for himself, see if he can match it.
How about DeSalle going for 3rd, and he gets it, getting around Gerke. So great opportunity for the young kid out of Europe to show the United States what he's got. He's got a lot right now in 3rd. Josh Grant now in the number 6 spot of the 33, working on Moss for 5th. Here he goes after Moss. And he's gonna, oh, nice job to go from outside to inside. A little wet there on the inside. Does he have enough traction to hold on? Yes, he does. 5th place now, Josh Grant.
Yeah, you see how hard he worked for that. I mean, he set that up clear back by the start-finish line.
And, you know, we've said this over and over this year. Reed is the last guy on earth that's going to panic with someone putting pressure on him in the first 9 minutes of a 30-minute plus 2-lap moto. But even he has to be a little bit surprised that Tommy Hahn is going this strong. We've seen Hahn eat up some of the Honda riders this year. He's been a thorn in their side in a couple of motos this year. We're talking about guys like Tedesco and Short. First time we've really seen Hahn battle it out with Reed. This is for the position that counts the most, for the number 1 spot.
Well, guys, Cody Cooper has got a lot of fans here, all the way over from New Zealand. They're a pretty rowdy bunch, but they're definitely supporting him. But Cody, actually, this week, what he did is he went and he worked on starts. And he said last weekend he ended up getting this pretty bad arm pump. So what he did, he just went moto after moto, try to get himself back into the racing. But starts are key, definitely here on this track in Washougal.
All right, well, hey, whatever he's doing, it's working. He's in 8th right now, but I'd say it's a little bit closer 8th than some of the positions he's been in. We haven't seen him much this year. Now, speaking of not oh, Cooper goes down. Cooper goes down.
Ow.
Oh, that's the end of that run.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. That was violent.
Those are awful crashes where you just, it happens so fast here at Washougal where everything's good and all of a sudden the front wheel gets away from you a little bit or you slide. And when it hooks up, it just pitches you. The bike, I don't think it really crunched him too much. That was more of like a, we'll see right here. It was just a shocker, and he just stepped off. Bam, he hits hard by himself. The bike kind of luckily just danced over him. It's lucky that Lawrence was paying attention to his line and
Flagger,
the Flagger on top of it.
Back to our leader, Chad Reed, and we're going to give you an idea of the gap. And now 20 minutes into the race, he's pulled away a bit from Hahn.
You know, I talked earlier about how Hahn was going to see, you know, that, hey, you got to run that pace and fewer mistakes and stuff. And I thought that Chad would just slightly inch away through this moto, but actually Chad's the one who's made a lot of mistakes and allowed Tommy to see what it looks like to win a moto. I mean, if he's not going to win this moto, it's going to feel like he just about did.
Yeah.
So that'll certainly help him in the second moto. If he gets another start, he may be able to lean into it just a little bit more and actually really make a run at the lead.
A couple things to point out. Reed's last time around was 0.2 of a second faster than Hahn, but on an over 2-minute lap time motocross track, that's not much. That's basically equal. The big thing is Hahn's fastest lap time in this moto is actually faster than Reed's. And we've this guy in third, still hanging in there. Clement DeSalle, third in his first ever run in the United States, and Matt Gerke, fourth. It's the best result Gerke has had in a long, long time. He is in fourth, and Josh Grant in fifth. Here's DeSalle, the 463. Here's Gerke on the 34. How much does Gerke have left? They did not get the 2-lap board. You see there's still 55 seconds to go. So 3 laps left in this moto for Gerke to try to make a run for the podium. There's your second place rider, Hahn. And he's 3.5 seconds behind Reed.
Nice little scrub of his own. Little brake slide, get out there in the cushion. You know, when the ruts, they form pretty quick here, and they form and they get long. It's tough to keep your balance and stay in those because they have little things in the sides of them and stuff, and it's hard to keep your balance, get the throttle delivered just right. So it's better a lot of times once that berm gets carried away is to just go over it, run out in the cushion and make your own line.
And just as quickly as Hahn closes the gap, Reed steps on it, pulls away just a bit.
Chad looking over his shoulder going, I know, I see you. Lap to go. You get carried away.
Remember, he starts right. I believe Brock Sellers won his only national, I think might have been at this track in the 125 class. So you're right, you have seen some upsets, some upstarts, some one-hit wonders, so to speak, as far as riders that won one race in their career doing it right here at this track. So somebody needs to go to the motorsport rig and tell Tommy Hahn all that between motos, pump him up.
He may be aware of that. I think it's, you know, it goes to show that this place is deceiving. You know, you come up here, and I've been talking about the track, the dirt's weird and hard to get used to. It's nothing to do with the track isn't good. It's awesome. I love coming here. It's gorgeous. It's a fun layout. But it does take a special guy or a guy that's already special to really be on his game to ride well here. And so the local guys or different guys that normally aren't quite up there, they can shine here, just like when you go to Southwick. You know, we'll be there soon, and you see local guys and some names up in the top 10. We're like, who's that guy?
Yeah.
Where was he the rest of the year? But, you know, this is a track a lot like Southwick, probably the only 2 on the whole circuit, except maybe Glen Helen to a certain degree, where it really favors somebody that can deal with different types of conditions.
Reed has to deal with a different contender in this one, in Hahn. He's had to battle with Grant at our last race in High Point when he won. He had to battle with Tedesco and Short. Today he's going to have to beat Hahn to try to win the overall. Looks like he might have this moto tucked away. Not much time left for Hahn to go after Reed, but in motocross, 2 motos, second is as good as the first. If you go out and win Moto 2, second in Moto 1, no one can beat you, you'll win the overall. Don't think that fact is lost on Tommy Hahn.
We came out of that right-hander back there, out of a new little rut. There was a new line that had formed, but about 3/4 of the way through the berm, he saw his back wheel dance out to the side. It's because you get a little hard piece or maybe a rock in that rut, and the dirt's soft, so it chisels away around the sides of it, and that's how fast the berm can form and kind of get used up.
Time's up in this one. Chad Reed is headed to the checkered flag, and he wins Moto number 1 here at Washougal. Awesome ride for Tommy Hahn, keeping me honest all the way to the end. 3.5 seconds to final margin of victory. Huge boost of confidence for him. And how about this? The kid out of Belgium takes 3rd in his very first race in the United States. Clement DeSalle. Chad Reed wins Moto number 1 as we check out the results here. Tommy Hahn, Clement DeSalle, 1, 2, 3. Gerke and Grant round out the top 5. Awesome ride for Moss to hold on for 6. He battles back and gets around Short. Jimmy Albertson, remember, had a couple crashes and ended up just out of the top 10 last week at Millville. Gets into the top 10 this time, and Jason Lawrence 10th. That's the best moto of the season for him. All right, we're live on speed. We have 2 points paying motos today. We already finished 1. Tommy Hahn 2nd in Moto 1. If he can get a solid result here in Moto 2 and Chad Reed falters, he could win his first ever race. Let's go racing live from Washougal on speed.
Grant, nice.
Oh, Josh Grant, and I think that might have been Hahn that goes down. Oh, he tangled up, and Tommy Hahn is down. He's got another rider in front of him. So disaster already for Tommy Hahn. That's a heartbreaker. Meanwhile, Josh Grant, we thought he might bounce back. He does. He's got the lead, and it's Jason Lawrence in the number 2 spot. J-Law, much maligned all summer long, trying to mount a comeback. Davey Millsaps in 3rd. Jeff Alessi in the number 4 spot. Josh Grant 5th in Moto 1. Would love to win Moto 2.
Wow.
And where's Chad Reed? haven't seen him yet.
See Josh Grant just rail that berm. He had his first lap figured out. You figure that stuff out during the sight lap. And he noticed, hey, you know what, I'm not going to try to mess around and try to find a rut on the inside. It's too slick. And I left him out of my pre-race start stuff. I couldn't fit everyone in there, but Josh definitely has that Joe Gibbs JGR motor to get off the line. He just needed to get a good reaction over the gate, not get closed out. So far, so good.
Yeah, but how about this? Lawrence inspired. The fans are pumped on this. He's all over Josh Grant. And there's no love lost between these two. In fact, Lawrence was supposed to race the 250 class all year long. The very opening round of Monster Energy Supercross this year, Grant went out and won the race in a 450. Lawrence said, hey, if Josh Grant can win a race in a 450, I can. I'm switching, I'm moving up. Now, Lawrence hasn't had a chance to show it all year, but he's going for it now.
Those guys, a new line right there. As soon as they drop into the shade, they let that suspension compress, and as it's rebounding, they just do a little bunny hop and double down. I didn't notice that in the first moto. We were watching Chad and the other guys. And it looked like maybe Tedesco that went down the first corner with Han. And man, disastrous day for Tedesco. Both motos going down, and then I hope Tommy's going to be okay.
Here's Reed, and he knows his rivals for moto number 1 are even further back, so he'll play it smart to try to win the overall. I don't know if he's going to have time. Josh Grant, Jason Lawrence, Millsaps, those guys are sprinting out front. They're getting away from Reed.
There's time, and Reed gets faster as the race goes on. And Reed's also one of those guys that probably got a lot of notes from his teacher in school going, if he would just apply himself a little bit more, he could probably get A's. You know, I get the feeling that Chad, he's very bright, but he does what he needs to do.
All right, we're going to show you the progressive whole shot replay here, and we'll show you how Josh Grant nailed this start. And that's a big difference. Grant had a terrible start in Moto 1. Take us through it, David.
Well, Josh in the green. Money. Right up the center. You got a little sideways right off the bat, but then you see there's just not enough room for everybody in the back. And looked like Han was the first one to go down, and then Tedesco's going, hey, man, I was minding my own business, but you really don't like to see a guy laying there the way Han was. I think he's going to be okay, but then more riders going down after that. You see the pile up to the outside.
Aaron, what have you got on Tommy Hahn?
Well, guys, I just talked to Doc Wagner, and he ended up taking Tommy Hahn back to the Asterix Medical Unit on the mule, of course. He wasn't unconscious when the doctor arrived to him. He seems as though he's complaining of some serious pain in his right hip. He said it's just excruciating. He can barely even walk on it. He said someone has hit him. He didn't know who it was, but they are going to take him back to the medical unit, get him evaluated. All his extremities are moving at this point, so they're just going to take him back for precautionary measures to figure out the problem.
Battles raging all over the place here at Washougal. Jason Wygant, David Bailey, Aaron Bates giving the call. Michael Byrne has fought, scratched, and clawed his way past Davey Millsaps to third. That was wild.
Yeah, these guys, it looked like Davey was just going to let him have it. And then Byrne got sideways in the corner just before this, and then Davey got it back, and then Byrne goes, no, I passed you. I belong ahead of you.
All right, so here is Reed leaning on Millsaps. Reed in 5th. And we saw a few mistakes out of Reed in the first moto, even though he won that thing. And a few more mistakes here in Moto 2. This track is very difficult. But despite that, he's still going after Millsaps.
He's just fast. He can manufacture speed when he needs to.
Let's go to Aaron. What do you got?
Well, guys, it's really not a laughing matter, but I did get a chuckle out of it when I did hear it. Jason Lawrence has put in more laps after that first moto than he has all season long. He's completed more laps, should I say, in that first moto than he has all season long. So congratulations to Jason Lawrence for actually pulling it together here at Washougal.
Yeah, that's right. More laps completed in one moto today than he has for the rest of the year because he has not finished races. He hasn't shown up in a lot. Races that he has come to, he does a lap or two and for whatever reason pulls off, but that's how quickly it changes in this game. Suddenly he gets a start. He sees a guy, Josh Grant, that he still feels that he can beat and doesn't like and wants to beat. Suddenly he's going a lot better than he has at any point really since March in Daytona in Supercross. Race is on right now. Pair of Suzuki riders from Australia. They're good friends. They ride and train together. They travel together. But right now they are mortal enemies because they are battling for the number 3 position. Michael Byrne has got 3rd. Chad Reed wants it. Here he comes to the outside.
Shouldn't have gone inside right there.
Reed blows that berm up. Huge roost. takes over the number 3 spot.
See, Byrne was in a tough situation. If he went wide, he leaves the door open, and Chad can get into the inside, drift over it out into Byrne's line. But as we saw Byrne make his pass a little while ago, that outside line gives you so much momentum back up the hill. That's Balby.
Uh-oh.
Smoking.
He cannot put up much of a fight. He
blew up.
He's done. Well, I said the Balby can sometimes be scary to watch, but that's nothing to do with him right here. He's frustrated. He had a solid top 10 in the making. Bike blows up. Nick Way is going to slide past him for 7th, and everybody else is going to slide past him as well. Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. Suddenly, Jason Lawrence just hit the wall, and here comes Chad Reed. He was chasing our leader, Josh Grant, but now the 338 is going to be lucky to hold on for 2nd. Reed has picked up the pace, and Lawrence has lost his, David.
Well, Lawrence has slowed down a couple seconds a lap. Reed has picked it up a couple seconds a lap. The fastest man on the track. He's got an outside line, and Lawrence goes tight, so that's not going to work.
Yeah, he's
there
not
it
going to
is.
put up a fight. No,
but
not
you
at
can
all.
hear Josh Grant coming out of this corner over here, and you just get a glimpse of him heading down the hill over there.
Uh-oh.
Chad's going fast enough to win this moto.
Oh, Chad Reed takes the lead from Josh Grant. An amazing rally by the number 22. Unbelievable how much ground he has made up in the last couple of laps. I didn't think he had a prayer when he got in the 3rd. He was almost 12 seconds in back of Josh Grant and powered on by the fans here at Washougal, who are going crazy. Chad Reed takes the lead.
Now, Chad just came down out of the woods with a lot more momentum around the right sweeper that led into this, jumped a little further down the hill. He's got the inside. What's Josh going to do? You got to give it away right there. He fought to try to lift his pace a little bit.
Chad's got extra motivation today. The head of Suzuki Everything, basically, has flown over here from Japan. I don't believe he's ever come to an AMA motocross race before. This is the guy who runs everything Suzuki does, from cars to ATVs to street bikes to these type of bikes. Come over to the race. They have a 250 class out here. Suzuki won that one with Ryan Dungey, and now they're working on winning this 450 race with Chad Reed. Very impressive what Reed has been able to do. And David, you talked about it. You used to race for the factory Honda squad, and occasionally the brass would come all the way over from Japan, and that has a way of getting the guys going a little bit stronger.
The first time we had Mr. Miyakoshi from Honda come over and visit us was at the Daytona Supercross back in 1983. Had a team meeting in a room, everybody, the mechanics, the riders, we had a big team then. And we went 1st, 2nd, 3rd, dominated the podium. So it has an influence on your efforts, and Chad's aware of that. And, but something I want to point out, and this is speculation, a little bit hearsay, but you know, Chad, to come back and ride these outdoors, he said, I'm not making any money. But if he wins, I think he's going to get rewarded, and he has just solidified his position on winning this title.
Yes, that's right. For Reed, it's basically winner take all. If he wins the title, he's going to make a lot of money, and he takes a huge step toward it. Chad Reed wins in Washougal both motos. That's how you do it. He runs down Josh Grant. Great recovery for Grant based on his first moto performance. That's good enough for 2nd. Lawrence going to hold on for 3rd. Michael Byrne still charging, but Lawrence on the podium. Who would have thunk it? And he looks spent. All right, we'll give you the overall here. Grant, that recovery puts him in 2nd place on the day, and Jason Lawrence on the podium in the moto and overall. I don't think anyone believed that was going to happen coming into this race. Josh Grant now up to 2nd, but he is over a full race behind Reed. And this is where Reed's special. He does not give you points back. He's so darn consistent. Kevin Windham said his results, basically, it's all going to be about the start. He feels if he gets the start, he basically can run with anyone in this class. Like I said earlier, he said once you go to a track and you've won, you always have the thought in the back of your mind that you can do it again. Let's see how K-Dub fares against the best of the 250 class here at Unadilla. And they're bumping and banging. I think that's Windham who's getting bashed around quite a bit in there. And it is Davalos on the KTM who's going to grab your whole shot with a bunch of the Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki riders in there. Also want to mention that's Weimer and Porcel and Austin Stroop, who is back in action after breaking his hip at round 2 of the series at Hangtown. So Stroop in the top 5 in his return.
And outside of Davalos there, you can see it's just littered with the Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki's. Porcel, Weimer up there, and then you can see the factory connection of Geico Honda riders in that yellow Fox gear. So we've got 2 of the Powerhouse Lights teams. Both have their riders right up front, and you can really tell the difference between them here. And Davalos right now, the spoiler.
And you have a bigger contrast in colors for the guys in green and the guys in bright yellow and orange who are chasing him down, and they're all chasing the orange machine of Davalos, who's gotten great starts this year, but has been struggling with a leg injury that seems to keep aggravating. But Davalos is going to try it again. Here's Weimer in second on the 19, going after him. Weimer won 2 races overall mid-season. He has been strong this year, but he's been in a situation like this a few times when we've seen him throw it away. He crashed while running second in the first lap of our last race at Washougal.
Well, and this is going to be very difficult for these riders because this track has changed tremendously from what it was in their final practice, as we saw this track just in the 35 minutes of the 450 moto just completely get destroyed. Now these guys come out, so they're going to try to find the lines. You can see there's a little bit of water down on the track. Everyone's trying to make that move for the lead. Look how much Roos was coming off of Davalos' bike, and Weimer had no place to go, just completely blasted with the gravel here at Unadilla.
And another Honda poster shoot there as Barcia and Wharton went over that sky shot together, now up this steep uphill together as they battle right behind Porcel. So the 2 Honda riders trying to scrap it out and stay with the leaders. Looks like Barcia has now made the pass to get the 4th, and he bumps wheels with Porcel, who's duking it out with Weimer. This is the type of action you've come to expect from the 250 class.
And I'm telling you, Jason, as you come up out of the U-turn there, it is so steep that you do not want to get into the back of another rider there. You want to pace through the corner and then try to drive up that turn. You can see, here comes Porcel on the inside of Weimer. He's got it.
Nice line by Porcel. I didn't think that was going to work, but it just took a long, long time until it eventually paid off. He makes the pass, and as usual with Porcel, no contact. He makes such clean passes. Even in moments of desperation where we've seen him have to come from the back of the pack to the front, he will wait for his opportunity. Here's what happened to Barcia earlier today, Jeff.
Yeah, take a look at this. That's that same section. Wow, that was amazing that the bike didn't get him, didn't chase him down, but that was violent as it comes. That's the same section where Alessi gave up the lead in the first moto. And look at that, step through, even splits his leg. The bike lands on his leg there at the end. It's just luck that he didn't hit wrong, didn't tweak his wrist, his ankle. It was very fortunate out of a pretty bad crash.
Look at this. Now Weimer has got around Davalos and Barcia trying to follow him through. Then you've got Wharton, then Dungey.
Something's up with Davalos. Sorry, Jason.
Good.
Something's up. He is off the pace right now.
Wow.
He just gave up 2 positions. Now, he tiptoed around those tight turns. There could be a situation where the track has gotten in there and maybe, bent the brake rotor, something may be wrong with the brakes. I don't want to speculate. I'm just saying that things that can happen because of the rocks here. And you can see through those sections. Something has definitely put him off the pace here.
Barcia has got around Wharton, and now he's got to try to go after Weimer. And here comes Dungey. Dungey's got to make moves. He can't let Porcel get away. He puts the attack on Wharton. Here we go, down the straightaway, past the mechanics area. Who's got the horsepower? Dungey all the way around the outside. That's not going to pay off.
Here comes the
switch. I don't know what Dungey's got up his sleeve here, and it worked. Look at Barcia going after Weimer. Look at this battle.
Wow, they get together.
Barcia just spins him and takes over second. And look at Dungey going to try to make it happen as well. That was unbelievable. Over to the sky shot we go. Scrubbing it by Dungey to try to keep the horsepower to the ground. Oh, and he cannot edge Weimer out of that left-hander. Folks, this guy's in the lead. Now, I know if you listen to the bike, you probably wouldn't think so. Doesn't sound like he's on the gas. He's not revving the thing, not sliding the bike sideways at all. But believe it or not, the guy that sounds the slowest has a big gap here. It's over 11 seconds. Now Dungey's going after Barcia because Weimer has got Barcia. Here goes Dungey again. Same inside line he tried to use earlier on Wharton.
It's a drag race. Barcia pushes him out.
You know how Barcia is. He's not going to make it that easy. And again, Dungey makes the pass going into the corner. Dungey's got that line dialed in, and he made the same move on Barcia that he made on Wharton. Barcia, he had about 3 good laps in him here, but he's making all kinds of mistakes. Meanwhile, Dungey has gotten around Weimer, but Barcia quickly going backwards.
Stroop's down.
Stroop just back from injury. Said, his glove is gone. He's lost his glove on his left hand. I don't know if there's a hand injury also, or he just lost his glove, but... Okay, Wharton and Metcalf now battling. They pulled away from Barcia. Barcia might be making mistakes, or maybe has a mechanical problem, as I've stuck my neck out there with. Can he get the drive up over the wall? And Metcalf is the first rider I've seen today make that outside work, and he makes the pass on Wharton. It's not the corner on the outside that's the problem. It's you're going to powder as you're going uphill, and we've seen riders lose drive, but Metcalf didn't lose the drive at all. But now he hits that hook on the inside you were talking about, and here comes Wharton right back. And whoa, a little swap by Wharton, and that's going to allow Metcalf to squirt back by.
Austin Stroup extremely frustrated his first race back. Austin, take us through. Your hand is just shaking, your skin's peeled off. What exactly happened out there?
The kid took me out a little bit. I don't even want to talk about it.
Welcome back to the circuit. Definitely not how you wanted to start off your first moto. Who was it? Do you know?
It was Barsha, that little kid.
He had to bite his tongue there a couple times, and you know, Barsha's kind of hanging on. He was working his way backwards, and Stroup was trying to work his way forwards here in his first race back. Extremely disappointing race here for Austin Stroup.
Here's Weimer, who is in third. Been a great year for Jake Weimer. Had some trouble at the beginning of the season, not riding, not speed. That wasn't the issue, just making mistakes, but this is a good solid run here. Oh, that is Marsh. No, that's Wharton. Sorry, I saw the one. So that's Wharton who has gone down trying to chase Metcalf. Saw he was actually still pretty close. So is he going to lose any ground? The next rider would be Cunningham, and I don't see Cunningham yet. So I think Wharton's going to hold on.
The only thing is that you don't want to back it up with another mistake. You got to keep your head.
Here's Pourcel putting the finishing touches on yet another moto victory.
15-second lead over Dungey right now. Just going to keep it on two wheels and not make any mistakes. And that's 25 points towards the championship. Right now, I'm telling you, Pourcel is, he looks pretty dialed in here today at Unadilla.
What's cool is as close as these riders have been all season long, there's not a rivalry as so far as you don't hear any trash talk between the two of them. Maybe a lot of that is because we haven't really seen them battle on the track, so there haven't been any block passes or any dirty riding tactics or anything like that. But you don't really hear Pourcel or Dungey. Watch out, Christoph.
Left rider down,
rider down. You don't really hear either one of them try to get in each other's heads. They're just out there riding, and may the best man win. In the first moto, at least, it's Pourcel. But the way this season has gone, once one rider seems to be seizing momentum, they give it right back. So you've got to make sure that you check out the second moto when that comes up on speed in a couple of days. Here is Pourcel down the old finish line straight. That means he's only a few turns away from the new finish line, which is Gravity Cavity, the big jump.
Well, I can tell you right now, he's conserving energy. About 3/4 of the way through this race, he started backing it off. Last lap was a 2:20. His fastest is a 2:11, so that's about 9 seconds difference. He won this race in the first half.
So the Frenchman is going to go to victory lane in Moto 1 again. Christoph Pourcel wins at Unadilla. Superman Pourcel wins it by a big, big margin over Dungey. We'll see if Dungey can get off at the start with him this time and maybe challenge him. Weimer, another solid performance, third. So that's your top 10 at the end of Moto 1. Jeff, what do you think about where these guys line up here? Take us through the start at Unadilla.
Well, at the beginning of that first moto, this left-hand side, our left, Dungey's inside. It was tight.
And that's where Dungey's lined up. Let's go racing. Oh, and Pourcel able to put the bike right in front of Dungey in turn one. Almost took him down. Now they're battling for the first couple corners. It's the Pro Circuit squad looking good. Pourcel, Weimer, and Austin Stroup, who is back after a big crash in Moto 1. And look at Dungey trying to get around those guys. Wharton right there with Dungey as they battle for the number 5 spot.
All of our top players, 3 Pro Circuit Kawasaki's out front. Wharton, Barsha, and of course, Ryan Dungey, who's battling for the championship, is caught right in the middle. Look at Wharton around the outside.
Wow, and that's exactly what Pro Circuit wanted to have happen. They have Weimer and Stroup. They hold up Dungey. Wharton gets by him, and meanwhile, Pourcel able to get away. And now Barsha putting the wheels in on Dungey. So Dungey stumbling a bit here on lap 1. Austin Stroup of the 981 is in third. Under pressure from that man, Blake Wharton. Stroup broke his hip at the second race of this tour in Northern California. Today in this first race back. Look at Dungey trying to go back to work, and it's not working. In fact, he's got Vince Freeth, their privateer, duking it out with him early. Dungey has got to get going because Pourcel is already on the charge.
And Metcalf, you'll see him, he's just behind it. He's battling with Freeze. So another one of the top riders in the first moto. They're all stacked up here. very competitive, but what they've done is Christophe Pourcel has gotten out front, and he's starting to check out, and that's the last thing that Ryan Dungey wants to see.
So Dungey's got to work on several riders before he can get to Pourcel, and Pourcel, I can't even see him. Unbelievable the way he has checked out from his teammates. Pourcel wins Moto 1, looks over his shoulder, and sees he's out front early in Moto 2. But anything can happen on a rough racetrack like this, and that's what Dungey has to count on. The dog days of summer, will it come up and bite Pourcel? Was everything going his way right now?
And how about Wharton?
Yeah.
Right there, 981, Stroop. We heard from Stroop in the mechanics area and the first moto after he claimed Justin Barcia put the hit on him down here at the bottom of this U-turn.
Remember, Stroop gets sideways and Barcia might get him. And
here the two riders are again.
Yeah, Stroop looks over and says, no way you're going to pass me. Stroop told us on our AlliedSports.com coverage of Moto 1 that Stroop got straight taken out by Barcia. And here we go, 981 followed by 151. Will we see a rematch? Will we see some retaliation?
Once he sees number 151 behind him, that's going to fuel that fire to keep it in front.
Yeah, trust me, this is clenched. Oh, Barcia off the racetrack. That's not a smooth line. That's just an honest mistake. Went over the banners. He was lucky to not get those pulled up in his rear wheel. Another big mistake by Barcia. And Dungey's not able to capitalize. Those were two golden opportunities for Dungey to make moves.
And the young gun, Justin Barcia, has been all over the place today. He has literally let it all hang out. For sure, has had the most exciting saves that we've seen all day long. Once again, bouncing through the rhythm section. That's going to allow Dungey around the outside.
Oh, Dungey with a drive. He takes the long way around and finally makes the pass. But he's got to blow past Stroop. He's got to get past Weimer, Wharton. Dungey definitely has a work cut out for him. So Stroop has a shot at finishing this moto on the podium. Let's get more on Stroop. Aaron, what do you got on Stroopy?
He was definitely upset when he went back to the pits, but in between motos, Austin Stroop went to the Ajax Medic unit. He did get his finger x-rayed. It's not broken. It's definitely painful, though. But I can tell you one thing. His attitude right now, he is fired up, and there may be words right after this moto is done. That's for sure.
Aaron, and just as we say that, the 981 goes down. Not a hard crash, but just enough to let his new rival, Justin Barcia, get by. Stroop now trying to get the bike in neutral and get it started. I think Aaron jinxed him a little bit there. Man, that's a shame, and his mechanics just as bummed out as I'm sure Stroop is. Now, do not adjust your set, folks. This is the leader. I know it doesn't sound like he's winding the bike out. It's not really crazy, spectacular. The bike's not getting kicked all over the place. You're not seeing mistakes. You're not seeing the back end slide around. But believe it or not, this is the fastest way to go around this racetrack. It may not look that way, but with a 12-second lead, the numbers don't lie. Christophe Pourcel has got it dialed in. Oh, Wharton down. And wow, that was wild. The bike just goes flipping. And he's got FRO in the back of his pants in homage to you, Jeff. But man, I know you never want to take a ride like that. Wharton is shaking up. I hope he's okay.
There's
Whoa,
Searle goes by. Watch this. He hits this big kicker there and goes all the way over the bars. The bike just eats him up. Luckily, Wharton had a chest protector on, shoulder, back protection, because that was a tough one, and you can just see by the body language right there. Looks like he's going to be all right, but that's one of those ones where you get the wind knocked out of you.
Ryan Dungey, number 3 spot, going after Jake Weimer, who's in second, and he's got the red plate on the bike for a reason. He is tied for the points in this series. Already won a Supercross title in the 250 class this year. So Dungey, as he makes the pass on Weimer, definitely makes DeCoster and everyone at Suzuki look like great talent scouts. Weimer's going to fight him for it, though. Dungey needs that pass. He needs those points.
There's no doubt about it. Ryan Dungey gave up 3 points to Christophe Pourcel in the first moto. With that pass, he puts himself into second place, and he will give up another 3 points if it finishes up like it is. So that's 6 on the day, which is huge when you're in this intensive championship battle.
Here's a surprise. Brett Metcalf in a battle. That guy's been in a battle all year long, and he makes his way past the 151 of Justin Barcia. Barcia's been strong early in the motos today, but just not able to hang with the pace all the way through. And this is kind of the way Metcalf, the veteran out of Australia, does it. He gets strong as the race goes on, moving up into fourth. Here is Pourcel in the lead.
He's just out there. He has had an incredible rhythm today. Just seems to flow with every bump. Just hasn't got out of shape. You know, very artful ride here. He's just kind of woven his way through these lines here. No mistakes. I'm telling you, just a magnificent ride for the Frenchman here today.
Go a little bit further back. Haven't seen much of Tommy Searle the last couple rounds. He's been struggling a bit. Now he's in a battle with Brock Tickle. He is 6th, Tickle 7th, and Austin Stroop is back up and running and in 8th.
Here's that section right there where Stroop went down. He chooses to go to the inside and kind of square it up right now, but all 3 riders are pretty tight.
Now, Searle, there's been some controversy. People not sure what the status of KTM's race team is next year, if he'll be back with them or not. Either way, he's going to run out the string at least here in 2009, and even if he is or is not back with him in 2010. Right now, he's going to focus on the man behind him, and that is Tickle. Here is your battle. Headed to the sky shot, and Tickle, a nice line. And the kid from North Carolina takes the spot away from the Englishman.
You gotta wonder with a rider like Tommy Searle, with everything that's looming over him with the team and the future of it, and what the support is like. You know, unsure of. I mean, you know, he had a multi-year contract. This being the first year of that, unsure of what the future is going to be and how that affects you mentally. You know, I believe that it's rocked his world a little bit, but what he needs to do, you know, is focus on putting in a good ride because, you know, he's looking for a new ride. And so going forward, having, you know, top 5 finishes and all that is what's going to, you know, secure that. But like I said, you never know what's going on with the team and how the support and all that because, you know, the development just won't be there.
Wow, and he just went around Barcia. Barcia going backwards again. Same thing happened in the moto. Yeah, but he wasn't even in the picture a lap ago, and he just got zapped. Now, bad news for Barcia. He's got Austin Stroop behind him, and Stroop says, I owe you one. And let's see what Stroop does. I think Stroop could have made the pass there. Stroop's going after him.
I think this
that was a slow race.
Well, to put it into perspective here, this is just, you know, delaying the inevitable. Last lap, Barcia turned a 2:26. His fastest is a 2:17. Right now, Metcalf, Tickle, Searle, all those guys are running around a 2:20. So something's up with Barcia right now where he's way off the pace, and he might have passed Stroop back right then. But as you can see, Stroop's going in one direction, and unfortunately, Justin is going in a different one.
Oh, and Christophe Pourcel makes a mistake?
What?
I can't believe this happened. And an uncharacteristic, fall from Pourcel earlier, and I have not seen any sort of whips, one-handers, or anything from this guy in his whole time in the U.S. That's the first freestyle-ish move I've ever seen him put in. Maybe he surprised himself. That was a hard landing.
Watch this whip over here, the airtime jump. Gets it way out there. Look at that. Has to pull his left leg, pushes the bike back in, and he overjumped that pretty far. And that was a spectacular whip here from spectacular French rider Christophe Pourcel, just dialed in here today.
Christophe Pourcel dominates here at the legendary Unadilla Valley Sports Center. Here are the overall results of the day. Dungey's going to end up second. You see he gives up 6 points based on that to Pourcel, and Weimer on the overall podium.
Qualifying was pretty scrambled today with Matt Gorky at the top of the qualifying list, so that was a huge surprise, and he's doing that on a factory Yamaha.
Yeah, he's the replacement rider now for Josh Hill, who's out with a back injury. They had Scott Champion ride that bike in a one-race deal. It was pretty cool for Scott to do that at Washougal. Now Matt Gorky apparently will be on the bike for the last 4 rounds. How much does it fire him up? You see him on the 34 Yamaha there, just a couple gates from the inside. That's right, Gorky, the fastest rider in qualifying. And I think that's Jeff Alessi who might have the edge on everyone going into the first turn, and a big pile-up, and that's Gorky in that pile on the 34. So the good luck lasted exactly 1 turn into the race, Jeff.
Wow, that is amazing to have that sort of qualifying speed and then to go down. What a stroke of bad luck. But as we continue on here, Alessi, Millsaps, Michael Burns up there, not sure who's, Tommy Hahn's in there. He has certainly put on some great rides. Now this track here, you can see how much roost is already coming up. Wow. There's all this, you know, in high definition here. This is all little rocks in there, and it's really skaty. You can see here through the, mechanics area, they've put quite a bit of water down, and in some sections, it's loamy, and in the other sections where the main line is, it's really hard pack under there. So water and hard pack rocks equals, lack of traction.
I'll tell you what. Jeff Alessi's hooking up right now. This is the best ride we've seen him put in all year on the Moto Concepts Honda. So Jeff Alessi, yes, the younger brother of Mike Alessi, was leading the points early in the year. Man, hanging it out, but making it work. Give you an idea how slick that track is through these flat corners, but so far so good.
Well, he looks incredibly comfortable, and if you really study how far the roost is flying back, Davey Millsaps has dropped back just out of that roost right now, especially here at the beginning of the race, how there's so much water on the track. Oh, and Tedesco triples up.
And he's going to go to the inside on Hahn. Nice line by Tedesco. It's the first lap. They might not even know what jumps they can hit. Tedesco went for it on that Elsinore-themed Honda. Hahn and now Reed beginning to get into the picture. Over the sky shot. That's the biggest jump here of all.
That is a massive jump. Didn't have that sort of speed back in my day, back in the 90s and all that, but they've just switched the track up. But up through here, there's an interesting section here. As the bike gets light, you come over this little drop-off. And the first part of practice, the riders were a little bit concerned about that Lucas Oil banner and where that was. But now it seems like they're carrying enough speed or they float right over it.
Hahn getting back on Tedesco. Tedesco carried too much speed at the bottom of that hill, and that allowed Hahn to get back around him. You old school Unadilla fans, you know what the bottom of that hill is called. And that's exactly what happened to Tedesco, because Hahn's back around it. Now Tedesco trying to fight back. They're going to go right past the start straight.
Oh, Tedesco went for a tear-off and didn't get it. And look, Hahn's back. Oh, woo!
And Reed, meanwhile, sitting back there taking double roost, and Hahn gets sideways. There's that traction issue we were talking about, or lack thereof.
It's deceiving there, Jason. As you go through that section, it looks all nice and mulchy and like there's traction, but it's really hard packed there. And you can see the difference in the light and dark dirt. Where they put the water down, it's dark, and where there's no water, it's really light. But right now, all these little rocks are starting to come up. This track it's extremely tricky at this stage of the race. Well, Reed's such just excellent talent. I mean, one of the most talented, consistent riders that we've ever seen in the sport of motocross. And that's why, he sits at the top of the points right now. He's had some up and down motos this year. Not riding motocross for the last couple of seasons. Uh-oh, it's getting messy.
Tedesco cannot handle that hill, but neither can Hahn. Hahn actually got into Tedesco trying to make the pass, and he could not get over the wall, and that allows Reed to move up. But it was actually Hahn trying to pass Tedesco that set that up.
And watch if we're on Reed as we come back by this next lap, with that bottom U-turn, Reed's actually pre-jumping about 5 feet from the top, and I noticed he's doing that. We're almost around to the gravity cavity. He's actually not hitting the peak as he's coming out. He's pre-jumping from the beginning, and that's coming up right here. Watch as they drop down into the infamous gravity cavity. Reed's on the inside. Let's see if he can pre-jump. Watch where the bike takes off from. Didn't get a good shot of it there, but you see him really launching out there. So if you start your jump earlier, you can keep the height down.
Oh, nice. Tedesco makes a mistake on the inside, so all that work that Reed put in pays off. He makes the move on Tedesco. We've seen that a couple of times this year, where Tedesco challenged by Reed, and then a quick mistake allows Reed to go by without any contact. So Reed set that up using the outside line, and Tedesco could not hold the speed on the inside. So now Reed, and he kicks a hay bale in the way of Tedesco. And the hay bale just rolling along and stuck on the front wheel. I've never seen anything like that. And Byrne almost gets caught up with it in the tumbleweed, basically. It literally became tumbleweed. That was one of the strangest things I've seen.
Did you see it spinning?
And Alessi, our leader, who's letting it all hang out, is now down. So that should allow Millsap to take the lead. You see several riders have got by. Alessi trying to figure out who that is. That is the 475 of Kyle Regal, who is now riding in the Valley Motorsports Yamaha team. That is 12th place. Let's take you through what happened to Alessi, though, here, Jeff.
And here's your leader. You see it as he goes to triple out. Wow!
Wow.
That was like steer wrestling.
Yes.
That will get your heart rate up. When he went to triple down that.
So through all of this, Davey Millsaps on the 1995 Jeremy McGrath-inspired Honda is in the lead on the number 18. Millsaps just back from an injury a couple of races ago. And this could be the opportunity for Millsaps to get a first-time win. I would have to think that Tedesco, after the hay bale wrestling contest, is probably a little bit out of sorts, and he's lost several positions and a face full of roost from his teammate Short for good measure. Aaron, what do you got?
Well, Matt Gerke had to pull up the track. Unfortunately, with that first turn pileup, his bike did get bent up, but after he got up and going again, he ended up crashing one more time. He said when he was down, somebody else's bike ran over it. Everything is kind of twisted. He's absolutely devastated right now.
This is as you come down the U-turn, and another rider hits him as if it wasn't bad enough. He's like, are you kidding me?
We've seen this happen with Reed so many times this year. The first 4 or 5 laps of the moto kind of lets everybody go out there and do their thing, and then he starts to turn it up, or they start to get tired. I'm not sure what the scenario is, but it seems like the second half of the races, such as our last event at Washougal, where Reed ran down Josh Grant to win the second moto. Late in the race, Reed seems to be at his best, and here he's already caught Millsaps. And let's not mislead the fans, though. These are the best riders in the world. It is hard to get stopped in the bottom of this.
There's a pre-jump.
Can he work the outside? He's going to be on the outside. It will lead to the inside at the end of this jump. If Reed can just maintain position, he'll be there. Millsap's going to try to rail around the outside. Oh, Reed hooks it in that rut. Millsaps gets the momentum back and holds on the lead. But for how long? Here comes the 2-2 right back at him.
Wow, what a drag race there coming out. And here it Reed's to the inside through the ruts.
He's going to try to hook in this rut right here. Actually steps over it, but manages to keep his speed up and take the lead from Millsaps.
That was incredible, Jason, as he came through those ruts and that inside line on that left-hander. Now, keep in mind, there's not a lot of confidence in the berms. He found that line, took a risk because he hammered the throttle a little bit harder than what you normally would, and the berm held for him.
Tommy Hahn continues to be the factory Dragon Slayer this year. And a lot of people wonder, well, Kawasaki's had all these replacement riders come through like Gareth Swanepoel today. Why don't they just bump Tommy Hahn up to the factory team? But Hahn doesn't want to go. The Motorsport team, obviously very happy with the results he's put in. He's very comfortable with that team and that bike. If you're Hahn, you don't want to change anything. It's obviously working well.
And it's starting to heat up, and look at
Hahn going after Millsaps around the outside. Look at those huge braking bumps into that corner, and Hahn ignores it. Goes right around the outside, takes over second.
Wow, incredible speed, and that was that triple out there. That's where Jeff Alessi crashed.
Chad Reed, who is beginning to establish himself as the man in this class. When the year began, it was super deep. No one really knew what to expect out of Reed. He had not raced in this tour in a couple of years. Only a few corners left, past the old finish line and the starting line as well. And looking over his shoulder, he's got Tommy Hahn covered by about 10 seconds at this point. So, hey, save some energy for moto number 2.
Yeah, he's taking a look back, just making sure. As a rider, you're just making sure. But right now, he's got 11 seconds on Hahn as that battle behind continues on. But look at the Unadilla faithfuls cheering him on. They love having him back in AMA Motocross.
Chad Reed wins Moto 1 here at Unadilla and continues his march toward a championship, and what a run by Tommy Hahn on the 48, taking second again. Let's show you the results here from Moto 1 at Unadilla. 3 different brands on the podium with a Suzuki, a Kawasaki, and a Honda. Reed, Hahn, Millsaps. Hahn, how strong has this kid come on late in the season? Okay, folks, there is your lineup at the top of the screen. Gerke is number 1 because he was the fastest rider in qualifying. That's right. And Chad Reed, your series points leader and first Moto winner, was only 9th fastest in practice today. Let's go racing in Moto 2. Looks like short battling on the inside, but it's Brayton on the KTM's going to get the whole shot. Tedesco right there.
And this time, Matt Gerke, the fastest qualifier, is still on 2 wheels inside the top 10. Oh, somebody's off the bike.
Woo! Side saddle on that thing. That was the 455 of Moraes, who's on the Star Racing ride. Look at these guys battling position. There's Byrne, and there's Gerke on the inside of Byrne on the blue bike. Gerke trying to make better of what has been a terrible day, at least based on the first moto. Here's Short taking the lead from Justin Brayton and Chad Reed up to 3rd.
Wow, Jason, look how rough the track has gotten. It was a freeway in practice. This section always gets that huge rut going there, huge rut down through here. This is where suspension and chassis setups, having that engine dialed in right, this is where it's all going to count. And for Andrew Short, still looking for the first win this year, this could be the day that he can win this moto. This is a great start.
Brayton was actually 2nd fastest in qualifying today. There he is in the number 2 spot here in this moto. Then you got Tedesco on the retro-themed silver Honda in the number 4 spot. But let's watch Reed, your series points leader and the first moto winner today at Unadilla, going after Brayton at the number 2 spot.
Look how deep. Well, they fixed this section here, so that turn's going to be deep by the end of the moto, but this is one of those sections here. You go through the stair steps where the inside, outside looks like they've cleaned it up some. You see these guys tripling up here.
And it's a left-hand turn after this. That was a pretty big jump, that triple up, but this is one of the biggest in the entire series. Coming up next, they got to get a drive out of this corner. Upshift, here comes the 114 of Brayton, the sky shot. Over 100 feet in distance.
And you see Ivan Tedesco there on the 9. That's the old Elsinore Honda, wearing the Fox Retro gear also.
And Tedesco trying to stick to the rear wheel of Reed.
I'm telling you what, even though this gear in the bike looks old, this bike's going a whole lot faster than what it would have 40 years ago. Oh, he makes a mistake.
Oh, and that's the deceptive nature of this track. Look at Byrne going to try to take advantage. They're in that big U-turn down here at the bottom, and they almost come together. Tedesco just able to hold off Burner, who's on the Suzuki, the non-retro themed Suzuki. So yeah, Honda, their first ever pure motocross bike. They called it the Elsinore back in the 70s. It was silver. So that's the motif that Tedesco is riding in. And then you'll see Short, who's out front, is on the 1986 look Honda. But underneath the technology is all 2009. They've got fuel-injected 454 strokes.
Oh yeah.
It's a lot different. Unadilla, another great battle on hand. This legendary racetrack has been hosting them for 40 years. Chad Reed bulldogging his way past Justin Brayton to get to the number 2 spot. Now Reed tries to set sail and go after Andrew Short. Just take us to the pass. Reed getting around Brayton.
Watch this as you come out of the tree section. Reed just really hammers the throttle, gets to the inside, and tries to get in there. Brayton knew that the pass was already done. He wasn't going to do anything too crazy, but Reed, it was coming out of that tree section. He really just hammered it.
Oh, Gerke, more trouble for the 34. And now he's got some repeater banners stuck in his bike. So a terrible debut for the factory Yamaha team. The good news is they've already said they're going to keep Gerke on through the end of the season. So he's got 3 more races to try to make good on that factory bike. 2 factory riders duking it out right now. Reed looks like he's ready to do war with Short. That means he's going to eat rocks and roost. That means he doesn't want to be behind him for too long, and he's not. Here we go. Reed on the outside, fastest part of the racetrack.
Let's see what Short can do. If he can block his line, Reed squares him up.
Oh, Short cuts back in front and holds on the lead. Reed's going to dial in the inside again, and Short chops the line away. Great riding by Andrew Short to hold the lead from the 22.
Classic Unadilla, inside, outside. Reed's trying everything he can do to get by. Can he triple up? If he can, he's going to fly by.
And Reed does fly by. He takes the lead in spectacular fashion. The Thor Parts Limited people on the side are pumped. Their boys in the lead. Now can Short fight back? We're headed that big sky shot. Check this out, folks. Yeah, Reed airs out, pulls a tear off. Same thing with Short. Let's see if the 29 can run with the 22. Like we said, this has been Reed's strategy all summer long. First 5 or 10 minutes, he lets everybody else be a hero. But then he starts putting the hammer down. That's exactly what he did here with Short. Ivan Tedesco and Andrew Short here to do battle for the number 2 position on a pair of retro-themed Hondas. And Short might be able to weather this battle after all, because now Tedesco has Brayton right behind him. Byrne still back in 4th. Give a shout out to Kyle Regal, who's picked up a new ride with Valley Motorsports Yamaha. He's 6th. Swanepoel, the South African who races in Europe, is 7th. Byrne, he's got around both Brayton and Tedesco, so Byrne on the move.
No doubt about it here. Tedesco looking over his shoulder. That's not a good sign. You don't want to be looking back. You want to be pushing forward, and that's exactly what the 26 on that Rockstar Makita Suzuki, Michael Byrne, has done. And I mean, you know, everybody knows Byrne's a good friend of mine, but I've seen a transition. I've seen a confidence build, especially from Glenn Helen, where after the first practice, I talked to him and he just seemed so defeated, you know, and week after week, he's steadily gotten better. And I tell in his riding style now, it's back to a Burner that we haven't seen for a couple years, where he's really confident with what's going on. He really has this great technique and this great style, and he's putting it to work here today at Unadilla.
Man, you know his shoulder has got to be strong enough if you can hold on this rough racetrack. And these are 60 horsepower motorcycles. That's a lot to hold on to. Check this out.
And watch this pass here. When he just scrubs the finish line jump out of the gravity cavity, gets inside of Brayton. Brayton thinks he's going to have a little line here, but Burner just grabs the inside, hammers the throttle, picks off one, another position closer to the front. He's definitely looking at a podium position. Right now, Chad Reed, 22 on the Rockstar Makita Suzuki, is en route to having a 1-1 day like that. Certainly a day that he will remember here from Unadilla, because you know he hasn't raced the motocross championship for a few years, and he stepped into it this year, made a commitment, said, okay, I'm going to see if I can build my program as the season goes on. And, you know, he's on his way to becoming AMA motocross champion for the first time in his career. And no doubt the memories that he's making today, if he keeps this thing on 2 wheels, are going to be ones that he cherishes.
Yeah, he has become an unstoppable force here in this second half of the tour. Before we leave that John Dowd moment, I was going to shout out to him. He's my color analyst for the Arena Cross shows that we cover here on Speed. So you guys are racing, and now you're both battling out with me in the booth. There must have been something about that day that read great analysis of sport. Look at Regal. Kyle Regal going after Ivan Tedesco for 5th. This kid is for real. Wow.
It's unbelievable. Number 475. Certainly with rides like this, he's going to be down in the 47 range to get a better national number for next year. Get rid of the area code, you know. Yeah. But just incredible ride here. He's putting pressure right now, or actually going by Tedesco, who's a rider who has won both motos and an overall this year. So what a ride for Regal.
Wow, and that's unbelievable. I mean, and what's impressive is Regal put in a great run a couple weeks ago at Millville, but we've seen a lot of kids come out. They have one great day. They're so fired up early in their career to see what they've got, but they're not able to duplicate that. But this is an even better performance, running down Ivan Tedesco, who was just named as a member of the United States Motocross of Nations team this afternoon.
And it's,
maybe we should put Regal on there.
Yeah, and it's crazy because Regal is out of Kemp, Texas. He qualified 25th today.
Jeez.
Okay, he's backed by some great people: Merge Racing, Wisecoat, Winner, Oakley, Garnet Answer. A lot of great sponsors, but
and Tedesco stalls, so it goes from bad to worse now for Tedesco. And for a moment, that bike was running much more like a 1974 Honda would run when he wasn't able to start.
Chad Reed is dialed in. He's going to be extremely happy with how the outcome of this race went.
This is what makes Reed so tough. He's so consistent, and he wins when the opportunity presents itself, and that's what he does. Chad Reed takes Unadilla with a 1-1 sweep. Just another notch in the belt as he tries to lock down this Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. Reed makes it easy as far as the match is concerned. He wins short and burn on the overall podium. Swanepoel, great job, 6th overall today, and Regal is in the top 10 overall. Tommy Hunt fought back to get 16th and a few points in that moto to also salvage a top 10. So I want to mention that Josh Grant is out after a crash and an ankle injury at the X Games, so that'll move short up to 2nd. But that 82-point bulge by Reed, that gives him an opportunity to maybe wrap up the championship at our next race, which will be next weekend at Budds Creek. If not, he'll have 2 more opportunities to wrap it. Here's your weather today. It's hot and it's humid. And look at the forecast, thunderstorms. Very good chance this could turn into a mud race sometime today.
You know, those clouds off in the distance look fine, but they're not. They got water in them.
Let's drop the gate. Moto 1 in the 250 class from Budds Creek. Ryan Sipes on the KTM is going to fight his way into the lead. Sipes just his 2nd race back from a dislocated wrist, and he's challenged with a 19 of Jake Weimer, who takes the lead.
Just when Sipes was patting himself on the back, Weimer just leaped in there and stole it from him, maybe surprised him just a little bit. Good to see Sipes back in action, out with a wrist injury for a while. He came back last week and qualified 9th today, and he's done well here in the past.
And Sipes now trying to hold off the man with the red plate. That's your series points leader, Christophe Pourcel. We mentioned at the top of the show, he won in dominating fashion our last race. Unadilla likes to do it again. Tommy Searle in 4th on the number 1, 2, 3. And then I believe it's Metcalf or Barsha trying to figure out which Honda rider coming through next. But right now, Jake Weimer, who was recently named to the United States team for the Motocross of Nations. He will be the representative of the 250 class for the U.S. is out front of Ryan Sipes right now. Then it's Pourcel, Searle, and that's actually Wharton, who's made a couple of moves to get into 5th.
Now, of course, you see Pourcel up in there with that red number plate in 3rd, but just a few positions back, Ryan Dungey. So Dungey in the position he needs to be in to keep an eye on Pourcel and make a run at the front.
Now, this track has proven itself pretty treacherous already. It's taken on a lot of rain. Huge thunderstorms yesterday afternoon did a number on this place, so it's dry in spots and it's wet and muddy in others. We'll see how that plays out as Pourcel tries to pick an outside line. Searle and everyone else going to the inside. Now Pourcel putting the challenge to Sipes, and that line didn't pay off.
Yeah, but look at that. I think he almost going to make the move anyway.
Wow.
Came close. He turns a mistake. He limits that damage so good with the clutch and with great balance. He got down in there, and it wasn't really he that made the mistake. The berm was messed up, and he made the best of it right there.
Yeah, we've seen that happen time and time again. You'd think he would lose ground when he makes those mistakes, but often he actually turns a negative into a positive. Searle still back there in fourth. These three trying to get away from him. Jake Weimer riding the wave of confidence right now is out front.
Look at that line from Purcell. I'll just go way over here. That's like a fairway. When you go out and walk the track, that straightaway's like, I mean, it's literally like fairway. It's about 50 or 60 feet wide.
Oh,
no.
And he hit one of those slick spots. See how dry it is on the hillsides, and he lost traction. So unfortunately, by the time he gets to the mechanics area, his team's going to be wondering what the heck happened. Let's go back to our leaders. Jake Weimer, he is out front. Then you got Purcell and Dungey. Then behind them, this torrid battle. Justin Barcia up to fourth. Then it's Searle. Then Rattray is back. Wharton, Stroop. Durham comes through in this very close championship fight. What do we got? Aaron on Blake Wharton.
Well, I'll tell you what, an Ironman effort by Blake Wharton just for even showing up and racing here today. He fractured his right foot last weekend when he rolled it during his crash, but this week no riding for him whatsoever. He did go to the gym. He kind of continued on with his training program. He cycled, elliptical, lots of ice, a lot of elevation, but he's definitely happy with his performance from last weekend. He was hoping that it was going to be a mud race this weekend to slow the pace down, but definitely an Ironman effort from Blake Wharton.
I'll tell you what, Aaron, watching him charge up and down these hillsides and challenge and now pass Rattray. Man, he's not slowing the pace down at all. Rattray going to try to fight him back, and nice job. Woo, Wharton cutting the line off and taking the position away.
Man, maybe you should take it easy every week.
And it looks like Purcell is sick and tired of worrying about Dungey back there. He wants to go for the lead.
And Weimer, it's not like they ride together a lot, but Weimer is fully aware that he's got to be flawless. He can't leave the door open anywhere, and he's got to be kind of having some eyes in the back of his head for one of those creative lines that Purcell comes up with from time to time. When you got Purcell that close to you, and it really gets your attention. It's hard to focus on your own deal.
There's Purcell's going to fade down to the inside in this corner. Can he outbreak Weimer? Weimer got a good drive around the outside. Can he maintain speed? He's going to be on the inside of the next corner. Purcell around the outside, and Weimer is racing him.
Purcell's going to triple up this hill.
Here we go. And he triples his way into the lead. Can he maintain it all the way around the outside? Weimer's not making it easy, but he realizes wisely, you're my teammate, you're in the points lead. Better not run you off the racetrack. Weimer's fighting him, but he's not overly aggressive. And finally, Purcell gets to the #1 position. And if you're Ryan Dungey in third, you've got to find a little something extra. You cannot let Purcell seize this moment, pull away and win this moto. So let's see how the #10 plays it. They've opened up a big lead, 15 seconds over the fourth place rider, Justin Barcia. Darren Durham has climbed up to fifth, so we're going to stay with this battle for second, and it looks to me like Dungey is indeed pinning it. Weimer's going to try to cover the outside line so Dungey can't try to jump in, so now Dungey switches a little further to the inside. You can't make the pass in these jumps. You're pretty much stuck following the guy in the next corner. See, Dungey's going to try an inside line, but there's just no room to make it work. So he's going to try to go all the way to the outside now and switch back to the inside. Doing this faster than I can call it, but despite all that effort, still can't find a way around Weimer, and that has been the word on this track for years. A lot of these off-cambers, they form one good line, and you can try different stuff, but it doesn't necessarily work. And that's what Dungey's experiencing right now. He's going to triple up. This is where Purcell made the pass, but on this next downhill, you know Weimer's going to get the inside line covered, and he does. The 377, there he is. Christophe Purcell's been tripling, go to the outside in that corner every lap of this race, and that's where he made the decisive pass to get into the lead. Can he stay there? His teammate Jake Weimer's in the #2 spot. You figure Weimer is not going to go after his teammate for the win, but Weimer's being pushed by Ryan Dungey, who's in third. But it looks to me like that flurry that Dungey put in, I don't know if he's going to have time to get these guys. Had a good couple laps there.
There's time, but he's frustrated. You know, he got close, and it looked like to me, it looked like he thought, okay, I'm going to get this guy. And then at the same time, he really cranked up the intensity to make his move. So did Weimer, and held him off. So that's what Millsaps did to Chad Reed in that first moto. And it frustrates you a little bit. You lose some time, got to regroup. But you can see he's got just under a few minutes before they get the 2-lap board. So at least 3 more laps right now, the way it's looking. And that's enough time, but I'm just wondering what's going on with Purcell, because usually when he gets away, and these guys are staying close.
Christophe Purcell has been in the lead for the entire second half of this race. He's got Weimer in second, And Ryan Dungey trying to run him down in the number 3 spot. And David, you were saying earlier, there's no way to predict how this final lap and a half is going to go. I think you're right. It's still anyone's ball game if someone makes a mistake.
Dungey was in there trying so hard, but as you can see from that gap right there, he messed up a little bit and has lost contact. So it's kind of looking like the Pro Circuit guys have done their job.
Wow, and that is going to be a huge pat in the back for Weimer, maintaining second place despite everything Dungey threw at him halfway through this race. And now Dungey's in a big,
does that look like a flat
spin.
tire or something?
Yeah, he spun all the way around that corner. Let's take a look here as he goes into the roots. Now he gets a good drive into there. Just trying to figure out what allowed him to lose all that ground to Weimer. That was a slick spot around that left-hand corner.
Real hard pack. He got down to the bed. He just wondered because the ground that he lost and the way he came out of that corner, quick to judge there, but and I'd be inclined to think it was something because Dungey's so fast and he's in such great shape. There's no reason why he would fade like this. See the rain on our screen there. The storm is heading this way. Those clouds in the distance are full of water and they're going to dump.
This race is going to end just in time. And how about Christophe Pourcel showing he can do it in a variety of ways. Last week at Unadilla, absolute domination. Here a little bit more calculated ride. He got the lead from Weimer, wasn't able to open up that big gap. He's doing just what he needs to do. And the fact that his teammate back there probably makes it that much easier because you know that Weimer's not going to run the wheels in on him with the championship coming to a head like this. A couple of moto wins in a row here from Pourcel. That's not just points, that's momentum, folks. Of an 11-point lead when this moto is over, but how many times in this 250 class this year have we thought someone had really grabbed it by the throat only to have a bad moto right after that? So if you're Ryan Dungey, you're hoping that it happens at least one more time.
Well, you know, the second moto may be on a really muddy track with rain still coming down. That could affect it as well. So you know, that's what you're hoping if you're Dungey, something like that to give you an opportunity to get back in there and get those points back. But dropping 5 right here, that's going to open up Pourcel's lead to 11.
Yeah, good job, I'd say. So good job from Weimer as well. He's kept Pourcel in sight this entire race. One big sweeping corner left to go. This used to just be a corner, but now they've thrown some jumps in there. Pourcel made a few mistakes in that section earlier in the race. He's got it dialed now. And Christophe Pourcel wins Moto 1 at Budds Creek. And just as critical, his teammate Jake Weimer takes second, Ryan Dungey third. Valuable championship points. That Kawasaki 1-2 really helps those guys out in the big picture. Barsha gets solid 4th, and Darren Durham from outside the top 10 up to 5th. Welcome back, Tyler Rattray, who finishes 6th. And PJ Larson, rookie, finishes 10th.
After the first 10 or 15 feet of this moto, everybody's all nice and clean. Unless you're in the front, you're going to be so reaching for tearaways.
And these are the days I really feel sorry for the mechanics, too. They got to get down and dirty.
Yeah, their work is cut out for them in prepping the bike, hoping it's the finish and all the cleanup afterwards. And remember, to make it even more difficult than everyone, the championship hangs in the balance with the rain and the mud here at Budds Creek. Let's go racing in the 250 class.
Wow, that gate went down fast.
What happened to the inside guys?
They got clobbered. Looks like Pourcel, the inside, is going to sneak through and get a start. And everyone else in big trouble.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe Pourcel did not go down there.
Unbelievable.
Holy,
unbelievable.
Oh my.
Snuck through on the inside. Pourcel has the whole shot. That's bad news for the rest of these guys. Just gets to keep clean vision in this mud, and everyone else is eating it. I don't see Ryan Dungey anywhere.
I think they're pulling the track. Yeah, you can see the gate did not drop or something.
Yeah, something was weird with that.
Did you see like all the 5 guys on the inside? Something, they didn't even go. They just stood there. Look at all these 4 guys.
Saying, what are you?
They're ruined.
Right.
Watch this replay.
The
you can see the guys.
It does not get off the track, so the riders are afraid of going.
You can see the guys. Yeah, you see the guys on the inside here, the right-hand side of your screen. See how far back they are?
Yeah,
you're like, oh, well, you're going to run these people? You can see Dungey's like the 3rd guy from last there on the inside. Now watch Pourcel, top of your screen.
Whoa!
Bam! Wow.
That is, I cannot believe that. Aaron, what was going on down there? Any idea?
The 32nd board girl held up the sign, put it sideways, and then suddenly put it back up again, and the AMA official had to actually go out and tackle her and bring her to the side because the gate was about to drop. So just to make it fair for everybody, I think there's a lot of confusion that's going on with all the rain that's taking place out here right now.
Now, Dungey's got to be happy about where that went down because he was kind of buried, and now he's got a second chance.
That girl, look at her, she's running. There we go, get out of there. She's got some Monster Energy drink. Powering her to the side. Here we go. The second start of the second moto at Budds Creek. And this time it's not
And
Porcel.
Porcel, no. Porcel doesn't get a good jump
Weimer.
out of the gate. Sneaks around the inside pretty good, though.
Nice job by him. A rare good start for Brett Metcalf, who's second. And that's Austin Stroop in third. Just inside the top 10 is the red plate of Porcel. So Weimer out front. Look at Metcalf. Metcalf, who has yet to win a moto in his career. He's come close so many times, looking to seize the opportunity, and he takes the lead from Weimer, David.
You know, Metcalf is just the guy to win a moto like this. He's got the grit. He doesn't care about the rain. The more ridiculous the conditions are, I think the better he does.
One thing about the conditions right now, I know it looks sloppy. It's sloppy out there. It's not thick. So actually, all this rain that it's doing, it's actually keeping the track very rideable and raceable. You can go different lines and this and that. If it stopped right now, it would get so thick and gooey. I tell you what, though, with all this water, your bike holding up is going to be a premium. So we're going to see. Look at all that water. You're getting an intake, and it's lights out.
Wow.
I always try to wheelie through all that stuff.
Absolutely.
And it's only the first lap. Then it's all cleared out.
Yeah.
So you want to get the front wheel out of that and keep your bike fresh.
Oh, look at that little wrap, little triple there. Get Porcel there on the outside.
Making his way into third, battling with, Austin Stroop gets knocked down. That was incidental, battling with his teammates. So now Stroop's gloves are going to be even muddier than they were with just the mud flying. Get back on the track there, kiddo.
There's Dungey, man. He's pretty far back. You can see Stroop fell down, got back up, still ahead of him. So this is not good.
So Dungey's got to make moves. At this point, though, I mean, he's even worried about Porcel. You just ride.
Yeah, you just got to ride now and not fall down and get yourself in contention to be there in case there's a slip up on Porcel. But look at our leader here. I mean, you don't even. His number plate's all nice and clean. His gear's all nice and spiffy.
Metcalf, like we said, been so close so many times. 4 straight. 4th overall finishes, and he's come so close, been on the podium a lot throughout his career, but has never won a moto. But this one's not going to be easy. Not only the conditions, but look at Weimer's not too far back.
He looks pretty good, though, Metcalf, right now. He's just kind of letting the bike float underneath him. His balance seems pretty good. This is going to get really deep throughout the race there.
I wouldn't take that just for fear of throwing a chain.
All right, here's Porcel in third, but Metcalf just turned the fastest lap of the race. I don't know how that's possible, because as bad as it was when the race began, it's got to be even worse now. But Metcalf's actually pulling away. Sipes in 4th. That's a good solid run, David, for the kid out of Kentucky.
Yeah, he's been good in the mud. I remember a few years ago at Mount Morris, it was really muddy on the Saturday practice. And Villapoto was just destroying everybody, and Sipes actually had a faster lap than him. And now he gets a chance to prove he's a great mud rider. And
another lap in the books, but folks, we're only at the halfway mark. The cross flags are out. There's no mercy rule here. Wow.
I don't know if there is.
You know, earlier I was looking at the conditions going, man, this is motocross. It's rough. I love it. I kind of wish I was out there. That changed.
I'm kind of happy where I'm at right now.
It's horrible.
You know what?
I expect to see some bikes breaking down from this point. You're getting water in them. I mean, you can't avoid it anymore. You can't just wheelie through all the water. You're going to hit a lot of it.
And we're going to show you what these championship guys are going through as we're watching Weimer close in on Metcalf. Here's Dungey.
Look at Dunge going around.
Watch the water he's going to take on.
Oh, man.
That could end it right there. The airbox is under the seat.
That could be the championship right there. So you know Purcell's up there making sure that he stays out of that water. That's all I'd be thinking about right now. Forget speed. Forget 2 or 3 positions. Get this bike to the finish line.
You know, the only thing I would think, and David was good in the mud. It just
see that keeping the front end out of there.
Yeah. Perfect. Like you were saying about like Ryan, he was going right through there, feet off. Yeah, you got to keep that front out of there. But you got to really ride at low RPM because these bikes overheat very, very easily.
The best guy out there for that is who we're looking at right here. Purcell is probably the best at riding a low RPM and a taller gear where you don't get as much wheel spin. Hey, he said this was the toughest track he's ridden this year after the first moto. Imagine that just went up a few notches. I'm just wondering if the AMA might just throw this race a little bit early just to get these riders through it. I know that has championship implications and all that, but I would imagine that's a conversation that they're having right now. I've been in a battle before. If you get past the halfway point, it's considered an official race.
Right. They're getting close to the 2 more laps, and it's going to be 2 more. I mean, they got 5 laps maximum.
Oh! Come on, Brett. Get that thing to the finish. Again, this guy's never won a moto before. And all right, folks. Dungey's not done yet. He's moving up. He's trying to close in on Porcel. Amazing. Unbelievable race conditions and unbelievable racing. Through all this, we have a battle for the #1 spot. Brett Metcalf on the 24, leading Jake Weimer. It's a battle for the moto win, and if Weimer makes the pass, he will win the overall as well. Metcalf's doing everything he can. They're going to leap downhill through a series of whoops. You got to be impressed that Weimer's even going for it in these conditions. Here he goes to the inside, David, and he's got it. Unbelievable that Weimer's putting in a charge.
I cannot believe that. And if he had any mud on his goggles, for sure it's gone now, and he has a clear view. Check out.
Watch Metcalf. You know, you're talking about going through all this water. He changes his line a little bit, squares it up, goes to the inside, stays out of the water. Watch Weimer just takes all that water. You know they had to mess up his vision, but he still had the clarity to take that inside the bottom and make the move.
These guys are pumped. That's Mitch Payton, the team manager and owner of the Pro Circuit squad, what Weimer rides for. And do you think Metcalf's looking for his first moto win? Absolutely. He doesn't care. He's going to try to stay with Weimer and win this thing. He's not giving up.
They need to spare like 10 seconds, and then they'll only have two laps left.
Yeah,
he's going to make it there before he gets to the line.
And
they're red flagging it.
And they're red flagging it. They're going to call it.
I had a feeling.
I think they're going to call
see
it.
how they can continue.
And that should be it. If you're Metcalf, you're probably not pumped on it, but if you're Weimer, you certainly are. That pass is going to give him the moto win, and it should be enough for the overall. He would have a 2 and a 1. Jake Weimer is your overall winner here at Budds Creek. That's 3 wins on the year for Weimer. Pourcel with a 1-3 finishes second and picks up 7 more points on Ryan Dungey. So that will be a 13-point lead in the series. Dungey's going to need to fight back hard these last 2 rounds. Justin Marcher, Austin Stroop inside the top 5. What about Josh Grant and this condition with a bad ankle on a rutted track that's pretty soft right now?
Man, that was some really awful footage of him at X Games. It looked like he was going to be out for a long time, but already out of the gate. A little bit of a wheelie. That's going to hurt him, I think. But it's nice to see him back in action.
He's going to give it a shot. Whoa! Getting sideways there is Dan Reardon. I thought I had the whole shot. Now a big pile up in the back of the pack. Tim Ferry on the 15, the green bike buried. And it's Davey Millsaps going to get out front on the factory Honda. Cody Cooper, and I believe that's Jeff Alessi in the number 2 position. He gets around Cooper. So Davey Millsaps got some good starts as of late. Is out front of the number 18. There's Alessi, there's Cooper, Nick Way in 4th. Looking for Chad Reed. He comes by outside of the top 10. How about Millsaps on the mend from injury? Hurt his neck at the 2nd round of this tour in Northern California. Took about a month off. A lot of people waiting for Millsaps to catch fire and become one of those first-time winners. We've had 6 first-time winners this year. Millsaps could be number 7.
Well, it looks good so far. I mean, it's a nice technical track. He's an excellent rider. He's so skilled. If you go out and watch this guy ride, he's just amazing. And it's almost frustrating in a way, because you're just like, how come the guy doesn't win more?
Right.
He's so good. Look at the way he times those whoops, already putting a gap on everybody. When you look at all these guys, nothing against any of these guys, but the only one is there on the right, Chad Reed. He's the only one I believe has the speed.
Oh! Sorry about that, David. We have a big pile up there. Riders going down all over the place. And that's a new section, 425. I think that's Jared Brown. You'd think Davey Millsaps on a practice run right now, because he's by himself. Where is the rest of the competition? It was Jeff Alessi in 2nd, and he still is. Then it's 21 of Cooper in 3rd. Then Nick Way followed by Matt Gerke, who is the replacement rider on Factory Yamaha, now with a good start. There's Josh Grant, and here's Chad Reed. So Grant, so far so good in his comeback bid. Gerke, meanwhile, going after Nick Way. Here's Reed in the 22. Will he play it conservative today to try to lock that championship down? We'll find out.
I think he's going to ride hard and then see what happens. If he gets in a situation where he feels like he's getting outside his comfort zone and having to push a little too hard, I think he'll back it down and think more about the title. And I didn't notice Josh Grant coming through those whoops back there when I said I didn't think anyone in that group had the tools to catch Millsaps. Obviously, Josh Grant does, but he's still a little ways back.
I'll give you a little excuse. We don't know what Josh Grant's condition is. He told me this morning he has not ridden at all since his crash at the X Games. He was going to ride for the first time this morning. He rode well enough to decide to continue into the program and race today. But you've got to wonder, his ankles and feet have got to be killing him. Bruised heel and broken ankle just a few weeks ago. Now the 42 is Jake Moss. He's riding Ryan Villopoto's bike this weekend. Villopoto's been injured all summer.
See?
Oh, big mistake by Reed.
That's how technical this place is. That's a wrong turn on the 495. You got to go a long ways before you can get back on track.
It looks like Reed is going to have to remount his attack. And looking at the rider in front of him, trying to figure out if that's Kevin Windham, who is back in action in the 450 division. Also Windham's teammate Dan Reardon. In fact, it is Windham. So let's go back a couple of years ago. I think this is a battle for the win. Windham versus Reed. Windham has not raced all summer long. Came back and rode a 250 last week at Unadilla. Struggled a bit there, and struggling a bit here as Reed puts Windham another position down.
You know, it looked like Reed just took his time and just went to the inside, and Kevin left the door open a little bit. I think right now these riders are trying to figure out the track, get the lines sorted out. It's really technical. I'm stoked to see this for a change. I mean, all the tracks been a little bit smooth, a little bit easy in the early going, and then they kind of work into shape. But and this thing looks like the end of the second moto already, and I hope they leave it. Why not give these guys a real challenge?
It definitely is. Reed is having to work for it right now. Reed said, you know, people might think him as a supercross guy. A guy doesn't like it when it's rough and gnarly, but he said when he wins a race, he wants to feel like he earned it. He wants to wake up sore the next day. He wants to leave tired, to know that he went to the wall to get that win and gave it everything he had. That's what the conditions out here are going to allow as Reed works his way right past Andrew Short. Short made a mistake, lost the drive, and Windham following Reed on through. And this is one of those new sections. Instead of rollers, they put it in this sweeper. Windham trying to get back around Reed. They're all over this track.
Well, you know, I read an interview today or this week on Racer X about Chad talking how he rides really technical stuff at home all week, and when he gets to the race on the weekends and it's a little bit easy by his standards, he's disappointed. And he is getting all he wanted or wants to right now. It is as technical as it gets. Beautiful move.
Wow. How about Jeff Alessi here in this number 2 spot, challenged by Cody Cooper? We got some new faces up here. Alessi got the whole shot in our first moto last week from Unadilla and then crashed on lap 2. This time hanging in there about 8 minutes into the moto. And Cooper, who has, I don't think, been quite up to the par he would have set for himself based on last year, needs some results. Of course, would love to stay with that Joe Gibbs Racing Yamaha team. Oh, and he goes off the side of the racetrack. Same type of area where Reed made the mistake. Cooper went off the track about 10 feet further up. So for the moment, Alessi, like you said, seems comfortable in these technical conditions.
Yeah,
but no one can figure out the right line. No one can figure out they're all over this track.
Hey, you really got to think. You know, and it's one of those deals where you kind of got to slow down just a little bit and pick your line. And, you know, if you try to ride with a lot of intensity, and you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Josh Grant usually rides with a lot of intensity, and as long as you don't make a mistake and you can get away with the other intensity, then you're going to make up a lot of time on this track, but it's tough to do that for a half hour out here.
Yeah, well, Josh has been the live by the sword, die by the sword kind of guy, and there you go. There you go. That's just what we were alluding to. Josh Grant just goes for it regardless of the track conditions, regardless if he's coming back from injury, whether he's feeling good or feeling bad. He just lets it hang out. We thought Grant was rolling up maybe to put a challenge on the leaders, and just like that, he's well outside of the top 10. Here is Reed trying to work lines around Nick Way. Way out of Michigan, riding on the J-Law Racing Yamaha, trying to control the inside. He's going to fight Reed for it, but Reed finds some traction in a new line around the outside.
Looked like Nick was trying to get out of his way.
Oh, you'd see it the other way around. Oh, and I think that's Cooper who fell in front of them, so that will give Reed another position. And Moss has been super fast this year. He's had trouble keeping it on 2 wheels, but right now he is in third, challenging Alessi and being challenged by Reed. That is an awesome, awesome performance. And now you see Way has gotten around Cooper because Cooper fell in another one of those off-campers.
Way's old school motocross. I mean, look how long the guy's been around. He's probably like, yes, finally a rough, difficult, technical thinker's track, man. He's up there riding well.
Reed gets around Moss. Reed is just overwhelming these guys in these rough conditions. I think you're right. I think he might not be in the lead, but I think he's enjoying these conditions. He's going to go after Alessi now for the second place position. But there's a long way to go to try to get to our leader, Davey Millsaps. Here we go. All right, Davey Millsaps leading this Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship race from Budds Creek, Maryland. A deluge hit. Massive thunderstorms yesterday afternoon, right before riders were supposed to go out and survey this racetrack. It did a number on this place. Now it's been drying out ever since, and we've got some muddy sections, got some dry sections. So far, Davey Millsaps here, the 18, has handled the best, got the early lead, and has checked out. But the competition is coming. Chad Reed, your series points leader, working on the number 2 spot to try to catch Millsaps.
You can see that lead. No one has even come into view yet. Finally, Alessi and now Chad. Chad looking over there. Now watch this line he's got. He's been setting it up. triple in. We're up.
Oh, Millsaps, sorry, Alessi rather, got sideways on the inside and almost ran into Chad.
It's a good thing Jeff made that mistake, or Chad might have put a mark on his front fender.
Right. Here is Moss challenging Alessi. What a great ride it would be if he put that factory machine up on the podium.
Jamie pointed that out. Woo. Nice move.
Here comes Gerke. Gets around Nick Wey and is now going after the 801 of Alessi. Alessi on the red bike, Gerke on the blue bike. But here he goes after Alessi for fourth.
Tripling Alessi came down that hill and was looking.
Man, he's just muscling it in.
Yeah, he was looking over there like, where's Chad Reed? Chad put up, oh, nice.
Man, that is aggression from Matt Gerke. So the kid from Florida moves into the number 4 position. That'll push Alessi back to 5th. And he's not out of the woods yet because he got Wey and Tedesco back there. Oh, Jake Moss now, who is in 3rd, having some trouble just taking through this. He's got some smoke pouring out of that factory, Cowie. That's not good.
That's not supposed to happen.
So he's still going, but is that bike going to get to the finish? Oh, wait, Tiffany's got a report. What do you have, Tiffany?
Yeah, guys, I was just talking to their mechanics, and they said they know that Moss's bike has the smoke coming out of it. It happened when he ran into Gorky's bike, but they have told him continuously, keep going. You have a good spot now. We're going to figure out what to do with it after Moto 1. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany, but he goes down just as you were saying that, and he grabs such a handful of throttle, he looped out.
Watch right here. He's on the hard pack, and as soon as he hits that mushy, bam, traction, loops it.
Matt Gerke is now in the number 3 position. The replacement factory rider on Yamaha. He was a Suzuki privateer with the Suzuki City team all season long. Josh Hill is out with a back injury, so they signed Gerke up. Here's your battle. Millsaps, and now Reed has him in his sights. So this is a golden opportunity for Reed to try to wrap up this championship 2 rounds early.
And they go down this hill, make a right. They got a little technical section up to the top through the mechanics area, that left sweeper into the finish. I mean, Chad's running out of options. He had a couple in the back, and Millsaps covered him perfectly.
Oh, Millsaps riding brilliantly. Now Reed all over the motorcycle, trying to keep that thing straight, but this course is kicking that Suzuki around. Is Reed maybe a little surprised that he got to Millsaps this quickly, and then Millsaps was able to respond like this?
Yeah, he needed a little bit more time. I don't think he's surprised. He knows Millsaps good. He was probably hopeful. But
yeah. Here we go.
This is it.
We've got a section of rollers, one left-hand corner, and a series of jumps. And I think Millsaps is going to rally on the last 2 laps and win his first moto of 2009. Davey Millsaps picking up his pace when it counts. That's one of the hardest things to do in this game. Davey Millsaps takes his first moto victory of 2009 and only the second actually of his career. Chad Reed finishes 2nd. Matt Gerke and Kyle Regal. Spectacular performances by those young kids to get in the top 5, followed by Tedesco. You can see the little mud down in front of these guys. What do you think of the weather, how it's going to affect things?
Well, it was already hard enough. It just got harder because that hard-packed stuff is going to be like ice this moto.
Here we go, folks. Moto 2 live on NBC.
Here we go.
Start is so critical when it's muddy. It looks like Justin Brayton in the KTM. No! Brayton goes wide in turn 1, and he's going to give the lead up. One of the Suzuki riders out front, and it is Chad Reed. And you're right, Ricky. Bad news.
He wants that championship. He knows there is a chance today to lock it up. But look at who got by him there. Tedesco getting by him.
Tedesco's going to lead them across the finish line here on lap 1. Millsaps, your first moto winner, up there as well. And vision is going to be so critical. These guys are going to be eating a lot of mud, and that's why Reed doesn't want to be stuck behind Tedesco. Let's see what he can do.
Absolutely. I mean, start is a premium in these kind of conditions when it's wet. You know, it's not too bad sometimes riding in the mud, but as you guys can see now, it's raining, and that just makes it even worse.
And you can see Tedesco with this is not flag football, okay? That's just in case we have a problem. He can use one of those rags right there to wipe off his hands so he can get a good grip on the handlebar. So he's already prepared for bad conditions.
So Tedesco, who's out of New Mexico, so not a mud specialist, but getting the job done right now.
Here comes the rain. You can see it. It's coming down hard. So those little rags right there from Tedesco, should he have a problem, a little slide out or something, he is prepared in advance for conditions that are starting to look like what he anticipated.
Absolutely. Track builders did a good job there. I know Mark Barnett and crew, they did a good job flattening the track in case it would rain. It would kind of roll off. You can see the start back earlier, it wasn't as plowed up. So that was good. And actually, I think the start worked out a little better without it being plowed up.
Yeah, there was so many riders that crashed in the first moto. It was all deep like that. But yeah, they're anticipating it as well. You can see they've dressed up this corner a little bit, see the fresh dozer marks. So the riders get a pretty good fresh track here in these early laps, but because this soil here in Maryland is so loamy, within a few laps, these ruts are going to be there again.
Reed in second, challenged by Tommy Hahn on the green bike in third. Here's what Chad Reed needs to do to clinch the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. He must have a 100-point lead over Andrew Short. Now, he added 11 points to his gap over Short in Moto 1, so he needs to add 10 more in this one. He has a 90-point lead. He needs to have 100 by the time this race is over. What that basically means, folks, if Reed wins the moto, Short needs to finish 6th or worse, and Reed will win the championship. Right now, Short is way back in 15th at the end of lap 1. He's really going to have to work. Here's Millsaps, a real strong run in moto number 1. And I know both of us, we were impressed. He was able to rally late when Reed caught him, and it shows that he wants to win today. Look at this battle for the lead in Moto 2. Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship of Budds Creek. Chad Reed gets alongside Ivan Tedesco and makes the pass. And Tedesco made a mistake at the beginning of that section, and that opened the door for Reed. And now Tedesco is going to learn what it's like to get blasted by all that roost that he was shoveling at Reed for the last 14 minutes.
Man, I think Reed's in the driver's seat at this point, and hoping that Andrew Short falls back.
Well, actually, that's exactly what has happened, Ricky. Kyle Regal, a privateer, a rookie out of Texas, on the Valley Racing Yamaha, has passed Andrew Short. Short back in 6th. If it ends like this, Reed will win the championship today. That's Matt Gerke was great 3rd in the first moto today, and he had a great run in Moto 1, but unfortunately not going to replicate that in Moto 2.
It's the same place that
Josh Grant
went down in the first moto, and
Gerke bites it there too as well. He was slow to get up, probably out of frustration as much as anything. As we watch Ivan Tedesco and Tommy Hahn battling for 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, Tommy Hahn is not a full factory rider. That's Tedesco right there on the Honda. He's got everything he needs. And if he wants a different clutch lever, Honda will come out to the next test with a 6 or 7 of them, bent slightly different, machine special. You know, Hahn is on the next tier down team. Looks like he's going to make this move. That just goes to show the hunger.
Yeah, absolutely. Man. And the thing is, too, Ivan not cutting him any slack. These guys are really, really good friends. And there's no love like, hey, you could be best friends, but when it gets out there on time to race, he wasn't letting him go by. And, you know, he wants, you know, Ivan wants to get on this podium. He has a good shot to make it on the podium.
Our 4th place rider, Kyle Regal. It is only, I believe, his 6th professional race ever, and he's a privateer rider. 4th place in Moto 1, 4th place here in Moto 2. He has passed Davey Millsaps and Andrew Short, factory Honda riders. This kid has 0 intimidation. He doesn't care about the big names. He wants to become one himself. Now, Chad Reed, we were alluding to this earlier. He had a contract to race in the Supercross Series only. When he decided he wanted to race the Motocross Tour this year, they got some money together with sponsors, but their budget had pretty much been tapped because they didn't expect him to be here. So he said, you know what? Put that money together, and I'm going to bet on myself. He opened up an insurance policy where if he wins the title, it pays several $1 million. If he doesn't win the title, well, all his sponsor money just went into buying that insurance policy. Basically, if Reed doesn't win the championship this year, he makes absolutely no money whatsoever. He took all his sponsorship money and bought an insurance policy with it, which is basically you win the title, you get a couple $1 million. If you finish 2nd or worse, you get zilch. In this day and age, for a guy to bet on himself is pretty impressive. Chad Reed trying to put the finishing touches on an overall win and a championship run.
There's RD, his team manager, Roger DeCoster, so he's wanting to get that championship as well.
There you see the graphic. That explains Reed would have a 3-point edge in the championship. He have a 103-point lead with only 100 points available in the next 2 rounds. So Reed's going to win this title. I'm impressed, by the way. Ricky's track has held up pretty well. They're jumping all the jumps. It's been raining for a half hour.
One good thing about this track, it being kind of in a valley, is all the rain kind of runs downhill, so it doesn't collect so much on the track. It goes kind of to the bottom, you know, where the track actually doesn't go, so it makes it not as bad as it could be.
It drains really well, and you know, when you do get to those off-camber corners at the bottom where they're slick, you've got a rut to slide into, like right there, to keep your traction. Absolutely. He's getting ready to go up this hill and then back down past the mechanics area where we'll see your old mechanic.
Yeah, guaranteed to have 2009 outdoor champ, something like that.
That's cool.
We'll
They probably got
says.
some T-shirts ready and all that stuff.
Oh, well, that's your old mechanic. 09 champ.
champ.
Didn't have room for the 2-0, but you've run past that pit board from that mechanic many times, Ricky. That was your old mechanic with both Honda and Suzuki.
But I'm pumped for him, man. Really, you always, you know, you leave when you retire, you always want to see the mechanic that worked for you go on and be successful with somebody else. So neat to see. Look how happy Chad is.
Chad Reed is going to do it all today. He is going to win the race at Budds Creek, win the Monster Energy Triple Crown, and the 2009 Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. And Mike Gosler's mechanic is pumped. Everybody in that team has contributed to this. Chad Reed putting his name in the history books as your 2009 champion. Reed wins the overall, and those are enough points to wrap up the championship. Millsaps and Tedesco up there. Tedesco beats Regal with the second moto tiebreaker rule. Regal and Hahn end up in the top 5 overall. Good strong runs for all those guys considering the conditions. Let's go down to Tiffany with the new champion.
At the beginning of the show, you said this was the one title you didn't have, and it was very important for you to obtain it. Now that it's yours, do you feel like your career is complete?
Yeah, I feel like it's complete now, you know, and I feel like I got a lot more fight in me, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. And you know, like I told you in the first one, I was pretty disappointed just to not put myself in a good position to win, and Davey rode good and held me off there. But man, this is what this hard work's all about. You know, I want to thank the team, Rockstar, Makita, Suzuki, everybody. They've done such a great job. We were a last-minute entry, and I gave it my all. You know, just like everybody and just like motor racing. You know, we had our ups and downs, and just want to thank everybody who played a huge role. My wife, Mike in Florida, Megan, my doctors for getting me back into fight fit shape. Man, RD for making it even possible for coming out here. Goose for letting this bike run awesome every weekend. And Bridgestone, Scott, Thor, Parts Unlimited, just very, very happy to finally get this championship.
Congratulations, Chad.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
As Chad Reed's your new champ, that's the difference. 104-point lead, and there's 100 points available through the final 2 rounds of this tour, so Short cannot overcome that. Still 2 races left, so a big battle on for second and third in this series. This also wraps the Monster Energy Triple Crown, and Chad Reed has that locked up as well. He won the first race in Pennsylvania and the 3rd race here in Maryland. In between, Josh Grant won round 2, but he's not over to overcome Reed. So Reed is your Monster Energy Triple Crown champion. All right, well, here it is at our Dunlop starting grid in order of their qualifying positions. Christophe Pourcel, your points leader, also fastest in practice. We're ready to go racing here. Moto 1 on speed, the 250 class. Dungey lining up all the way to the inside. He's getting bumped and banged around, but it's going to pay off. Despite all that, Dungey is out front battling with Blake Wharton for the whole shot.
And that all came from lining up on the very, very inside. It was Barcia in the first gate, Dungey in the second gate, and they found a dry line. But it's Wharton. No, he almost goes down.
Wow, and Dungey almost went down. He's pulling a roll-off through the first turn. Mike started swapping sideways, and that's going to allow Barcia to try to make the line on the inside. Barcia going after Dungey for second, while Wharton pulling away out front, and Barcia makes that pass stick.
And how about the Factory Connection Honda guys on those Geico Hondas 1 and 2? 2 of the youngest guys out here battling, and I'm telling you, this is just an incredible start by this team here.
And we want to mention kind of a strange weekend for them. Their team manager, J.C. Waterhouse, made an announcement early this week. He has been dismissed. He's no longer the manager of that team. But it's obviously not affecting the riders out on the track. Their riders are 1, 2, and Dungey in 3rd is actually losing a bit of ground. Barcia wants to go to the #1 spot.
And now watch as they come through some of those wet sections here. On a sand track, usually you get this nice flow going. But see all these ruts? And the bikes just get pulled left and right, and the riders are hanging off the side, and all of a sudden the direction of the bike just swaps out the other way. That's what is so difficult.
How hard is it to adjust that? I remember Kevin Windham always saying he never liked riding on sand tracks like this because he wants the bike to be in one place, and you see what Wharton's dealing with there. It's not going to do that.
See, they think that they're in a rut, and then the rear wheel just slides out. All 3 riders chose the same line out of that turn, and all 3 bikes did the exact same thing. So it's really squirrely. So the rider who is comfortable being uncomfortable, if that makes any sense, that's the guy that's going to be able to twist the throttle, have a good time today, and go out there and rip it up. Now, if seats. You're holding onto those bars, just death grip, okay? And you're scared that you're gonna go down or whatever. That's when you lock up your chest, you're not breathing. All of a sudden you get arm pumped, then your brain pumps, and you can't even think about what you're doing.
We have Pourcel in 14th, folks. 14th for your series points leader. It's the opportunity Dungey was looking for. What did you say about being comfortable, sideways, being uncomfortable? I'd say Justin Barcia kind of fits that bill pretty well in second. As quickly as we give a shout to Barcia in second, he's actually made too big of a mistake, got a little bit too uncomfortable, and that allowed Dungey to move back into second. And maybe this will be the way this race is going to go, especially in the early laps where they're still trying to figure out the good lines. We only had one practice session out there today. Barcia sideways again.
And Dungey has everything to gain and to lose here in this moto. And I'm telling you, he wants nothing more than to just get past Wharton. Here we go, it's close now. Dungey starting to put the pressure on for Wharton. Look how clean his bike is at number 61.
Wharton has a good clean ride. But meanwhile, with Pourcel back in 10th, Dungey knows
he got stuck. Here it goes.
Big mistake by Wharton, and that allows Dungey to take the lead. And this is Dungey's chance. Got to put his head down, sprint, pull away, and hope for the best as far as the championship goes.
Whoa, did you see the back of Dungey's bike? Unbelievable.
How did he hang on to that?
That's WFO, Jason. That is twisting the throttle, just not even, I mean, right now for Dungey, he has to just focus on what is in front of him. Let everything else at the points sort itself out, but the best thing he can do is grab a massive lead right now, not make any mistakes, and win this moto, get that full 25 points.
The battle is on for the number 2 spot here on speed. Southwick, Massachusetts, in the mud, the sand. Justin Barcia tries the outside line, and Blake Wharton lucks out. A lap rider actually made him move to the outside to hold his teammate up, and here comes Barcia again.
Oh, he steps him.
Makes it work. And there was no room on the inside or no line, nothing to hold the bike, but he just kept it held pinned.
He pinned it on the inside, just absolutely hammered it. He just squared up the beginning of that sweeper, and it actually comes up and then starts to flow down to the left. And Barcia just faded into the right.
It's raining really hard now, Jeff Hemming.
It is coming down right now here at Southwick. The bad news
right there. I just want to point out that's Taylor Futrello, who's up there earlier struggling to get moving, so that should move Pourcel up a spot, Jeff.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
Some steam coming out of the 377. That's not good.
Can he nurse that bike to the finish line and score some points?
If that steam stops, if that means that there will be no more coolant left in this system, then we're going to get tested and see just how long this machine can run, because there's no way that the engine is going to cool off. It's only going to heat up and get hotter all the way to the checkered flag. This could be for the championship here today.
Wait a minute, a huge shakeup. I just noticed that Barcia had the lead chopped down to just 2 seconds, and then Dungey falls down, and now Justin Barcia on the red bike is in the lead.
And that's 3 valuable points for Ryan Dungey that he needs. Look, he's all over the place right now. Oh, now he's wiping his goggles.
Oh, he's going to have to let it all hang out now, Jeff.
They're all starting to work their way through the lapped riders, and you see a sense of urgency from Ryan Dungey here. He knows just how valuable those 3 points are that he just gave up to Barcia. They are close to 20 seconds in front of Blake Wharton. Now remember, Wharton was the one with the hole shot.
Quietly, you want to give a shout out, Tyler Rattray, your world champ, is in 4th. Metcalf is 5th, and Stroop continues to hold off Pourcel for 6th. 2.5 laps to go here in Moto 1. Justin Barcia in the lead. Ryan Dungey in 2nd. Barcia got all sorts of sideways. That allows Dungey to close it a little bit more. Now, Jeff, you think this section of the track is where Dungey seems to be at his strongest. I want to mention that Pourcel has now climbed up to 5th. He's got around both his teammates, Rattray and Stroop. Meanwhile, Dungey going for the lead. And again, it's so rough out of this corner. There's a little bit of a rise, and then a left-hand turn. These bikes are just kicking all sorts of sideways.
Well, Dungey has tried everything to retake the lead from Barcia. Applying the pressure, trying to force him into a mistake really was the game plan, but you can see right now it's just Barcia has put on an incredible ride to be up front, to go back, and then to retake the lead. It's typically not the type of momentum shift that you see, but Barcia digging deep. You can see his fitness is starting to come around. Oh, 377's down.
Unbelievable. He had climbed up to 5th. Now he's got tough time getting the bike started. And he's taking his goggles off. Remember, we knew the bike was running hot. We knew steam was pouring out. Is he even able to start the bike?
Let's see if he gets it into neutral here.
Jeff, he's backwards on the track. I'm thinking he tried to bump start that bike going downhill. That's not a good sign. That means he cannot kick it.
Well, the engine's turning over. Engine's turning over right now, but the bike is not. Oh, there's Mitch Payton.
Unbelievable. They might have just seen a championship go away due to reliability. And Pourcel looks like he's going to pull it in.
Devastating for the current points leader. Had the championship in hand with 4 motos to go. You see his mechanics over there.
I can't believe this. Who would have thought that it would have come down to a mechanical failure for one of the most successful teams in the history of this game? Aaron, what have you got?
You're taking a look right now on Ryan Dungey's pit board. His mechanic had just wrote on there, 377 is out. Make sure you focus. He's trying to make sure that Ryan knows not to push it too hard, keep it steady, keep it on 2 wheels, and finish up this race.
That's a great point.
Well, as they sit right now in second place, Ryan Dungey is going to earn 22 points. He was 13 down on Pourcel, so that's a shift of 9 points, this moto in Dungey's favor.
Dungey, you got to figure he's going to be smiling when this race is over.
Well, you're certainly not happy about it, but Pourcel,
wow.
It's a long walk back to the pits, but I'm telling you, Pourcel has the state of mind. Okay, we've seen him. He doesn't get too excited about anything, even if it obviously means a lot to him, but he doesn't get shaken. He does not stress about anything, and I don't expect him to stress about this. He's going to look at it in a positive light and say, okay, I lost some points this moto. I've got 3 motos left. What's the best way to win the championship with 3 motos left? Of course, to go out and win. So we're going to see if he can execute that. Dungey's pit board says 377 out focus. That means don't fall. That means get second place in this moto. Now you can see Barcia looking back because Dungey stopped applying that pressure. He backed it off, is taking it easy. And for Barcia, on his way to winning his first moto as a professional, that's exactly what he needed, was that pressure off.
I think he does not know Pourcel is out. He's confused. What happened to Dungey? Also, he's got to be thinking, am I going to win? Am I going to get my first moto win? You betcha! Justin Barcia wins his first moto ever as a professional, and he does it the hard way, keeping the pressure on Ryan Dungey, taking advantage when Dungey fell, and then maintaining his pace all the way down the latter laps with Dungey breathing down his neck. Barcia's pumped to get the moto win, but Dungey is going to take the points lead because, as you see, Christophe Pourcel nowhere to be found in the results. Metcalf and Stroop round out the top 5. Pourcel officially will finish 27th, but only the top 20 positions pay points.
Pourcel started in the middle of the gate the first time, this time with first pick for fastest qualifier. He went all the way to the inside, just to the inside of his title contender there, Ryan Dungey.
At the top of your screen, that's the Dunlop starting grid. We're ready to go racing Moto 2 here on Speed. Oh, and rider stuck in the gate, Brock Tickle, and one of the Geico Honda riders, is that Barcia? Meanwhile, the 411 of Tyler Rattray going to grab the start. The whole shot goes to the South African. You got Will Hahn on the 50 and the 24, Brett Metcalf next.
What a start. I seen that there were more than one rider that actually jumped the gate here. We see that's another. That's Wharton, I believe, that was down in the first turn.
And Ryan Dungey. No, that's not Ryan Dungey. My mistake. I'm trying to figure out the number. That is not Ryan Dungey who is down.
It's Tobin.
All right, that is a Kyle Tobin who is down. The 9-8 looked like the 8 looked like a 0. But meanwhile, how about this guy? The world champion Tyler Rattray has not had a whole shot all year. Had an injury at mid-season. He is back. I talked to him after the first moto. He said he thinks the track will be better for him in Moto 2 because it will be rougher. There's no doubt this guy's in shape. He's got Brett Metcalf, Jake Weimer, Will Hahn right behind him.
And where's our title contenders? We're inside. There's probably 15 or so.
There is Dungey who just came through. Dungey on the number 10, the yellow bike. That's mid-pack, and I don't think I saw Pourcel. However, with all the mud and sand out here, it's easy to miss a couple riders. Give us a lap, we can sort this thing out. And Dungey just getting blasted with sand, Jeff.
It is horrible conditions out there that the track workers have actually smoothed out some of the sections to lessen some of the ruts, but it's just so wet and the sand is so heavy. And what's difficult is that the ruts actually that are forming, it just makes the bikes just twitch back and forth. So the chassis setup, oh, there's Pourcel.
Wow.
Second to last.
All right, so a huge shakeup. I think that was Barcia who was stuck in the gate in the Geico Power Sports Honda, basically because his teammates, we've seen Metcalf, we've seen Wharton. There is Pourcel, he's way back, and Dungey doesn't have a good start. So all the favorites going into this moto are way back. And so an upset up front, a couple riders looking to take advantage, starting with Rattray. Here comes Pourcel. It's already been a long day for him. And the end is not near. He's going to have to dig down deep for the next 30 minutes.
Well, and what's interesting is even the pre-race interview from Pourcel, he says, look, I've got 13-point lead. Yeah, that's all good, but you know, the championship isn't over. There's a lot that can happen today, and certainly there's a lot that happened negative for him in the first moto by having that engine shut down on him.
The 144, Alex Martin was in the hunt earlier. Now it's the 977, and we mentioned this guy earlier in the day in our first photo coverage on AlliedSports.com. Taylor Futrell in his second professional race. This guy's not intimidated. Oh, Weimer's down. That's Weimer. All right, so Weimer's going to lose a couple of spots. He struggled to 13th in Moto 1.
Oh, and he's having trouble getting that bike up, guys. He is, it looked like his left foot there is caught under the bike.
That's
there, he
200 or
gets
so
it out.
pounds.
So for Weimer, just a disastrous moto here to fall down with that great start right inside of the top 3.
Let's try to reset this on what has already turned out to be a crazy day, and we're just on lap 2. The leader is Tyler Rattray. Second is Brett Metcalf. Metcalf was 4th in Moto 1. Metcalf is an outside shot at winning the overall today. We have a lot of racing to go before we start counting points. Taylor Futrell, the rookie, is in 3rd. Will Hahn, the younger brother of Tommy Hahn, is in 4th. Ryan Sipes, 5th. Ryan Dungey, meanwhile, is in 12th. And the 377 at Pourcel is 27th. Dungey took the series points lead over by virtue of finishing 2nd in our first race earlier today from Southwick. Now, a bad start. Dungey has just got into the top 10. He is now 8th, taking advantage of a crash from Austin Stroop, who's on the green bike behind him. So Dungey's moving forward. The good news for him, the rider he's battling for the championship, Christophe Pourcel, is even further back, Jeff.
Well, coming into this race, Dungey was 13 points down, okay? Even if he won every moto, the last 4, and Pourcel was 2nd, he was still going to come up a point short. And so he really needed something special to happen. And, you know, fortunately for Dungey, Pourcel had a problem with the engine. He DNF'd the final, or the first moto, no points. Now he's having another bad moto, which could, in the course of, you know, 2 motos, just take once again the championship. Like, hey, I've got my hands on the plate. This thing's mine. All of a sudden, by the end of the day, it could have totally got handed to somebody else, you know? Yeah, watch this. You see a bunch of riders here. Tickle jumping the gate. Barcia just to the right of him. Some more riders down. Not sure if the gate flinched or what happened. It's not typical that many riders would jump the gate. And then, of course, you just see riders start to scatter here. That's actually Dungey that was stuck in the first turn. He was, Pourcel was on the inside of him, so there's a good chance that that's why Pourcel was so far back up to start, because he was right there also.
Bit of a shake-up here. Tommy Searle, who is trying to hold off Ryan Dungey, went down, so that's going to move Dungey into the top 5. That is minimizing the damage for Dungey, and the good news is Christophe Pourcel is 15th. So if you're Ryan Dungey, 5th doesn't sound good, but it actually is, considering your rivals 10 positions further back. So Pourcel needs to dig down deep. Every single spot he gets are points. And I know I've probably used the term dig down deep. I should dig down deep and find new terminology to use, but it could not apply more than on a day like today. Coming through traffic, you're covered in sand, the rain is coming down, you're fighting for 14th, which I'm sure Pourcel doesn't come out here to try to get top 15. But every position counts. So now it's up to Dungey versus Barcia for the overall. And look at Barcia here on the 151. Got a hook in Dungey. He's not going like, oh, that was close. Woo! Found a hook on the racetrack and almost pulled it down.
Well, we've seen Justin this summer has just been out of control at times. He's just been fearless. I mean, just, I've said he's been one of the most exciting riders to come along. He just twists the throttle. And today could be the day. Everything's on the line for number 10 for Dungey. Everything's on the line for Barcia here, 151, who's just trying to win his first overall of his career. And what a great place to do it here.
Tyler Rattray, who's a world champion in the tour over in Europe last year, said he wanted to come to the U.S. and try to win a championship here. Not been the season he was looking for. Had some decent runs, top 5s. Then broke his thumb at mid-season, missed a couple of races. Now it looks like he's finally going to go to victory lane and win our second moto today.
As it sets at the moment, Barcia can win the overall, but maybe the big winner on the day. is Ryan Dungey, who has just gone from 13 points down coming into today in the championship to being a significant amount of points up when he leaves here today.
Yeah, Pourcel had a pair of bad starts, a mechanical problem in Moto 1, and an 11th here in Moto 2. He is facing a very, very steep climb with only one race left in the championship. So it'll be mixed emotions under there in the Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki pits, because they're going to get a moto win, but they're also going to see a major shot at the championship perhaps slipping from their grasp. We also have heard that Barcia has finally made the pass on Dungey. You've got to think, just like we saw in Moto 1 earlier today, they said, hey man, just get some points, Ryan. You don't need to hang it out and battle with this Barcia kid.
Well, that's an incredible ride. Like I said, there's some battles being won today. And even though Dungey might have just gave up 2 points, still has been a pretty good day with the outcome here for them, for Team Suzuki. But the second moto here has been all about Tyler Rattray on that Pro Circuit Kawasaki.
It's what we expected to see from this guy all year long. He wins. Tyler Rattray has got the moto win in the bag. But the overall, we believe, will go to the rookie, Justin Barcia. Here's your overall results of the day. You see Barcia scores 5 more points than Tyler Rattray, but still a moto win for Tyler. Big winner in the day, it's really Dungey, who was down by 13 points coming in, and now is a 17-point lead, a 30-point swing in one afternoon of racing. Let's see if Gerke can turn those fast qualifying times into a strong finish. Let's go racing here in Southwick. Whoa, Reed cutting off the entire field, heading into turn 1. Lucky to keep it on 2 wheels.
Was Moss.
And it pays off. Reed gets the lead. Yeah, Moss on the green bike, and Justin Brayton on the orange. Brayton duking it out with Moss for a second as Reed gets the lead.
Wow, that's how you do it there. I mean, got the mojo working. Chad Reed is just dialed. Whoa, he's way outside. Just has his starts, his bike, everything just totally in tune. He's going to pick up right where he left off. He knows the best way to just keep the momentum going is to get that whole shot and be gone. But look at this, also his teammate Michael Byrne there, the 26 is set 4th. Jake Moss is in there.
That's the Jimmy Albertson there in the 47 Valley Motorsports machine, challenging Moss 2nd and 3rd. And then there is the Burner in 4th. So that's Australians in 3 out of the top 4 positions. And look at Moss going after your new series champion, Chad Reed, for the lead.
Well, it looks like Jake Moss has finally figured out how to corral the power from that Monster Energy Kawasaki when it really got away from him last week at Budds Creek. Okay, but now they've maybe detuned it, right?
Okay.
I mean,
it was
that
a straight
just
up
shows
blue
you.
belt.
I mean, Moss is one of the most talented professional racers out there, and these 450 4-stroke machines, they are so fast. I mean,
and almost the same thing just happened to Jimmy Albertson. Albertson missed the rut coming into the corner, lost some momentum, got tagged in the back, and then fell off the back of his machine. So, man, Jimmy,
how disappointing that is to have
start.
the start that you need, especially on a day like today where if you start up front, don't make any mistakes, you're going to be able to finish right inside the top 5 for Albertson, just throws it away. Watch him on the blue bike. He locks it. Oh, he stalls the engine. And Michael Byrne on the Suzuki 26 actually runs into him. That bump starts the bike as Albertson's got the throttle. Watch, he's got the throttle wide open right here. And bam, the bike starts back up and launches out. What a sequence. I've
never seen anything like that. How about it? That's not Byrne in the Suzuki in 3rd. It's Robbie Marshall. And this track has bred a lot of these one-off dark horse, hometown hero type rides through the years. I'm sure, Jeff, there's been times where you were taking on a 3-digit guy like this. Who is this guy? Well, this is Robbie Marshall, who races a lot on this track. And there's something about Southwick that, of all the tracks on the circuit, really seems to help the local products more than any other. He is showing the world right now as he dukes it out with Moss for the number 2 spot. Byrne is back and forth. Andrew Short up to 5th. Gerke 6th. Brayton, Regal, Pike, and Tommy Hahn round out the top 10. Gerke there in 6th. He really hopes that Short isn't feeling that strong today because Gerke would love to put that factory Yamaha into the number 5 position. And they have announced Josh Hill with a back injury will not race Steel City either, so Gerke has this bike for the next 2 weeks.
Well, and I spoke with Matt earlier today, and I was asking him how the factory Yamaha was. He says this thing is incredible. It's so fast, we actually have to slow it down, okay, because the transition from riding a production bike to riding one of these factory bikes is so great. Here he is on the outside, using all the power now.
Can he slow it down that much? He goes around the outside of Andrew Short.
The outside.
Matt Gerke. I would like to see what that bike would have if they hadn't detuned it, because he overjumped 3 different big jumps and then went around the outside and passed Andrew Short like Short was on a 250. Matt Gerke up into the top 5, and you know he wants more.
Oh, and Moss. Oh. We talk about delivering the horsepower.
I was going to say chassis delivery. And that's what's interesting to watch about Moss. He looks like he's going to go down all the time. He just hangs it out, makes mistakes, and then just brushes it off and keeps on going.
You're so complimentary.
Hey, I'm just saying,
that
the guy,
what a nice guy you are.
hangs it out. The guy hangs it out. They love that about Bob Hanna. They loved it about Carmichael back in his early days. Oh, and Gerke shows the downside of hanging out like that. He missed that berm with the front wheel, ends up off the track and down. And that's what we're talking about. These replacer riders are all sorts of fired up. They're pushing the pace, and one little mistake. Oh, and
that's
Tedesco.
Twice.
Wow, Tedesco went down hard in practice, like you said. Now it's crash number 2, and he looks shaken up. Gerke back underway, but his hands, gloves, goggles, they've got to be covered in heavy wet sand. And there goes Tommy Hahn, who's going to push Gerke back to the number 11 position. It's completely changed now. Reed, Moss, Marshall, top 3. Byrne back up to 4th. Short 5th. And Regal, watch out for the 475. Regal is up to the number 6 spot and closing in on Short. We didn't mention much about this guy, Chad Reed, who has now begun to pull away just a tad from Jake Moss. But the lead is actually a little over 3 seconds, so...
Which is not a
that
lot.
big.
You make a mistake on the track here, you blow a berm, go a little wide, bury the front wheel in some deep soupy section, and you can lose momentum, and that 3 seconds can disappear instantly.
Remember this guy, Gerke, passed Short earlier, then made a huge mistake. A crash, is on the comeback trail. Was out of the top 10 after the fall. Now he's up to 7, and he's closing back in on Shorty. And Short has actually won an overall in the 250 class at this track before, but there's no doubt who looks a little bit stronger right now. It's Gerke, who just keeps pulling and pulling on that roll-off string every time he exits a berm, and Short blasts him with some more wet sand.
This is one of those racetracks where I see the fans and they're like, Jeff, do you wish that you were still out there riding? No, not today. It's okay. I mean, I do miss the competition. Don't get me wrong. I don't miss it, but these are tough days.
And it's been a tough day for Short. Gerke just goes right around him. This was the turn where Gerke passed him earlier. He didn't even have to go to that point. So that'll move Gerke back up to the number 6 position, with Regal in 5th, Byrne 4th, Marshall still 3rd, Moss and Reed 2 and 1. All right, now John Dowd turned pro back in 1986. There's Dowd on the green bike, 13th, and closing in on Craig and Millsap. Dowd's got a shot at a top 10.
He's a living legend. I mean, in motocross, and I mean, he's 44 years old. He's more than twice Christian Craig's age, and he just blew past him.
I think he's more than twice Millsap's age. Weston Pike would be the next guy he's going to challenge. He's more than twice his age. It's unbelievable what John Dowd is able to do on the number 16. Let's watch 2nd place. We now hear that Marshall is closing the gap on Moss. Now, just getting a podium at all for Marshall would be unbelievable, but he wants one more. He wants 2nd place.
It's really hard. His vision right now, you see him trying to stay out of the lines that Moss is in, but now that Byrne has applied the pressure from behind, there's a sense of urgency to keep that position. He can't be comfortable just riding for 3rd this moto, because the Burner, he is coming on strong.
Yeah, Regal's right behind Byrne. Gerke is up to 6th. The white flag short 7. Brayton, Hahn, and Dowd round out the top 10. And they're putting Jeff Alessi a lap down. Remember, Alessi actually led a couple of laps at our last couple of rounds at Unadilla and at Budds Creek. Now he's back in 24th. Moss puts him a lap down, and here comes Marshall in 3rd, and Marshall now has Michael Byrne looking for lines, looking for running room, trying to make the pass. Byrne would like to give his mechanic a birthday present, and that would be putting that bike up on the podium. Got to get around to Alessi first, though.
Yeah, see, Michael Byrne having to use this inside line here, which hasn't been the best choice, but certainly stayed out of the roost, gave him a chance to pull his pull-offs, okay, to pull that tab and have clean goggles. Just a final lap here. There's not too many passing points between here and there. So if Byrne wants to get up into that podium position, he's really going to have to do something special here with just a few turns left to go.
Robbie Marshall, can he hang on to 3rd? Can he move into 2nd? Or will Burner bump him out of both those positions, push him back to 4th? Could Regal get him as well?
Oh, Marshall goes down!
on the last lap. Your heart goes out. He was in a podium position and has thrown it away. And I would imagine that Regal also snuck by him as well. There goes
Keeps
Regal.
the engine going. There's Regal. So this is a 5th place finish now for Robbie Marshall, which for sure is the best of his career. How about number 22, Chad Reed, no goggles on, out to win another moto.
All the momentum has shifted Chad Reed's way, regardless of conditions. Rain or shine, Chad Reed is winning motos in this Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship. And honestly, all the great battling that we've been seeing lately, Reed's the only one that doesn't see it. We'll have to go home and watch the speed show tonight at 10 o'clock. Checkered flag coming out. Chad Reed wins again. Moto 1 at Southwick goes to your new series champ on the number 22. And Moss is going to hold on this time, put it on the podium in second, and the Australians are pumped. Byrne third.
Three
That's
Aussies.
Australian
Aussie,
sweep. Wow.
Michael Burns down in here. You got some other guys. Reed, those guys lined up on the inside, and the start has been coming from our right, the rider's left. Keep an eye on it.
Here it is, Moto 2 on speed. Bumping and banging they are through the first turn.
Andrew Short with the whole shot.
Short able to muscle past Tyler Bowers, get that whole shot. See the Dunlop starting grid at the top of your screen. Pick your favorite rider out and follow the progress throughout the race. Looks like Reed and Byrne up to second and third. With Andrew Short in the lead, there's Bowers on the Honda in fourth. Bumping elbows now with Matt Gerke on the blue bike. And Tedesco's back. He crashed out of Moto 1.
Ivan Tedesco with a top 10 start here. He was actually down in practice, had another hard fall in the first moto. Let's see if he can rebound. We've talked about how this track, the tough guys win here. We're going to see just how tough Ivan Tedesco is here in his second moto.
See how tough Andrew Short is as well. That's Tedesco's teammate leading the way in the Honda. Here comes the Suzukis of Reed and Byrne. And Gerke has now gotten around Tyler Bowers, so Gerke up to fourth. He was blazing fast in our first moto earlier today. Gerke was a privateer. Yamaha's star rider Josh Hill was injured, so they called Gerke and said, hey, you want to ride a factory bike? Gerke said, uh-huh. And he has been going very fast on that bike. He's had a tough time keeping it on two wheels at times, but when he is upright, he has been as fast as anyone, and he is again as he pressures Byrne for third. And here comes Reed pressuring Short for first. Gerke all over Byrne, trying to get into a podium position to third. Behind them is Tedesco, then Bowers, Millsaps. John Dowd is back. He is in eighth in a one-off appearance. Gerke is not letting Michael Byrne go. Short now under extreme pressure from Reed, although on this sandy racetrack, that's not so good actually for Reed. Yes, he can maybe force Short into a mistake, but he's going to be eating a lot of sand in roost. So he's going to try to make the pass as quickly as possible, and he does. Gets to the inside, and Short immediately pulls a roll-off off his goggles. Short has clear vision, but he no longer has the lead.
Well, in this situation right now, Chad Reed, I mean,
Short's going to get it back on the inside. Short, can he stick it in that rut? Handful of throttle on the factory Honda. Short gets Reed back. Impressive fight from Short. Maybe took Reed by surprise there a little bit. Either way, he's back into the #1 spot, and Reed's going to have to eat more sand. Now Reed back to the inside.
He blasts that inside turn and takes it. See how the lines are starting to shape up. In the first moto, that inside line was so wet and deep that you cannot use that line. See Short now pulling tear-offs.
And also using a different line on the inside. You called it, Jeff. You figured there'd be more room to pass, and there has been. Matt Gerke has got around Byrne for third. Then Byrne is under pressure from Tedesco. Tedesco on the red bike, Byrne on the yellow. Here we go into this pit, and they're going to jump their way out, hang a right-hand turn. Be interesting to see what kind of damage Gerke can do. Oh, mistake by Byrne. Here comes Tedesco.
Ivan pulls a tear off. Oh, too soon. Byrne holds on to it. He just stuffed it in that rut. That's one of those things where right now the track's really starting to get chewed up. From the looks of it, that line just let outside. The burner just buried it. Ivan almost got by.
So Short had the lead, but then Reed was able to pressure him and then get around him. Short got back into the lead. Reed repassed Short, and now he's got a gap of about 4 seconds over the Honda man. The real question, I'd say, oh, it's already been answered. I was going to say, could Gerke get to short? He already did. So Gerke is up to second. Young kid out of Florida has a 4-race deal with Yamaha to just run out the string at the end of the season, and he is motivated. Crashed in Moto 1, came back, still finished 6th. Now he's in 2nd in Moto 2. And I'll tell you what, if there's one guy out here that does not care about Chad Reed having the championship, having the lead, having the overall, it would be Gerke. He's just going to ride as fast as he can, as long as he can.
Well, there's no doubt about it. He's got a ride secured for next year, but what he's trying to achieve here is to really catch notice of what's going on. And as we take a look at John Dowd here.
Oh, Dowd on the right side of the screen makes a mistake. He is battling with Tyler Bowers for the number 6 spot. Dowd, 44 years old, and continues to get it done out here. This is the only race he competes in on the tour. It's his home race nowadays. Dowd was a 125 Supercross champ back in the 90s. Used to battle you back in those days, and he's still going pretty darn fast.
Oh, and he has a massive fan base here at Southwick. I mean, he's just a living legend out there on the track, and you see him ride some different lines than other riders. Look at him staying up high. He knows that you can stay out of those bumps and ride these different lines where some of the other riders who don't ride here as much as him, they just stick to that one line.
Byrne putting pressure here on short. This is a battle for the number 3 spot. Byrne going to the right side, short going to the left, and it pays off. Byrne gets a better drive up that hill. Nice line, nice move by the veteran from Australia in the top 3 for the 2nd moto today. Meanwhile, John Dowd continues to march forward. He has caught Ivan Tedesco. Dowd is looking for a top 5, and he just surfs the front wheel through that run. He's going after Tedesco. He doesn't care. That is short now that he's battling. My mistake, he's actually moving up. He's already got Tedesco, now he's gotten short. So Dowd is up to 4th, and it is not out of the question. Could Dowd go after a podium? John Dowd has done it. He has gotten around Michael Byrne while we were away. He is in the number 3 spot. He might only have 20 minutes of fitness in the tank, but there is an X factor out here. The fans at Southwick who have stuck it through. It has been raining all day. They don't care. They are going to cheer their hero from nearby Chicopee, Mass. to the podium. Can he hang on? Chad Reed is down, and down hard. Chad Reed has hit the deck. He's knocked his visor off. I think he's loopy. This is so uncharacteristic from Chad Reed, who we just mentioned has finished and scored points in every Supercross and every AMA Motocross moto. Jeff, take us through it.
Let's take a look at the replay here as Chad is down. That's going to change everything up. This is the finish line jump. Woo. Chad cross-ruts pretty hard. And look as he gets down, and then the bike just bounces over him. Even though this is sand, this is a really hard base of sand. You see him trying to get up, and all of a sudden he falls down to his knees. He got shaken up quite a bit on that one. We've seen him tumble 3 or 4 times.
And that illustrates the point of this sport and this track. Chad Reed, the most consistent rider out there, is out of it. Let's see. Matt Gerke is now in the lead.
And as it sets right now, Gerke with a 6-1 is going to have 40 points. Michael Byrne with a pair of thirds right now tied in points, but of course the better finish in the second motos is going to give Gerke the overall if he can stay in this position.
Yeah, Dowd has passed Byrne now, so that is going to give Gerke the overall for sure. There is Byrne in the number 3 position, so it's really out of his hands. If Byrne's going to win the overall today, he needs a mistake from either Gerke or John Dowd, but considering the man qualified 20th today, 2 third-place finishes pretty good. Matt Gerke is going to win at Southwick, and of all the first-time winners this year, nothing is more shocking than this.
No doubt about it. And he gave us a little hint, though, at Unadilla when he showed up on this bike for the first time and qualified first, right? Wait a second, this kid's for real, okay? Yes. Because he was unproven at this level. He had minor success at the 250 level as an amateur, tremendous amount of success. And it just shows his heart and his determination. And you just can't even imagine what this young man is going through right now. The emotions, the thoughts going through his head. His father's here, the family, everyone.
Well,
kind of gets me choked up thinking about this is his first AMA motocross win.
I remember Gerke as an amateur telling stories about going to the line as an amateur and his mom saying, Not to put any pressure on you, son, but you must win this moto because we can't afford to pay the mortgage next week. That's what it takes, the type of sacrifice these families make to get their kids to this level. And then when you get to this level, there are many, many pitfalls. Like we said, he's been beaten up quite a bit. A lot of injuries prevented him from getting to this level before in the victory lane. But today, instead, someone else was snake bit. That was Chad Reed. And the good fortune finally fell on the number 34. And Matt Gerke is headed to victory lane. No matter what happens to the rest of his career, you cannot take this moment away from him.
There's no doubt about that. Here he goes. He's going to get through this last little bit of ruts here. Keep it on 2 wheels. Now he's going to make the turn. I'm not sure if he knows, but he's got the overall win at Southwick.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. 6th in Moto 1. I'm sure he knows he's out front in this moto, but does he know he won the overall? Matt Gerke has won at Southwick. Unbelievable. And John Dowd, in just as shocking of a ride, is going to end Moto 2 in 2nd. A completely improbable 1-2 finish by those two guys. Byrne is going to end up 3rd as we show you our results from Moto 2. Tommy Hahn from deep in the pack takes 4th. Robbie Marshall from nearby Stowe, Massachusetts takes 5th and 7th on the day. Awesome performance. Kyle Regal takes 10th, also from deep in the pack. And now we go to 2009 with the championship still up for grabs between that man, the number 10 of Ryan Dungey, looking for his first ever AMA National Championship, and a rider who has already proven himself on the world stage, the 377 of Christophe Pourcel, his first full tour in the U.S., and he would love to win the championship. But again, he needs to win both motos today and hope that someone, a couple of someones in fact, are able to get between he and Ryan Dungey. But when you come to Steel City for the finale, this is what everybody wants. I'm sure even Dungey and Pourcel, if you're telling them at the beginning of the year, hey, you're going to go to the final round with a shot at the championship, that's not a bad situation to be in. Here it is, folks, the first moto from Steel City. The gate's going to drop, and we're going to go racing. Looks like the 31 of Ryan Sipes going to grab the whole shot of the KTM. Now, one of the trickiest sections here at Steel City. These off-campers going very fast. Riders pushing each other for position, and a great start. Ryan Dungey in the number 2 spot, and there's Barcia putting up position down.
And that is unbelievable because just before we started, the little professor, David Bailey, was calling out Sipes for the whole shot. Wow. He says he's mentally there, he's got the bike. I'm calling Sipes for the whole shot, and Bailey, you nailed it.
Well, it's a great start for Dungey. He's right where he needs to be. He doesn't see any pro circuit bikes all around him, which would make you a little nervous.
They're going to go 3 wide in this left-hand corner. Actually, sorry, Dungey's stuck on the left. There'll be a left at the bottom of this, hoping that's going to pay off to the inside. Nope, he's going to get squeezed out. So it is still Barcia and Sipes in front of him. Barcia has taken the lead. Check out the Dunlop starting grid at the top of the screen. So Barcia, we knew he'd be strong today. He is. Now Dungey trying to put Sipes a position down. A lot of Supercross type obstacles on this track, and Sipes played it right, Jeff.
And look who's just behind Ryan Dungey. It's the 377 of Pourcel right there at the top of your screen on the green bike. And look at these guys battling through the wet area, the short line, and Pourcel way outside.
Dungey sticking in some mud on the inside of that corner, slowing him up, and that's going to allow Pourcel to get by him. That's not what you wanted to have happen. If you're Dungey, get a little close over that jump. Now, neither of these riders have really had much heat on each other this year. We haven't seen much rough riding or any confrontation between the two of them individually. We'll see if it keeps up today, David. Look at this.
Wow. You know, Dungey doesn't really need to get too excited here. He made a couple little mistakes before the big one there that cost him a position. Ooh. There's another one. He needs to just calm down. I think, you know, like you were saying, Jeff, I mean, you looped out in practice. You were so flustered, and that kind of broke the ice. Hopefully this first lap will be an icebreaker for Ryan. He can relax.
Yeah, well, this is what we really haven't seen, a real head-to-head race, as you see.
Oh, here comes Ward on the inside.
Dungey off the track.
Oh, Dungey making mistakes. He gives up a spot. He gets back on. Holds off Davalos in the 577. But Dungey is quickly coming unraveled here on the very first lap with the championship on the line. And by the way, folks, as he gets Morton back, Dungey is walking the tightrope. Well, he needs a 4th and a 5th today, and that's exactly where he is right now, 4th.
Yeah, and what this does is it makes Dungey really uncomfortable. He can't focus. He can't settle in right now. He's just getting hammered from each side, front, back. This is a tough situation. Look at Pourcel way to our left where it's dry.
And he gets around Sipes, Jeff, so he's up to the number 2 spot, takes a look over his left shoulder, sees that Dungey's still back there. Pourcel is putting himself exactly where he needs to be. Now he can try to pressure Barcia, try to win this moto, and hope for the best.
Dungey's having to work so hard to get past a guy that's not a player. He's not a player in the championship today. Woo. You know, and he's just exerting so much energy trying to ride through all these crazy ruts and these lines. And what Pourcel was doing by staying out of those is he for sure was conserving energy and all that. When you get in those deep ruts, it's tough. You really have to manhandle the bike. It takes a lot of physical strength.
Pourcel has taken the lead, so the Frenchman is doing exactly what he needs to do. He goes from 4th early on and then systematically rolls through the pack, and it took less than 7 minutes to do it. If you look at the countdown clock at the top of the screen, you can see 30 minutes plus 2 laps. We're just getting past the 7-minute mark, so that did not take long for Pourcel to do some damage, Jeff.
Well, and Dungey just got past Sipes here finally, and so that's going to put him about 5 points down on Pourcel, because really that's what today is all about. It's not about good rides, efforts. This is, by the end of the day, it's all about the points and who's going to be the champion. So Dungey picked up 2 more valuable points towards his championship quest.
Look at this, Tommy Searle putting pressure on Wharton. Remember, Wharton was up there with Dungey on lap 1. Now he's lost a little bit of time as Searle goes to the inside and just can't quite make that pass stick. On Wharton, he goes off the track, the exact opposite of what Dungey's doing.
I think Mark Peters, we talked to him this morning in practice, he was watching the track with a close eye, looking at ways he could adjust it to make it even better. I think his goal was 16 lines, right?
Yes.
In each corner, 16.
Here comes Weimer. Now he has closed in on the 1, 2, 3 of Searle, who goes down. And that's difficult because he actually crashed going uphill. And that shows how hard they're driving these bikes into these corners.
I'm going to give that a 9.5. Yeah, that's difficult. Difficult for Tommy Searle, who's been working so hard.
Wow. That's happens when the bike goes upside down, Huge sigh of relief for Dungey here. Now he's moving forward. First lap or 2, he was going backwards, but now he's challenging Barcia for the number 2 spot. And there he goes to the inside. Nice move by Dungey. Doesn't want to get into a bar-to-bar battle. And he almost had one in midair over that jump, but good job by Dungey to attack quickly. And Barcia, feet off the pegs, wheeling out of that corner. Dungey doing what he has to do. He's made that pass, and he did it without any contact, Jeff. And more trouble here for Blake Wharton, who we saw in that battle with Searle. Then Searle went down, and now Wharton has gone down.
Track's just getting trickier. When we were cruising around watching practice, it was all pretty smooth, and it was just fun to look at the new layout and all the new obstacles. But man, watch how close it came for Dungey right here, getting in these ruts a little bit cockeyed, and you freeze frame that stuff in certain spots and go back and think about it later. You're like, man, I could have been down 3 or 4 times in this moto and he's giving the title away.
How about this? Dungey closing the gap on Pourcel. He's taking the challenge to him.
With Dungey applying the pressure here to Pourcel, that is really up to ante here. Barcia's been unable to match it. He's back about 3.5, 4 seconds now.
We're going to find out just how crafty the crafty Frenchman is. Is this some kind of strange game he's playing with Dungey? Or is Dungey just going to be able to wheelie right by him and take the lead? We're going to find out. Big sweeping corner, high-speed section. No one has run the inside there all day. I don't know why Pourcel is there. Dungey wisely backs off and doesn't get around. Oh, he does get around him. Okay, so we had a little game of cat and mouse going here. Out of all the scenarios we expected, I don't know if we thought we'd see this one. Them going back and forth and kind of handing each other the lead.
See what I mean? This is just what Bailey's talking about, you know. Dungey gets excited, gets pumped up by the crowd.
And Pourcel looking over, makes some eye contact over this jump. And you're right, if Pourcel crashes, throws it away, it doesn't matter. The championship wouldn't have been his anyway, so he might as well keep Dungey guessing. And I thought Dungey had a chance to make the pass twice, and he didn't go for it.
But because he doesn't know what to do.
Yes.
Okay, so right now, Pourcel has rented the whole top floor of Dungey's head. I don't know if Dungey knows what to do.
High-price real estate.
Yeah, that's...
I guess the best scenario if Dungey had been able to make the pass there to try to run away, but maybe Dungey isn't sure if he's able to do that either.
Yeah, and Pourcel's riding around standing up like he's trying to make a mockery of it and get Dungey's ego involved. And if you do that, then you end up with a Rick Johnson trying to launch a jump and break a front wheel. You know, you just force the guy to think and do something other than what would be normal. Yeah, this is very not normal right now.
Dungey gets to the inside. That was a gift. Pourcel went so far outside, Dungey had no chance. No choice. I got to take the lead now, man. You can't keep giving it to me like this.
Well, and now the difference is Dungey. Whoa, there he goes back.
Porcel out of the inside. Dungey gets plenty of room, too. 1 lap to go. Porcel versus Dungey for the championship, and it looks like Porcel is back on the gas now for the first time in about 20 minutes.
Or Dungey went, okay, he's not going to give it to me. So, you know, this gives me a 15-pointer or whatever it is.
Yeah, he looks like he's got some pretty good lines right now. Porcel definitely set a couple things up, and it seemed like, just like you said, he wicked it up a little bit here. But, you know, one thing about that bike breaking is that there's a reason why when these guys, when they win the championships, they go up on the podium, they don't stand there alone, right? There's a mechanic, there's all the guys on the team. They win together, they lose together, okay? It's a real team effort, even though it's only one guy on the bike.
Well, it could be the end of an era here if Porcel's not able to pull this championship off. Ever since switching to the 250 4-stroke bikes in 2005, this monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki team has won every championship they've competed in. They've won 4 in a row. It looked like they were going to get number 5. It just might not. However, this first moto and maximum points will go to Christophe Porcel, who wins Moto 1 here at Steel City. Ryan Dungey right behind him. We saw Porcel didn't want to just win the race and hope for the best. He tried to make things happen in Moto 1. It didn't quite pay off. Here we go. Championship of the line. There's your Dunlop starting grid. Last race of the season.
Wow, not a good start for Dungey in the yellow.
But Porcel has the whole shot. So Porcel doing what he needs to do, get out front. And now he needs to hope that Dungey Meyer back there in what looks to me about 10th place makes a mistake. So Porcel out front. Got a couple KTM, some Hondas in here, duking it out with our would-be series champ if Dungey can't move up.
Well, and this is just complete chaos right now for Ryan Dungey. This is not how you wanted to start this final moto. Once again, if he wants to be champion, he's going to have to work for it this moto. He's got 30 minutes plus 2 laps, and then he'll be living his dream.
And he's got to catch up through some strange riders who were able to get good starts up in there. One of those being Blake Baggett in his first season. It's only his 3rd national. Got a great start. There he goes right there.
There's Horton battling out with Searle for the number 2 spot while Porcel tries to get away. There's Ryan Sipes. Sipes had a good start in Moto 1, another good start in Moto 2.
And see how messy it is there in the middle of the track, how it's watered? With a bad start for Dungey, this is the worst thing that you want to see because it's real. Oh, and Sipes almost gets off the bike. Well, I'm saying it's the worst thing because he's just going to get pelted with mud. The chance of going through all of his tear-offs really quickly. So he has to make these moves, not make any mistakes here on this first lap.
So there's all kinds of potential spoilers out here, and most importantly, one of them is a teammate of Porcel. That's Stroop, who just cut right in front of Dungey. Oh, and then Stroop goes down. A huge break for Ryan Dungey.
Well, that's probably how it should go.
Yeah, well, he did.
Because he was not going to make it easy for Dungey. I know that.
If it ended right now, Dungey would still have a 4-point lead. Dungey needs to finish 9th or better. Man, making mistakes early in this, just like he did in the first moto, and that is Jake Weimer, the very fast teammate of Porcel on the number 19 green bike, right behind Dungey. So Dungey might be able to lock up the championship if he stays where he is, but he's got a long way to go. Ryan Dungey, very much fortunate while we were away at break. Got around the 31 KTM of Ryan Sipes, and then Tommy Searle crashed. So Dungey has moved from 5th to 3rd, and that is more than enough to ice this championship. But Sipes right behind him, and Blake Baggett right behind Sipes. They're not letting Dungey off the hook, but if it ended right now, Dungey would have the championship. As for Porcel, no time to play games in this moto. He has checked out. 8.5-second lead from 377. Now he's going to work on Blake Wharton, the Afro Samurai. That's what he's calling himself nowadays. Wharton has been up and down this year. You never know what to expect out of this guy. There are motos like this where he's running for the podium, battling with Dungey. There are other motos where he has crashed and crashed hard. I guess that's what you'd expect out of a rookie, and he just won another position down, and Dungey's just overwhelming these guys right now, David.
Pretty impressed because he started the morning real nervous. He was slow in practice. He went out in the second practice. He's still looking forward like, hey, I want to win this moto. Where's Porcel?
Wow, okay.
And that just goes to show that we're all a lot more nervous than he is. He's doing just fine. He's charging. He's doing what Ricky Carmichael always did, which was hey, I don't care about the points. I'm just going to go out and race hard like I always have. I'm just not going to do anything stupid and unnecessary.
Pass time right now for 5:79. That is Blake Baggett, just out of the amateur ranks, looking to make a move on Blake Borton. That would put him on the podium in this moto. That's a way to get yourself hired on a factory team next year. It has been a fantastic season of racing in the 250 class. We're so glad you folks could join us all year long here on Speed, and also AllySports.com with coverage of the first moto. Jason Weigandt, Jeff Emig, David Bailey, and Aaron Bates here giving you the call. And how about this? Christophe Pourcel out front, but Ryan Dungey just turned the fastest lap of the race in the number 2 position. I think it's safe to say the butterflies are gone, and Dungey is starting to see this championship materialize right in front of him.
Well, it's great that he's focused on the lead and he's turning that hot lap and all that, because that just means that he is locked in. But what he doesn't want to do is David, is to go for that win and try to risk the win and lose the overall championship by making a mistake or something. But he has been fantastic today.
Well, he's less than 10 minutes away, as you see at the top of the screen, from his first outdoor championship, which would be a huge thing to accomplish before moving up to the big bike. But Pourcel, and he really took it to him. I mean, Dungey, he fought all year. He did front flips. He did all kinds of weird crashes. He had to keep getting up from that and pushing hard and wake up in the morning knowing he had to work harder all the time because of this guy right here. And talk about making it look easy.
Here are some of the 4 bad moments for Pourcel. First, looks like he has a second place finish in a moto at Hangtown, but then he's going to jump past the no doubles caution flag, and they penalize him 1 position. He's dropped from 2nd to 3rd, and the gate bounces on him at Thunder Valley in Colorado. He has to start dead last, loses some points there. Then at Budds Creek, in a driving rain, the number 1 thing, you've got to get a good start, but the 32nd car girl makes a mistake. Pourcel is going to get the whole shot, but because everyone else was caught off guard with the 32nd girl not holding the 32nd card up, this whole shot for Pourcel and this collision that he hangs on to goes by the wayside. They restarted the race, and he didn't get the whole shot. And then finally last week, his bike let go at Southwick, 0 points there. Bike problems, they do happen from time to time, but red flags, caution flags, and bouncing gates, that's wild.
Man, Dungey has got to be so happy right now. This is a huge goal achieved, a huge payday, a huge dream accomplished. All of this right now is he's got about a half a lap to go. It's just like, really happening? Is this really happening? Because about 10 days ago, it was not happening. He needed a huge gift. He got it. And, you know, you can say, well, he got a little lucky there at the end. I mean, I've been in those situations when I won the Supercross championship. I had my problem earlier in the year. Mark Barnett had his problem late in the year, and it looked like I got lucky. I mean, we just kind of balanced out. These guys have each had their issues, worked hard through them. It was unfortunate that it kind of fizzled for us in terms of the title with the motor going out, but you got to hand it to these guys for really riding hard, making it an exciting season all the way to this final round.
Well, there's no doubt about it. You know, you have to be in the position to be lucky, you know, and there's a lot of hard work that goes into being that lucky. And, you know, the Dungeys, you know, with Troy, Michelle, Blake, Jade, the whole family support system there, just a great family. Their son is on their way to being in the record books.
And the 377 of Christophe Pourcel is on his way to winning both motos at Steel City. And with that, yet another overall victory. But it will not be enough. Christophe Pourcel wins at Steel City, but that's only the battle. The war is going to go to the number 10. And what a war it was all season long. Ryan Dungey wins the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Motocross Championship in the 250 class. The win goes to Christophe Pourcel. As we look at our results, Blake Borton at 3rd place in Moto2 is actually going to put him up on the podium overall. Let's go down to the podium with Aaron.
I think this shirt says it all. Champions may fall, but they never quit. Number 1, Ryan Dungey, your first outdoor title. This one was emotionally draining. Was there ever a point that you thought you were going to give up?
You know, there was many points that were tough. Can't say that. I never give up. I always keep fighting no matter what, but 12 rounds, I don't know how many months, it was just a lot going on, but hey, in the end, it's all worth it. And to have my family and my team and everybody that makes this possible, I couldn't ask for more, and God.
Your mom and dad have come up here, tears of joy, lots of hugs. They've been here supporting you week in, week out. Take us through the words that express the emotion of this.
It's been a long road, you know, from when I was young till now, and I think we can all say it is a journey of a lifetime, and at the end of the day, we learn a lot, and I'm just thankful to have my family and all that I have, and hard work pays off.
The never give up mentality. Ryan Dungey, the #1 plate.
All right, 30-second card is up. That means time to go racing. Good to see Reed up there jumping up and down, getting fired up. Remember at the beginning of the year when he was sick before the motos, usually you just saw Mike Gosler's mechanic holding the bike, and Reed was out back somewhere just trying to get healthy enough to just get on that thing and go racing. Yeah, just hold some food down. Now Reed is in good enough health to get fired up for the start. And that's what we're ready for right now. Let's start at Moto 1 of the 450s.
Wow, Alessi, that's a surprise.
This kid has been dialing the starts lately in the absence of his brother Mike. Jeff Alessi has gotten a couple of hole shots the last couple of rounds. The 801 has another. There's Andrew Short in second. Tommy Hahn up there in third. But right now, Jeff Alessi on fire, even pulling away by a few bike lengths over Short.
You know, I saw Tommy Hahn this morning. I'm like, hey, you know what? You could win this thing today. He goes, I don't know what it is, but I got a good feeling about it. And he's got a great start to go out there and continue that good feeling. He's feeling the vibes, and he's got an opportunity at the lead. He doesn't have somebody like Chad Reed in front of him. It might be a little bit more difficult to pass. He's got Short and Alessi, who have faded as we look over the season. Not to put those guys down, but they haven't finished up there, and Hahn has.
Well, and that's a real key to it about the middle side of things is, you know, you have to tell yourself that you can do it. Because if you tell yourself you can't, you're going to be right. You know? I mean, it's that plain and simple. And it's the mental side of it, of just, you know, we call it talking to yourself. You're just reinforcing, you know, your mind that you can do this, you know, to believe in yourself, that you've done enough work, that you deserve it. In one matter, I think that there's a lot of riders, a lot of stuff out there that, you know, when it comes to this level, the very top level, that you have to feel deserving that you've done the work involved.
See
the graphic
that
you've sacrificed them.
Sorry about that, Jeff. You see the graphic on the screen. The best overall finish for Tommy Hahn this year is a third at Colorado, but his results have actually been better than that. He's just had a tough time stringing two motos together in the same day. We've seen a couple of second-place finishes in the motos where he's actually kept Chad Reed honest all the way down to the end. So with a great opportunity, with a good start, and Reed a little bit further back, this could be Tommy Hahn's day to win. But let's also give credit to the two Honda riders out front, Jeff Alessi and Andrew Short. And the next Suzuki through, that's not Reed, that's Byrne. So Byrne is a #4 spot, Ivan Tedesco 5th. If Reed's going to win this thing, he's going to have to push his way through. Short here on the 29 in second, who's challenging Alessi for the lead. Short tripling up into that section, yeah, able to take the lead. He tripled on the entrance at 7 jumps. Most riders have been going 2, 2, 2, and then 1. Short tripling at the beginning is able to double out. Rocks all over this track.
Did you see that? That rock was bigger than a softball, and one of those things can fly up, hit you in the knuckles. That can end your season right there.
Hahn around the outside of the off-camber, able to take second from Alessi. No, Alessi was up front for a while. Unadilla also was up front at Budds Creek. He told me, I just did a full sprint as long as I could, and then I got tired. Maybe that's where we're going right now, because he's gone backwards very quickly, Jeff.
Yeah, and you know, it might be that rock was about the size of a crystal ball that David Bailey's got over here, because he has really been on it today. And Hahn, look at this, Hahn going for the lead.
Side by side, uphill. 3 double jumps. Who's going to get through quicker? Hahn scrubs it to try to maintain the inside line, and he's able to jump out where Short cannot, and Tommy Hahn is in the lead. And I think you're right. He ran over David Bailey's crystal ball and said, you will win today. And that's exactly what the 48's trying to do.
Watch this line by Hahn. I wonder what he was going to do.
Uh-oh. He went to the inside. Short went to the outside. Hahn had used the outside the last time around to pass Alessi. Boy, the way he got around Short so quickly, started pulling away, you thought this one was over, but here comes Andrew Short putting the challenge to him again. A pair of uphill doubles. Short is going to put himself on the inside, but Hahn is going to get to the corner first to try to hold him off. Too late. Andrew Short back into the lead.
Yeah, this is a fight and a storm that Hahn's really got to fight through. If he can fight through this and hold these guys off, it doesn't look like he's going to do. If he could have held these guys off, man, that would put him in a great position to win the moto, because then they would be where they have always been, not in the lead, and Chad Reed would have a little bit bigger gap to make up if he was going to catch this group. So Hahn has let one slip right here.
Here is Short in the lead. He's got Tedesco right behind him, Hahn third, Byrne not that far back, so any one of these guys can get it. I was going to say two things surprised me. First, Hahn getting the lead and then giving it back up. And the other surprising fact is that Reed started this thing in 8th and is now only climbed up to 7th 10 minutes in. And you wonder, with that big crash Reed had 1 week ago at Southwick, if he is going to be able to run for the win today. And if not, who's going to take it?
That's where Hahn has to learn. He triples up the hill. He sees those guys triple it. He didn't triple that in the last lap. I think he might have messed the turn up or something, and that's how those guys climbed all over him. And then he was just in a position of like, shoot, now I got to protect. And because Peters did such a good job of making this track passable, I mean, he was just in a situation where it was like, man, if I go wide, they go inside and pass me. If I go inside, they get a run on me, and he lost those positions. If he can stay close to these guys, which he's doing, he puts himself in condition to win.
Tedesco gets around Short, so now we've seen 4 different riders lead. Alessi, Short, Hahn, and now Tedesco. We are now about 13 minutes into this moto, and still no sign of Chad Reed. In fact, he has been passed by Gerke. Wow, Ivan Tedesco came unglued. I cannot believe the bike didn't stall. Short going to try to take advantage. Andrew Short back into the lead.
Wow, that was...
There they are. Here we go again. It's like a Honda commercial
and
right
triples.
here. Yes, showing the horsepower of those CRF 450Rs, both able to triple together. And Honda's just sitting back there watching it all in the number 3 position. You would not think these guys would take each other out, but they're making a lot of mistakes. Take us through what happened here, David.
Well, the front end was starting to get away from him. He was trying to cut inside of the rut, and the back end totally went away from him. And
all right, here is Tedesco. We're going to take you through this.
See, there's Tedesco on your left there. Watch as he comes up here. Here's Short.
Oh. No. Tedesco fell down there. That was a bit of a mistake, and just like that, Andrew Short has got the number 1 spot back. So who's the man in the driver's seat? Well, it would appear to be Short, but I think it's Hahn. Yeah, Hahn was right there waiting. This is the same spot where he made the pass early in the race, and he's like, well, if it worked once, why not make it work again? Yeah. Short's going to try to challenge him in the outside of this next corner, but Hahn's got the good line.
Bailey with your predictions. You're going to start like a 900 number I can call in.
Hahn is hungrier. He's a stronger finisher than Short. He's proven that all season long.
Now, finally, for the first time after the start, we see Chad Reed challenging Tedesco. It took Reed about 15 minutes or so to get going. The last couple, he has been on the gas, challenging. Tedesco's not going to give it to him without a fight. And for the moment, the number 9 able to hold on. Look at Reed on the outside. He gets squeezed off. We didn't see this type of fight from Chad Reed in the first 15 minutes of the moto. Might be out of time to win this thing, but he would like to get that number 4 spot from IT.
That really messed up his opportunity to win the moto or put himself in a position to win the overall. He was getting close, railed that outside, put a pass on Tedesco, messed up a little bit on the plateau. You got to give it to him, Tedesco, for fighting back like that.
Byrne going after the 29 of Short. Side by side, pair of doubles, right-hand turn. Short's on the inside, but the outside has been just as fast all day long. Not this time. Great job by Short to get into that rut, and for the moment at least, hold off the veteran out of Australia. Byrne's going to try an inside line again, and he makes it stick. So Byrne up into the number 2 spot.
Now, Reed's back there running the number 1 plate today. He wants to push it. He wants to do good. You can see he's trying hard, and he's not finished this moto either.
Where did he find that line? Where did he find that? And it might pay off. Tedesco gets around Short, and Reed is going to get both if he can make it stick on the inside. Not for the moment. Reed showed something all the way on the outside. Now to the inside of this next corner. Tedesco fighting back again. Wow, that's the second time. Second time Tedesco's been able to do that to Reed. It's awesome racing.
It's so good we're all talking at the same time. Yes. You can't help it.
Tedesco still holding Reed at bay, too. You got to mind the fact that even though Reed has caught him. Here it is. Just as we say that we put the hex on him, Reed is able to make the pass and get up to 3rd. Now believe the way Reed was floundering back at 8th early in this moto, he's climbed up to the number 3 spot. All right, the pressure is on. Tommy Hahn, can he get to victory lane for the first time ever in his professional racing career? And wow, so Chad Reed, who spent the first half of this race outside of the top 5, has put the lap times together and has climbed all the way up to 2nd. Tommy Hahn, though, is looking at a Moto 1 win. If he can duplicate it in Moto 2, he will become a 7th first-time winner in this class. That would be unbelievable. He's got the first part dialed in. The 48 of Tommy Hahn is going to deliver his privateer bike to victory lane. Tommy Hahn gets it done. We'll give you the full results from Moto 1. Tedesco and Short had their opportunity to win this one. They led a couple of laps. Davey Millsaps from outside of the top 20 up to 6th. We'll see if he has the energy to make that happen again in Moto 2 with a better start. Maybe he could be in victory lane. We'll see if Tommy Hahn can replicate the success of Moto 1 here in Moto 2. Remember, you've got to put in 2 motos to win here in AMA Pro Motocross. We have 6 different overall winners. First time we've had that in a decade. Greg Albertine won the championship back there in 1999, the year that was just littered with inconsistency. It's kind of been the case this year. The only one who has been consistent is Chad Reed, who has scored points in all but 1 moto this year. Let's see if Reed can get another win. Let's see if Hahn or Byrne can score another breakthrough first-time victory. Let's go racing at Steel City. Justin Brayton on the KTM is going to grab the lead off of the start. Brayton was just outside the top 10 in Moto 1. Looking for a rebound here in Moto 2. But Chad Reed gets himself into the number 2 position. And that's Jake Moss of the Kawasaki in 3rd. It's not Hahn. Hahn's a few positions further back, so Reed in good position. Trying to win this moto, but we're just getting started.
All the guys that got a chance are up there. And, another good start for Tommy Hahn. I don't know if he's got enough to beat Chad Reed in a straight-up battle, but he's going to have to prove it today for this overall. I mean, Chad he's not going to let this one slip away. He's come out with the red plate. The number 1.
He just did.
Gave it up.
Unbelievably uncharacteristic again from Reed. He's down.
There's Byrne on the inside.
Yeah.
He's another rider that had a chance, but Reed, now he's got his work cut out for him. I mean, come on. Realistically, Chad Reed is strong enough, fit enough, everything to come through. But is this going to, slow his momentum here?
No. You know what's going to happen now? He's mad. He needed to get fired up in the first moto. He took 15 minutes to get going. He's not going to take 15 minutes this time. He's ticked off. He's going, that was a dumb move. That just cost me possibly the overall. No, he's going to wick it up right now and go as fast as he needs to go to win this thing.
Almost goes down again.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, with all the water that they put down on the track, he's not going to be as clean as he is now.
He's just getting more mad.
I'm
2009. telling you, that's what he needs. You've got to make Chad Reed mad and motivated at the starting line, and since no one was there to punch him, he's doing it himself.
Almost again, almost off the track once again.
This has not been Reed's specialty, pushing the envelope on early laps. He usually lets the race come to him. Now he has no choice. Take you through what happened to our series champion, we thought would be winner today. Here we go, Jeff.
And watch, it's wet right here on the entry. Watch as he comes in here. He leans the bike over. Oh, and his foot actually catches. Not sure if you can see part of this hay bale over here. His foot catches that, his heel, and it pushed him backwards. And the bike kept moving, and he kind of slowed up his momentum.
How about this guy, Justin Brayton? His first year on a 450, the Pro Motocross Tour outdoors. Actually, has never been able to race much outdoors. He said last year was one of the first years he ever got to race at all. He's been injured a lot, came to the Arena Cross Wars, then in Supercross, but has been hurt more often than not. So he's just kind of learning the ropes outdoors, believe it or not, and it's working out quite well as he leads this moto. There is Moss in the number 2 spot. Moss was 10th in Moto 1. He was your fastest qualifier today, but he's essentially out of contention for the overall. Andrew Short, expect to be in the number 3 position, and there he is. And then in 4th at the end of lap 1 was Colton Bastiati. Yes, the fast Canadian was 4th. He has now been zapped. Hahn obviously has the message. You need to go forward and hope for the best with Chad Reed in the back. Let's see if Hahn can make things happen. There is Reed right now. Lots of silly season rumors swirling. We've heard that Reed's teammate Ryan Dungey should be back on the Suzuki team next year to ride a 450. And, whoa, something is wrong with Reed here.
Yeah, he's
something is
wrong.
wrong.
As he came through the mechanics area, he was signaling something's not right. And that's, I said, hey, he's just getting mad with all his mistakes early on. He does have that speed to just catch the leaders, but clearly something hasn't been right.
Wow. Yeah, we're going to have to clear the fog off of our crystal ball, because here we were thinking he was going to run right to the front here and catch Brayton, but right now Brayton's wheeling away and Chad's having problems.
I don't think any crystal ball had this, the 114 running number 1. Brayton has been just trying to get in the top 5 in a couple of motos this year, and suddenly looks like he's going to end the season with a moto win. There's all kinds of rumors going around about what team this rider will ride for next year. I've heard rumors of the JGR team perhaps, but nothing is set in stone at this point, and you're certainly improving your chances of getting a contract as you win races. And Moss is right there trying to do the same thing. In second, not letting Brayton off the hook. This is crazy.
Maybe just got, it's unfortunate to see him go out like that.
Justin Brayton is going to put his first moto win ever in the books if he can hang on for 3 minutes, 40 seconds, plus 2 laps. He's got Jake Moss behind him. If Moss wins this one, it'll be his first ever moto victory. And if Tommy Hahn in third holds on, it'll be his first ever overall victory. Hahn got his first career moto victory a couple of hours ago in Moto 1 today. It has been yet another day for upset winners.
Tedesco's still fighting.
Yeah, he's gotten around Hahn, but Hahn has to have the word out that he'll still have the overall victory because Tedesco is 4th in Moto 1. So Tedesco will be looking at 4-3 scores, which Hahn would easily better with 1-4 scores. Here comes Moss.
He's actually
looking
looking
smoother now.
Yeah. He totally smoothed out after the first few laps. I remember watching him in practice and a little bit in the first moto. It was, man, I could not relax watching him. But, you know, if you're aggressive and you're in shape, then I think you're going to get rewarded for that. And eventually you can smooth things out a little bit. Carmichael wasn't all that smooth in the early going either.
Yeah, but and Moss has got an interesting riding style. The way that he kind of moves with the bike and flicks it around, kind of leads the bike like, you know, with his shoulders. Right there, just inside of the
sort of Tortelli-ish.
Yeah, definitely. It reminds me of Sebastian Tortelli, former world champion.
Here is the battle. And remember, Moss was supposedly struggling with a cold. Hey, what happened to Chad Reed? Aaron, can you figure that out for us?
He's been making uncharacteristic mistakes all day long, but I just ran back to the pits to find out why Chad had pulled off. His bike was already sitting there on the stand, but he was in his own personal rig, not even at the factory hauler. His wife, Ellie, came out and told me that he's throwing up violently in the toilet right now. There's no way he can come out for an interview, nor do we actually want him to, but I guess he's been sick all day long, probably the same stomach sickness he's been dealing with all season long.
Well, we thought it was going to be pastime as Jake Moss was putting pressure on Justin Brayton. But in this game, you're always one mistake away from that entire thing changing. And Brayton has been able to shake the pressure from Moss. Just like that, Justin Brayton looks assured it can be in a wild season and a wild race day like this of winning the race.
The difference between he and Moss back there, Moss is probably more aggressive, but a few more mistakes each lap. It's costing him. And down to the wire, I think Brayton's fitness, and I know Moss is tough, but man, Brayton, if you see all these guys in the lineup, man, Brayton looks like he whoop all of them.
But you, I mean, you know Moss has got to be fit. If you ride like that, you know, make these mistakes and just really hanging on. And we've talked before back in the days. I mean, I remember people, you know, everyone talking about different riders that were so physically fit, and I always thought to myself, I said, have you ever seen Guy Cooper ride?
The wild man.
You have to be, I mean, Olympic status to hold on like he did. Of course, he was one of my heroes growing up, and so exciting. And Moss, you know, he maybe has his feet on the pegs a little bit more than Cooper did.
Yeah, Cooper was, all airtime was out of control, but Moss, remember, also has a little bit of an illness today. And these last 2 laps, he has lost the pace of Brayton. There is Tedesco solid in third, but Moss has pulled far, far away from him. So we shift our attentions to this man, the 48 of Tommy Hahn, who with this 4th place finish could win the overall. Will win the overall if he holds on. Here it is, folks. First ever career moto win for Justin Brayton, and he's happy. What a way to end the season. Justin Brayton has figured out the outdoor game. Kid who was raised in a small arena cross tour has figured out the big tracks. But here is Tommy Hahn. David Bailey's told him at the beginning of the day, I think you can win this thing. Tommy Hahn obviously agrees. He wins Moto 1. He is solid and consistent. He puts 2 motos together. And with 1-4 scores, Tommy Hahn will put his name permanently in the Lucas Oil AMA Pro Moto Cross record books. He wins the overall at Steel City. Justin Brayton has got the moto win for KTM. Jake Moss, great ride by the replacement rider to finish 2nd. Davey Millsaps from 26th to 10th. He was plagued by bad starts. And the Brazilian Antonio Balbi in the top 10. Way to end the season. Reed took the lessons learned in 2 years away from racing in the Nationals and returned in 2009 fast and happy.
I am having a blast, you know. It's fun again. I did step away from the sport. I had a 2-year break, and, you know, I got to go home to Australia, spend some time with my family. You know, they're growing old, they're getting, you know, ugly and fatter, and I miss out on all that. So I felt like that I lived life and a little bit of my childhood that I missed out on. And, you know, I've ticked that box, and now I want to, you know, race, you know, and give it my all. And if that's year-round, then that's year-round. You know, I'll take it year by year, race by race, and just have fun.
The now 3-time AMA champ has every reason to be happy. Earning his first outdoor title wasn't without its challenges.
And I took a huge gamble on myself, you know. That's why at the beginning of the year when things were looking tough and all that, you know, I was like, man, you know, this is not what I really signed up for. You know, I wanted to be giving my all, and I wanted to be, you know, battling for the lead, and I wasn't necessarily in that position. So it's been important to stay strong, you know, stay focused, and at the end of the day, I think I'm going to be very, very well rewarded.